Light filters in through a nearby window, curtains floating from the slight breeze. Sitting on his bed just by the window is Coincidental, our main character. His eyes widen from the shock and he immediately questions his faculties. He rushes to look out the window and asks himself if he's inside the game he was playing. 3 years ago, our MC possessed a game character in the action-packed game, The Heroic Legend of Archon. It was about various kinds of dangerous events that went on in an academy and its endless incidents. Monsters of all kinds arise, even the end of the world comes up, with multiple humans turning into zombies. As bad as the story seems, our hero isn't the least bit worried. He concludes that the main characters of the game will come to his rescue and take care of everything. He's just an extra, a level 1 NPC in the beginner's quest where the main character saves a villager. Coincidental then steps out to fraternize with the other NPCs, hoping that if everything goes as planned, as it went in the game, everything will be resolved. He chooses to track down the main character, Park Sihu, who's going to become wealthy and famous soon enough. He walks past a lady singing as she walks with her son, and continues walking until he stumbles upon Park Sihu. He first of all wonders where the starting point was, but soon notices a dude regally dressed, squatting and calling out names of modern-day food. The mention of Sprite makes it clear to our boy that this person is not from the game. He overhears Sihu telling himself that he will live for his own sake, and grabbing his face to strengthen his resolve. He then yells out efficiency, only for Coincidental to grab the knight by his hand and say that he, too, wants to live his life for himself. Sihu is confused at first. Apparently, he was also a regular person possessing a game character. He goes on to defeat monsters, enveloping them in the purple of his magic and cutting them down with his sword. Frankly speaking, I just love these tiny details in this manhwa. And speaking of details, one of the most detailed worlds I've ever explored was in the legendary comic, Tales of Demons and Gods. I'm sure most of you may have already read it, but the world of that manhwa is truly filled with bewildering mystique and a sense of never-ending grand adventures. That exact same legendary comic is currently collaborating with the highly acclaimed immortal cultivation mobile game, Overmortal. For the fans of my channel, you know that I love making cultivation manhwa memes. In fact, I even have a channel membership tier that's called The Cultivator. I have also covered plenty of these stories on the channel. But of course, none of those compare to the absolute scale of the Tales of Demons and Gods, and now is your chance to experience it firsthand with Overmortal. In this event, you'll be able to witness an exclusive storyline where Niai Li and Ezian cross over into the world of Overmortal. There's tons of new added gameplay, including exploring the Trials of Glory City via the Dimension Gate, unlocking exclusive world locations like the Heavenly Sacred Boar, and achieving legendary rewards like the Chrono Book, Nightmare Urn, and Avatar Frame Bucktooth Panda. You can also gain manhwa-themed skins for the characters. Experience what it's like to actually cultivate. Break through to newer realms, gather strong allies and sexy disciples alike, and pave your way towards the path of an overarching deity that rules the land. Overmortal has over 500,000 downloads on the Google Play Store alone, with an overwhelmingly positive user rating. Get ready for daily login rewards packed with limited legendary curios, Fatium, and a wealth of resources. Dive into World Chat for a chance to snag bountiful Destium chests, and make every day in the game more exciting. Download the game now, and join the clan of future immortals using the QR code on the screen or with the link in the description. With my promo code, you'll also acquire some in-game rewards, 1 treasure token, 150 Fatium, and 20 Nimbus Jade Slips. This is a limited time collaboration, so make sure you hop in early and grab all the exclusive avatars and characters only available in this event. A huge thanks to the Overmortal team for sponsoring this video. Now then, back to our story. He easily defeats a dragon type, and Coincidental admits that Park Sihu has an advantage only given to playable characters, a stat window. As expected, the mage accesses his stats but immediately asks what he's supposed to do with it. That brings us to the second biggest problem. Sihu has never played the game before. Our boy can make up for that though. He launches himself onto the knight, happily wrapping his arm around his shoulder. He then reminds Sihu that he said he was going to become a mage, and advises him to go with the intelligence stats. He adds that there'll be a skill book in the next story and advises the mage that he won't like to miss it because it's really important. You see, Coincidental has played this game so many times that he has gone with every known route available. He then flashes Sihu his $1 million smile and tells him to trust him. Our boy is nothing if not a pro at the heroic legend of Archon. He tells Sihu that having someone like him guide him around the game is an amazing advantage to have. A smirk plays on his lips until a wild dog decides to attack. As it draws closer, our boy is quite oblivious, but Sihu isn't. Soon enough, Coincidental understands the gravity of the situation as he catches a glimpse of this monster from the side of his eye. Sihu quickly pulls out his weapon, accompanied by its purple essence, and steps in front of our boy to save him. He successfully cuts down the monster and turns around, smiling and asking if Coincidental is okay. The heated battle continues as they face off with more beasts over time. RMC has all the information about the game, while Sihu has the stat window and the player system. They were a good duo, so Coincidental believed that with Sihu's help, they could save a bunch of people. One evening, as they sit atop a mountain of slain enemies, our MC recalls how they could have saved a lot of people, stopped the world from ending, and even returned to Earth. Anyway, Sugu stretches him a red potion caged in an endowed bottle. It leaves our boy wondering where he got it from and comparing it to a low-grade elixir. He then gratefully gulps down its contents. However, there's one thing that really disappoints Corinlock, and it's the fact that Sugu only picked a bunch of men for their party. Part of the game's charm is that it contains fantasy action, that is, diverse heroines and dating simulator features. Park Sugu didn't get involved with any woman, only putting them in the party when extremely necessary. For this reason, they ended up with all men. He grows bold enough to ask Sugu why that is, why their party is housed only by gross sweaty men. Around this time, Corinlock begins to blame himself for not realizing that something was up. It was weird enough that the Sword Emperor's daughter died on the way to the entrance ceremony, but Mariette, the final boss of the first stage, also went missing. From then on, it became a myriad of mysterious disappearances and murders, a plot that strayed entirely from the one accompanying the real game story. Worse off, this plot never followed the way the game version of Park Sugu thought, the way he behaved, his real personality. Our boy beats himself up for not even doubting the hero a bit. It's unfortunate that he stumbles upon Sugu's lair. He then gets the biggest reality check and begins to ask himself what is going on. You see, Mariette Dunelef is one of the game's heroines, but neither Corinlock or Sugu was able to meet her because she went missing. This is now difficult to believe, seeing as our boy is staring right at Mariette's staff. He curses Sugu under his breath immediately. Our boy had tracked down this lair only because the mage kept sneaking out every night. Corinlock never expected this of all things, a place looking nothing short of a shrine, an inventory, if you may. It's an underground facility, with multiple show glasses containing different keepsakes like the Odachi, a sword that went missing when a heroine named Alicia went missing, Jaeger's mace, and even Lark's spellbook. The place was chock full of items that went missing as they progressed in the game. To worsen things, our boy comes across a girl chained up and passed out in a chamber. All he can do is stare in horror as Mariette Dunelef floats in liquid like a drowning sleeping beauty. His panic increases as he overhears Sugu curse from a distance. The mage asks why our boy is in his lair, but that's irrelevant to Corinlock as he questions everything in sight. He reminds Sugu of when he claimed to have gone after Mariette and lost her. The mage doesn't even deny it. He just refers to Mariette as just a demon, and then asks our boy if he would like to waste an elder-class vampire's blood. He claims to be using the blood efficiently and references the machine in the distance which distills the blood directly from Mariette's veins. He wastes no time reminding Corinlock that he drank quite a bit of the blood too, and the potion incident on the battlefield comes rushing into our boy's mind. He immediately feels like throwing up and grabs his cheeks in a feeble attempt to hold himself. Sugu remains unremorseful as he asks our MC what the problem could be. Corinlock just sits on the ground and buries his face in his palm, listening to Sugu express how hard he worked trying to capture Mariette. Apparently, he had set traps and hole up in the forest for about a month. All Corinlock wants to know is why, and he asks this through gritted teeth. Sugu just stares down and claims that it's to efficiently progress with the story. He declares that our boy's route is way too frustrating, adding that he keeps taking losses from trying to save people and not killing annoying bastards like Lark and Jaeger. Our boy is furious now, looking up at this monster who has been in sheep clothing this entire time. Sugu goes on about our MC trying to befriend people they can't even manipulate without upping their friendship level. His eyes go lifeless as he declares that using people the way he has is the most efficient. He then makes it abundantly clear that he's better at the game than Corinlock. So, Sugu has been lying to our boy from the start, and that he's nothing like a newbie. With his head bowed, our MC asks how many people Sugu has killed. The mage takes some time thinking it over, claiming that he's not sure. He then admits that if he kills just 3 more people, it'll become 100,000 kills. This infuriates Corinlock even more, so he concludes that Sugu isn't human. He grabs the mage by his shirt and calls him a monster. Still unfazed, Sugu tells our boy to wake up, stressing that they're just NPCs. He defends himself by claiming that our MC has killed many NPCs too, but he immediately defends himself by reminding Sugu that he only killed evil bastards with no saving grace. Our boy yells loud enough for people 2 miles away to hear, screaming that the people he killed were trying to end the world. Words from Sugu's speech stick to our MC, words like efficiency and frustration. He slams the mage against the wall, asking him why he took Odachi if he's so concerned with efficiency, why he would steal a hidden piece meant for a knight. He doesn't even give Sugu the chance to answer before asking what the problem is with a regular elixir, seeing as he can easily make one via his stat window. Corinlock doubles down as he wonders aloud why Sugu would go through all these inefficient BS to create a farm. Sugu's eyes look crazier than usual as an equally maniacal smile stains his lips. Our boy cuts him off once again, claiming that the mage only needed a sandbag for all his sociopathic tendencies. This was where Sugu drew the line, not at killing or hunting other humans, but at being called a sociopath. He easily removes Corinlock's arms from his person and throws him into Mariette's chamber. The chamber cracks a bit, but our boy's head bleeds like hell. Our boy is still half conscious and struggling to find his footing when Sugu yells that he's driving him crazy. He claims that after everything he has done for Corinlock, he shouldn't talk to him like that. He then breaks into a small speech about how our MC is all he thinks about and yells that he should be Corinlock's everything, his entire world, if you may. He proceeds to grab our boy by his collar, eyes crazier than those of Popeye after his spinach gets stolen. Sehu yells that Armik doesn't know his place, and gets hurt poking his nose into everyone's business. He blames him for always staring at girls, leaving no other way to grab his attention. The mage resolves not to hold anything back anymore, and an injured Corinlock is now more confused than mad, seeing as he's thrown off by Sehu's behavior. He throws a tantrum, yelling that the mage is not supposed to be this kind of character. Our boy reminds him that they've been together for 199 chapters, and wonders why he's trying to change the genre so late into the game. Sehu then declares that he removed everything that could get in his way, just so he could have a future with our MC. The real reason why the mage put only male members in their team then dawns on our boy. The purple essence encapsulates Sehu again, and he tells Corinlock that the other men were just for looking and that he's the only one he really loves. Our MC immediately screams and punches Sehu in the face. He admits to himself that he finds the mage really terrifying and at that moment regrets never even having a girlfriend. While Sehu is knocked down, our boy tries to make a run for it. The mage just sends forth his magic and a purple vine traps Corinlock's leg and then his entire body. It ties him up like a dominatrix's offering, making tears gather in his eyes. Sehu then walks up to our MC, tied up and on his knees, and tells him that he cannot run. He promises to trap him forever and adds that he's now his. He refers to Corinlock as the only real thing in this fake world, but all our boy can do is scream and cry that he's being freaked out. He calls Sehu an insane bastard, but it doesn't stop him from getting trapped. Sehu promises that everything will be over soon and wears an ungracious smile as he declares that they'll be together forever once his fight is over. Our MC sinks into a different plane and wonders if it's one that Sehu made, only to get a notification about the last stage opening. Corinlock just stays on the floor as he accepts his fate, telling himself that the mage has always fought everything on his own and that he's certain Sehu will also beat the final boss. He grows weaker as he wonders what will happen to him once the mage defeats the final boss. Suddenly, a notification pops up, stating that a player has died and failed the challenge. Our boy just lays there amidst the nothingness, cursing under his breath as he realizes that Sehu just lost. Suddenly, we're back to sunlight filtering in through windows. That is, Corinlock finds himself back in his room. He freaks out, but this time, it's because of his wariness. He sits up in bed and stares out the window. Only then does he realize that he regressed to 3 years ago, vis-a-vis the first day he arrived in the game. He stares at his hands and clutches them into fists as they tremble. Tears flow down his cheeks soon enough, and he tells himself that he needs to kill Park Sehu. Corinlock remembers the Rhodian River flooding accident during the water monster subjugation quest. During this mission, the dam broke and it swept an entire village along with it. Unfortunately, 1,000 water monsters and thousands of people in the village drowned. Our boy remembers how, at such a horrendous scene, Park Sehu was smiling and calling it an awesome occurrence. At the time, Corinlock couldn't understand why the mage was snickering so much, but now that he thinks of it, whenever countless people died, Sehu only saw his profit in it with the chance to monopolize EXP. The image of the mage declaring that his kill count will soon be 100,000 sticks to our boy's mind like a fly to a spider's web. He calls Sehu the devil and declares that he can stop him, seeing as he regressed. At this point, the mage is simply a rank 5 bum. Just like our MC, so all roads lead to Merkaba Academy. It's a place where all the factors that strengthen the players are centered at. Only after entering the academy did Sehu get a whole lot stronger. Our boy races down with all his might because he had no idea how long it'll take for the mage to grow stronger after entering the academy. The entrance ceremony starts in 5 days, giving our MC a very narrow window to kill Park Sehu. As he runs through the forest, he stops by to pick up some mushrooms and continues his journey. Sehu gets a tutorial quest to protect some civilians and guards on a carriage. The carriage is headed towards Merkaba City and breaks down in a monster-infested forest. That night, the moon shines bright enough to bear witness to any events that will unfold. Beneath it, 2 knights talk. One successfully kills a monster, and the other commends him for his skill. Of course, the killer is none other than Park Sehu, and he thanks his superior for the compliment. The carriage rider then calls out to Mr. Leon and Ms. Laura, 2 other knights accompanying Sehu, telling them that the carriage is fixed. The mage goes on ahead, while Leon and Laura drag their feet. The former is excited to get a move on things while the latter just wants a chance to get some shut-eye. They then suddenly hear an ungodly howl emanate from behind them and look back with trembling. Out of the blue, a tree trunk comes launching towards them, but Leon is fast enough to push his comrade out of harm's way, yelling at her in accordance. He calls out her name as he hears up, only for her to have gotten the message before he speaks. She also wields her weapon close to her chest as they recognize the cries of a rank 2 werewolf monster. This beast huffs and puffs with its horns battle ready and fangs sharp as the tongue of a scornful woman. It lets out another howl for good measure, loud enough to draw Corinlock's attention. He wonders if the mission has already started and is surprised because he ran to the forest as fast as he could and still couldn't stop the mission. He wishes he had more time to prepare, just so he can save the other knights. Unfortunately, the werewolf gets busy tearing them apart. Laura, being its first victim, falls to the ground and Leon yells to check if she's okay. He doesn't have the luxury of letting down his guard, so he tells Sihu to get on the carriage while he buys some time. The mage takes the opposite option and tells the rider to head out, adding that they'll catch up. Another knight tries to stop him, but he tells her that he can't abandon Leon and run away. It is too bad that by the time he returns to battle, the werewolf already has its hand wrapped around Leon's neck. It towers over Sihu while it's at it, overwhelming him with its size. Meanwhile, Corinlock is already near the scene but waits in the bushes to confirm if the mage is either the one who will save this world or if he's a possessed player just like him. Sihu admits that the werewolf is really huge but readies himself to fight it off. The beast howls once again, only for the mage to overhear a female knight yell at him to get down. She comes at the werewolf with an unholy force, swinging her sword with all she has. Unfortunately, the beast stops it with its bare hand, shocking the knight in the process. She lands close to Sihu but tells him to stand back while she handles the monster. It turns out that the knight is the second daughter of Arden, who wields Odachi, one of 6 king swords. She's not only a named character but also the most influential party member. She's Alicia Arden. She strikes a battle pose as purple essence encapsulates her. Sadly, Sihu is not a friend. He grips his sword and begins spewing rubbish about how he was scared that he would let this moment slide. He pulls out his poisoned blade and slashes Alicia close to her heart. She was never expecting to be attacked by an ally, so she didn't guard herself or even look back until Sihu attacked her. It turns out that in the game's tutorial, Alicia Arden's death event existed as an Easter egg. Corinlock is mortified at the sight of Sihu striking Alicia and grits his teeth in rage as he confirms that the mage is the same possessed player after all. Meanwhile, Alicia tries asking why as she grips her shoulder in pain, the pain intensifies, making her break into a cold sweat. As her vision begins to blur, Sihu cracks a mischievous smile and lies that his hand slipped. The werewolf howls once again, as if to remind the knights of its presence. Alicia then stares helplessly as the beast chooses to attack her. It takes a swipe at her and she manages to block it with her good hand. Our boy does the math. If Alicia should die on this quest, Sihu would get his hands on the Odachi and later join Lunia Arden's party. Meanwhile, the mage wonders why his victim is still able to hold her own against the werewolf. He then blames it on the fact that she's a named NPC. She continues to block the monster's attacks, telling herself to calm down even though her pain is painfully obvious. She reaches for her blade and closes her eyes to focus. She then shoots her eyes open and plans to use her perfect footwork skills. Her stance switches alongside her essence, which is now a furious blue. The beast howls, but it does so in vain. Sihu realizes that she might as well kill the monster at this point and vows not to let that happen. His mischievous smile returns as he pulls out his poison dagger and throws it straight at Alicia's head. She instantly swipes it aside, acknowledging that the first attempt on her life wasn't a mistake after all. Sadly, the werewolf had come inches away from biting off her head during the short while Sihu had distracted her. Alicia is fast enough to lift her sword and bury it inside the head of this beast, spraying its blood like fireworks set off by a drunk. Unfortunately, the beast falls on top of her and she's too weak to wiggle free because of Sihu's poison. She just lies there, dazed, and the mage comes through and extracts the sword from the werewolf's corpse. He lifts it to the sky happily and declares that he has acquired the Odachi. He spends some time admiring the sword, seeing as the gear is only usable with a special skill. He decides to think about the second part later. For now, he's more interested in killing Alicia for the exp that comes with an NPC. The poor girl lies there, bleeding and weak, staring up at a heartless Sihu as he raises his blade to end her life. The look on his face is much too maniacal for our boy to handle, so he throws a small sack of ground mushrooms at the mage's head. Sihu cringes and begins to cough. He glares in every direction and yells as he asks about the mushrooms thrown at him. Furious, he dares the culprit to come out, screaming at the top of his lungs. Little does he know that a bunch of horned rats are making their way to him. You see, Corinlock had thrown to panic mushrooms at the mage and they just happened to be the favorite of forest monsters. Sihu exclaims when he notices that he's nothing but fresh meat marinated in tasty powder in the eyes of these monsters. He tries fighting his way out but finds it really difficult. Meanwhile, our boy infiltrates the scene and drags Alicia away, thanking God that she's still alive. He returns for the fangs of the werewolf, prying away at them with his dagger. He's still on his knees when Sihu shows up and asks for his identity. Our boy then mentions that the mage defeated the horned rats easily, thanks to the Odachi. Sihu is surprised to hear his voice and is even more surprised when he stands to his feet. Sihu still can't believe his eyes, so much so that he asks what Corinlock is doing there. Our boy gets the sense that the mage may have lost his memories from before. He also thinks it's great, so he plans to use it in his favor. He flashes him a smile and says hi, telling him that he'll cut his hand if he continues to hold his sword by the wrong side. When the mage seeks to confirm it, our hero takes a bunch of sand and swiftly throws it at the mage's eyes. He reacts immediately, cursing out loud and yelling for our boy to die. This is escorted by 2 mighty slashes of his blade. Our hero remains calm in the face of this, but admits to himself that the mage is pretty quick with his sword, even though he's clumsy on a good day. He realizes that Sihu is still stronger than him physically, but he's at a crossroads and has no choice but to defend himself. Corinlock then takes an offensive stance, using the fang of the just slain werewolf. Our boy follows up with a bunch of swift attacks that his opposition barely dodges. He thinks to himself that the mage can obviously smell that he'll die if the fang pricks his neck. As the clashes intensify, our boy manages to get Sihu to focus on the fang, and it gets so bad that he can't see anything but the fang. Our hero lets out a war cry as he continues to barrage the mage with attacks, overwhelming him beyond return. As soon as our MC realizes that he has fully engaged his opposition into blocking just the fang, he introduces a dagger with his left hand and sinks it into the mage's chest with an unholy force. He yells out in pain as blood leaks from the newly formed orifice, tears even gather in his eyes, and he lifts his hands in a pathetic attempt to stop our boy from doing the needful. Fortunately, Armak already has his hand lifted and he's about to sink the fang into his neck. He wastes no time bringing it down, but Sihu blocks it with his palm, so the fang goes right through, puncturing yet another orifice in his body. As he bleeds out, tears flow down his cheeks. He also tries to stop the fang from going into his neck like his life depends on it. Because it does. Too bad that Corinlock still prevails. He successfully pushes the fang through the mage's hand and into his neck, causing his blood to leak out from the opposite end. That makes it 3 new orifices in less than 10 minutes. Our boy thanks him for his past life, admitting to the now shallow-breathing mage that he made him stronger. He then adds that even now, he has no regrets about what he's doing. He retrieves the fang from the mage's neck and kneels over his body, breathing heavily. Armak later admits that he doesn't feel guilty only because he killed the seed of a monster. After the whole debacle, the game begins to malfunction, claiming that there's an error because Park Sihu, the main character, has been killed. It puts up a player's death notification while it calculates the odds of clearing the main scenario, and recommending the first best judgment world backup. The game proceeds to check out Corinlock by examining his ideology, potential, compatibility, and player log. They also pass his opponent's EXP down to him, alongside his minimal backup in case of a scenario collapse. After all of this is done, the game begins a succession program for our hero, making him a triple A-class knight and the martial master's successor. He stares at his new rank on the notification bar and notices that he's been moved up from NPC to sub-player. He immediately wonders if he'll get his own stat window now. His thoughts of grandeur get interrupted when he overhears Alicia coughing behind him. He swirls around to get a look and sees her having a rough time. Her cheeks turn red like she's got a fever coming on. She grips her side as though she's still in pain, and to top it off, she breathes heavily as blood escapes her body. Armak soon becomes wary of her, so he rushes to her side and inquires if she's okay. He gently cradles her head in his hands and tears fall down her eyes just as quickly. She easily confesses that she's not okay, mostly because she can't see. Our boy then tries to encourage her by adding that she, at least, has the strength to speak. He lists out a couple of symptoms for her to confirm, from being dizzy and losing her sense of smell, to her ears ringing. She then wonders how he knows her exact symptoms. Corinlock judges from her twisted tongue that she was poisoned with the peacock tree frog. It turns out that she was just lucky, because at this point in the tutorial, this poison is hard to create without a combination window. Apparently, Alicia would have already died if the poison had a slightly higher combination level. He heaves a sigh of relief and begins to worry about the fang he found in her abdominal region. He takes out his belt, attempting to stop her bleeding and then detoxify her. Our boy easily slants his belt across her shoulder and tightens it until Alicia screams like she's seeing a ghost that she can't run from. In a bid to calm her down, he tells her that everything's okay, adding that he's a master at detoxifying and stopping bleeding. He realizes that if she bites her tongue, it'll pose a huge problem, so he stares down, wondering something else that she can bite. With Sihu's body nearby, it becomes the best option. Our boy then stretches out Sihu's arm for Alicia to bite down on. He promises her that it's going to hurt and encourages her to bite down as hard as she can whilst also hanging in there. For some reason, the procedure involves Corinlock taking off his shirt. He reveals an unbelievable set of pecs, but that's by the wayside. You see, our boy doesn't really know why or how he traveled 3 years back, but he returned and killed a player. Meanwhile, he places his shirt on the exit wound in Alicia's back, grabs the fang, and swiftly pulls it out while still applying pressure to the exit. She may have died in his previous life, but he saved her in this one. Now, it's just 2 of them in the forest and of course, the beasts of the night. This doesn't bother our boy one bit. He's just glad that he saved a person. He then sets up a fire and gets to cooking an antidote. He had set up a makeshift bed for her and covered her up to her chest. He then tells her to hang in there once again, seeing as she's struggling for her life. In turn, she tells him not to worry, adding that people don't die so easily. She calls him Mr. Savior, but he pays no mind to that. Alicia would much rather know his name, so she asks for it as he wraps a few herbs in a warm towel. He places it on her head and then claims that she doesn't need to know his name. She tries to question him, so he tells her to stop thinking too much and adds that he'll wake her as soon as the antidote is ready. Knowing when she's beat, Alicia gives it a rest. Our MC even prefers that fewer people are kept in the dark about his actions. He proceeds to sit cross-legged just so he can access the current situation. Our boy draws a circle in the sand, remembering the story of the heroic legend of Akan and how it's about the hero. It turns out that said hero will have to attend Merkaba Academy, where he'll have to solve incidents and accidents that will occur there. This player will become the hero that will save the world, and said hero will have to defeat countless villains before defeating the final boss at the end. At this point, he remembers the devilish Park Sihu and how he only went with this part of the story because without defeating the final boss, the world would end. However, that hero just died, leaving our boy to wonder who will fulfill his destiny. After little or no consideration, Corin Locke declares that he must do it. Unfortunately, the game is stressing our boy out by blocking his access to a bunch of devices. He tries to access the inventory, the system window, and even the combination window, but the game only tells him that he doesn't have the permission to. Our MC then complains aloud about becoming a sub-player but not being privy to their convenient devices at all. He was excited for a chance to see the stat window, but in the end, it's all the same. Staring into the open flame, our hero admits how hard it is to be the backup for something he doesn't know. Worse off, with only the future memories he came to know during his past life. It dawns on him that he has to use elements outside the system. For 3 years, our hero had trained to his limits, confirming that he's no longer just a possessor or just an extra. He carves a sigil into the ground and flames emanate from it soon enough. A small smile revisits his lips as he confirms that the magic works. Apparently, our boy was desperate to survive back then and had an affinity for magic. He learned only one type, and that's rune magic. These are ancient letters with magical powers of their own like duty, restraint, and oath. These 3 are known as the runes of the 3 commandments and are some of the most powerful laws of this world. They also happen to be the source of supernatural strength and the cause of destruction. An idea pops into our hero's mind and he decides to go with it. He decides to inscribe all 3 runes onto his body, so he begins by biting his finger to get some of his blood and then begins to draw on his left arm. He starts with duty and tries to stifle the pain as the inscriptions begin to sizzle. This commandment grants the user extra strength when honoring a self-imposed oath. For example, you could keep doing simple duties like not eating chicken, but you won't earn reasonable stats because they're easy to adhere to. Even though this commandment is pretty demanding, our hero strengthens his resolve to make promises that he'll have to follow till the end. As the rune continues to sizzle on his arm, he declares that he will not turn a blind eye to the misfortune of good people. Immediately, the notification board pops up and spells out his duty. It then adds that his status will rise whenever he clears a quest. Soon enough, a chain surrounds his heart and the console tells him that if he fails to do his mission, it'll incur a penalty of 10. For the second commandment, our boy chooses restraint. He bites his left finger this time and draws the rune on his right hand. He growls in pain and then declares that he does not see spirit. The game bears witness almost immediately. It turns out that in this world, everything has a spiritual feeling to it, and astral beings of all kinds, including ghosts and spirits without material bodies, exist here. Since astral beings only get involved when both parties recognize each other, they cannot use their abilities to attack an unconscious person or someone who doesn't feel spirits. The game warns him again. This time, it promises to deal him 600% damage against all subjects as opponents if he disobeys the bind. It then activates the bind, causing hits from astral beings to bear 0 impact and those from physical ones go up with 50%. His plan went well, seeing as the commandment that stops astral beings from meddling with him has become a shield that guards him from all of their kind worldwide. Moving on to the next commandment, Oath. Corin Locke draws this one across his chest, admitting that the weight of using Oath as a backup carries a great risk. This is why neither Park Sihu or our hero used it in their past lives. It's just unfortunate that Sihu, who used everything in the system, ended up failing in the end. Our hero decides to unleash the greatest oath of all as he swears to save this world. These are ambitions only great warriors must pursue. The chains tightens around his heart as the system acknowledges that the commandments are complete. It then announces that they'll be applied to the sub-player. He's consumed by red energy as the system tells him that failure to uphold his oath will end in inevitable death. Alicia's eyes pop open and she just stares at the ceiling in confusion. She has no idea where she is and how she got there, so she tries sitting up to get some information. Unfortunately, her side is still hurt, so she groans in pain. A nurse shows up soon enough, clasping her prescription pad as she asks how the patient is feeling. Without answering the question, Alicia asks her where she is. In turn, the nurse reveals that she's in Merkaba City Emergency Hospital. Alicia is just full of questions. She wonders aloud where the person who brought her down is, and the nurse claims that her guardian just left. The knight becomes restless at the sound of this, so the nurse reminds her that she can't move yet. Alicia stubbornly swipes that statement aside, twirling her head side to side in search of her stuff. When she sees it, it still has Corin Locke's belt hanging out of it. She realizes that it belongs to her savior and her expression becomes determined. She calls for the nurse at the top of her voice, and for some reason, she asks if there's any place selling honey bomb candy. Sadly, the nurse declares that all she can have for now is stew. It's been 3 days since the tutorial quest ended, and now, it's time for the Merkaba Academy entrance ceremony. Of course, our boy shows up. He stands outside as he confirms the credentials that he'll need. To enter, he'll need his student's ID, which he finds in his wallet alongside a letter. He has no recollection of putting it there, so he just pries it open. He then discovers that it's from his mom, and it expresses how proud of him she is. His mom encourages him to become a good man who protects many people like those who are great protectors by his side. Our hero heaves a tired sigh as he tries to remember when his mom slid in the letter. You see, Corin Locke may be a normal incompetent child, but he, too, has a family. When our hero first possessed his body, he was as awkward as a loud fart on a silent commute. Even at that, the family didn't stop treating him like one of their own. This was what made him begin to love his family in this world. He clasps the letter as a smile creeps onto his lips. He then reiterates that that's the difference between him and Sihu. On the other hand, many trains find their way to the Merkaba Academy, but even more students do. They commune nearby, talking amongst themselves. One of the students wonders why there are so many trains, but he just chucks it up to the fact that Merkaba Academy is the Holy Grail. Soon enough, a blue-haired lady with a cape and a basket of potatoes drops by to say hello to the new students, telling them to gather. She instantly asks if our boy is also a student, but he introduces himself instead. All she notices is that he's tall, so she concludes that he must eat a lot. She then offers him a potato, smiling and stretching one out on a napkin. This confuses him though. They all move on as this lady gives them the tour of the school. She shows them the creation building where magic students gather and conduct their research. This lady happens to be Mariette Dunelef, a first-class second-year Merkaba Academy mage who receives blessings from everyone and practically has no secrets. As she continues to give her tour, our hero can't help but see her as one of those people who'll experience a lot of unpredictable misfortunes and tragedies in this world. Sadly, there are depths of this misfortune that Mariette must face when the time comes. That is because this dainty lady is going to be the final boss of the first act. They finally come to the end of their tour, and the final boss yells that every student should take one potato alongside a sweet potato as they get off the train. Afterwards, she leaves them happily, bidding everyone good luck and goodbye. In the radiant hall of Merkaba Academy, the new students roam free. That's until a magic circle suddenly appears above them. Our boy is unfazed and just acknowledges that the space expansion magic is starting. This is not the case for the other students, who immediately freak out when the area turns into a deep blue void. Some of the students even panic, asking if their mates can see in front of them. Suddenly, a vice bellows, telling the students not to be flustered. He adds that he's surprised that the Academy's new cadets are taken aback by such cheap magic. Anyway, while the others continue to freak out, Corin Locke is almost bored. He blocks one ear to get the cadence and almost immediately recognizes the voice as belonging to a certain old man, Heyman. Our boy feels like the old man's pattern is always the same and that it's basically like boot camp. Undoubtedly, this generation has a history of battle against the evil tribe. At the time, the best weapons against this evil were superhumans who could control mana and aura. The Guardian Academy in Merkaba was where these superhumans were trained. Back to it, a silhouette approaches the crowd and says hello. He then comes into the light before telling everyone that he's Professor Firmak Damon and that he's in charge of the new students' welcome ceremony. Our boy is in the back, smiling ear to ear as he remembers that it's been a while since he last saw the professor. Firmak goes on about how all the students have come to either be knights or mages and adds that they must have been issued certificates upon entry. The build-up was just to make it clear that all the new students aren't that great, even though some of them must feel like they are. He then gives everyone a chance to showcase their abilities. Everyone gets their stats out, including our boy, who by the way has 0 abilities, a low mana rank, a terribly low aura rank, and an overall rank of 6th. Corin Locke instantly admits that his stats are boring and that his physicals are even worse. Just then, the professor announces that what they're looking at is their own overall ranks, and beneath him there are numbers spanning from 1 to 6. He then instructs the students to stand in front of the number that matches their ranks. Of course, our hero starts the queue of 6th rankers, noticing that there's a total of 400 students. He also realizes that he's in the bottom 1%. At this point, Firmak grins mischievously and wishes everyone good luck in battle. The students then begin to glow as they are transported to where they'll be tested. Meanwhile, the higher-ups discuss how this year's freshmen possess some diamonds in the rough. A blonde-haired professor adjusts her glasses as she points out that there's no need to measure the 1st and 2nd rank students. She then suggests that they just wait until all the other students are assessed. The 2nd rank students include Alicia Arden, granddaughter of a sword genius, and someone lucky enough to be saved by our hero. Then there's Yule, one of Avalon's druids. There's also Drenworski, mercenary of sword control. Lastly, there's Cranel Ludin, a golem sorcerer. For this year's freshman there is only one 1st rank, blessed with power so immense it leaks out of her body in a red essence. She's the heavenly Yaksha, H. Warren. The blonde professor furrows her brows as she stares at the 1st ranker, confused as to what the director was thinking when he enrolled her. One of the professors cuts her off as he suggests leaving the 6th rankers out of the tests. He even thinks that the 5th rankers look like a waste of time. He doubles down and reiterates that the 6th rankers should simply be thrown out. Unfortunately, this pisses the blonde professor off. She snaps her whip and reminds the professor that the director wants every student to have a learning experience. She then rhetorically asks him if he disagrees with the director. The professor swallows his opinions moving forward and starts the test by snapping his fingers. In turn, a weapon's chest emanates and drops down in front of our hero. A warning then comes through, telling him that monsters will swarm out in 30 seconds and that he should do as much as he can. Corin Locke sees this as a bias test, one that puts you in a place with nothing and makes you fight monsters based on your level. His expression is one of disgust and he declares that the place is as unfriendly as ever. With 5 seconds left on the clock, our boy digs through the weapon's chest knowing full well that most 5th and 6th rank students will be anxious. This anxiety will push them to grab anything they can and it'll most likely be a sword. Our hero also picked a sword in his last life's rank test. With 3 seconds to go, monsters begin to forge. These monsters are called shorthounds and they're only 5th rank. They seem to have flames in their eyes and jewels encrusted into their heads. They begin to growl as though the timer is the only thing stopping them from tearing our hero apart. A gust of wind begins to surround our hero as he warms up his weapon of choice. He declares that swords are all good and fine, but it takes 100 days to use a spear, 1,000 days for a blade, and 10,000 days for a sword. At this point, the timer runs out. Our hero wastes no time as he takes in a deep breath and lifts his weapon for attack. He launches it with all the strength that he can muster and like a missile with optimum precision. It leaves a red trail until it takes out the first short hound. Our boy had chosen a spear and rightfully so. He apologizes to the other hounds ahead of time, but they chase after him anyway. Sadly, before they can reach him, the spear returns and takes the 2 of them out at once. Our hero simply flashes a smile as he announces that he has way too much experience killing off monsters. Corin Locke retrieves his spear from the guts of a short hound, using his leg for support as he announces that he used 12 seconds to take them out this time. In his past life, our MC had gotten himself eliminated by these short hounds and couldn't even kill any of them. Now, he's standing over the disintegrating corpse of the last one, swinging his spear in victory. Of course, this time is different. He then mounts his weapon on his shoulder, wearing an arrogant grin as he claims that he'll kill all the beasts until the next rank comes. Our hero declares that the next wave can enter, but nothing happens. 5 minutes pass and he's just standing there wondering what the problem could be. He begins to worry soon enough and asks himself why nothing's coming out. He breaks into a cold sweat as thoughts of the system being broken seep into his mind. Meanwhile, a 5th ranker is somewhere struggling with one short hound and losing. He screams upon seeing the beast, making a run for it as it howls at him. Ultimately, the poor student gets cornered, so he yells for someone to save him as he comes face to face with the exposed jaws of a short hound. The monster wastes no time aiming for his neck, only for this so-called warrior to curl up pitifully. Their professor just watches with disgust and he openly asks what the students are going to do if they can't handle common low-rank beasts. Apparently, the professor had set a record for killing 5th rank monsters in 1 minute and 22 seconds. The professor is deeply disappointed as he stares into the crystal ball. He then concludes that there's no point in checking out the 6th rankers if the 5th rankers are this underwhelming. At that moment, his attention is drawn to Corin Locke, who is now sitting and yawning in the middle of the test. The professor is left wondering if the monsters weren't summoned and concludes that it must be a bug in the system. Because of this, he sends more short hounds at our hero. In turn, our boy just glances back at the hounds, disappointed that a higher rank of monsters haven't been sent out. He then asks no one why the same monsters have come again. Back to the professor who's busy lording over the test, shaking his head in disappointment. As the losing students cry for help, he refers to them as pathetic bastards. Meanwhile, Corin Locke wastes no time destroying his monsters with the aim of his spear. The professor is distracted the whole time, thinking that he has finally found the first student to pass at 7 minutes and 20 seconds. He then deduces that the 3rd ranks will only need 2 to 3 minutes to finish up their monsters. As he asks himself what the 5th and 6th rankers are up to, he notices our hero again, sitting and yawning just like he was the first time. This gets the professor even more confused, so much so that he calls our hero a bastard and asks what's up with him. He tries touching the crystal ball to check if it is broken and yells that the monster summons keep malfunctioning. His much bigger colleague shows up and confirms that there's nothing broken about it, seeing as Madame Josephine, the test magic creator, has never made a mistake in 20 years. The professor then points at our MC, telling his colleague that he should have been eliminated a long time ago, but is still sitting bored in the middle of the test. He then adds that it is obvious the test magic isn't working. In turn, his colleague inquires if the professor witnessed the monsters not being summoned. His hand reaches his chin as he admits that he didn't, and asks if there's a need for him to witness such a thing. His colleague just repeats the question for confirmation's sake, but this time it annoys the professor into yelling that he's sure it is a bug. To settle everything, the professor agrees to summon the monsters again. As the short hounds appear before Corin Locke for the umpteenth time, he gets so pissed that he curses out loud and then asks why the same monsters keep coming. He continues screaming that it is not like he's training a dog, and channels all of his anger into his next attack. Our hero wields his spear with both hands, tainting the tip with flame magic as he stabs all three short hounds into oblivion, one after the other. The poor beasts never stood a chance and they squeal as they get eliminated. The timer stops at 7.3 seconds, surprising the professor and his colleagues so much that their jaws almost touch the ground. The professor is the most taken aback by this, so he calls on Fermac to come take a look. In turn, Fermac would like to know what's happening, so the professor asks him about the fastest record for the 3rd and 4th ranks that he's in charge of. Mr. Fermac takes a while to think it through before announcing that a kid named Jaeger got it done in 3 minutes and 30 seconds. After getting asked why, the professor averts his gaze, claiming that it is nothing much. He concludes that our boy must be the son of a hunter, seeing as he's so good with a spear. On that note, he summons a greater monster for him to face. Just then, a 4th rank mat boar appears before our hero, eyes red and full of malice. The professor then stands aside to watch how he'll fare against this beast, only to be shocked beyond his expectations mere moments later. Our boy had successfully defeated the boar in 3.7 seconds. The professor sends another beast, announcing that this one won't be easy. He sends a 3rd rank owlbear for our hero to combat. This beast comes with fur white as snow, but has a battle cry that could keep children up at night. Anyway, despite how much it towers over our hero, he remains unshaken. The owlbear makes the first move as it swipes at our boy. Luckily, he's fast enough to dodge it and tries striking the beast in succession. Unfortunately, it is ineffective, seeing as he has to dodge a consecutive attack from the monster. To gain the upper hand, our MC calls forth Kenaz, the rune magic for flame, and in accordance, it surrounds the owlbear. For unknown reasons, fire is ineffective against the monster, but every professor present is intrigued when they see our boy's rune magic. Even Professor Fermac. While the monster struggles to put out the seemingly never-ending flame, our hero stands a few ways from it and deduces that his last attack has no effects. At that moment, he has an idea, so he begins to twirl his spear in anticipation and jumps high enough that he's right above the distracted beast. He then comes down on it, piercing the spear into its head with the help of gravity. Apparently, it was enough that the flames blocked the vision of this monster. Meanwhile, one of the professors is so impressed that he admits to himself that our boy isn't a mere 6th rank. In fact, he feels like he would defeat more high-ranking monsters, but the test doesn't allow monsters higher than 3rd rank for tests. His colleague can't get his hands off the crystal ball, seeing as he's excited about a fun guy finally showing up at the academy for the first time in a long time. After this, comes the evil spirit test, and the professor is excited to see how our hero will do in that. He announces the beginning of the 5th rank evil spirit test and sends the first spirit down. Unfortunately, immediately it appears, it disappears. It does this so quickly that our hero doesn't see it. He keeps watching his environment, telling himself that something was definitely summoned. He also realizes that he can neither see nor hear it because of the restraint penalty. This, alongside the rune he drew on his body, giving him a pass from sensing or interfering with souls, ghosts, or spirits. By extension, he can't see evil spirits too, so he shuts his eyes just to be sure, and counts to 60. After the minute is up, he confirms that the spirit must have been summoned. With this, he lifts his spear above his head, announcing to his judges that he gives up. On this note, his scores are shown on a blue console, revealing that he made no progress on the evil spirit test. However, on the monster test, he set new time records for defeating the 5th, 4th, and 3rd rank monsters respectively. Afterwards, he appears before his professor and condescendingly tells him that he did a good job. In turn, the professor just stands there, shocked that our boy withdrew. He's left wondering what coincidental is. Later on, all the candidates gather in the main hall as they converse amongst themselves. Our hero then weaves through the crowd, overhearing his classmate ask his friend about rank, and said friend claims that he's doomed because he only made 4th rank. The conversation goes on as one announces that he made 3rd rank and the other asks if he fought both the owlbear and banshee. At this point, everyone's attention is drawn to the hunky man posing in the middle of the hall, a 3rd rank student named Jaeger Hinchbetter. Our hero instantly remembers him from before. Apparently, Jaeger started a fight with Sihu at the beginning of the story and the psychopath slit his throat because he was pissed off. Our boy rubs the back of his neck as the memory replays. He then admits that although Jaeger is arrogant and a bit of a delinquent, it is pretty common to be those things at the boy's age. Secluded to a part of the hall are the students who didn't do so well. Unfortunately, the others openly laugh at them, reiterating that it must be hard to lose on purpose, and asking whether there are still people who lose to short hounds and ghosts. Amongst these low performers lies Lark, a boy who, in our hero's past life, couldn't get over his inferiority complex. Sadly, he received the same fate as Jaeger after slandering him and Sihu. The sound of speakers coming to life interrupts our hero's thoughts, and a certain director Iryu Kassar wields the microphone to bid everyone a good morning. He begins his speech with a quote about the students coming to his academy where the strong gather just so that they, too, will become strong. He adds that some students have enough strength while others have a long way to go, and that he cannot guarantee that they'll get what they want at the end of their time in the academy. What he can do is hope that each student finds his or her place in the academy. Everyone listens attentively, Lark, our hero, and even Jaeger. The director goes on about merely being there to help the students take the correct first step, and adds that the second step upwards is their responsibility. His speech then comes to an end, so he flashes a small smile and bids all his students a good day. Right on cue, everyone scatters into their various nooks and crannies on campus. Lark finds a corner to nurse a good book, but gets intruded upon by Jaeger, who tries to introduce himself arrogantly. He soon notices that Lark isn't paying any attention. This makes him approach the bespectacled boy, lean on the wall above him, and say hi. Lark stutters his reply and gets asked what his rank is. In turn, he confesses that he's a 5th rank. Jaeger mocks him, calling him pathetic, and taunting him as he asks if the boy couldn't kill a ghost or even a short hound. Just as he's laughing at the poor boy, our hero observes the situation and intervenes by putting his arm around Jaeger. He then flashes a bright smile as he says hey to both boys. This makes the hunk glare at him, wondering aloud about who he is. Our hero just dismisses the question and begins to praise Jaeger's tattoos, claiming that the artist must have been really talented, all because the tattoos are still very neat up close. He points at the one on Jaeger's top back, seeing as it is a tattoo of his blood type, and commends him for being prepared for a situation where he'll need a blood transfusion while he's passed out or hurt. Anyway, the air is thick with tension until the hunky student loosens up. He then flashes our hero a smile, telling him that he knows his stuff. Jaeger also points at the tattoo as he announces that his mom did it for him, adding that she's a tattoo artist. Apparently, she originally specialized in line work, but since her son asked, she did it in the old school style. These are both types of tattoos. Our hero continues to play along, declaring that Jaeger's mom is awesome, and asking whether he has more ink anywhere else. This was a question he already knew the answer to. It turns out that in our boy's previous life, the hunk had gone missing, and this attracted his mother to the academy. She then revealed that all of her son's tattoos weren't meaningless. It was something she did out of worry for her son who had enrolled in the Guardian Academy. Back to the present, and Jaeger wastes no time showing off more of his body art, flexing his muscles as he explains that the flying chariot on his arm represents Merkaba Academy. Our hero just keeps playing on his ego, telling him that he's so cool. He then introduces himself as Corin Locke and gives the hunk a chance to introduce himself too. Of course, he claims that he's Hinchbetter and then asks the bespectacled boy for his identity. Lark is startled that he got asked, so he quickly twirls his head in their direction before stuttering his name. As the three of them share a sort of bonding moment, Alicia is busy watching them closely. Well, watching our hero. She's so impressed by how he naturally saved Lark from getting bullied, and blushes as she admits that he's amazing. She then concludes that he seems like a good person. Back to our MC. He takes note of the way he left a good impression on his bespectacled friend, and remembers that Lark's ability was memorize. He smiles mischievously with his hands against his hips, acknowledging that he has found his free skill book. Meanwhile, Alicia thinks that even his smile is pretty, and wonders what type of person our hero is. You see, the great Merkaba Academy makes almost all of its facilities free for its students. The cafeteria is much cheaper than outside, and the dorms are also free. Amongst all of these facilities, the most recommended remains the training rooms, and the reason for this is quite simple. Take our hero for example. He makes use of one of the training rooms, a place where the impossible becomes possible, a place where spirits which he normally shouldn't see become visible to him. Meanwhile, two other students watch him from a distance, and one tells the other that our hero is training with a spirit body. He adds that students normally train with spirit bodies in their second semester, and mentions that he's sure our boy must have come to train after hearing a rumor somewhere. His colleague finally replies, accentuating the fact that there are countless second-year students who still can't catch a wind-type spirit body. All this while, Mariette Dunelif overhears them speaking. As for our hero, he's unfortunate enough to get smacked on his head by the spirit that he's up against, and the onlookers waste no time laughing at him. They point out that it is what a first year gets for fighting a wind spirit. Our boy begins to breathe heavily as he grips his spear with the little strength he has left. He then wonders aloud if he has taken on more than he can handle, only for an instructor to reiterate the fact that he's a freshman. This is enough to distract our hero, so he turns around to say hello to the instructor. He gets asked why he's practicing against a spirit body, and our hero claims that it's to strengthen his spear skills. In turn, the instructor asks if he's confident he can do it, and our boy declares that he will. On the inside, he mulls over why the old man approached him out of the blue, and welcomes the possibility that something may have gone wrong during the entrance exam. The instructor just glares at our hero, only to suddenly burst into a wide smile and commend his take on life. As a reward, the old man presents our MC with 10 meal tickets, and adds that he should find him when he succeeds so that he can praise him. Corin Locke is excited and confused at the same time, and just watches as the instructor laughs his way out of the training room. He then admits to himself that he got nervous for no reason, and acknowledges the instructor as a man who shows affection using food. The only thing under contemplation now is whether or not it is a good sign. Anyway, he declares that he's going to start the training again, while Mariette just observes as he goes about it. He twirls his spear as he uses it to combat the wind spirit, but eventually gets struck in the stomach. He groans in pain and falls on his back, more groans escaping him. Our hero simply stays down, staring at the ceiling and heaving tired sighs. Suddenly, someone tosses a napkin at his face, asking if the training is hard. It turns out to be Mariette wielding an empty glass on the other side of the demarcation. Our boy admits that he's having a hard time, so the heroine tells him that he can rest, and that he has worked hard enough for now. In addition, she uses her water magic to fill up the cup and hands it to our boy, informing him that he just needs to get the hang of it. She proceeds to encourage to try again next time and declares that he'll be able to do it someday. Our hero simply peels off the napkin from his face and stares into the abyss in silence. He mutters to himself that he does not have a next time even though he had one 3 years ago. He stretches his hand to collect the water and then goes down memory lane. You see, back when he met Sihu, they had the player's stat window, as well as potions and skill books from the combination window. Unfortunately, Sihu is no longer around. Having gulped down the contents of the cup, our boy sits upright and recalls killing the former hero. It dawns on him that he now has to do everything on his own. He thanks Mariette for the water as he returns the glass. He then adds that he thinks one can always give up later. For now, he has to become the strongest. With this, our MC gets back on his feet and wields his spear, keeping in mind that he must first figure out his limits. As the spirit comes for him, he realizes that he must test how far he can use his abilities from the past even though it might seem a bit excessive. Our hero starts with the ominous serpent stab, twisting his blade in a slithering manner. Up next, he uses the tiger wind attack which involves him using his fist as a claw alongside his spear. He goes on to the black capture plaque counterattack, making 2 quick and successive motions to make it seem like he's more than one person. After this, he tries his hand at the returning heaven spin, and then the pagoda tree mountain throw. Our hero decides to take a breather, reminding himself that he neither had a strong body nor vast magic power. He then realizes that all the information gathered on Park Sihu and the future was all useless in the face of monsters and geniuses. Anyway, in order to make it out against these monsters and geniuses, our boy had to work harder than anyone else. This was the only identity he possessed. He grips his spear once again, tighter than he did before, telling himself that the last 3 years of training will not betray him. With this, a reddish essence begins to surround him, and he unleashes the technique known as Ominous Serpent. Deep Righteousness. His spear, still encapsulated by the red essence, pierces the air until it grazes the wind spirit. Mariette concludes that he just threw the spear because he's giving up, only for her to realize that he caught it once again. Her eyes widen as this dawns on her, but our hero wastes no time preparing a follow-up attack. As literal flames leak from his person, he gains sight of his opponent and summons Slithering Serpent, Calamity Serpent Intent. This attack meanders its way through the wind spirit, making it impossible for it to dodge. Soon enough, the spirit explodes in defeat and Mariette just observes in awe. The after effects of the attack literally blow her hat off, and she's so impressed that she admits that calling our boy strong, or even outstanding, is not enough. Only words that could summarize her honest appreciation lingered on her tongue. She can't help but gaze upon Corinlock in all his glory, seeing as the blue of the wind spirit spreads across the room, giving our hero a certain majesty. She then admits to herself that he's so awesome. At this point, our boy begins to drop to the ground, parting ways with his spear on the way down. Mariette immediately asks if he's okay, and when she doesn't get a response, she calls out for him. It turns out that our hero is being excessive after all, because he just lays on the ground exhausted and unable to move. His spear also had the misfortune of getting broken in the ruckus. The next day, Mariette comes before all the freshmen, smiling as she announces that she'll be showing them the academy's facilities. While she goes about her mission, our hero chews on a potato even as his face is patched up. He can't stop thinking of how to get his body into shape so that he can fight properly, of how to raise his physical capabilities without using Park Sehu's elixirs. As he mixes with the crowd, the only way to achieve his mission comes to mind, and that is to invoke commandments. He looks at Lark as he remembers that the first one is not to turn a blind eye to the misfortune of others. With this in mind, he approaches the bespectacled boy and puts his hand around his shoulder as he says hello. Lark shifts his gaze from the book he's reading to our boy's face, and overhears him inviting him for a bite. This doesn't excite him, so our hero whispers that they'll also talk about grimoires a bit too. He gets wide-eyed after this. Simply put, a grimoire is a skill book, a powerful artifact that allows you to acquire the corresponding magic or trait just by reading it. For some reason, the library at Merkaba Academy is almost as large as the academy itself. It also stores and passes on humanity's knowledge to future generations. Our hero doesn't believe a word of the last statement though. What he believes is that the library exists to hide grimoires. On this note, he and Lark rummage through the library in search of one. Our MC tells his companion that it is a tree in the forest situation, but Lark just wants him to keep his promise. In turn, Corinlock smiles at him, adding that he'll have the grimoire with the traits written on it as long as his companion fulfills the preset conditions. You see, Lark is a hard worker, an intellectual and model student who memorized all sorts of magic and stored them in his spell book. Of course, it doesn't matter how many spells he has since it'll be difficult to use all of them. Our boy just continues scrolling from book to book, throwing them on the ground if they're not what he's searching for, all while his friend stares in confusion. Anyway, he bears in mind that if a magician's level and mana level are low, they cannot produce good results even if their theory is great. Fortunately, it is a different story when it comes to grimoires. Our hero finally tugs on a book called The Opposite of a Sparrow is a False Bird, and while Lark tries to rebuke him for playing around, our boy reveals a secret passageway. When his friend notices this, all of his rebuke ceases and is replaced by immediate awe. He's so shocked that he stutters as he asks our MC about how he managed to find it. All Core and Locke does is proclaim that they should go inside, so his partner asks him to wait so they can go in together. As they walk down the stone brick road, Lark admits that the place is eerie and clasps his book against his chest. At that moment, our hero calls out to him, reminding him that it is time to keep his promise, and asking that they should do well. Apparently, our boy wants his partner to help him repel evil spirits, so they shake on it enthusiastically. Just as Lark seeks more information on what to do, our hero suddenly punches his lights out. Worse off, he does it with a smile on his face and then stands over his body menacingly. He then declares that it is time they get started. Core and Locke squats over his passed out friend, admitting that he's here to complete a special quest even though his initial reason for coming was to help Lark. However, if he manages to capture the evil spirit in the library, he'll earn the hidden piece he wants. Our hero glances to the side as he realizes that there's one major problem, and his name is Sabancha Duke, a special evil spirit big enough to tower over our boy. He remembers that this quest has been designed to be practically impossible. His hand then cups his chin as he wonders how he's supposed to catch a special evil spirit. At this point, our hero has no idea that Sabancha has compiled multiple balls of energy to attack him. The evil spirit then sends them in their numbers, but they just flow past our boy. Normally, most players would die at the beginning of such a quest, an attack from a General Duke who commanded the South 800 years ago. But not our hero. He stands to his feet soon enough, looking in the direction of the multiple attacks, all to no avail. This is because of his restraint rune magic, which restricts him from perceiving spirits. Sabancha tries to attack him once again, but it is a waste of time. Having sensed his environment, our hero scratches his face, wondering if something is happening. He then calls out the spirit's name, catching it by surprise. In turn, he apologizes for not being able to see him and lifts Lark, asking the spirit to just enter his body. Meanwhile, Sabancha stands right behind our hero, more confused than ever. You see, in this world, there are factors, and these are elements that can change normal humans into demi-humans like vampires and werewolves. One day, Sabancha woke up as a vampire and killed his servant. Despite his efforts to restrain his vampire instincts, they win every time. So, out of fear of killing his wife and daughter, he evacuated his family and closed down the castle. In order to avoid any carnage, he used magic to seal himself inside a book, and that is the grimoire that's located in the Merkaba Academy library. As suggested, Sabancha possesses Lark, but immediately roars with malice. He then launches towards our hero in a fit of rage, leaving him to wonder if the spirit is approaching him because he's a vampire who's gone crazy by impulse. Anyway, the other reason why our boy chose Lark is because being possessed by such a strong evil spirit would pull out any latent strength left in him. As predicted, he tries to attack our hero, but he dodges it in time and easily knocks Lark to the ground. It turns out that inside the heroic legend of Arhan, the bespectacled boy had the lowest physical strength stats. Our MC feels sorry for him but painfully accepts the fact that this is the best way to clear the Duke quest at hand. He's now stepping on Lark's back as he welcomes the idea of killing the poor boy to attain the highest grade items, like the Duke's cape and the vampire's armor. These were the same weapons wielded by Park Sihu, and they played a big role in the incidents that occurred in the future. A barely visible smile creeps onto our hero's lips as he admits that he's different from Sihu. At that moment, he asks the evil spirit if he's curious about his wife and daughter, Luina and Cecilia Duke. This prompts Sabancha, stopping him in his tracks as he rests on all fours and looks at our boy. In turn, Core and Locke tempts the spirit with the promise of information about his family's lives after he was sealed. Our hero went on to tell Sabancha many stories, from how his wife died after leaving the castle, to what an amazing adventurer his daughter turned out to be. He went on about how the girl traveled the world, reminding himself that he didn't like the way Sihu did things. So, as Korin, who had a family he loved in this world, he wanted to properly end the life of this poor soul. Our hero asks Sabancha what he thinks about his response, whether or not it was satisfactory. Tears just well up in his eyes and he apologizes for attacking our boy earlier, adding that he's grateful for all the information. Our MC laughs it off because he wasn't even hit, and even if he was, Lark's punches barely carry any weight. After this, our hero asks for one more thing, grimoires. It turns out that before Sabancha ascended, he and our hero had a long conversation, and the spirit bestowed a few things upon him. First off, some soul dust, and then a grimoire. This is the same book that the Duke's soul was sealed in, and it contains various abilities and spells which, when read, can be learned. During this process, our hero attains a new ability called Persistent Warrior's Regeneration. This ability works on the principle that the wielder's fighting spirit be maintained. If he can do this, he will continue to recover. Our hero lifts the soul dust as he stares at it, but all he can think about is his new ability and how Park Sihu also possessed it. The only problem is that he doesn't know how much he can recover, mostly because he never saw Sehu get hurt. At this point, Lark regains consciousness, groaning and rubbing his face as he sits upright. Our hero turns to him, asking if he's okay and telling him not to push himself. He then adds that an evil spirit possessed him until just now. In turn, his bespectacled friend asks if chins are supposed to hurt when evil spirits possess people, and our hero quickly averts his gaze due to all the guilt he's feeling. He pretends not to know what happened, telling Lark to shut up and take the grimoire. Still nursing his chin, his friend stares in awe of this magical book, trying to confirm if it is the real thing. Our hero then squats so he can be on eye level with his colleague, and the boy asks if he can really have the grimoire. You see, there's another reason why our MC chose Lark, and it was because he wanted to see how sometimes the ones who try hard receive a reward. As expected, the bespectacled boy is overly excited as he flips through the grimoire's pages. Just then, our hero's console pops up, revealing the rule accompanying the duty commandment, the one obligating him not to turn a blind eye to the misfortune of those who are kind. For executing a difficulty level B duty, our boy gets 80 points equally distributed. He's giving Lark a hand when he discovers this, and it dawns on him that based on the game logic, if one can get 5 stats from leveling up once, he just got the point equivalent of leveling up 16 times. For some reason, he didn't get a level up notification, so our hero concludes that the first level quest rewards must only be points. He continues to carry his friend out of the secret passageway, asking himself if the total is compensating for the fact that he can't gain stats directly. He's still impressed by the amount of EXP he got though. Soon enough, another commandment duty pops up, the one requiring him not to turn a blind eye to the misfortune of others. It then details how he got 40 points for not turning a blind eye to Lark's misfortune, and another 40 for not turning a blind eye to Sabanch's. Back in the stamina training room, Mariette asks the students if they want potatoes, and many of them scream that they do. In turn, she waves one while she wields the rest in a small basket on her arm. Later on, she walks up to our hero as he does his stretches and inquires if he's going to catch spirit bodies today too. Our boy replies positively, only looking at her through the side of his eye. Mariette then declares that she believes he can do it, and smiles widely as she promises to cheer him on. Meanwhile, the other students munch on potatoes, and one of them asks Mariette how possible it is for a 5th-rank first-year student to catch a spirit body, pointing out that he didn't watch carefully the previous day, but is certain that our boy also failed. Another student then yells that she shouldn't give our hero false hope, and calls him a jerk for hogging Mariette's attention. In turn, the instructor flashes a small smile and proceeds to bet 2 gold coins that our hero will succeed. This immediately causes a ruckus and the other students surround her. One of them bets 70 silver that he won't, and another asks why she keeps taking care of Corin Locke. At that moment, our boy sulks in a corner, half pissed that everyone is betting on him when he just came to practice. This doesn't keep him down though, so he reaches for his spear and tells himself that all he has to do is focus. He recalls that he has the stats he earned from helping Sabancha ascend, so he feels that he can definitely catch the spirit body. Our boy admits that he's also curious about how much stronger he is now, and decides to start with the weakest basics. The first tactic he uses is the stab ominous serpent, waving his spear fast enough to raise some wind. He remembers that he used the slithering serpent tactic to beat the first spirit body, adding that it is one of the most difficult amongst the calamity serpent intents. With this in mind, our boy concludes that using the simplest technique will probably not do anything. Unexpectedly, the first aim of his spear pierces the spirit into oblivion, surprising him and every other student present. They refuse to believe that he did it in one blow, and with the ominous serpent technique at that, all of their mouths stay open from the shock, and our hero isn't left out. He's left contemplating that he may have gotten too strong. Mariette interrupts his train of thought, reiterating how it took him 3 swings to create a shock yesterday, and 1 to create it today. Our boy stares back at her as he reluctantly concurs. He then turns to face her, certain that she must have been watching everything the day before. More importantly, our hero realizes that she must have insane eyesight to be able to track the movements of his calamity serpent's intent with her eyes. Once again, she interrupts his thoughts, but she presents a bag of coins to him this time. She then adds that it is his share from the bets. Our boy leans back as he begs her pardon, and she explains that thanks to him, she earned quite a bit of money. Mariette thinks it is only right to cut him in on the proceeds. While the losers break down in tears, our hero questions the instructor about his share, making her wonder aloud if he doesn't like things like that. He stays calm on the outside, but all he can see is that Mila. Internally, he asks what type of person would hate money and admits that Mariette is so intelligent. He then bursts into an extended laughter as he grabs the sack of coins from the instructor, hoping that she also does her best in the future. The moon sits high in the sky that night, and our hero munches on a potato beneath it. He recalls how he fought tooth and nail to polish his martial arts skills in his past life, and now he can barely do up to the 5th step in the 6 steps of enlightenment. After yet another bite of his potato, he admits that he still has a long way to go, but is not that worried because he has been advancing at the spear faster than he expected. The problem now is rune magic, Hagelar's to be exact. His console pops up to notify him that he's short of mana. You see, he couldn't fully resolve this in his past life either, seeing as rune magic takes up a whole lot of mana. Our hero chews a mouthful of potato as he walks down to his dorm. He believes that if he can just resolve the rune issue, he can get stronger than he was in his past life. Just as he decides to keep thinking about it, someone calls out to him from the darkness. Our boy pauses only because the voice sounds familiar. Apparently, no matter how much Corin Locke polishes his spearmanship and masters his rune magic, there's one bastard in the academy he just can't beat. She's the only female character that even Park Se-who couldn't kill and one of the strongest forces in the heroic legend of Aran. Our boy glances back at her, a notorious balance breaker and an adamant Jiangxi. She's none other than Huron, the heavenly yaksha. She just sits on her legs, flipping through a book under the moonlight. This makes our hero wonder why she's randomly there, and even speaking to him. With his mouth still full, he decides to just ignore her and leave, seeing as she's a bomb he can't handle. Things don't go as planned because Huron calls out to him a second time, stating that he has been combined. Our boy stops in his tracks as the girl announces that she doesn't think he's the owner of his body. Her dead eyes seem to peer into his soul and this makes him break into a cold sweat. He turns to face her, contemplating whether or not she knows that he possessed Corin Locke's body. You see, Huron as a Jiangxi is a contradictory existence, a corpse that bears both human and monster souls within her body. She wields the eyes of those who are between life and death, and these eyes are said to see the color of your soul. If anything, it would have been strange for her not to see it. Our boy keeps staring at her until she breaks the silence with a question, wondering aloud about what it feels like to crush and consume the original soul. Our hero intertwines his arms as he nonchalantly tells her that he doesn't know. This surprises the Jiangxi. It turns out that our boy worried a lot about the whole soul thing in his past life, whether or not he and Corin Locke are different people, whether Corin Locke's memories that have assimilated with his are not his own. It was an identity crisis where he asked himself who he was, questioning if he was the one who made it through the male middle school, male high school, kinesiology major, and even the military. Our hero had discovered that it was all pointless. He now thinks things are different for Huron, mostly because the original soul is actually in her body too. She just repeats that our boy isn't the original owner of his body, and calls him a thief and a robber. She announces that he has no right to the body, so our boy waits for her to finish speaking. He then tells her about someone in the neighborhood next to his who turns into a green giant when he gets mad, adding that his name is Bruce. He asks the girl if she knows him, but Huron has never heard of such a person. Our boy uses this as a yardstick to elaborate, explaining how funny it is that Bruce's opposing personalities hate each other. He adds that it is more fun since what they're good at are so different. Unfortunately, this confuses the Jiangxi even more, so our boy cuts to the point. He declares that whether it is the original soul or the newly formed one, they both have different characteristics. He then asks her if that isn't how they coexist and live, and points out that they were born in one body whether they wanted to be or not. Our boy makes it clear that there's no sin in being born, and this infuriates Huron even more. She grits her teeth in silence and finally tells him that there are people in their world for whom being born is a sin. Our hero can relate to this agony and refers to himself as a 3-year-old child. Soon enough, he walks away from the girl, promising to see her later. Huron doesn't utter a word as he leaves, and just continues to sulk by the tree. The sun has barely climbed the top of the school buildings when our hero steps out in search of the southern part of the academy. He left the dorms before the birds could even announce the start of the weekend, and this is because of one thing, the mission board. You see, the small and big commissions there help him level up in preparation for the next main quest. For this reason, our hero rubs his chin as he scrolls through the board, admitting that it is a necessary course for progression. Apparently, his goal isn't to level up either, so he decides not to get too hung up on it. He does want to test something else though. At that moment, he gets distracted by Alicia staring too hard at the board. It then dawns on him that he doesn't have that much information on the girl. As she continues to focus on the board, our boy recalls how Park Se-who gutted her, and how his memories were different from what he had seen in the game. He decides to call out her entire name, and Alicia bows her head to say hello. In turn, our MC asks if she's doing missions right from the first weekend, and adds that it can't be that she's desperate for results since she's a second ranker. The girl comes clean about needing money and this surprises our hero a little. He inquires about the activity support fund for second rankers, asking if it isn't hefty enough. It turns out that the school refused to give her any funds because her family earns in society's top 10%. She sobs as she reiterates this to our hero and he doesn't know how to react afterwards. All he does is stare and think to himself, comparing the situation to Korea's state scholarship. Apparently, there's no support fund for wealthy families in that regard either. Alicia is downtrodden as she continues to lament about her situation. She goes on about how her parents believe in independence and make her earn her minimum living expenses on her own despite how much she wished otherwise. This makes our hero conclude that she must be in a complicated situation. He then turns to the board, pointing out a patrol mission and explaining that it is pretty cost-effective if she needs money immediately. The sound of this excites Alicia, so she exposes all of her teeth joyfully as she checks out the option our hero put to her. She discovers that they'll accept up to 3 people, so she asks if he would like to do the mission together. He almost instantly turns her down, claiming that he has something that he needs to do. Afterwards, he picks up a rough sketch of Butterfly, a missing 2-year-old cat with a reward of 5,000. Our boy decides to give up his weekend as he chooses the cream of the crop, promises to finish the mission, and then to spec up. He pays the owners of the cat a visit, keeping in mind that finding Butterfly is his first mission. Although the pay and EXP may be little, it doesn't matter because Corin Locke's goal is to fulfill a commandment. He feels that if he saves and returns the cat who almost died at the hands of water monsters, he'll be able to block the owner from the misfortune of losing their pet and falling into depression. On that note, he and his spear go for a swim as he comes across and defeats a water monster to save the cat. He then returns it to the little girl who owns it, and tears of joy flow down her cheeks. Afterwards, he gets a notification detailing the execution of a duty. It explains that he didn't turn a blind eye to Anna Macmillan's misfortune. Since it is a difficulty level E duty, our hero gets 5 points distributed equally. Our boy laughs maniacally after realizing that the commandment is activating. The thought that even the most trivial missions will give him incredible spec-ups drives him to the edge. So much so that it gets scary for little Anna to watch. She runs in search of her mom, yelling that our boy is weird. After this revelation, our hero goes on a spree of good deeds with misguided intentions. He saves a crying youngster from getting bullied by 3 men. He even helps a couple retrieve their ring from the rooftop. Corin Locke gets an epiphany immediately after completing the ring mission, telling himself that there's one mission more important than points. Our boy even wrote a memo about it before coming out that day. Meanwhile, at a chicken restaurant, the chef laments that he hasn't gotten the taste he's searching for. He tries something else and gets infuriated that it also isn't the right taste. He gets so mad that he smashes the table, recalling how he made the sauce using more than 10 ingredients but still hasn't found a sauce that appeases his desire to make delicious chicken. The chef feels like he just can't find it. At that moment, he hears a voice from the door telling him that he got it wrong. He wonders who it is, only to overhear our hero telling him to add starch syrup to the sauce. The maniacal look is still heavy on his features when he proclaims that the syrup will solve the chef's problem. After this, he prances away, bidding the cook goodbye, and leaving him thinking that our boy is a crazy person. Just to cross it off the list, the chef pours some starch syrup, thinking that adding it won't change anything. After taking a bite, he immediately exclaims how delicious it tastes, yelling that this is what he has been looking for. Meanwhile, our hero is right outside feeling proud of himself. Apparently, this was a mission he really needed to crack, since for most Koreans in this world, they can't survive without yangnyeom chicken. This is a type of sweet and spicy Korean fried chicken. Our hero gets a notification about not turning a blind eye to Yoon Kaijo's misfortune, and gets a level E reward of 5 equally distributed points. He's so stunned that he stops walking, and his eyes widen when he realizes that he gets points for something so menial. Worse off, for something he did out of his own selfish interest. He exposes all of his teeth as he proclaims that this is the best, yelling that nothing wrong can happen to the person who makes yangnyeom chicken. Our hero continues to laugh like a crazy person, oblivious of Hyorin who's staring at him from the rooftop in the distance. She just calls him a weirdo, and soon enough, some lady appears from a portal, announcing that she now knows where the Jiangxi has been. The lady adds that she let her be, only because she didn't leave the city, and reminds her that she still needs permission to go out. Hyorin averts her gaze from this lady almost instantly, leaving her quite confused. The poor girl then recalls our hero's words from before, how he told her that there's no sin in being born. Unfortunately, she also recalls being told that she shouldn't have been born. The girl just continues to check our hero out. Back at the hunting ground, Madame Josephine, who appeared to Hyorin, announces that the first-year students will be evaluated based on their survival tactics. She gives them instructions to make their way to the cabin at the northern end of the forest in order for them to pass. For now, she also instructs them to wear their rank armbands, so Alicia does as she's told. The professor then adds that the armbands can be returned when students get to the cabin, and announces that they'll be awarded points depending on how fast they can finish the mission. Lark smiles mischievously as he hears that the points won can be exchanged for a prize. Afterwards, our hero searches the crowd for Hyorin and realizes that she's not present. He then recalls that she's forever exempted from practical to even the playing field. At that moment, someone calls his name, so he twirls to answer and his gaze matches that of Alicia. He asks her about her previous mission and she thanks him for his help in helping her acquire some living wages. In turn, our boy is relieved that he could be of help. He then proceeds to stretch out a piece of candy to her, admitting that he had bought it for his sister but it's too sweet. Alicia's eyes glisten with excitement as she calls the candy a Hyok honey bomb. She has to ask again if it's okay to eat such a precious thing. But before she can get a response, the professor resumes her announcements. She summons some magic using her whip as a catalyst, and declares that the hunting ground test will begin soon. In accordance, a bright purple magic circle emanates from thin air, and all the students stare in awe. Well, except Corin Locke. Our boy just smiles softly as he thinks to himself that Madame Josephine is the only person he knows can create space magic for such a large number of people. He then admits that she's indeed a great witch. Soon enough, our hero is transported to the middle of the forest and wields his spear in expectation. As he begins his stroll through the bushes, he overhears two students fighting and is surprised that they're going at it so soon after the test began. You see, the hunting ground is an important event where even the professionals have to do countless retries. He watches these two students clashing swords and recalls that the event is a battle royale system where you start at random locations and have to gain points by stealing the armbands of others. Our hero simply leaves the two to keep fighting, admitting that he has no interest in them. This is because he considers Alicia, who's second rank with a blue shoulder strap, to be the most dangerous. Some sort of flame exudes from his finger as he concludes that all he has to do is handle Alicia for the other students to become free points. Our hero races through the forest in search of his target. Apparently, he has planted a tracking rune on the candy he gave her and is now following it to her current location. Our friendly neighborhood freak puts up the creepiest expression as he declares that the rune will make them meet again. It gets worse as he wields his spear, running, laughing, and calling out the poor girl's name multiple times. Meanwhile, Madame Josephine tells the chairman that she'll also enter the forest, adding that it's best to be careful even though she dispatched professors throughout. At that moment, he turns around with a mortified outlook, wondering where Huron is. She even asks the chairman if he knows anything and he explains that he didn't send her. Director Kasser then reiterates that the girl stepped out on her own and Madame Josephine is so shocked that she asks again. Back to our hero who, at the moment, has the misfortune of being chased down by Huron. As he tears through the forest searching for Alicia, the Jonxie tears through the forest after him. Fighting sounds emanate from a certain part of the hunting ground, with other students yelling at themselves to catch Miss Arden. As sweat drips down her face, she wonders aloud why they're being like this and asks if they don't think they're being unfair. At this point, she has defeated a staggering number of her mates, and is still screaming that it's unfair for so many of them to attack her at once. They claim that her abilities are unfair and yet another student tries attacking her from behind, calling her a monster and wishing that she just gets knocked out. Before she can defend against the attack, a big rock takes out this student from the side, confusing Alicia even more. A quick look around reveals a fired-up Corin Locke and the girl asks if he just saved her, thinking he did it out of kindness. In turn, our boy professes that she's so pretty and a little blush appears on her cheeks as she begs his pardon. He then uses his spear to attack her, clarifying that he meant her armband is so pretty. She manages to dodge his first strike and tears gather in her eyes as she yells that she trusted our MC, adding that she thought he was a good person who gave out candy. Meanwhile, our hero just breaks down her abilities. He recalls Alicia being a second-rank knight, the pure fighting type, and she can't use her Vigilante Eyes ability yet, so when it comes to fighting power, she's mediocre among the other second-rankers. Our boy just let out this crazy smile, pointing his finger and announcing that the girl can also be a good person by giving him her armband. He realizes that his opponent may be incomparable to her genius sister, but that doesn't remove her from the top 1%. This is the same girl who handled 7 students who forge an alliance made up of 3rd and 4th rankers, and now she doesn't feel threatened by our 5th rank hero. Until 30 seconds ago when he attacked her, Alicia brings the full wrath of her sword, using it to block our boy's spear. She wonders what his problem is and admits to herself that he's so strong. Corin Locke spins his spear in anticipation of another attack, leaving his opponent in awe of his close sword wrestling and his strategy to penetrate the outer range. With each clash of their weapons, Alicia becomes more weary of our boy, confessing how much he is counterattacking and pressuring her. Luckily, she also realizes that he has gaps and plans to strike during the slight intervals between our hero's stabs and cuts. Miss Arden finds one of these windows and thrusts her sword through it, almost piercing our boy's chest. In turn, a smile of mischief revisits his mouth and he points out that she lacks practice because she's over-reliant on her talent. As a counter, he begins with Lan, the deflection of incoming attacks, and pushes aside his opponent's sword. Up next he uses Na, the pushing down of his opponent's weapon, and follows up with Chow, the art of striking in a straight line. All the girl can do is gasp as our hero combines all of these basics to create the most basic and extreme counter. He repeats them until he creates a window large enough to rid his opponent of her weapon and send her flying into the distance. He calls this technique Spear Intent Ultimate Essence, the 6-step block, capture, plaque. Anyway, his spear stays outstretched even as his opponent is pushed back. She barely manages to stick her landing, and just slides herself to a halt. Multiple coughs escape her after this and she acknowledges that she would have been in danger if she hasn't used her aura to immediately protect herself. It then dawns on her that our hero is neither fast nor strong, it's just that his level of mastery over each skill is no joke. As she struggles to regain herself, she keeps asking herself who Corin Locke is and refuses to believe that he's only a 5th rank. Our hero lords over the now weak Alicia, leaving her no choice but to admit defeat. He then swipes her armband, proclaiming that he'll use it well. Our boy barely finishes his celebration when he overhears a student yell that his opponent is unfair. He bites down Alicia's armband as he turns to inspect the sound he's hearing. Luckily, he's fast enough to go on the defensive, and blocks a sword flying at him from the blue. He immediately analyzes the situation, noting that the sword is heavy, and concluding that it must be a magic sword made from heavy ironstone, which is 4 times denser than regular steel. It's also a sword that is effective against large boss monsters, and the fact that such a sword attacked him can only mean a powerful opponent. As the sword goes flying in another direction, its wielder announces his surprise that our hero blocked it. He admits that our boy is pretty good, and catches his sword as many others float around him. He then tells Corin Locke to put down the armband and leave. Our MC immediately recognizes his opponent as Dranworski and is irritated because he never wanted to meet him. Even after slaying countless students, Dran doesn't have a scratch on him. If anything, he seems more at ease, truly showing that he's different from Alicia. With the armband still in his mouth, our hero declares that there's no helping it, and makes a run for it almost immediately. He admits that there's no point in fighting now, and Dran just watches him flee in bewilderment. At this point, he gets fired up, remembering that our hero had a blue armband in his possession. Master Worski then attacks with multiple weapons as explosions go off one after the other. Meanwhile, our fleeing hero yells, asking what Dran's problem is. He thought the young master wasn't into things that wouldn't bring him money, but before he can continue this train of thought, he asks Alicia why she's running behind him. The poor girl then admits that she doesn't want to die, adding that she actually doesn't know the way out. Our hero switches the armband from his mouth to his hand, admitting once again that fighting is pointless now, seeing as all he has to do is take the armband to the cabin. Good news is that he finds the cabin soon enough. Bad news, it's mounted by some spry kid with a mighty golem. This kid smirks and then announces that our hero has to give him the armband if he wants to get past him. This is none other than Cranel Ludin, a named first-tier golem sorcerer. Alicia screams that the guy is being unfair by blocking the exit, and our hero admits that things just got difficult, seeing as Cranel is in front, and Dran is closing in from behind. It becomes clear that while trying to avoid a fight, our MC may have to fight 2 named characters at the same time. He cracks his neck in preparation, and a very surprised Alicia wonders if he plans to fight both boys. Our hero readies his spear, looking danger in its eyes and proclaiming that if he can't avoid a fight, he has no choice. Right on cue, Cranel's golem reaches out to grab our hero, just as Dran's swords come flying. Some time passes and silence falls upon the forest. Our hero knocks on the cabin door and a lady inside it exclaims as she wonders who got to the cabin first. She opens up the door, only to see our hero biting down 3 armbands and asking if he can choose his prize. She's really impressed that our boy got 3 blue armbands and doesn't bother hiding it. In turn, Corin Locke just claims that he was lucky. Alicia had the front row seat to how our hero defeated both Cranel and Dran. She thinks it's nothing short of incredible. You see, he began by piercing the sword's magic core before it was able to reach its maximum output, while simultaneously ramming another one into the ground to make it impossible to be pulled out using telekinesis. Using as little movement as possible, our boy dodged the swords he couldn't block, guided them to the golems, and moved behind Dran. This leaves his opponent no choice but to defend against the golem's attacks, and while he was busy defending, our hero shattered the core crystals of the golems, thus neutralizing them. Afterwards, he dealt with a powerless Cranel. Alicia is still in awe of our MC's speed, judgment, and even psychological warfare. She now perceives him as someone who has fought on the battlefield countless times, seeing as he organized things in a single moment. From the basics of the spear to the techniques used to cover his weaknesses, our hero gave this girl the impression of watching her big sister fight. She even recalls when he taunted her for relying too much on her talent and not practicing enough. Alicia heaves a calm sigh, balls her fists, and resolves to try working hard too. Meanwhile, the defeated Dran just bows his head, remembering how he was attacked before he could even demonstrate his power. He wonders who our hero is, and perceives him as someone who already knew his abilities before they fought. As for Cranel, he's still nursing his arm as he lays on the floor, recalling our hero's words. He had told the boy that golems are big targets for small but powerful opponents. He had advised the youngster to find a friend who would stand guard, but Cranel revealed that he doesn't have any friend. This took our hero by surprise, but he quickly brushed it off and wished the boy good luck. In turn, Cranel cursed him in his heart as tears gathered in his eyes. On the day of the hunting ground exercise, 3 named characters came to remember Corin Locke in their own ways. Back to the present, and our hero sings happily in the cabin. He recalls that the strongest person left to beat is the druid who receives the protection of the forest. This is none other than Yule, a petite green-haired girl with amazing powers. However, participants are not the only ones on the hunting ground. The strongest person there remains the greatest mage Merkaba Academy has ever seen, Mariette Dunelif. She summons a mighty wave of water and drenched the life out of Yule. This is because the seniors were taking on the role of monsters and helping with practice training, leaving poor Yule with this unfortunate matchup. With her defeat, the hunting ground training came to an end. Mariette squats down to introduce herself to her defeated opponent, and the girl returns the gesture, only for her to notice Huron lurking behind her. Miss Dunelif doesn't freak out. Instead, she asks the Jonxie to identify herself. Mariette glances at Huron and realizes that all the boys she defeated resemble Corin Locke. She then announces that the girl seems to be looking for someone. In turn, the Jiangxi just bolts past her, only to be obstructed by a mighty wall of ice. Miss Dunelove apologizes for her behavior and explains that she cannot ignore Hyorin because she's a monster for the duration of the training exercise. The first year finds her senior annoying and doesn't hesitate to tell her. On the other hand, the instructor at the cabin exclaims when he calculates our hero's total score and announces that he got 117 points. He adds that it's been a while since he saw a score like that, but our boy just wants to get his prize. He scrolls through the matte boar molar knife, a leather protective coat, and even a shark bear's bile. His hand meets his chin in contemplation as he admits that the shark bear's bile is the most valuable item present. However, he came into the exercise with something in mind. Our hero proceeds to collect a mandrake seed and flashes the instructor a smile, revealing how satisfied he is with his choice. In turn, the instructor confesses that our boy has an eye for things, and then asks what he's going to get with his remaining 17 points. After mulling it over for a few seconds, Corin Locke picks nutritional plant supplements and earmuffs, worth 6 and 10 points respectively. Later on, he and his spear exit the cabin and he admits that he did some good shopping. As he makes his way through the ruins of his most recent battle, it dawns on him that in all his retries of this game, things have never worked out this well. In addition, it's also his first time seeing Hinchbetter and Lark complete this mission. Jaeger screams happily because he came in second place with 19 points, while Lark awkwardly staggers to the cabin with his 15 points. They both stop to talk to our hero, and he commends them for working well together, only for Hinchbetter to request that they return to the stamina training room that night. Our boy sights Cranel searching for something, so he asks that they help him find his golem's core since they have enough energy to visit the stamina training room. Cranel overhears this and is shocked. Upon glancing in our hero's direction, he confirms from the ginger that the golem core is important and reiterates that they'll help him find it. His colleague claims that it's fine, but our boy corrects him, telling him to just say thanks at times like these. Apparently, our MC worked a lot with Cranel in his past life, seeing as there aren't many aggro tanker dealers as good as golems for the semi-large monster battle. Our boy then exhales loudly as he realizes that things are slowly ending. Cranel successfully recovers his core. Alicia is still injured. Drin just plays around because he's out of fighting power. And lastly, Yule. Well, our hero finds her in a state so despicable that he wonders if she's dead. Upon closer inspection, he discovers that she's not, so he helps her up, still scared at how far Mariette was willing to go. As they drag their feet through the forest, our hero senses a disturbance and asks what the problem could be. Suddenly, animals of all types seem to be fleeing in the opposite direction. Yule then musters enough strength to warn our boy to run away, blaming it on Mariette. She doesn't finish her sentence, so Corin Locke is more confused now than he was at the start. Miss Dunelove is a genius to say the least, with the natural ability to analyze magic, and blessed with a large amount of mana. She's a mage who seems to have never experienced despair, frustration, or even failure, the one talent rumored to continue Madame Josephine's path in future. To this mage, the hunting ground is like a playground, seeing as she just has to manage the difficulty moderately and help her juniors grow. Well, this same mage is getting overpowered by Hyorin. She holds herself as she feels pain everywhere, and all she can mutter is that she needs to analyze. The raging first year comes launching towards her senior with intense malice, leaving Mariette no choice but to fire ice bullets at her. Unfortunately, Hyorin just breaks through them like they're cotton, forcing Miss Dunelove to increase the intensity of her attacks. She then stutters that she can't just block with elementary level magic and asks herself what type of magic to use. Apparently, she had made a promise to the senior professors that she wouldn't use attack magic above the intermediate level, but in truth, she had already begun to use advanced magic. Sadly, Hyorin still kicks the heck out of her. Mariette wouldn't admit it, but despite using her full power, she gets launched into a nearby tree with the force of a speeding bulldozer and drops to her knees afterwards. The after effects leave her weak and wary, and she begins to yell at Hyorin not to come any closer to her. What was standing before her wasn't a knight, a mage, nor was it played. It was just a natural disaster in human form. This natural disaster exudes so much malice as she continues to approach her senior, leaving Mariette to continue yelling at her not to come any closer. At this point, the voice of Madame Josephine echoes through the air as she orders Hyorin to stop. She then emanates through a portal and asks if Miss Dunelove is okay. She's too tired to even answer and falls to the ground soon enough. During the hunting ground training, a lot of things happen differently, starting with Corin Locke coming in first place when he is a 5th rank. Then, there's the conflict between Hyorin, the first-year ace, and Mariette, the second-year ace. The result of this ended with the latter in the infirmary. Our hero pays her a visit, leaning against a wall near her bed, and thinking about how scared he was when he thought she had awoken as a villain. A quick glance at her reveals that she is fine for now, so our boy concludes that everything is still flowing according to the original plot of the game. He brushes it aside, telling himself that he'll think about it later because she still has about 3 weeks until she awakens. For now, there are things to prepare for. Our hero makes his way out of the infirmary and over to the outskirts of the hunting ground forest. He moves his head side to side as he searches for the being that dwells in it. In preparation, he tilts his head upwards and administers a lot of eye drops. He then pretends to miss his step and announces very loudly that he slipped, asking what he should do in the same loud octave. He drops the mandrake seed he exchanged 100 points for in the pond nearby, and yells that it is the precious seed that his mother left him. Our boy then continues to cry out dramatically until a strange voice asks him why he is so sad. A scheming smile graces his face as he acknowledges that the being he is searching for has arrived. You see, in the heroic legend of Arhan, there's an Easter egg that can only be used once, the gold axe Taoist hermit. Our boy stands before a giant of sorts with beards as white as the pale skin of Icelanders. This Taoist hermit is the same one who asks the woodcutter that drops his iron axe into the pond whether or not the golden or silver axe is his. Just like in the original story, the hermit used gold or silver axes and was limited to weapons that were unique grade or below. Unfortunately, there was no reaction when you threw other items, so it ended at that. Later on, some old-time players started a random item challenge and had apparently tried dropping 500 items in the Taoist hermit pond. This even moved some heroes to drop rare items too. This was an Easter egg that the producers added as a joke. Anyway, the hermit retrieves a golden seed from the pond and asks our hero if it is his. Our MC denies it, so the hermit asks about the silver seed next, only for our boy to reply in the negative again. He had bowed his head to sell how sad he was over losing the seed, and asked himself which type of crazy person would throw the mandrake seed they worked so hard for into the pond. A small chuckle escapes the hermit's lips as he presents our hero with the regular mandrake seed, and our boy admits that it is indeed his, with tears flowing down his cheeks like rain on a windshield. Of course, he is the crazy person he asked himself about previously, and here's why. The hermit announces that our MC is honest for seeing gold and silver and still not coveting them. For this reason, he offers him all 3 seeds and bids him goodbye. Coincidental leaves his head bowed and thanks the hermit profusely as he disappears into the pond. Immediately after, our hero bursts into maniacal laughter, announcing that items can be duplicated. The standard mandrake seed is known to have mana improving properties, but the gold and white silver ones have a more special effect. If you plant the gold mandrake seed, it grows as one that shines with gold light, and if you plant that of white silver, it grows as a mandrake that shines with silver light. This is a hidden piece you can only obtain through this method in the game. There's the problem of people who scream after acquiring it, but our hero does not think it is that big of a deal. However, in his past life, Park Seo ate the golden mandrake seed and he ate the silver. This time, our boy is overflowing with excitement because they're all his. There's a mission that will ensue in 3 weeks, and this is what causes Mariette to become the final boss and awaken into a special vampire. This mission is her encounter with Fog City's murderous vampire, John Doe. As our boy returns to campus that night, he realizes that he may have no idea how the agent of the demon tribe on the inside awakens Mariette, but he knows that there's still time. It is also part of the reason why he showed off his power to those second-year named characters, especially since no one would fight beside a weak 5th rank knight, even if he asked. Our hero quickly discovered that the first thing that gets powerful people interested in a player is proof of natural talent and strength. He is certain that in a week, the named characters would have recovered as well, and that is when he proposes to create a party. Meanwhile, Mariette wakes up in the infirmary and sits upright under the moonlight, waking up Isabelle, who was also napping beside her. She calls out the girl's name and immediately stands to her feet to check on her, asking about her throat and yelling that Huron should have stopped herself. She then blames it on the fact that the second year was restricted to elementary level magic. On the other hand, our hero thinks that if he has enough preparation, enough faith, and enough members, he will be able to save the first final boss from her misfortune. Until then, he resolves to train Alicia Arden, and employ Dranworski, who's the mercenary of sword control. He plans to also coax Yule, the druid of the Avaloan forest, and become closer to Cranel, the golem sorcerer. He slams his fist against his palm as he declares that the plan is perfect, adding that the mission will be a piece of cake if he just prepares well. Well, as long as there are no unexpected variables. Meanwhile, Mariette's eyes begin to glisten red and the first person in her sight is Isabelle. She instantly grabs her shoulders and opens her mouth to reveal 2 sets of fangs, claiming that she is thirsty. Huron taps her fingers on the textbook before her, lamenting about how boring things are. She then recalls the time when Madame Josephine regretted sending her, and added that moving forward, she'll teach the girl whatever she wants to know. After this, she stationed the Jonxie in a secluded room to reflect on her actions. Present day, and Huron just stares out the window with lifeless eyes, wondering if she should jump the wall. Suddenly, our hero appears upside down, smiling and announcing that he knew she'd be in that room. His sudden appearance scares the heck out of her and she yelps from the shock. Our hero is hanging from a tree just outside her window as he reintroduces himself to her. He then asks her if she can open the window, and presents her with a small cake, admitting that he knows how random it seems. He also quips that he did it because he didn't want to come empty-handed. Huron stares at him for a while and then opens the window just so she can tell him that visiting her is against school rules. Our hero flashes her a smile as he claims that he is not breaking any rules by hanging out on a tree. He then implies that it does not even matter if he enters, seeing as Madame Josephine is not around at the moment. Our boy had just come by to check on her, and he was right to suspect that she would not have any scars whatsoever. He segues into wondering if she is now banned from going out and getting visitation because of what happened at the hunting ground. He begins to judge Madame for locking up the girl for more than 4 days despite her concerns about the girl being a special demi-human. To worsen things, Huron laments that the professor didn't just leave, but hasn't come by in all 4 days. This revelation jolts our hero so much that he snaps the branch he has been hanging from, yelling to confirm if the madam came by at least once. Huron has barely finished confirming this when our boy lands roughly on the floor beneath, groaning every step of the way. Luckily, his persistent warrior's regeneration activates, so the first-year ace just stares down at him as he admits how much the fall hurt. Seeing as he also lost her cake, our hero promises to buy her some food later and then bids her goodbye. As he makes a run for it, the fact that Madame Josephine left the most dangerous person in Merkaba Academy unattended lingers on his mind. It makes him conclude that something abnormal must be going on. Meanwhile, Professor Dana questions Mr. Fermack if he has found a certain girl. In turn, the man replies negatively and tells her that he is going to go check the outskirts. Our hero sees these two former guardians scampering in search of someone, the representative martial artist of the magic faculty, Professor Dana, and the night faculty professor, Fermack Damon. He crosses two of them and arrives at a guarded infirmary entrance where the knight on duty immediately recognizes our hero. He asks what he is looking for and reminds him that his visitation request was rejected. In turn, Corin Locke pretends as though his mission is not to enter and with a faux smile on his lips, refers to the knight as Third Guard Kron. He then presents Mr. Kron with a slushie and a sandwich, lying that Madame Josephine told him to bring the guard something to eat and drink. Mr. Kron actually falls for this as he accepts our hero's token. He then admits that the madam really takes care of those below her. You see, our boy's request to visit Mariette was rejected and Isabelle, who was put in charge of protecting her, has gone missing. He deduces that it is weird enough that a guard is stationed in front of the infirmary, and the more he thinks about the situation, the more his suspicions seem right. He watches the guard as he takes a bite of the sandwich, and sooner than later, Mr. Kron groans from bowel discomfort. Our hero just acts innocent, asking if his stomach hurts and pointing out that there's a washroom in the opposite direction. The guard begins to rush in that direction, begging our hero to help him stand guard while he uses the washroom. Unfortunately, our hero already pushes the door open before the guard can tell him not to enter. He just replies in a mocking tone as he quips that he definitely won't go in. Cold sweat comes down our boy's face and he heaves a sigh as he steps into the infirmary. He refuses to believe that the inevitable happened so quickly and tells himself that it is 1 month too early. He begs whatever deity is in charge as he grabs hold of Miss Dunelif's bedsheet and hopes that his suspicions are wrong. He then calls out her name and pulls away the sheets simultaneously. Unfortunately, the only person beneath them is Isabelle. Our hero grits his teeth as the discovery begins to bother him. He soon notices the bite marks on Isabelle's neck and concludes that this is what the professors wanted to hide. His face gathers into a worried frown as it becomes clear that Mariette Dunelif has awakened as the first act's final boss, a vampire. Worse off, she awakened 3 weeks early. Our hero just stands there, distraught, and begins to recall the 4 phases of the attack strategy involved in defeating the final boss of the first act. Phase 1 involves easily dealing with the monster wave. Phase 2 involves holding back the vampire using magic circles, and after gaining the upper hand from dealing damage, you can move to Phase 3. This involves facing the powerful enemy who is rampaging in the realm of blood. When said enemy is knocked down, it goes to the last pattern, and this activates the final phase. The last pattern also happens to be the heart of this attack. Apparently, even without the main player, a combination of named first-year characters are capable enough to reach Phase 3. Unfortunately, our hero injured Alicia Arden, destroyed Drenworski's weapon, and also obliterated Cranel Luden's golem core. All of the first-year named characters have been eliminated from the running because of Corin Locke. He digs his hands into his hair in frustration, and admits to himself that they're doomed. In the original story, after encountering Fog City's murderous vampire, Mariette attacks her roommate and goes on a rampage. In our boy's last life, he and his team had been waiting below the dorms where Mariette and Isabelle were, just so they could quickly defeat the murderous vampire. Although Park Sidhu purposely let it go that time, this time, our boy feels like he has messed everything up. Alicia has 8 broken bones, Cranel is basically useless with his broken golem core, and this makes Huron come to mind. The only problem is that our boy has no idea how things will turn out if he introduces her into the situation. Later on, he tracks down Drin to a corner of the stamina training room and pitches the mercenary and employment commission situation. He explains that the difficulty is special and that he will need to find somebody and capture them without killing them. Drin immediately asks if our boy is crazy, adding that the first rule of mercenaries is to not join fights they can't win. He continues lamenting that he only has 2 swords now that our boy broke the other one. Corin Locke then cuts him off with an offer of 20 gold coins, adding that if he does not trust him, he can hold on to his soul dust as collateral. Before our hero can complete his sentence about how pure the dust is, Drin stretches out his hand to collect it. He then tells our MC that he is a desirable employer and his sparkle to show his enticement. A notification bar pops soon enough, announcing that the mercenary is now part of our boy's party. In turn, he gives Drin the thumbs up. Up next, he heads to the library to track down Yule and helps her with a particular book about her language. She wonders how he came about the information, seeing as she thought all the records had disappeared when the forest burned down. In turn, our hero admits that he read it in a book. He confirms if Yule's traditional alphabet is the Ogham alphabet and asks if she is in the library to find it. He then proposes a deal, telling her that if she agrees to help him, he will teach her all of it. Yule wears a determined look as she asks what he wants her to do, and just like that, she also joins our hero's party, and gets 2 thumbs up for her troubles. Afterwards, he makes his way to the canteen where he catches Lark and Jaeger having lunch. He explains that he is searching for a party for a hard mission with low pay and a lot of danger. He even adds that they may die, seeing as the opponent is a strong special demon tribe. The only cherry on this devastating cake is that they will gain fame and honor if they manage to succeed. Both boys stop munching on their meals as they digest the offer. They are so silent that it makes our boy scared that the mission may be too much for them. But it is not. Jaeger pastes a smile on his face as he admits that it is quite romantic. The same smile appears on Lark's face and he declares that they should give it a go. This really makes our hero happy, the fact that these boys are obsessed with romance, that is. He has now successfully gathered a subdealer, a support, and enough people to help them pass through the first phase. Seeing as they've met the minimum conditions, all 5 of them make their way into the forest at night. They do this because our boy remembers when Sihu mentioned that Mariette was crying and hiding in the forest, and how hard it was to find her. Apparently, in our boy's last life, the girl had dug a tunnel in the forest and hidden there for a month. Back to the present, our hero makes use of Sihu's information. Seeing as there is only one forest in Merkaba Academy, their target is obviously at the hunting ground. As they weave through it, Drin asks our boy if Mariette is truly there, adding that he understands the goal but will need to know his plan to find her. In response, our hero admits that it will take several years to find her, and tells them not to worry since all they have to do is ask. He then directs his statement to Yule who, in turn, asks him just how much he knows. She then pulls out her staff and uses it to touch the soil, asking the forest spirits to lead them to Mariette. Bright green lights surround her in accordance, leaving Lark intrigued, and Jaeger overexcited about the gathered spirits. Our hero can only judge from the reactions of his party members, but it's enough to let him know that countless spirits have gathered. Sadly, he can't see them for himself. In turn, he scratches his chin and asks if the spirits have found their target yet. Yule stutters as she answers positively. The only problem is that the rest of the team seem to be staring in one direction. Our boy wonders aloud why they're doing that, only for Yule to warn him that something is right behind him. Corinlock is fast enough to block an attacking monster with his spear and turns around in time to slash it in 2. He is surprised that such a thing burst out all of a sudden, only for Drin to warn him that many more monsters are attacking from the front. True to his words, beasts of all kinds seem to be falling out of nowhere, some with wings, others with horns and fangs. Some look wolf-like, while others even wield weapons. The team instantly falls into a panic and Jaeger asks the most stupid question, wanting to know if Mariette turned into a monster. Our boy hurriedly answers in the negative, and everyone readies themselves for battle. Lark opens up his grimoire, and Jaeger plasters his maniacal smile on his face as he laughs at the audacity of these monsters to come after him. He then announces that they're perfect to warm up with. At this point, our hero yells instructions at Jaeger, telling him not to go to the front lest the monsters surround him. He then adds that he should take 3 steps back and steadily cut away at their numbers. Meanwhile, Lark is still behind him, so he instructs the boy to cover their back and yells at Yule to support him. As for Drin, our hero does not feel he needs to tell him anything, but still advises him not to go too forward. With this, everyone launches into battle with the monsters. As the mercenary takes out monsters 2 at a time, he admires our MC for not getting swayed by a surprise attack. Better still, for giving proper directions and support. He admits to himself that Corinlock is not just strong, but also experienced as a leader and a strategist. He watches our hero wielding his spear with such grace and sees him as nothing short of a commander. The mercenary still finds it difficult to believe that he is just a 5th rank knight, and concludes that the Academy's test is very wrong. Amidst the battle, Jaeger raises his voice to tell Yule that he thought they were locating Mariette. He then asks why they're only facing a bunch of monsters instead. All Yule can do is stutter as she reiterates that she was only listening to what the spirits told her. He asks if Miss Dunelif is controlling the monsters, and this time, Lark answers, explaining that there's no way monsters would travel in a pack like this. He then adds that they seem many times more ferocious than normal. He does all of this explaining as he uses his grimoire to the best of his ability. Unfortunately, our hero doesn't agree, so he points out that Mariette is not a puppeteer or anything of the sort. He then makes it clear that such a person cannot up and control monsters so easily. He slashes his way through yet another beast and tells his team that even if it was possible, the second year would not just control them so thoughtlessly. This leaves so many unanswered questions, so Dren wonders aloud why the monsters are attacking them. Our hero breaks into a small speech about how these beasts attack according to their habits, but occasionally, there come situations that make them forget these habits. The rest of the party listen with rapt attention as he gives an example, stating that it could be something the monsters were too afraid to respond to, something that they needed to run away from. At this point, Mariette appears, walking towards them with her bare feet and red eyes filled with malice. The entire team yells her name simultaneously and instantly begin to mount their guards. Our boy instructs Yule and Lark to take the back as they did before. The bespectacled boy complains about not having any time to rest, while the druid asks if they have moved back enough. Our hero does not reply. Rather, he instructs Dren and Jaeger to take a few steps back so they can support him. In turn, the mercenary quips that our boy seems to have a plan, so he decides to trust him. Meanwhile, Jaeger would rather have more specifics. Amidst all of the ruckus, Corin Locke offers to take the front line, and this activates the third commandment, his desire to save the world and defeat Mariette Dunelef. Our hero's status increases by 50% and it displays some backup stats. His aura rank and mana rank go up by 740 and 460 respectively, while all his other stats get increased by 13 points each. Our boy grips his spear tighter than ever as he considers Mariette's fate and the effect she'll have on this world. He deduces that the backup numbers he got must be the ones considering the influence on the world that will happen in future, and not the first act's incident. His notification board pops up again, displaying that the current mission is to save the world. The details include taking the first step to do so, and stopping Mariette Dunelef. Our hero quips that he understands, and with the rest of his team waiting for him to say the word, he stretches his spear towards his opponent and declares that they're ready to do this. Things take a sudden turn when another notification pops up to warn our hero that his initial mission conflicts with the first commandment, which is to not turn a blind eye to the misfortune of others. A very scary Mariette seems to be foaming at the mouth as she approaches. Still, our boy gets a notification to rescue her. The console even wishes him good luck. As the vampire covers the distance, it becomes apparent that tears are flowing down her cheeks. Yule is the first to point this out, but Dren quips that it doesn't change anything and sends forth his sword to subjugate the demon tribe. His eyes widen from the shock of what happens next. His sword gets stuck in some sort of barrier surrounding the vampire, and the mercenary doesn't understand how that kind of thing can happen to his heavy iron sword. Lark educates them about the situation, explaining that the barrier around Mariette is actually an orb, and adds that it's a familiar born from a vampire's blood. He's more surprised that a newly awakened vampire already possesses such an orb already. In turn, our hero tells his party that there's no need to be scared, adding that the vampire was just born and won't be able to properly receive his host's blood or mana. While he can't be supplied blood from his host, he can't do anything but block. Dren quips that it's kind of a big deal for a mage's defense ability to be covered, seeing as it's also their greatest weakness. Our hero just rubs the back of his neck as he assures the mercenary that it's fine. The demon tribe continues to speak through Mariette as he screams that all his opponents should disappear. With this, the orb disintegrates into small pieces of blood and head towards the team as though they're spears. Our boy quickly warns everyone that a wide-range attack is approaching and yells out Yule's name. She understands immediately, so she begins to activate a protection spell. The druid claims that she may not know about anywhere else but they're in a forest, and that this is her stage. With this, she activates Rapid Development Spirit Protection, a spell that raises trees tall enough to encompass the entire party and thick enough to block any attacks. The disintegrated blood chips away at the makeshift shield and Yule grunts as she tries her best to keep it up. At this point, Jaeger is so scared that he imagines a situation where the shield breaks. Lark quickly tells him not to say things like that. Meanwhile, the druid is putting all of herself into maintaining their shield, and admits that raising it took out half of her mana in the first place. As an after effect from the training practice, her mana heart is still throbbing. Despite the difficulty, Yule tells herself that she needs to keep going because Corin Locke made her a preposterous promise. Just then, our hero asks if she's nearing her limit, and stares back as he beseeches to just keep it up for a little longer. He then announces that he will turn things around in 5 moves. As heavy breaths escape the druid's lungs, she confirms if he can really pull it off. In turn, our hero tells her that it's possible. Meanwhile, their opponent readies herself for another attack. You see, the first act's final boss round is divided into 4 phases, and the first phase is where the monsters surround the main character's party. The second phase is where you defeat the monsters, so Mariette comes out herself, and you need to go from phase 2 to phase 4 to enter the final boss's attack pattern. Simply put, until the final phase, she's not using her full power. It's the same in the game and in our boy's last life. As more blood chips away at their wooden shield, Corin Locke advises Lark to leave before Yule, seeing as he can only use beginner's magic a maximum of 2 more times. The youngster is surprised that our hero was able to calculate that, but obeys soon enough. As he walks away, our boy tells him that he's doing a good job, and instructs him to run as far away as possible. Immediately Yule joins him. Until now, the number of attacks and their scale were big, but they weren't that powerful. The real problem is the alchemy that happens after. All of the blood that got stuck in the shield begins to crystallize and eat their way through it, making our hero conclude that his opponent is coming. The crystallized blood continues to grow bigger with every passing second courtesy of freeze, a type of alchemy magic. It successfully shatters the shield and huge chunks of it begin to descend. Jaeger is the first to scream that the shield is collapsing while Yule, although almost out of strength, begins to chant a new spell. She calls forth the earth that summons the trees and barley, the gods and the bugs, the ashes that help keep the world full. The druid then summons the sail, Ifin, Uath, and Strafe text respectively. In response, the vines on her head grow, a green essence surrounds her, and trees in the environment seem to come together. Our hero is impressed that the trees are responding, and although he's the one who engraved the texts, only a pure-blooded druid has the ability to activate it. It may seem similar to rune text, but it's actually an ancient text with a system and methods that belong to another ancient time entirely. In the game, you can only obtain this secret text after finishing the Yule scenario, mostly because she always works to grow as a sage of the forest. More and more trees emanate from the ground and they just keep combining themselves, leaving Jaeger and Dren no choice but to watch them grow. Ultimately, they forge a wicker man, also known as a giant willow doll. These are the sages of the forest, the advocates of nature, and a product of a 1,000-year-old secret text that belongs to a family who loves spirits. This being towers over the entire team like the Statue of Liberty, and Yule is as surprised as ever that the texts our hero gave her really summoned him. Corin Locke just smiles as he thinks to himself that it's kind of considered cheating for him to help her with summoning it, but in their current situation, there's no other way. Our boy instantly switches back to battle mode as he commands Jaeger to throw an owlbear that survived amongst the monsters to the Wicker Man. The hunk is more surprised about an owlbear surviving than about throwing it to the Wicker Man. After looking around, he discovers that one of them is actually alive just like our boy said. In turn, our hero flashes a smug smile. Apparently, he had prepared everything beforehand, even if his party didn't notice because they were all busy fighting. Our hero yells at Jaeger once again, telling him to hurry up and throw the owlbear. In turn, the hunk obeys and throws the beast. It lands on top of a fixture in the Wickerman's chest and immediately burns to a crisp. It turns out that while the Wicker Man is burning a sacrifice in its hollow wooden prison, it becomes a golem-type magic weapon that moves until it completely burns out. Its once red eyes turn green as it approaches Mariette. In turn, the vampire fires multiple attacks at it. As it takes on more damage, Yule grips her chest in pain, grunting as she tries her best to hold on. Our hero soon realizes that it's too much for the druid to handle, and that at this rate, it'll be hard for her to maintain it for even a minute. For this reason, he spins around and yells at Yule to not stop, adding that if she stops controlling the Wicker Man, they'll all die. In turn, the druid screams that she knows this. Mariette and the Wicker Man come face to face again, and the vampire screeches as it sends out multiple blades of blood. They pierce right through the ginormous wooden monster, making Yule ask our boy if something like that is really okay. Our hero tells her not to worry, seeing as a Wicker Man isn't a living creature, but a structure, and having holes in its body won't break it. Logically, in a battle of fire versus ice, fire basically has no chance of losing. Well, our boy gets the surprise of his life when Mariette sends out a ginormous blood blade and it pierces through the Wicker Man's hollow wooden prison, putting out the flames completely. Corin Locke remains in shock as he watches their last wooden hope drop to the ground in defeat. The entire party shields their eyes as the Wicker Man raises an enormous amount of dust. As for our hero, he grits his teeth as it dawns on him that the common sense he thought he had is flipping over and collapsing. Mariette emerges from the ruckus unscathed, proving to them why she is a special level difficulty mission. Yule drops to the ground in pain and our hero tells her to back off. She tries to argue with him but he makes it clear that her hanging around will not change anything. She quips that she understands and runs in the opposite direction immediately. Jaeger, on the other hand, is skeptical that they can handle the situation on their own, and wastes no time questioning our hero about it. In turn, he reminds that hunk that Mariette has used up all of her wide-range attacks, and asks if he knows what that means. Our boy spins his spear as Jaeger asks for some clarity, and tells him that it's time to deal some damage of their own. His eyes are riddled with excitement, and he rushes towards his opponent with a smile of mischief pasted on his lips. The other two then yell at him to wait for them. As soon as the vampire sees them approaching her, she unleashes a myriad of blood blades, leaving our hero, Jaeger, and even Dren no choice but to counter them with their weapon. The mercenary uses a special skill named Link Pass Direct Acceleration, and it sends one of his swords zigzagging through the air until it almost hits Mariette. Unfortunately, her orb activates in time to block it. Dren curses, and then admits that the vampire is annoyingly sturdy, only for Jaeger to jump over his head while spinning his spiked club. With the help of gravity and all of his strength, the hunk brings down his club on Mariette's orb and successfully shatters it. A smirk of victory plays on our boy's features, and he recalls that this technique Jaeger just used as his special attack called Cumulative Destruction. It's a combination of all the attacks he has faced. This makes our hero admit that the hunk is pretty useful. Sadly, he gets too full of himself and drops his guard. Our boy tries to warn him but he doesn't make it in time. Just then, Phase 3 activates and Mariette begins to levitate as blood floats around her. This is called the Realm of Blood. The resulting explosion creates a wave big enough to knock out both Jaeger and Dren, leaving our hero to be the last man standing. You see, when the blood orb shatters, it activates a trap which our hero and his friends are stuck in right now. He begins to feel a very strong pressure, one unlike that of Mariette, who was only using minimal defense. At this point, the vampire levitates above a wolf-like monster made completely of blood. Apparently, the orb had forcefully sucked up the girl's blood and mana to create this beast. Our hero takes a moment to exhale. He never expected to be the last one left, because, to clear this test, you would need at least 3 people with you until the end of the 3rd phase. He dusts himself up, cradles his spear on his shoulder, and declares that it doesn't really matter, seeing as the result will be the same. 4 nights ago, something terrible happened. The moon was full and blood red, and Mariette thought about the difference between humans and livestock. Being born as a human, this difference should be obvious, and it's only natural for you to cringe and shut your eyes while watching the desperate struggles of livestock who don't want to die. That night, there was a strange flow of air, the type that flowed from the ends of Mariette's feet up to her spine, contrary to the burning sensation she felt in her throat. She glanced to her side and found Isabelle's neck attractive, and bit into it despite having no idea who she was. Her canines broke the poor girl's skin and reached her vessels, but Mariette only saw her as trembling livestock at the time. She had no idea if the girl was trembling from the fear of being butchered, or from grateful resistance. The bottom line was that it wasn't important. The vampire didn't even feel the need to cringe or close her eyes because the painful moans of Isabelle were as beautiful as the melody of a piano. The warm blood that came to her lips had wet her throat, and it flowed throughout her body, warming up her cold skin. Afterwards, she sat with blood all over her person, and her vessels, which felt like they had stopped, began to expand once again. The moans of poor Isabelle alongside the creaking of the bed had all stopped, leaving only the beating of Mariette's heart. It felt as though her heart might explode, and this feeling spread throughout her body. The once delicious scent of blood began to suffocate and disgust her, and her body, which had felt like it was imbued with vitality, began to feel like it was collapsing. This was because only then did she realize that Isabelle was no livestock. Only then did she realize that she had committed a crime. She had almost killed her friend as if she was some animal. Tears began to pour down Mariette's eyes as she became conscious of her wrongdoing, and this realization made her grab her famished stomach and run away. She had managed to stay in the forest until our hero came to find her. Back to the present, the orb monster growls loudly in a bid to intimidate our boy. It does not work, so the beast gathers a burst of energy in its mouth and unleashes it as multiple attacks. In turn, Corinlock calls it a bastard dog and prepares his spear for the stab 6-step technique, utilizing only the 4th step. He jumps into the air, challenging the monster for trying to bite a human. Our hero then cuts through all of the beast's attacks using spin, returning heaven. In retaliation, the monster grabs hold of the core in its chest and sends forth 2 more demon dogs to go after our boy, confirming his initial suspicions about the breed of the monster. Undeterred, Corinlock charges headfirst at his opposition, throws his spear into the sky and slides past both dogs. He then catches his spear move again and activates the 5th step this time. As though that wasn't enough, he uses the pagoda tree mountain technique as he throws his spear through both dogs in one attack. Our hero retrieves his weapon and asks his main opponent if that was it for his welcome drink. He then smirks at the monster, claiming that it was quite simple compared to its initial scream. He asks if it has anything else to throw at him, and this seems to infuriate the beast, so much so that it growls some more. Sooner than later, it begins to phase through the air. Our hero concludes that the beast has disappeared, but soon realizes that it's just moving too fast for him to see. Another smirk visits Corinlock's lips, and he asks the doggy if he should teach him some more tricks. As the monster approaches him at top speed, our hero clarifies that what's needed in a victory isn't 100 steps, and adds that looking for weak points in one step is what's more important. With this, he dodges the beast's feeble attempt to hurt him and announces that there's no way that would have worked because the monster has shown it to him before. He proceeds to activate one of the Calamity Serpent intent, the Rising Serpent Skies to be exact, and he stabs the demon dog straight through its core using the Poisonous Dragon exit. In accordance, the orb of this beast begins to crack and continues to do so until it shatters beneath the night sky. Our boy just stands majestically as he watches the destruction, and soon enough only the body of the beast is left in a small crevice created by the after effects of our hero's last attack. The poor thing still coughs, showing very little signs of vitality. It even stands to its feet as its body begins to turn to mush, growling with the last of its strength. Our boy acknowledges that the dog will protect its creator until the end, adding that it has committed no crime. Afterwards, he tells it to be patient and promises to save its mother, the vampire. With this, Corinlock enters the final phase, coming face to face with a burning Mariette. Normally, as soon as this phase starts, she puts the members of the party into critical condition. This time, she launches off the ground and her silhouette is the only visible thing under the moonlight. The fact that she puts the team in critical condition is inevitable, and our hero knows this. He even acknowledges that it's the reason why this phase cannot be cleared alone. He begins to unbutton his shirt in preparation, realizing that in order to save the party member who became Mariette's target for blood-sucking, all members would have to stick close and rip the vampire off. At this point, said vampire is mere inches from our boy, but he seems to be the most unbothered person on the planet even though there's no one to help him right now. Mariette makes a move for his neck and a notification pops up to signify that her mana and stamina are recovering due to the blood-sucking. She pushes our hero to the ground as she continues to feed on him, and he realizes what it feels like to be robbed of your life. However, he balls his fist and declares that he can endure it. This is because he possesses the persistent warrior's regeneration, which helps his body continue to recover as long as he doesn't lose his fighting spirit. He continues to tell himself that he can endure something like this, but grinds his teeth from the pain. Our hero gains solace in the fact that he's returning the favor that a kind child did for everyone while sharing potatoes with her small hands. He proceeds to pet her head, telling her to take her time lest she choke. The whole cradling thing gets to the vampire, well, enough to make her stop sucking his blood and stare at him with tears flowing down her cheeks. At this moment, our hero remembers Sabancha Duke and how he had sucked the blood of his servant, killing him the moment he awakened as a vampire. He realizes that even a great commander who was left in history couldn't control his lust for blood. As for Mariette, our boy remembers that it took Park Sehu about a month to find her in his past life, and by feeding on monsters to quench her thirst, the thirst became worse. Even at that, the girl didn't kill people. Instead, she endured her urges through superhuman willpower. Our MC just feels like this is an unnecessary setup for a final boss that only has a bad ending. This is why he has always believed that there must be another ending. At this point, Mariette's tears drop down on his person, and she begins to apologize profusely. To Corin Locke, it doesn't matter how many times he almost died, or if the girl is a first-rank mage. The fact that she's a vampire is also a trivial issue. He unveils a pitiful smile as he realizes that he may have looked at the girl as just another character, like Sehu did. Luckily, the teachings of the master he met in this world have made him into a different person. She had called him a child and declared that her being an adult leaves her with the duty to protect him. He looked down on her as a game NPC until she protected him. Now, he decides to make it a little bit obvious that he's an adult, seeing as he's her disciple who studied all of her teachings, her successor, and also the one who witnessed her final moments. He smiles with all his teeth with Mariette still on top of him, and later on, declares that he's going to walk a different path from Park Sehu. At this point, the notification bar pops up to show that he cleared the difficulty level S mission. His mana and aura ranks rise, and he gains pain tolerance alongside 100 points equally distributed. Madame Josephine, a master at space magic, had made a special prison for Mariette, and our hero decided to pay her a visit. Upon getting there, he sees her feasting on a steamed potato and admitting how much she missed potatoes. Unfortunately, the poor girl was so lost in her feast that she gets the shock of her life when she realizes that our boy is mere inches from her cell, so much so that she begins to cough. In turn, Corin Locke asks the madam if he can go in and she asks if he will be okay. Our hero claims that he will be, adding that he trusts Mariette. Upon entry, he meets the girl still coughing and tapping her chest vehemently. He then tells her to eat slowly so she won't choke, and wonder aloud about who would give someone potatoes without any water. She finally calms down, so our boy confesses that he thought her taste buds would also change, and explains how unexpected it is to see her enjoying potatoes. She flashes one of the brightest smiles as she admits that potatoes will always taste good, adding that it's a happy plant that tastes good no matter how you cook them. At this point, our boy comes so close to her face that she goes red in the cheeks. She immediately freaks out and begins to rain mock punches on him, telling him to give her space because she smells. All our hero can do is block the punches as he asks her if she's still self-conscious after everything they've been through. He even points out that he hadn't washed up when she bit his neck. This only makes her yell at him to stop it. Afterwards, she goes to the opposite corner of the cell and curls up. Our boy then makes it clear that she doesn't smell. In response, Mariette admits that she was scared. Corin Locke didn't get her the first time, so he begs her pardon. The girl proceeds to explain how scared she was when she fought Huron, adding that she thought she would really die. Mariette continues to lament about how scared she was, claiming that she couldn't do as our hero did. Meanwhile, Corin Locke remembers his initial meeting with H. Warren and blames himself for invoking something in her that pushed her into participating in the hunting ground practice. That was where the Jonxi coincidentally ran into Mariette, and in order to face the first-rank mage, she used her actual power. In turn, this provoked Mariette and awakened the vampire inside her. The second-year ace wonders aloud about how our hero doesn't give up, adding that it was the same thing when he was training against spirit bodies. She reiterates how everyone mocked him, claiming that he won't succeed. But in the end, he did. Mariette then admits that our boy is so cool, and this leaves him stunned. He just tries to be modest and proclaims that it wasn't that impressive. Apparently, he keeps fighting because he likes happy endings. When the girl overhears this, she just signals her confusion. Our hero then explains that he loves situations where the good guys get rewarded and the bad guys get punished. That kind of obvious yet touching story. He goes on to tell her that she's a good person, and with a smile on his face, he adds that she's also nice and pretty. He then rounds up by saying that he wants Mariette to be happy. This gets her red in the cheeks, so she claims that she wants to wash up and finish her potatoes, just to get our boy to leave. He begs her pardon, trying to explain that he only just arrived. He ends up agreeing to leave, and waves her goodbye as he promises to see her later. Mariette can't stop smiling as she thanks our hero for comforting her. Unfortunately, she doesn't feel like she has the right to be happy. As he makes his way back to campus, the vampire comes to mind. He feels like she will only be isolated temporarily, seeing as it'll be difficult to go back to normal immediately after such an incident occurred. He also believes that the isolation will end soon because H. Warren, who's the definition of demi-human, is going to school without problems. Should Mariette awaken as a demi-human, our boy is certain that most people won't feel threatened by the fact she's one. Someone calls out Corin Locke's name as he makes his way down the hallway. He instantly glances in the direction of the voice, only to see Director Kassar asking for a moment of his time. The director admits that it's his first time meeting our boy personally, and asks him how he's feeling. Rubbing the back of his neck, our hero claims that he's alright. He then follows up by asking what the chairman wants from him, only to discover that it's about punishing Mariette. His face scrounges up in shock as he stutters the chairman's last words back to him to confirm if he heard right. You see, our boy didn't even think that the vampire would get punished, and is shocked about the story not leading to her happy ending. He instantly bursts into defense, raising his voice as he tells the chairman that he can explain everything. In response, Director Kassar tells him that there's no need, because the girl's punishment has been decided already. This doesn't deter our hero from defending her, mentioning that the director should hear from someone who actually fought the vampire. He then inquires about what sort of punishment is decided this quickly, yelling as he continues to prove her innocence. The director just cuts him off, revealing that he expected things to go this way. He then flashes our boy a soft smile and tells him not to worry because there's no punishment. Our hero is confused, so he begs Mr. Kassar's pardon, listening with rapt attention as he reveals that he also doesn't think Mariette is dangerous. He had only stopped our boy just to see the attitude of someone who fought her himself. Now that the director has no doubts about his decision, he declares that the girl's isolation will in fact be ending soon, adding that they just need to confirm that she's stable. He doesn't stop smiling as he reveals his curiosity about the details of their battle, despite hearing about it from other students. Meanwhile, our boy exhales loudly to ease himself from the initial shock he felt. At this point, the chairman tells him that it's okay to explain in simple terms. As expected, our boy explained only what was okay to be exposed, that Mariette was safe, and that H. Warren was not a monster. He is uncertain about how much of his story the director bought, but he was sure to send a clear message. Mr. Kassar rubs his chin as he thanks our boy for taking out time to explain, adding that based on recent events, they'll need to make an official announcement. The director also thinks that they can't say everything transparently, and proclaims that he needs to do his job now that he has heard everything. This surprises Corin Locke so much that it's obvious from his features. He is even more surprised when the director bows to thank him for his help. This is because our hero was able to prevent the danger caused by the inexperience and complacency of the adults. Madame Josephine simply adjusts her glasses as she listens to the chairman promise to repay our hero should he need anything. Our boy is in awe of Iryu Kassar, and now sees him as a man worthy to be the academy chairman, a man who always acknowledges his weaknesses, and a man who always tries to take on more responsibilities. He reminds our hero of his teacher, and how she admitted to having experienced many failures, but never counted him as one of them. At this point, our boy also recalls the words of the director from his past life, and this makes him trust the man's goodwill. He pastes a smile on his lips and begs the director to raise his head, adding that it's his one request. In response, Mr. Kassar lets a small grin slip. Meanwhile, Mariette is lost in thought as she pulls the sheets over herself and crosses both arms on her knees. She remembers how Corin Locke cradled her head when she was feeding on him, and how he told her not to choke. She remembers his hand to be soft and his embrace to be warm. He kept telling her that it was okay, and her rationality, which had drifted away, was pushed back by the waves of feelings. When she vomited the cold beast out and found her humanity, the only thing that came to the girl's lips were apologies. She had bawled her eyes out as she kept saying how sorry she was. Now, she digs her hands into her hair as she wonders if she has the right to ask for apologies, if Isabelle is safe. Because Mariette is a person who likes people more than anyone, her guilt keeps eating away at her. It's also why she never resisted when Madame Josephine used her magic to imprison her. Instead, she just accepted it and locked herself up within the iron bars. When our hero visited her, she pretended otherwise. But in truth, she was exhausted. She only saw herself as a beast, a monster, a demon. She saw herself as an enemy of the human race for yearning for their blood at random times. At this point, the girl remembers one sentence from our boy that sent all her concerns flying. He had said that he would like for her to be happy. His words ring with more honesty than anything the girl had heard until now. Tears roll down her cheeks as she remembers our hero's devotion in throwing his body to her in order to save the same girl who had turned into a monster. That strong and hot moment, alongside his goodwill and devotion, makes Mariette realize that a piece of her life will forever be immortalized in her memory. She then pulls the sheets up to her now red cheeks as she calls out our boy's name in his absence. On the other hand, he overhears some students gossiping about the second-year ace. One of them mentions her to his mate, and the other refers to Mariette as the potato senior. You see, it's been a week since the incident. There was a bit of chaos because some no-good people opposed Mariette staying at the school. Luckily, H. Warren, who's also a demi-human, was already attending school obediently, so the contrary opinion quickly lost steam. In the cooking classroom, the students continue to gossip about the vampire, asking if she's still in isolation because they heard that she's not coming to class, while Jaeger and Lark cook up something dangerous in the background. All our hero can think about is why the girl's still isolating herself after a week. Officially, her isolation has finished, so the second year tries to mingle with other students. They bombard her with attention, asking if she's okay and congratulating her for becoming special. Meanwhile, Mariette's eyes can't stop searching through the crowd, and she becomes jittery when she doesn't find Isabelle in it. She instantly returns to her room, a blood bag in sight, as it becomes apparent that she's not ready to free herself yet. She thinks to herself that Isabelle must hate her, that she must be scared of her. She then puts herself in her victim's shoes and concludes that if she were the one, she wouldn't want a friend who bit off a chunk of her. She resolves that she doesn't want to get in the way of Isabelle, or anyone for that matter, and for that reason, she decides to disappear from the academy. The girl is still staring at the blood bag before her when her attention is drawn by someone knocking on the door. She asks for the person's identity and walks up to the door as she wonders who would come to see her at this time. As she opens the door, Isabelle instantly embraces her and bursts into tears as she asks if the girl is okay. Mariette is so stunned by the visit that she questions why the girl came by. In turn, Isabelle doesn't let go of her and asks if she's not supposed to come. The second year begins to stutter as she tries to defend herself, but her confused friend asks once again if she doesn't want to see her. The vampire is quick to debunk this opinion and goes on to ask if Isabelle isn't afraid of her. In response, she smiles softly and reveals that she saw everything before she passed out. She had seen Mariette's face after biting her, how she didn't know what to do and felt sorry about it. At this point, she cups the vampire's face and declares that she'll always think of her as a friend no matter what happens. She then joins foreheads with her, looking into her eyes as she quips that she would like her to always think of her as a friend too. This confession brings tears to Mariette's eyes and she cries out, thanking her friend at the top of her voice. Soon enough, she admits that she expected Isabelle to hate her, but her friend asks if she's been feeling bad about herself until she came along. She doesn't wait for a response before flashing the vampire a smile and admitting that she already felt better after some time, but the hospital told her not to go out. This was why she couldn't go out even after her friend's isolation was over. She then reveals that she's only there because a certain first year snuck her out of the hospital, but when she turns to point him out, the student is nowhere to be found. She swears to the vampire that there was a tall junior right behind her, and Mariette's eyes shoot open with realization. As our hero walks away from the vampire's room, he admits that trust towards a girl like her would not collapse from such a small incident. Meanwhile, she's back in her room burying her face in her hands and worrying her friend while she's at it. She realizes that Corin Locke has helped her again, and keeps calling his name as she blushes profusely. This is how the first act of the story ended, with a happy ending for everyone, unlike what happened in the game and our hero's past life. Although some unexpected things occurred, and not a single thing went according to plan, our boy likes it even more. He has successfully proven that without a main character, the world goes on, and that even without following the plan, better endings can still exist. He smiles ear to ear as he savors the moment that helps him confirm the beginning of a new world. Corin Locke's schedule has become quite desolate with a repetition of class, lunch, more class, training, dinner, and yes, more training. Unsurprisingly, he's in the stamina training room at this moment, telling himself that he has to be stronger although he's still riddled with bandages from his last battle. He wants to learn to be faster because of the scenario that's approaching with X. He unleashes the Calamity Serpent Ultimate Essence, the Rising Serpent Skies, and finally, the Poisonous Dragon Exit. All this time, Mariette has been watching, so she draws our hero's attention, happily telling him how amazing he was. She then adds that he seems to be working hard. Our boy points out that she's back to normal, but she swipes this aside as she offers to feed him for working so hard. Mariette claims that she didn't prepare much, and then encourages our hero to eat up. Contrary to what she said, the girl made 5 different dishes and our hero wastes no time mentioning it, adding that all the dishes are even made from potatoes. He admits that he was getting anyway, so he gratefully digs in. The vampire plays along but soon gets distracted when the wound on our hero's hand begins to drip blood. Our boy is oblivious to this, so he inquires why the girl is looking at him, asking whether there's something on his face. In response, Mariette averts her gaze, screaming as her fangs pop out. She thinks to herself that she drooled at the sight of the blood and this makes her ashamed. Our hero goes on to ask about how she drinks blood these days, and the vampire refers to the pack beside her. In turn, our boy inquires about the difference between fresh blood and a blood pack, so his friend goes on to explain that the difference lies in the freshness and in the taste, adding that Corin Locke's blood was yummy. Shame falls upon her once again and she proclaims that her last sentence makes her seem weird. Our hero easily swipes this away, replacing it with his curiosity about whether the blood difference is similar to that of organic food and pesticide-sprayed food. In response, the second year admits that it's similar and makes a better example using frozen meat and just cut meat. Understanding the assignment, our boy expresses his sympathy that his friend is fated to eat frozen meat for the rest of her long life. He then announces that it's okay to drink it sometimes. Mariette has no idea what he means, so she asks about it. She instantly freaks out when our hero clarifies that he meant she could drink his blood. He informs her that he regenerates anyway and invites her to come find him if she gets tired of the blood packs. Worse off, he presents his neck to her, asking if she wants some of his blood right now. The poor girl averts her gaze as she screams that our hero shouldn't say stuff like that. She then refuses his offer because she doesn't want to be a bother. Afterwards, she presents him with a potion and our hero wonders if it's blood. Mariette then clarifies that a vampire's blood is one of the greatest magic ingredients, adding that it's good for the body despite how nauseating it may seem. In little to no time, our boy gulps down the contents of the vial, making his friend admit how embarrassing it is for him to drink it in her presence. At this point, our hero's notifications begin to act up, declaring that he has consumed a second rank elixir, one that uses a special ingredient. Up next, it announces that his aura rank has moved up by 1 stage, his maximum aura has gone up by 500, and that 10 points have been equally distributed. Mariette asks if it was yummy, but our hero is more preoccupied by the fiery essence surrounding his features. He then admits to himself that the potion didn't taste good, but he's stronger than in his past life. A smirk comes to his lips as he tells the vampire that the potion was great, and continues thinking about how he's now ready to start the scenario with X. Alicia Arden is a direct descendant of the renowned Arden swordsmanship family and a first-rank knight. You see, her life has changed a lot from before. After feeling an unknowable wall between herself and our hero, she realized that she needed to develop herself more, and began to put her efforts into that regard. Until a while ago, she was a fundamentally lazy and unaspiring girl with no heart or concern towards swordsmanship. Alicia spends her time taking down mountains of honey bomb candy and goes shopping simultaneously. She picks out 2 dresses at once, yelling that she wants to try them all. Although her talent was near genius, when it came to her attitude, she was a terrible student who always received failing grades. The only thing she thinks about at the mall is how she doesn't need to wave her sword 10,000 times every day, get examined as she repeats her basic moves, or duel with her sweaty and brutal martial brothers and sister. Her eyes then fill up with excitement, mostly because her big sister is nowhere in sight. Just as she declares that she should enjoy times like this, Corin Locke pops up and asks what she means. She's shocked beyond return, and begins to tremble as our hero guilts her for no longer dropping by the training room. She begins to slur her words as she makes up excuses like having a lot to do, having assignments, and also doing missions. In response, our hero gifts her a 100-watt smile and asks her to join his party if she wants to make a lot of money. Tears start to fall down Alicia's cheeks as she asks the universe why our hero keeps looking for her. Apparently, Corin Locke became difficult for the girl to approach at some point, because when she was in front of him, she felt like her lazy habit of trusting her talent alone was exposed. The bare face of a genius swordsman who received a second-rank Knight Guardian certificate at a young age had been revealed. She just stands amidst the honey bomb candy and dresses, balling her fists as she stares at our hero. She can't help but regret his tactics, and how his methods are too difficult. She hates that he keeps talking about the basics and wonders if it's not normal to try to make cool lethal moves at this age. Alicia's outlook instantly changes when our boy mentions that the reward for the second-rank mission is 2 gold coins. She begins to calculate how many honey bomb candies and dresses she can get with that much money. Our hero intrudes on her thoughts, asking if she's interested, only for the girl to give him an enthusiastic yes. G then tells her that they'll leave in the middle of the following week and adds that she should prepare her stuff. He remembers at the last minute that he has a 20 silver coin short-term mission to handle that day, and asks the girl to do that with him too. The mention of more money pushes Alicia into instant agreement. An evil smirk revisits our boy's lips as he realizes that she just needs money. He then admits that it'll be just enough for the next scenario. He's not certain, but based on his predictions, it's supposed to happen today. Apparently, Alicia likes the patrol missions from the board, seeing as all she had to do was follow a designated route in the middle of the city and check if there were any problems. The monsters that came near the city were 4th or 5th rank at most, with the occasional appearance of the mid-level ones, though the likelihood of that is slim. Meanwhile, they come across some monsters during their patrol and the other men with them tell Alicia that they're done with things on their end. In response, she suggests that our hero, who's their captain, takes the claws and leather and sells them later. There wasn't much to do and one could make enough money from it. This was the swordsman's favorite type of mission. The other men begin to rain encomiums upon Alicia's name, telling her that she's amazing for defeating 10 monsters instantaneously. She just wears a smug look as she claims that it's nothing much. This brings about another round of praise, seeing as the men consider defeating an owlbear to be a great deal. As they praise her, she smiles ear to ear. All the talk from her family members about how her big sister achieved the supreme stage at her age, how they'll finally have an heir to the Arden name, and even how they talk down on her for being an illegitimate child compared to Lunia Arden. All of these get wiped away by the praises, and she tells herself that she's not that bad. At this point, our boy interrupts her thoughts as he announces the presence of an owl bear nearby. In response, Alicia just laughs and reveals that she already took care of it. Our hero admits how amazing that is, and soon enough, nightfall arrives. He quips that nice it is that their patrolling is done. It's supposed to have ended easily, safely, and happily as long as no sudden changes occurred. Unfortunately, things don't always go as planned. A green signal gets shot into the sky and one of the men with them announces that it's from the preceding patrol group indicating a nest of second-rank monsters. Alicia declares that she can't see it, so he clarifies that it's a magic signal that can only be seen using the special goggles that they're wearing. He adds that it's a secret method used by guards and quips that they should head down immediately. Tears run down the girl's cheeks as she realizes that she has failed to leave work on the dot. You see, when nothing much happens on a patrol mission, it can end without even killing a single monster, but when changes like a monster signal occurs, one has no choice but to participate in the raid. The other men begin to cheer, announcing that they have no reason to fear because they have the granddaughter of the sword genius. While they celebrate in the background, our hero just smiles, realizing that he was right. The nest of second-rank monsters that were found by the preceding patrol group was the nest for the wolves centered around Werewolf. Werewolf was the monster that Alicia managed to defeat while she was poisoned in our boy's past life. This time, they managed to defeat it as well. However, a more capable beast comes riding in, shocking the girl to her core. It's none other than the mythical Dullahan, a first-rank monster. Moving on, we see that the Dullahan comes riding in with green flames exiting every crevice in his bony body. Alicia begins to worry instantly, wondering what such a beast is doing in the forest. In the midst of the ruckus, she reaches for her sword and tells herself that it's not over yet. As she pulls it out, it's escorted by a blue essence and she administers the one slice Arden style, and follows up with the territory cut which sends mighty waves towards her opponent. Her eyes pop open as she witnesses Dullahan bend over in such a way that her attacks just fly past him. She's left wondering how he's so flexible and compares him to a mollusk. Scaly tentacles suddenly extend from this being and they grab hold of Alicia soon enough, causing her to scream from the shock. As the tentacles elevate her, she admits that Dullahan is fast and experienced, and deduces that he's at least a first-rank monster. This discovery makes her cry out for Corin Locke, begging him to come to her rescue. You see, the girl lacks the pride of a warrior. The other men then inform her that our hero is off battling another monster and she bawls her eyes out, asking why he's not around when she needs him. At this point, some sort of greenish light flash comes flowing towards her, so she freaks out and closes her eyes. By the time she opens them, she witnesses as the heads of both the Dullahan and the horse it rode in on get crushed and severed. Still wrapped in tentacles, she and the beast fall to the ground, and she immediately thanks Corin Locke, thinking that he's the one who saved her life. She stops mid-sentence when she sees a familiar sword, only for its wielder to lambaste her for still being as weak, lazy, and cocky as ever. Alicia elevates her gaze to see who it is, and realizes that it's the eldest daughter of the Arden swordsmanship family, and the most likely next-term heir, the greatest swordsman of the new generation, and the one who will continue the path of the sword genius. She realizes that it's none other than Lunia Arden, her older sister. Lunia just glares at her younger sister with so much condescension, and the girl averts her gaze to the ground as she gets asked why she's in such a state. Alicia has no answer, so her big sister continues to barrage her with questions, asking why she didn't back up when she saw Dullahan, why she didn't properly analyze the enemy, and above all, why she unsheathed her sword in such a stupid manner. It irks Lunia because she feels her little sister is trying to copy her, and is doing it sloppily. Alicia is quick to apologize, but her sister doesn't want to hear excuses. She makes it clear that the results of the girl's actions are totally her responsibility. She adds that it can end with a few words and helps the girl realize that her casual actions are what endangered the soldiers who trusted and followed her. At this point, the soldiers in the back help each other up as they confirm whether they're okay. Meanwhile, Lunia drills her sister for slumping her shoulders, and the poor girl fearfully adjusts her posture. In turn, the divine sword cradles her blade on her shoulder, telling our girl that swordsmen of Arden must always be confident. All Alicia can say is yes ma'am. Soon enough, Lunia diverts her attention to our hero, and he turns around while spinning his spear to fight nothing in particular. He then wonders if he got caught for pretending to be busy. The divine sword just stays quiet until our boy covers the distance between them, and then goes through the painstaking process of listing out all of her titles just to introduce herself. She claims to be the divine sword, the great disciple, as well as the first sword pavilion master. Our hero stays quiet at first, and then bows his head as he introduces himself as the 8 hanging spears disciple and Alicia's friend, Corin Locke. As he claims that it's nice to meet her, Lunia retires to her thoughts, and later wonders aloud if our hero and her sisters are only friends. As usual, our boy plans to keep information to a minimum, admitting only to himself that he can't reveal his spearmanship, because there are only 2 other people who use this type of spearmanship, his former teacher and one other master of the spear. After his introduction, Lunia is certain that he's not telling her everything, so she averts her gaze as she announces that it's fine if he doesn't want to talk about it. At this point, some soldiers come calling, reporting that they've taken care of all the monsters in the area. You see, Arden's elite troops consist of second-rank knights who are also known as the 5 Swords. There's Jenny, the high-speed sword knight, Siren, the dual sword knight, May, the steadfast sword knight, Lena, the wave sword knight, and finally, Milia, the phantom sword knight. As Jenny asks if they should chase after the monsters that are fleeing, our boy recalls that all of the 5 swords are either the same rank as Alicia or higher. In response, Lunia tells her troops that there's no need to chase monsters, and adds that they should simply return. They all bow to her simultaneously and proclaim that they understand. Last minute, the divine sword tells Alicia that she's coming too, and an unhealthy amount of sweat pours down the girl's face. Apparently, swordsmen like to travel in groups, and those who are commonly referred to as the sword faction are partly gangster-like swordsmanship organizations. They just follow their leaders, band together, and eventually consider themselves as a sect. 60 years ago, the sword genius Garan began a new generation of swordsmanship. As the current family head began to spread the idea of martial arts school, Arden became a renowned swordsmanship family that represented the continent. At the Arden studio in Merkaba, Lunia asks one of her subordinates to light her pipe, and Jenny immediately obeys, proving that the lingering scent of their unique command, discipline, and gangster-like tendencies still remains today. All the members go on their knees in the studio, and Alicia introduces herself as a disciple of the main family and a second-rank swordsman. With her head bowed, she officially greets the pavilion master. The other members sweat profusely as they wonder what is going on, thinking about why the main family's great disciple would make a direct descendant of the same family to kneel. Lunia doesn't seem to be the least bit worried. She just smokes her pipe and scrolls through all of Alicia's missions, from the patrol mission to the tradesman's security mission, and finally the 4th-rank monster group raid. She thinks the portfolio is absurd, only to notice that the girl took on a cafe helper mission. When she's asked what it is, Alicia reveals that it's a mission where you wear a uniform and hand out flyers. The divine sword first inquires if the cafe belonged to a friend of hers, and her sister denies this, only for her to become embarrassed as she admits that she thought the uniform was pretty. She repeats how pretty it was, but all she does is irritate Lunia. The pavilion master takes another puff from her pipe before declaring that her sister is so pathetic. She goes on to lambaste the girl for using the guardian certificate that she got as a favor for the main family to do something as menial as cafe work. Alicia can't even make eye contact as the divine sword asks if she's trying to sully the Arden name. She's even more disappointed when she realizes that all of the girl's missions are the ones where she faces low-ranking monsters, and asks if she was planning to act like a hero from doing monster raids. At this point, our girl remembers the words of her father, how he had told her that she can't escape her essence. Alicia just kneels in silence up until she's sent away via a carriage. Afterwards, Jenny quips that the girl looked healthy and Milia adds that she seemed to have put on some weight. They barely get a reaction out of Lunia, mostly because she's more interested in our hero. She then asks if anyone in her troops knows him, and Jenny calls out his name, adding that he's only a 5th-rank knight. The pavilion master doesn't believe this, so she wonders if the Merkaba Academy rank test is that unreliable. As she takes another puff from her pipe, one of her girls begs her pardon. In response, the divine sword explains that the whole time our hero was fighting, his gaze was on Alicia, and in such a situation, he didn't even give the monsters surrounding him 20% of his attention. Lunia is certain that his type of experience isn't ordinary and that it wasn't just a level of practice. She thinks that it's a type of sensitivity and obsession that one could only gain from polishing their skills from the real deal. Not to mention his impeccable spearmanship, which looks simple at a glance, but for someone who has mastered the Arden style, she could tell the destination of that spearmanship. A small smile creeps onto the lips of the divine sword as she admits to herself that although their encounter was short, she was quite satisfied with our hero. She would have no problem with him staying next to her younger sister. At this point, she announces that she has a request that she received from the academy, so she might be able to see our boy again when she stops by to fulfill it. The next day, after our hero rounds up his training, Mariette, who's now popularly known as Potato Senior, stops by with a lot of treats. She goes on about how one of the treats is a potato pie, and adds that she put some minced mutton inside and baked it. She tells our boy to eat it whenever he's hungry. One bite and our hero hides his face, asking the senior if she put some mutton inside it. In turn, Mariette flashes a shy smile as she commends him for catching on. She reveals that it's fresh meat that arrived today and mentions how Madame Josephine asked her to help with the slaughter process. With his face still hidden, tears fall from our boy's eyes. He's very emotional because he pities Mariette for missing out on such a delicacy because of the vampire life that she has to lead. She interrupts his thoughts to ask how the pie tastes, but doesn't wait for an answer before promising to bring beef when she comes again. She then inquires if he likes braised oxtail, and this moves our hero so much that he clasps Mariette's hands with his, staring into her eyes as he admits that he likes it very much. She's flustered beyond words and has to confirm whether or not our boy is still talking about the oxtail. It's now her turn to hide her blushing cheeks as she promises to bring the braised oxtail next time. She then segues into complimenting our hero, confessing that he has big rough hands that are covered in scars. She proclaims that they're hands of effort and adds that they're so cool and mature. At this moment, someone yells out the vampire's name and she reacts as though she was caught doing something heinous. She immediately lets go of our hero's hands and runs towards Isabelle, asking her if she has had anything to eat. Her friend doesn't take the bait and brings up what she just saw, only for Mariette to quickly deny doing anything. She then bids our hero goodbye, promising to see him later. Meanwhile, Corin Locke has his mouth full as he recalls that unlike kids this age, he couldn't date once in the 3 years of his past life, mostly because of Park Seo-hoo's interference. He vaguely recalls having situationships, but blames Seo once again for not giving a chance to date. His attention returns to the banquet before him and he wonders when he'll have time to eat all of it. In contrast to our hero's past life, his platonic relationships in this one are quite different. Sometimes, Yule brings rare and precious mushrooms from the forest, after which they go straight to the library and begin lessons on the Ogham alphabet. Other times, Drin comes looking for our boy, and frequently too. Rather than a friendship, Corin Locke thinks that the mercenary considers him as a somewhat useful colleague. If there are any difficult missions that'll make some money, Drin asks our hero to join his party. Then there's Lark and Jaeger, who our boy is usually with most of the time because they take classes together. At this moment, they're both freaked out by the sight of someone. They scream so intensely that it gets our hero worried, and makes him ask if there's a monster nearby. It turns out that Huron just dropped by to remind him about his promise to buy her some food. Our hero heaves a sigh of relief when he notices that she's the one, but realizes that she's also a monster in a sense. He brushes this aside as he recalls when he hung by her window and promised to buy her a meal later. It also dawns on our boy that it's been a month since that happened, and he finds it impressive that she remembers. He hasn't even given Lark and Jaeger his reason for not being able to hang with them, but they both clasp their books and run, lying that they have some assignments to finish up. Later on, our boy takes Huron to a fish restaurant and jokes that he brought her there because she kinda looks like a cat. He proceeds to ask if she likes fish, only for the Jiangxi to almost swallow one whole. Corin Locke quickly stops her, questioning her sanity and asking if her throat is equally stubborn. He then tells her that what she was about to do is not respectful to food. Huron quips that you just have to chew and eat, but our hero prepares a plate for her and laughs as he tells her that she won't be able to say that after he's done. He peels the skin off the fish and balances it on top of a plate of rice. He then stretches the plate towards the Jiangxi, asking for her opinion and declaring that the meal looks more tasty now. Our hero would like her to look at the meal and feel its scent rather than simply consuming it. He declares that that's what it means to respect food. In response, the girl stares at her plate with a little more purpose and digs in with chopsticks this time. She eats way too fast, so our hero tells her to slow down. Meanwhile, he thinks to himself that the weapon production is almost complete, adding that it may be a bit early but the second act is starting soon. For the introduction of the second act, Jaeger splashes water on his face as he laments about not knowing what to do. Apparently, he didn't study at all and the midterms are minutes away from starting. Lark reminds him that he told him to study and asks the hunk what he hopes to achieve by complaining 10 minutes to the exam. In response, Jaeger announces that his friend should have scolded him more, and said friend claps back as he tells him that he should have listened to him more instead. Anyway, Corin Locke joins the duo at this point and gets asked if he studied. His features instantly spell mischief as he declares that he doesn't need to do something like that. His friend then asks what he plans to do, only for our hero to claim that he's different from them. He prides himself in the fact that it's not his first time taking the exam and asks them to watch as he attains rank number 1. The proctor then announces that the exam is beginning, so he instructs all the students to flip their pages over. Our boy does this happily as he lifts the sheet to scan through the questions. The first one is about the inertia value of x motion, and he's expected to find the value of y needed to implement a certain figure. Bottom line is that our hero freezes in place, smiling on the outside, but as blank as his answer booklet on the inside. He has no idea what any of it means and just watches as time flies by. Afterwards, Jaeger, who has been sleeping, yawns as he comes awake. He then asks if the exam is over yet. Lark is unsurprised by his friend's behavior, so he goes straight to asking about our hero, only for him to claim that knights just need to know how to write their names. His shoulders slump, giving away how hopelessly he did in the test. Lark is shocked that our boy's answer sheet is blank, and even Jaeger announces that he could do 1 or 2 questions before he fell asleep. Apparently, our hero had forgotten that he never studied in his past life. Tears roll down his cheeks as he recalls that back then, he continuously researched the expert skills, so he didn't know any of the knowledge of this world. He squeezes the answer sheet, telling himself that it's fine and that there are still ways to redeem himself from a written test like this. Up next, all the Year 1 students gather in the festival conference hall and get encouraged to have strength. Our hero takes his stand as he reiterates that the faculty exam is the highlight of the midterms and one of the easy events in the game. He sees it as a golden opportunity to redeem the marks that plummeted during the written exam. You see, these exams are composed by the night faculty professors or temporary instructors invited from the outside. There are 15 students per team and they're to face the instructors and show them what they've got. Afterwards, they'll receive a grade from the professors in charge of evaluation. Our hero is a 5th rank knight in name, so he's certain that the level of his assigned instructor won't be that high. He even plans to defeat the instructor to get additional points, and laughs as he apologizes in advance to whoever they may be. The other students, including Jaeger, begin to panic over someone's arrival, and it's just as our hero tells himself that he'll defeat whoever comes so he can recover from his written exam. The reactions of the students baffle him, so he wonders who the instructor could possibly be, only for him to overhear someone asking him if he has been well. With his arms intertwined, he diverts his attention to where the voice is coming from, only to see Lunia Arden announcing that they meet again. Our boy freaks out on the spot and is left wondering why she came. An announcement blasts on the public address system, declaring that the special guests for the practical exam are the elites of the renowned Arden swordsmanship family. He then adds that they're the 5 swords of the first sword pavilion. Lena asks if they should take it easy, and May points out that their opponents are only students. On the other hand, Milia tells her teammates to watch out for Drin, the sword sorcerer, adding that he's strong. The students waste no time charging towards the 5 swords, but Drin stands behind and thinks things through. He notices that all the girls in the 5 swords are second rankers, compared to their team where it's just him and Alicia that hold a 2nd rank. It dawns on him that their odds of winning are still low. The 5 swords get into battle stances as they activate the Arden-style sword formation and use the 5-sword combo technique to send a myriad of slashes at once. This blows away almost all the students upon impact, taking pieces of the ground alongside it. Mid-air, some students begin to lament that they can't see while the others just scream in pain. In all of this, Drin hasn't taken a single step. He reevaluates the situation, having concluded that the odds aren't in their favor. He notices that their opponents began the match by taking out the vision of the students, and this proves how experienced they are. With this, the mercenary concludes that their opponents are moving with combat experience and not rank. His first line of action becomes creating a proper line of sight, so he manipulates his sword to spin until enough wind comes from them to clear the air. At this point, Milia, the phantom sword, comes attacking from above, but Drin is fast enough to block her and begins to wonder if the girls have decided to ambush them. From the distance, Alicia yells his name and Jenny, the high-speed sword, takes advantage of the distraction to attack her. The girl barely blocks the attack and gets told that she's the swordsman's opponent for the exam. She stutters her words, wanting to know if her opponent is marking her. Jenny then goes on about how there are about 15 students, and adds that 6 swordsmen are more than enough to take them on. With this, she kicks our girl's foot, throwing her off balance and sending her falling to the ground. The high-speed sword then points out how unstable Alicia's posture is. She tries to stab the girl while she's down, but the Arden quickly rolls over to dodge it, leaving the remaining students to cheer in awe of the power the 5 swords wield. Siren, May, and Lena tear through the other students like they're nothing, willing them to at least do something to put up a fight. The onlookers even realize how the majority of the students keep falling, with the exception of Drin and Alicia. At least, that's what it seemed like. In truth, it was the exact opposite. The mercenary sends forth his fire spirit sword and his heavy iron sword, setting his experience up against that of his opponents. By the time the dust clears, Milia is overwhelmed by Drin's 5 magical swords. Even with her 2 swords, she is forced to admit that it stands no chance against 5, making it clear that the sword sorcerer will soon be victorious. Alicia, on the other hand, is still clashing blades with Jenny and gets brought to her knees. The high-speed sword advises her once again to put in more practice, and expresses her disappointment over the fact that she claims to be the Sword Emperor's heir with such lame skills. She discourages Alicia from graduating, telling her that she would be better off staying at home and receiving proper training there. These last words strike a chord in our girl, so she pushes back her opponent's blade, declaring that she won't go back home. Alicia activates her vigilant eyes to see the territory, but is shocked that her opponent still manages to knock her down. Apparently, our girl isn't looking directly into the territory yet. Jenny then tells her that she has to stay focused until the very end. She stares down at the defeated Arden and announces that she still has a long way to go. Jenny, the high-speed sword, looks down at Alicia in disappointment, telling her that she still has a long way to go. You see, Lunia Arden was supposed to take on her younger sister in the original storyline. This leaves our hero confused as to why she's the examiner for Group B, which is his group. Jaeger still can't believe his eyes, so he just stares at the first sword with a mix of dread and awe. In response, she lets loose her purple essence and asks that they begin the bout. She even tells them to think of it as an experience in a great special rank war. Her last statement really causes a ruckus amongst the other students, but Corin Locke and his inner circle remain calm. Apparently, a great special rank war is one where a monstrosity that can take on an army by itself comes forth, leading to a disaster that even dozens of guardians are unsure of winning against. Our hero recalls that they're monsters that most guardians will never encounter in their lifetimes, the kind of stories that, if told by anyone, would be passed off as folklore. But when it comes to Lunia Arden, it's a different story entirely. This is because she's someone who can go head-to-head with monsters like that. The master of the pavilion comes at the students with a vengeance, a display of power so overwhelming that it has the same effects that all 5 swords combine to achieve. She truly is a monster among monsters. The after effects of Lunia's strike shatters the training ground, throwing some students in the distance and sending others slamming into the ground nearby. Meanwhile, our hero had quickly found a safe place to take cover, and from there, he admired the amount of chaos one person caused. Soon enough, Jaeger comes yelling that the attack almost killed him, and asks if the first sword isn't overdoing it. He's so disheveled that he wonders aloud about why Lunia is going so hard against mere students, only for our boy to correct him. Corin Locke actually thinks the examiner is going easy on them, and adds that if she gets serious, she'll be done with them in 10 seconds. He then asks what the hunk has in his hand, and soon discovers that it's a passed-out lark. For some reason, Jaeger smiles as he shows the boy to our hero. He quips that he only brought Lark along for fear of him dying where he was. The hunk goes on to advise our hero not to faint, claiming that he's way too heavy to be carried around. At this point, he gets hit with an attack strong enough to send him falling on his face. Our boy calls out his name, but Jaeger just groans in response. He can overhear Lunia proclaiming that none of the students are good enough to receive guidance from her, and a quick glance behind his hiding place reveals Lunia standing in wait for him. She then announces that they're the only ones left, and asks him to come out. After mulling it over, our boy comes out with both hands in the air, asking if he can surrender. In response, the examiner quips that he can do that if he wants to get the lowest score. Of course, our hero doesn't want that. She's certain of this, mostly because he won't pass up the opportunity to go up against a powerhouse like herself. Corin Locke tries to hide a smile of mischief, but it shows itself anyway. He thinks to himself that anyone can sense Lunia Arden from a mile away. In his past life, he and the examiner were comrades who fought many battles together. If his master was the one who taught him the way of the spear, it wouldn't be far-fetched to say that Lunia taught him real-life combat techniques. This was why, by the end of their last match against each other, our hero lost. He now sees it as a wall he has to break through at some point in life, and tells himself that if he's to take his place as the main character, he must surpass Lunia with his own strength. He takes a battle stance to match his determination, but his opponent is the first to strike. He manages to block it, only for one strike to become 2, and 2 to become 3. The examiner uses this yardstick to keep our hero on the defensive, throwing multiple high-speed attacks his way like they're free t-shirts at a rally. Just when our boy thinks he has found a window to attack, Lunia switches up and tries to cut him down from above. Luckily, our hero is quick enough to block, and has no choice but to return to the defensive once again. Even at that, he raises murmurs among the onlookers, making them wonder if he's really a 5th-rank knight. They find it baffling that a first-year student is actually holding his own against the great Lunia Arden, and begin to wonder how it's possible. As beads of sweat pour down our hero's face, heavy breaths follow suit. He continues to gasp for air as he leans on his knee for support. His opponent, on the other hand, just stands there, pointing out how sad it is that he has run out of energy. After this, she returns her sword to its sheath, making our boy wonder if she thinks he did enough hard work. He's quick to dismiss this thought, telling himself that such a thing is impossible. He recognizes the ensuing technique to be territory cut, which foreshadows the most powerful technique of Emperor Garand, the mightiest sword. Lunia grips the hilt of her blade, ready to unleash hell on our hero. She then tells him that she wants to see him counter it and show her a worthy response with his spearmanship. As soon as she activates lethal intent, her aura ripples throughout the area, pushing back our boy and leaving the other students to wonder what is going on. Some of them even fear that the first sword's technique may be too dangerous. The exam evaluators scream at her to hold on, asking if she's trying to kill our hero. They try to stop the test and continually yell at her to quit it. Unfortunately, Lunia is too stubborn to listen. She goes on to activate the Arden-style one slice alongside the fake territory cut. This instantly brings the world to a standstill. The only thing able to move through this stationary world is the Pavilion Master's translucent reflection. Her blade seems to be moving in slow motion, while our boy tries to move his spear at full speed towards his opponent's sword that's as clear as day to him. Sadly, the spear doesn't move an inch. Our hero soon realizes that he's incapable of motion in this stationary world, and he can only perceive its stillness to some extent. At this moment, he recalls the whole Mariette debacle, and begins to wonder if he controlled the territory by coincidence back then. Now, all that he's left with is self-doubt, but he resolves to push through it and take just one step. As he stretches his spear to counter Lunia's blade, he tells himself that it doesn't have to be perfect, and adds that he just needs to take one step forward. His spear successfully touches her blade, but the after effects unleash another wave of power that blows the surroundings away. The evaluators gasp in shock, while our hero admits that he moved on instinct and not knowledge. He also quips that territory gives a feeling of omnipotence, one that makes you feel like you're the center of the world. Anyway, Lunia's blade remains outstretched as the dust settles. She then confesses that our boy was able to react to the territory in the end. As he stares her down, she announces that they'll conclude the test at that point, and then turns around to leave. She makes sure to advise our hero to get himself a better spear, quipping that his gear is too weak for his skills. True to her words, our boy realizes that her blade had split his spear down the middle. Soon enough, the pavilion master catches a glimpse of her sister sitting defeatedly amidst the rubble. She then confesses to our hero that the test wasn't even that important, and proclaims that the reason Corin Locke didn't avoid the fight was to showcase the territory. This informs Lunia that our hero also knew about her sister's talent. A sly smile graces his features as he stays silent. He then thinks to himself that the pavilion master isn't wrong, seeing as he lost the fight but achieved his goal. Afterwards, Lunia tells him that she's staying in town for a while because she has work to do there. Anyway, she warns our boy not to be arrogant enough to interfere, and adds that nothing is going to change no matter how hard he tries. She then continues to walk away, only to declare that she will crush Alicia with her bare hands. More determination pours into our hero, making him certain that things won't go as Lunia planned now that he has shown her the territory. The instructors are so impressed by how our hero did on the test that they announce over the public address system that he got full marks and maximum additional points. Meanwhile, the other students sit on the steps as they nurse their wounds and bruised egos. They begin to gossip about our boy for getting full marks in a bout with Lunia Arden. Worse off, he did it alone. One of the professors is outraged. He quips that it just doesn't make sense that our hero could face the pavilion master in a one-on-one. This makes him reevaluate his position as a 5th rank. On the other hand, his colleague intertwines his hands and rests on them as he falls deep in thought. He remembers our boy as the student who attempted to capture the spirit bodies back in the stamina training room. Even Professor Firma can't believe Corin Locke's ability, and ends up breaking his glasses as he wonders how our hero is using his techniques. A few days pass and our boy pays the blacksmith a visit. Even before Lunia advised him to change his weapon, he already felt the need to get a good one. Just like everyone else, the blacksmith asks who our hero is, seeing as the academy readily provided him with precious and rare ingredients. The blacksmith is even more cautious because our boy happens to know his family's secret methods. In response, our hero just tells him not to worry about it. In truth, he did a lot in his past life and finds it quite annoying to explain it all now. Anyway, to acquire such super expensive ingredients, one would need at least several hundred gold coins, and there are no high-stake players who are ready to pay for them in cash. Typically, these ingredients are made using more ingredients obtained from scenarios or quests. Then there's our boy who already has some special soul dust from Sabantia, a 2nd rank runestone, a 1st rank silver stone, and the wholehearted support of Director Kassar. Put all of these together and you can make one of the very few weapons capable of handling the territory. The sight of it brings a smile to our hero's lips. The legendary grade weapon, Shadow Kingdom Silver Knight's Spear, also known as Silver Spear. On its own, this weapon already exudes power, and our boy reaches out to grab his new baby. Later on, in another part of Merkaba, Alicia is on a temporary mission. Sadly, all that comes to her mind is the bloodshed from when she was little. She keeps remembering how it didn't stop despite striking a non-lethal blow. You see, when she was much younger, she went out in a real battle for the first time and she cut down a 5th rank monster. She recalls the disgust, and how she winced at the sight of its blood and intestines spilling out of its body. However, it made her distinguish it from the smell of human blood, and despite it being her first time, she grasped it instantly. Sweat poured down the poor girl's face as she shook on the spot. The scent of human blood was too intense. It was the scent of the death throes of a fading life. She had stared at the blood on her sword back then, and now she stares at her sword once again. Alicia quickly exhales to brush all these memories under the rug, and realizes that she also has to work that day. The mission at hand is to capture werewolves and it'll pay the girl 70 silver coins. Although it's tiring, she thinks it's much better than her other option, which was to search for Fog City's murderous vampire. When she came across it, she instantly yelled that she doesn't like dangerous things. Apparently, the Arden had taken up the werewolf capturing mission because of an underlying reason, and she just stares at the piece of now bloodied cloth that our hero had used to tie up her injury the day they first met. She begins to wonder where her savior is at the moment, only for her to overhear someone talking smack to a 5th rank and telling him to do a good job as the porter. She glances in the direction of the voices, and yet another soldier complains about having to pick up after some brats at his age. Our hero just waltzes in with his good energy and waves at Alicia from a distance. He claims that it's a coincidence, and proceeds to cover the distance between them. The other guardians gather their faces into frowns of various intensities. They even hiss and suck their teeth to express their dislike for the quota system. This system leaves the Guardian Association no choice but to tolerate students being involved in their missions. It's worse in this scenario because they didn't anticipate a 5th rank like Corin Locke showing up. On the other hand, our hero is quite relieved that he has Alicia there with him, and grabs her hand as he tells her that they should do their best. Obviously, these guardians can't say anything to our boy because the Sword Emperor's granddaughter is right there, but this doesn't stop them from glaring daggers at him. It gets so bad that our hero wishes that they would stop, just so the back of his head won't burn. He proceeds to wrap his arm around Alicia's shoulder as he asks her how her eyes are. She claims that her eyes are fine, but our hero makes it clear that she knows which eyes he's talking about. Alicia then gives in and asks if he heard about it from her sister. Our hero implies that he did, when in truth, Lunia didn't say a single thing to him. He goes on to encourage the girl, telling her to hurry up because her sister is serious about destroying her to the point that she can no longer wield a sword. Alicia stares blankly at the ground and proclaims that when that happens, she can just stop wielding a sword altogether. This stumps our hero into silence and he heaves a tired sigh as he thinks to himself that Alicia won't be able to part ways with her swordsmanship. By dusk, the team arrives at the werewolf nest where they encounter 2 werewolves and about 20 shorthounds. The capturing party skillfully handled the shorthounds and even hunted a werewolf which they held bound in the cargo department of their carriage. Unfortunately, the situation gradually took a strange turn. More and more monsters seemed to crawl out from every crevice in the woods, throwing the guardians into great panic. They keep yelling as they ask themselves where the beasts are coming from and why there's a fog accompanying them. As the battle gets more intense, Charlie, one of the guardians, asks Hansen, his colleague, about our hero's whereabouts. In response, Hansen screams that now is not the time to be worried about someone else. They're just grateful that Alicia is around and doing so well. In truth, the girl cuts her way through the monsters like they're helpless mannequins. Things get worse when ghosts begin to join the mix, and the guardians yell that the area is not even known to house so many evil spirits. Alicia then recalls that places without many humans don't tend to attract evil spirits. This makes her feel like the scenario is man-made. At this point, a hunky opponent with glaring red eyes slowly makes his way to the swordsman. Before she can regain her balance, he brings down his axe with the force of 3 men, leaving the girl to block it with both her hands. She realizes that the weight of the axe is not that of a ghost, but a knight. For this reason, she yells at her opponent, asking him why he's attacking her and telling him to stand back lest she cut him down upon his next attack. Sadly, another hunky knight comes running from behind and Alicia catches a glimpse of him from the side of her eye. While she's distracted, she gets struck so hard that she screams. The girl is now stuck between 2 opponents and one of them raises his weapon to attack her again. Alicia refuses to err on the side of caution, so she glares at her enemy and strikes him down with 2 slashes to the chest. At this point, his blood sprays every which way and his severed mask comes falling to the floor in front of the swordsman. Once again, she's reminded of how different the smell of human blood is, the intense scent representing the death throes of a fading life. She freezes in place, mortified that she just took a human life. Unfortunately, the other knight doesn't care about her existential crisis and jumps in an attempt to cut her down. Suddenly, someone bursts a hole through his head and yells at Alicia for just sitting there. It's Corin Locke and he wastes no time informing the swordsman that her opponents are not people. She spins around in a frenzy as she asks what he means by that. Our boy first beheads the knight before explaining that they are corpses raised from the dead using black magic. It turns out that it's all part of the main event of the opening act of the second part, the subjugation of Fog City's murderous vampire. According to the storyline, the lunatic serial killer that Mariette didn't catch in the latter half of the first act would start chasing down the main character's party. Things would be different if one chose the capturing werewolves mission. You see, while playing this mission, it's inevitable to meet John Doe, the murderer, and after fighting, you'd be able to fend off his attacks. Soon enough, Hansen and Charlie come running to check on Alicia and our hero, only for the girl to point out a beast in the distance. True to her words, some skeleton in a tattered hood floats above them with malicious intent. They begin to wonder what it is, and Alicia even wields her sword in a fighting pose. In turn, our boy tells her that it's fine, and warns her to prepare to run. The girl doesn't know what to do with this information, but our hero is more preoccupied with attacking their most recent foe. He activates the 5th of 6 steps in spearmanship, the Pagoda Tree Mountain. The spear goes forth with enough power to burst through the hooded villain and pin it to a tree nearby. Amidst the fog, Alicia commends our hero, calling him incredible, while one of the guardians concludes that their foe must have been weak enough to be defeated by one strike. Our boy doesn't believe this, but he just stays quiet, thinking to himself that if John Doe were to die there, then there's no way it would be the final boss in the opening act. Based on his characteristics, it would be impossible for Corin Locke to catch him alone. Just as our hero thought, the villain whispers amidst the fog as he commends him for destroying his doll. He then proclaims that he'll end things there today, and adds that he looks forward to seeing our hero again. It becomes obvious that the issue isn't John Doe's strength or synergy, but his stealth. Suddenly, the corpse our boy pinned to the tree begins to emanate some sort of red fog, raising questions among the onlookers. Our hero instantly recognizes this as the Crimson Haze, which triggers automatically when the HP of the undead mage, which is in charge of the usual fog, reaches 0. This red fog is also known as the Fog of Death. The villain our boy just destroyed was just a doll, and also a device to activate the fog. You could say it's an undead manipulating the corpse of a mage. The major reason it's so difficult to capture John Doe is because he uses dolls like this to avoid being tracked. Our boy realizes that their foe has truly assimilated with the fog, making it impossible to locate him. More and more red fog fills the area by the second, so our hero yells at everyone to make a run for it, asking them if the fog doesn't look dangerous enough. He leads the way, running as though his life depends on it, because it does. Anyway, the others instantly follow suit as they agree that the fog looks dangerous. On their way, Alicia asks if our boy is just going to leave his spear and wonders if it isn't as expensive as she thinks. In response, our hero tells her that it's fine, and proceeds to activate the return rune on the weapon. Just like a missile with a homing device, the spear makes its way into Corin Locke's grip and Alicia admits that he has made something incredible. Their attention is drawn when one of the guardians yell out in pain, so they both turn around to see what is going on. Unfortunately, Charlie tripped on a root and is now lying flat on the ground. Both parties make their way back to help the guardian, and upon reaching him, Alicia asks him to grab her hand. He thanks her, but just as quickly yells that she should dodge. The swordsman is oblivious to the reason why he said this, only for a mighty hand to emanate from the fog and grab her. It instantly pulls her in, leaving our hero to admit how annoying the situation just became. He helps Charlie up and tells him to run, adding that he should just forget about the situation and make his way out of the forest. For some reason, our boy confiscates the guardian's robe before he leaves. Soon enough, he wraps the robe around himself, wields his spear, and dives into the belly of the beast, in this case, the fog. With gritted teeth, he admits that he didn't expect to be in this situation twice. You see, in his past life, our hero tripped and got trapped in the death fog. He even fell into critical condition in less than a minute. This time, he's lucky enough to have regeneration, so he'll be able to last much longer. But of course, the real problem now is Alicia. Alicia swings her sword over and over again in an attempt to cut the hands coming at her, but they just seem to be endless. She keeps screaming for them to let her go, but John Doe pays her no mind. Just like our boy fears, blood begins to exit Alicia's body and she screams as it becomes obvious that she will not last long. The hands seem to increase, but the girl keeps on cutting, telling herself that it is all she has to do. Unfortunately, she grows weaker with each slash of her sword and she is left wondering why the hands are not giving way. She begins to question her strength and her posture, only to remember Lunia's words when she saved her from the Dullahan, how she looked down on her for being in a pitiable state. Alicia's blade escapes her grip and goes dangling on the ground, making her wonder if she is in her current situation because she is weak. As more blood exits her body, she apologizes for wanting to be cool, for wanting to save somebody. All she wanted was to become a respectable person in our hero's eyes, especially because he had saved her life. At this point, Corin Locke screams her name and a very weak Alicia struggles to look up. All she can make out is a hooded silhouette, but her eyes glisten with hope when she recognizes the voice. It was as familiar as the first time he saved her life, and our boy interrupts her dreaming as he screams her name once again. He stretches out his arm in a bid to retrieve her, and it is at this point that it becomes clear that he is her savior. As the bloody hands hold up Alicia, our hero grabs her shoulder and asks if she is alright. She struggles to speak just so she can confirm if it is Corin Locke, and afterwards, she cries out that the hands will not budge. She goes on to beg him to save her, adding that she thinks she might die like this. Our boy wraps the cape he collected from Charlie around her and tells the girl to calm down. A simple pat on the head goes a long way to comfort her, but it is not enough. Our hero then wraps Alicia's hands around her sword as he tells her that striking randomly will not work. He implores her to focus properly and cut hard, adding that she just needs to be calm. The weeping damsel begs our boy's pardon, only for him to announce that moving forward, he'll be protecting her from the undead. True to his words, multiple corpses drag their feet as they cover the distance between themselves and our hero. He just tells his friend that she knows what she has to do, but she instantly laments that she doesn't have enough power to pull it off, crying that she is dizzy and hurt from the fog. Corin Locke grabs her by the shoulders once again, encouraging her that she can do it. He presses his forehead against hers as he proclaims that she is the most talented of all the swordsmen that he has met, and that if she decides to do it, she can. He then tells her that one step in the right direction is all she needs. The hope in his eyes brings more tears to Alicia's, only for our hero to thank her and run off to face the herd of undead soldiers. The girl tries calling out to him, but he is long gone by now. She is left thinking that she cannot last long in the fog, talk less of our boy who has a lower aura rank than she does. She grits her teeth at this point, remembering everything that our hero said to her. This fills her with fresh vigor and she reaches for her sword as she concludes that she has no choice but to take that one step. As the bloody hands try to grab her once more, she recalls her grandfather's secret technique. Capable of cutting anything, and to wield it, Alicia must awaken Eyes of the Boundary. This is a cursed ability that forcefully allows you to see other territories. She shuts her eyes in a bid to focus and the whole place seems like a sea of tranquility to her. At this point, our hero's encouragement plays back in her mind and she tries her best to take that one step. She channels all the tears that she had shed, all of her blood that had spilled, and even the overwhelming emotions, all so that she can take that step towards a frozen world. The instant her feet move, she activates the ardent first sword style, and a blue essence emanates from her body. With one swing of her sword, the essence spreads far and wide enough to cut down multiple undead soldiers. The activation of domain severance makes her attack cover even more ground, leaving Core and Locke shocked. John Doe also gets caught in the wave, and he wonders how she was able to see him. The attack goes on to wipe out the fog alongside half of the trees in the forest. Charlie immediately yells that the fog has vanished, and he and Hansen come running so they can check on Alicia. They wonder what just happened, only to notice the corpse of the murderous vampire from Fog City lying helpless on the ground. Hansen is confused as to how a normal human is capable of cutting the forest in half, and his colleague mentions that he has heard of it. He then points out that it is the Sword Emperor's legendary domain severance. On the other hand, our hero is perplexed. He had expected the girl to use the third form of the one-slice technique, or even the Iron Wave, but now he is left wondering how she can already use domain severance. A very tired Alicia beams with joy as she tells him that she really pulled it off. He can't say anything, so he keeps telling himself that the girl should not be able to use that technique yet. To make matters worse, the guards wonder aloud whether Alicia will become the new Arden head after this development. Our hero's jaw almost meets the ground as he overhears their conversation. The other guard concurs with his colleague's speculation, seeing as no one else but the Sword Emperor is able to use domain severance. Well, other than Alicia. All the guards present begin to rain encomiums on the girl, calling her the future of the Arden family and the next Sword Emperor. In turn, she happily yells out our hero's name, leaving him to wallow in self-pity. As everyone else celebrates, our boy wonders why his plans always get so twisted. The next day, news spreads like wildfire. The newspapers carry Alicia's feat and turn it into headline material. Some of them mention how she single-handedly defeated John Doe. Others call her the next heir to the Arden swordsmanship family. Some ask what will happen to the Arden family's succession structure, and others ask if the heir will change. The worst of them all carries a false confession from Core and Locke stating that Alicia is the true genius of the Arden family. May comes across the paper and it infuriates her immediately. She rips it to shreds as she laments about how cocky it sounds and then hands the paper to Milia to get rid of. Meanwhile, Lunia just sits quietly, sipping her tea and thinking about the past. You see, the Arden-renowned swordsmanship family operates within the Sword faction and moves based on the logic of power. Beneath the overwhelming charisma of Garand Arden, they have been anticipating the swordsman who will succeed him. Domain severance is one of the criteria for this decision, seeing as it exists on the stage of the Heart's Path, a realm unknown to most martial artists. Garand Arden, on the other hand, has long awaited someone who can continue his legacy. For this reason, Lunia has trained while dripping blood and sweat, and the calluses on her palms are evidence of the life that she has led. In spite of all this, in spite of being called the genius of her generation, she still could not satisfy the Sword Emperor. Then came Alicia, who fearfully clashed swords with Lunia, who had sweat dripping from her person as heavy breaths escaped her little lungs. Alicia had only just held a sword for the first time and engaged in a friendly duel with her older sister. She was the illegitimate child that the head of the family had brought from outside. For this reason, the Pavilion Master had never thought of her as a competitor. As they continued to clash swords, something awakened inside the little girl. Her eyes bore a blue symbol, and this was enough to distract Lunia. In little to no time, the youngster had gotten a critical hit in, leaving her older sister to lament that the blood will not stop despite the blow being a non-lethal one. Stained all over with Lunia's blood, the youngster stood scared. Her older sister began to play back the events from the last minute but still could not place when she got attacked. Soon enough, she realized that she could not have, and that by the time she pulled herself together, the little girl had already cut her. It was not a matter of speed, more like a matter of domain. Alicia had somehow managed to take a step in that profound path of martial arts. While Lunia was still incapacitated, she kept asking herself how possible it is for such a young and lazy child to pull off the domain technique. It was obvious to the blind that the little girl was taken aback, but Lunia understood that the title her grandfather told her about was at play in Alicia, the twisted nature that other mortals could not understand. It was the Sword Demon, also known as the talent of a demon. After the little girl won the duel, Garand Arden held her head and announced that he is appointing her as the next head candidate as well. And that was how Alicia overcame everyone's objections and became Arden's head candidate. Before the match, the little girl had approached her big sister to tell her that it was her first time holding a sword. The memory of rubbing the hair of her half-sister who had been neglected by her father's family has now been shoved somewhere deep by Lunia. Back to the present, the Pavilion Master sips on her tea some more. May calls out to her and this interrupts her train of thought, making her glance at her subordinate via the side of her eye. In turn, May asks if she is okay and it dawns on the first sword that her people are worried about her. In response, she declares that they should not worry and finally stands to her feet. Apparently, she wanted her sister to step into the domain as well. This is because she feels like she might also be able to reach the domain if she were to see that sword once more. As she makes her way out of the dojo, she asks her subordinates to prepare the sword challenge. Back at the Merkaba Academy infirmary, our hero questions Alicia about when she thinks she'll recover. In response, she tells him that she'll be good in a day or two, provided she applies potions. She then asks our boy if he would like some honey bomb candy, and all he says is that she is quite carefree. Moving on, he asks her point blank how she pulled off Domain's severance, stating that even though she can see Domain's using Eyes of the Boundary, it still does not mean she can use the technique immediately. Her cheeks turn red and she averts her gaze as she proclaims that Corin Locke believed in her, adding that he believed that she could do it. This leaves our boy stunned and with more unanswered questions. Alicia does not notice this, so she just quips that if she tries, she can do it. While she celebrates her win, our hero freaks out silently, telling the girl that she is truly a genius who defies effort. Just then, someone knocks on the door to Alicia's room, announcing that she came to visit. Mariette does not wait for a response before barging into the room and asking if our hero is okay. In turn, he just says hi, leaving her to formally introduce herself to Alicia as second-year magic faculty student. The swordsman then returns the gesture, announcing that she is a first-year student from the night faculty. Our boy goes on to inquire whether Mariette came to pay the swordsman a visit, only for her to laugh nervously as she claims that she was worried about the girl. She then segues into asking our hero if he and Alicia are close by any chance, and she says this with the most ominous tone on earth. Our boy wants to know why she is interested, but he is also worried by how scary her expression suddenly became. None of them get a chance to answer because someone knocks on the window at that moment. A quick glance at the window reveals Huron hanging upside down outside the window. This scares the heck out of our hero, only for the Junxi to calmly request for the raw fish that he gave her before. His shock subsides when he notices that Mariette is now shaking. It gets him wondering whether the second-year ace finds Huron uncomfortable. Of course, anyone would be scared to witness such a sight even if it was not the Junxi. Soon enough, Mariette begins to shake again, forcing a smile as she asks our hero if he has eaten food with Huron too. In response, he just begs her pardon, but in his head, he realizes that Miss Dunaliff is uncomfortable for the wrong reasons. To adjust this, he smiles heartily and announces that he will prepare a wonderful meal with the second year too. She goes red in the cheeks, balling her fists as she tries to confirm that he is not playing with her. At this point, our hero's hand meets his chin as he realizes that this is a rare gathering of incredible all-star members of the game. This gives him an idea. He begins by informing Alicia about the spread of the whole Domain severance news and adds that her big sister will probably come at her with the sword challenge. The poor girl freaks out like she just saw a ghost, or is scared of becoming one herself. Our hero tries to find out if she is confident in her skills, but the girl is too spooked to give a proper answer. You see, the sword challenge is a tradition that was used by 5 master-level swordsmen meant to test the pavilion master that took charge of one faction of the family. This was just a pretext. In truth, it has been a long time since the Arden family used the sword challenge to lawfully get rid of competitors. As for Alicia, the poor girl bursts into tears as she admits that she'll die if she faces Lunia. Worse off, she confesses that she can't even beat the 5 swords to begin with. At this moment, our boy announces that he has a good method she can use, so the swordsman eagerly asks what he means. Our hero agrees to share it with her on one condition, and Alicia agrees to do whatever it is he asks of her. Corin Locke then proclaims that moving forward, if he ever asks her to fight monsters or train in the training room, Alicia has to agree without complaining. Basically, she is now his fixed party member. He stares her down until she yells that she'll pledge her allegiance to him. Meanwhile, Huron and Mariette just stare silently as our boy accepts the girl's allegiance. For dramatic effect, he bows his head and breaks into a vow where he promises to go through hardships, be it long or short, with Alicia. He goes on about the truths he has learned within his body throughout life, and the vow goes on and on. Later that night, May walks back to the pavilion alone, only to see a blade thrown into the wall in front of her. She is instantly startled and begins to wonder what is going on. Soon enough, Huron steps into the moonlight, and when asked who she is, she declares that she is a challenger. This makes May immediately reach for her sword, but she is still confused as to why the Jiangxi is coming after her. In turn, Huron wields 2 knives and declares that she is using the knife style from Alicia's dojo. She wastes no time launching herself towards May, but the steadfast sword is hesitant, so she questions Huron's motives for behaving like this. In response, the first-year ace admits that our hero promised to get her sushi if she catches May. On the other hand, Corin Locke battles it out with Lena, raining attacks so intense on her that she has to scream in a bid to find out why she is even being attacked. Our boy also claims to be from Alicia's dojo, but adds that he is a Guando-style master. This refers to a type of Chinese pull weapon, and our boy's motto for the sword challenge is to hit before you get hit. With a maniacal fire in his eyes, he announces that he wants to learn from the distinguished wave sword. He says this but continues to attack the confused swordsman. The new order goes thus: Corin Locke is now the Guando-style master of the Alicia dojo, Huron is the knife-style master, Drinworski is the flying sword-style master, and Mariette Dunaliff is the Gandalf-style master. Finally, there's Alicia herself, who's crowned as the head of the new dojo. All of them go up against one of the 5 swords each, and using the element of surprise, they come out victorious against all of them. A defeated Lena drills our hero, wanting to know his reason behind the impromptu duel. In response, his usual smile of mischief returns and he tells her that they need to raise their fame in order to grow a new dojo like theirs. He then adds that they're trying to expand aggressively. Right on cue, the Merkaba Times carries the news of the new dojo defeating the first pavilion and another paper reports the defeat of the 5 swords. According to family rules, there's something called the Sword Challenge, and this is a sort of test to choose the pavilion master who gets to handle important household matters. To Core and Locke, it is clear as day that it is just a way to crush competitors. This is why our hero came up with the sinister plan to change this structure into a dojo challenge, thus defeating the 5 swords one by one in a new martial arts dojo's challenge format. The ultimate plan is to get a one-on-one where Alicia will face off against her sister. The swordsman believes that if she wins and it gets announced, Lunia's forces will not be able to touch her. It's also part of the reason why she started this whole thing. Luckily, Mariette was forthcoming with the money to pay for everything, from the dojo registration fee, to the fee needed to purchase an abandoned dojo, down to the fee it costs to hire the mercenary. Alicia plans to pay her back when the reward money for her John Doe quest arrives. At this point, she comes face to face with the pavilion master and they barely exchange pleasantries. Lunia immediately calls her younger sister foolish, and tells her that if she wanted to escape, she should have run away upon seeing her. Her eyebrows furrow into a frown as she declares that the dojo challenge was not even Alicia's idea. The girl stays silent on the outside, but is scared as heck on the inside. Her expressions give her away and Lunia uses this to deduce that Core and Locke came up with the idea. In turn, our hero reminds the swordsman that she has something to say. Tears well up in her eyes and she stares at the ground as she begins to doubt that she can defeat her big sister. Having planned it all out, Alicia has no choice but to formally challenge the first sword pavilion master to a friendly duel as the new master of the Arden Dojo. Lunia basically glares daggers at the girl the entire time and then shuts her eyes as she agrees to a friendly duel. She proceeds to warn her little sister that she doesn't use practice swords or non-lethal weapons, and our girl stutters that she is prepared. The battle between first sword style, great disciple Lunia Arden and second rank swordsman Alicia Arden gets set officially and both sisters ready themselves to fight it out. Mariette is a bit nervous as she watches things play out. She even admits to herself that if she were to go all out as a vampire, Lunia would still be an opponent that she couldn't guarantee victory against. With this in mind, she asks our hero if the swordsman is ready, and he proclaims that he believes that she can handle herself. The vampire smiles again, announcing that she trusts our boy's conviction. Just then, a notification pops up and displays that there has been no change in Core and Locke's credibility rank in Mariette's eyes. Afterwards, Lunia throws our hero a sack of gold coins and he instinctively catches it. He then admits that it is too much for a dojo repair fee. In response, the pavilion master disagrees, launches towards her sister, and then declares that the money is a reconstruction fee. The clashing of swords begin with only our boy and the vampire as witnesses. The next clash sends waves so mighty that they practically consume anything in its path. The one after that is so bad that it sends Mariette and our hero screaming for their lives. Both sisters remain at loggerheads for a while, with Alicia gritting her teeth as she recalls how Lunia used to be her object of admiration when her passion for swords was still burning. Back then, she would hear stories of Lunia defeating minotaurs at 15 and how the Sword Emperor was keeping an eye out for her. People would cheer her on and she seemed like a hero from a fairy tale, a hero like her grandpa, Garand Arden, whose stories she grew up hearing. Compared to her big sister, she was just the daughter of a concubine. Her mother had died giving birth to her and her father only saw her as a reminder of his shameful mistake. For him, the only worth he had was having the blood of the great Sword Emperor running through his veins. She had approached her big sister after she returned from a mission, and congratulated her. In turn, Lunia patted her head and told her that she had gotten quite tall. That was a beautiful memory compared to the day she first cut a human. That day, all she could do was stare as her opponent bled out, and took deep breaths as tears fell down her cheeks. Everything went awry from then on. Lunia Arden resumes her battle pose, pointing her blade towards her sister while the girl reminds herself of her previous training. She tells herself to take a step back and deflect her big sister's first attack to the side. Her eyes shoot wide open as she seeks to apply this. The moment she knocks Lunia's blade to the side, the pavilion master recognizes this technique as the irregular guard. Her little sister wastes no time going for a follow-up attack, keeping in mind that her opponent is sticking to textbook procedures. She then makes the mistake of thinking she won't be expecting tricky irregular guards despite being skilled at what she learned officially. Anyway, Lunia hits her opponent with the force of 3 men and sends Alicia and her blade flying into the distance. The girl manages to slide to a halt while her big sister condemns her footwork for being as sloppy as always, adding that she's a scaredy cat. Our girl takes a deep breath, reminding herself to use her speed to confuse Lunia's line of vision and to strike her from the closest distance. To implement this plan, Alicia takes off so fast that all onlookers can see her zigzag lines of light. She quickly surfaces behind her big sister using the advanced forward third form technique called lightning. The only problem is that her opponent catches a glimpse of her via the side of her eye. The pavilion master instantly uses the upward slice technique known as Makawaza, throwing off Alicia's game, and almost cutting her up in one move. Our girl has to yell in protest, but Lunia's expression doesn't show the tiniest form of guilt. Instead, the pavilion master attacks her little sister with more intensity. Unfortunately, she soon realizes that her opponent has switched from fighting with her sword to fighting with her body. In retaliation, Lunia tackles our girl and successfully throws her to the ground nearby, while she lands on her own feet. She calls out her sister's name with the fury of the gods, and proceeds to kick her chin into oblivion as she calls the girl an idiot. She raises her sword to cut her opponent down, asking if she thought she could defeat her with such cheap tricks. As she brings her blade down with a vengeance, it's all Alicia can do to block it. Literal sparks fly as their blades clash against each other, only for our girl to use Makuwaza. She notices that everything is going just as Korin Locke said, so she uses a combo strike to push her sister back. This gets Lunia to admit that our girl is countering well against an attack that almost brought her to her knees, adding that it can't be too easy. One would think she was complimenting her, but the pavilion master proceeds to kick Alicia in the gut with an unholy force as she tells her that she's still inexperienced. Our girl barely lands on her feet as she grips her stomach to stifle the pain and wields her blade with her less dominant hand. During this window, Lunia jumps into the air, surrounded by blue essence. She then attacks from above, leaving Alicia to defend once again. This time, the swordsman manages to fight back, delivering an attack of her own. In turn, the pavilion master literally bends over backwards to dodge it before striking back. After our girl blocks this, she puts some distance between them to catch her breath. It becomes obvious that our girl is catching up to her big sister and is even seeing the domain at the moment. This brings a sinister grin to Lunia's face as she admits to herself that this is the version of Alicia that she wanted to fight. She goes on the offensive once again, but our girl is quick enough to block it too. Apparently, the pavilion master always wanted to see our girl's true self that she denied despite all her talent. At this moment, Alicia takes heavy breaths and then proceeds to sheath her sword, putting her hand on the hilt. In turn, her big sister notices that our girl's victory is just one step away. So, in response, Lunia sheaths her sword too and dares her little sister to come after her. Both swordsmen begin to emanate such intense aura as they warm up for the ultimate strike. They then run towards each other from opposite ends of the battleground. The aura gets more intense with each step they take, and the pavilion master admits that she's what her little sister has been chasing. The aura only gets more and more intense, until both girls cut each other in what seems like a double activation of the domain severance technique. The resulting light alone would make passersby think it was the rapture, but the fear of God certainly falls upon Korin Locke and Marriott as they watch the resulting destruction. Our boy quickly regains his composure, but the vampire is left asking if everything is over. All they can see in the dust is the silhouette of one swordsman left standing. It's obvious that the winner has been decided, but no one knows who it is yet. As the dust settles, Lunia is caught taking a knee to recuperate while Alicia is left standing victoriously. Color comes to Marriott's cheeks as she yells that her friend won. She even says it twice, telling it to Korin Locke. Our hero only smiles softly, knowing full well that it was his plan all along. You see, compared to Swordmaster Lunia Arden, her sister's only strength was domain severance, so the only way to win this fight was inside the domain. Our boy has instructed his friend to keep dodging, escaping, and stalling for time. All of this was to exploit her big sister's known habits from our hero's past life. With this, they seized a chance to win in a domain battle. The clash even resulted in Lunia's blade getting cut in two. Amidst heavy breaths, a bruised and battered Alicia stares at her hands, unable to believe that she defeated her big sister. In turn, the pavilion master pushes herself back on her feet, asking if her performance wasn't up to par. She then announces that moving forward, neither her nor her subordinates will interfere in Alicia's work. The swordsman is so stunned that she calls out to her big sister, chases her down even. She tells Lunia to wait, only to stutter her words and actually not say anything. Our boy realizes that she must be scared, seeing as she was the weaker one, but somehow she defeated the great Lunia Arden. It's understandable that she's now scared of the way people will look at her big sister, as well as her attitude towards her. The pavilion master looks at her little sister from the side of her eye, only to turn around and pat her head. Alicia is shocked because it's the last thing she expected. But our hero isn't. It turns out that the first time he met Lunia in his past life was before the Marriott incident even happened. He remembers being surprised because they met sooner than they were supposed to in the game's storyline. The whole time, the pavilion master searched high and low for Alicia's murderer and couldn't find him because she had no idea that it was Park Sehu. She had visited her little sister's grave on her third death anniversary and never gave up looking for the killer. It was raining that day. Our hero had mentioned that Lunia dropped by to pray every year on the anniversary of Alicia's death and quipped that he thought the pavilion master hated her sister. This, she didn't deny. In fact, she admitted to only knowing her sister to be lazy, unserious, and annoying clingy. Our boy just listened quietly as she spoke amidst the rainfall, adding that other than herself, there's no one who can resolve Alicia's bitterness. It's now apparent that Lunia never turned her back on her little sister. If anything, should Alicia take the lead, the pavilion master would quietly support her with a smile on her lips. Back to the present, and the first sword is still ruffling her little sister's hair, telling her that she has grown quite tall. This brings a soft smile to our hero's features, seeing as the Lunia he remembers is that kind of person. Tears pour down Alicia's cheeks almost immediately and she calls out to her big sister. At this point, a notification bar pops up to announce that Lunia Arden has been defeated. Apparently, the mission was a B+ difficulty level, so it increases our hero's aura rank from mid-low to medium. His aura amount gains 600, and he gets 40 points distributed equally. He also gains domain severance. Alicia ends up back in the infirmary, telling our boy how scared of fighting she is. In response, he tells her that he knows, but she goes on about having a part of her that fights with a smile. Luckily, our hero saw it too. The swordsman then explains how she has always avoided fighting because she doesn't feel like the real her, and adds that she only sought simple tasks and pretended to be less serious because she feared facing Lunia. Corinlock just keeps peeling an apple as he points out that she's not the only one who does stuff like that. The thing is, Alicia looks a bit overwhelmed as she announces that she'll become an official heir of Eden now that she has defeated her big sister, not to mention the Pavilion Master and her followers being wary of the swordsman. She fears that if she runs away, her ties with Lunia will truly be cut. Our hero is quick to debunk this assumption, staring at his apple while he's at it. The swordsman begs his pardon, so he explains that there might be more distance between them and that their relationship might even become awkward. But relationships aren't something that someone can cut so easily. This is because at the end of the day, both girls are still sisters. His small speech leaves Alicia emotional, but he doesn't stop there. He commends her for doing a good job and narrates how he got beaten up by the neighborhood thugs every time when he was younger. He later realized that his anger towards himself for not standing up for himself was what made it hard. He tells his friend that she's much stronger than the child he was back then and that he hopes she can always be proud of herself. In response, Alicia quips that he's a strange person and this makes our hero glance in her direction. She then points out that they're the same age and wonders why he keeps acting so mature. Our boy wonders aloud whether he looks old and the swordsman wastes no time affirming it. She adds that our boy seems like he has experienced all sorts of hardships. Corinlock admits only to himself that it's because he has lived 14 more years than Alicia, and if you include the memories of his 30-year-old self, our hero's actually 50. His friend becomes sober again as she thanks him. He asks her what for and she claims that it's for the incident that happened earlier that day. She then stretches a bit and also thanks him for the forest incident. Our hero doesn't get it, so she tries to confirm that he was the one who saved her back then. In turn, he asks how she knows and a smug expression comes to Alicia's face as she reveals the connection she drew with his voice and belt. Our boy quips that there's no way she's that smart and soon declares that he can't overlook the incident now that she knows. The swordsman lets out a nervous laugh as she declares that she's so indebted to Corinlock, adding that he should feel free to ask her should he ever need anything. After mulling it over for a few seconds, he simply asks that he and Alicia become friends. She's stunned into silence by his request, so our boy asks if she doesn't want to be friends. In response, the poor girl stutters and stutters some more before finally agreeing. She's so flustered as she points out that she has never had a boyfriend before and quickly rephrases her sentence to mean a boy that's her friend. Our hero does his best not to make it weird, and just flashes her a smile as he asks that they get along. Alicia then winks at him as she acts that she's glad to have a reliable friend like him. Flashbacks of killing Sihu come to mind as our hero admits that punishments await the evil, and the image of Lunia patting her sister's head reminds him that a bright future awaits the kind-hearted. For children, well, there are better choices. As the chandelier lights up the academy hallway, Isabel Carmen lurks right beneath it, sweating anxiously as she spies on someone from behind one of the pillars. That someone is none other than Mariette Dunaliff. Isabel watches as yet another admirer stops the vampire in her tracks, taking a knee and pleading with her to take a blood bag from him. He tries to get her to accept his feelings but chickens out and begs her to take his blood instead. This leaves Mariette flustered and it gets worse when this boy offers to let her have his neck. The vampire calmly turns him down, pointing out that Madame Josephine regularly hands her blood packs. All this while, Isabel is watching with the stinkiest stink eye ever seen. She thinks to herself that that boy is an idiot for using the words that make Mariette the most uncomfortable. Seeing as proposals like this happen every day, Isabel isn't really worried about him, only for her to witness yet another boy startle the vampire by asking if her class has ended for the day. Mariette instantly goes red in the cheeks as she calls out Corinlock's name. In turn, he flashes her a sly smile. Apparently, our hero is the one Isabel is worried about. She sees him as a first-year student who has been way too close to Mariette recently. Not only that, she thinks he's a scrappy 5th-rank knight and she's more worried that he's talented enough to hold his ground in a match against Lunia Arden. Meanwhile, our hero walks away with Mariette on his arm while the other boys cuss him out behind his back. Isabel just swiftly jumps from pillar to post all in a bid to keep tailing them. Corinlock asks the vampire if she would like some blood, and unlike her response to other boys, she wonders if she should get some of his. They both disappear into a room and shut the door behind them. Isabel immediately assumes the worst as dirty things play on in her mind. She almost bites her fingers off wondering what the two of them are doing. In turn, she places her ear against the door and overhears our hero asking her friend if she remembers his proposal from earlier. The only word that stands out to the eavesdropper is proposal. Anyway, our hero reminds Mariette about the land they acquired for Alicia's dojo, adding that he would like to add an inn, seeing as it's under reconstruction from all the damage caused during the ardent face-off. The vampire is skeptical, so our boy asks her to consider investing in it and guarantees that it'll turn up at least 3 times the profit. Isabelle gets more pent up thinking of our hero trying to make a business off of her friend and wonders who he thinks he is. Later on, Corin Locke visits the training room, only to see Alicia already there. She asks if he's training again that day and he opens up about doing just basic stamina exercises. Of course, he has no idea that Isabelle had tailed him here and is now spying from the deck above. Anyway, the swordsman points out that our boy is quite dedicated and he reiterates that the basics are crucial in everything. This makes her announce that she'd like to join him. At this point, the eavesdropper realizes that the girl is the second daughter of the Arden family. Down below, our hero hands the swordsman a coupon to a restaurant, telling her that he has eaten there multiple times and that the food is always delicious. She gets excited instantly, telling our boy that the place is called Holy Panda and that it's known as the most delightful restaurant. Isabelle gets even more pissed, balling her fist as she announces that Holy Panda is one of the most renowned spots for a date. She is even angrier because she thinks our hero was out seducing Mariette until a moment ago. She gets so mad that she loses her grip on the deck and comes falling down. Alicia glances behind her and asks her training buddy if he heard anything. In turn, our boy claims that he's not sure and quickly switches the topic to how much money the swordsman has made. Meanwhile, Isabelle continues to grit her teeth, seething with anger as she concludes that our hero not only hit on 2 girls, but is also talking about money once again. The next day, at a nice restaurant, Corin Locke sits to share a meal with H. Warren. He asks what she thinks about the meat, pointing out that not only the sushi is good. The junks he just agrees seeing as she still has her mouth full. Soon enough, our hero asks if H. Warren has any money and adds that he has an investment. The girl just tells him to do as he wants. Once again, Isabelle is present to witness this and almost shatters her glasses, pressing them against the restaurant window. She thinks that H. Warren is yet another victim and concludes that our hero is an incredible scammer. Down the line, Corin Locke drives his incredible car to a designated location and recalls how it took 97 gold coins to handle the fight against Lunia. That includes corporation registration costs, dojo renovation costs, mercenary daily hiring costs, tax services amongst other things. In Korean currency, they spent about 100 million won, and this all came from Mariette. Our hero is incredibly grateful to her because it's unlikely that someone would just lend 100 gold coins in cash. He pulls up at the designated location and remembers how he had wondered how much money mages earn. Lunia easily offered 50 gold coins for the reconstruction. Alicia got 110 gold for the raid reward. H. Warren had a lot of funds that the Protestants managed, and Yule, Lark, and Jaeger all had money saved up as well. Not to mention Drin, a money-crazed bastard who had saved up an unthinkable amount. Our boy then steps out of his vehicle as the 550 gold coins he amassed from everyone comes to mind, and with that money, he bought the massive land that he's now standing in front of. A land so vast that you can't see it end without driving to it. Although right now it's empty plains in the outskirts of the city, our hero plans to use it as the location to host a friendly exchange festival with the Eastern Continent's Boreme Academy. It will be peak season for the lodging industry and tourists from the entire continent will come flooding in. With this in mind, our boy is certain that he'll make their money back in 2 weeks. He flashes a dangerous smile as he declares that he's a possessor and a professor, and that knowing the future means he'll have to do stuff like this with it. He's certain that he'll sweep up all the money in this world. Back at the academy, Director Kassar has a conversation with Madame Josephine, explaining that the stance of the Catholic Church, the royal family, the Mage Tower, and the association towards Merkaba Academy isn't very good. He then looks through some files and declares that it's not something that they can't resolve. In response, the Space Mage tells the chairman that he has the support of their order, adding that she thinks opportunities should be given to everyone. Director Kassar offers to take a leave for some time, and the madam points out that she could go in his stead. He points out that she can go everywhere else but the church. This is because it really isn't a pleasant place for her. Afterwards, he tells her to take care of the academy while he's gone, adding that she should use the emergency communication network if anything should go wrong. He then slams the door behind him before the madam can even wish him a safe trip. She adjusts her glasses almost immediately and gets to work. She starts by disapproving a request to experiment on a vampire's regenerative power, and defers permission to build a 3rd dormitory. Up next, she comes across a proposal from Corin Locke and is instantly mortified when she reads through it. It gets her wondering what our hero is up to now. Madame Josephine reads through our hero's proposal for a land for harvesting mandrakes and questions every bit of it. Meanwhile, in the testing facilities on the west side of the academy, Alicia asks our boy if they're harvesting mandrakes in a place like that. He in turn wonders how much she knows about mandrakes, and the swordsman admits that she only knows that they scream a lot when you pluck them. Our hero confirms that she's right and adds that it's the reason why people have to be careful not to burst their eardrums when plucking them. Apparently, high-quality earplugs are a must, and having ample space in a vacant plot is all the more important. They both put on their earplugs and our hero asks if Alicia is ready. She returns his energy, yelling that she is. These were the same earplugs our boy had won from the hunting ground practical, and they're made of silver fox leather. Coincidental admits that he can't harvest mandrakes on his own, seeing as someone has to hold the flower and pluck it by its roots, while another person cuts off the roots and stem. The swordsman holds a hand trowel in preparation while our hero gets to pulling. In a situation where one doesn't separate the roots from the stem, the mandrake will continue to scream endlessly. This is our hero's fourth time harvesting mandrakes, seeing as he and Park Se-woo worked on it together in his last life. In this life, he confesses that he's a bit nervous, but Alicia didn't hear him because of the earplugs. She shifts them to hear him, but our hero absent-mindedly pulls out the mandrake at the same time. The plant takes a few seconds and then begins to shriek in an unusually high tone. With veins pulsing on his forehead, our boy yells at Alicia to cut the roots and showcase her exceptional swordsmanship. Before he can finish his sentence, he notices that the swordsman is foaming at the mouth and it becomes clear that she didn't wear her earplugs properly. Our hero curses, seeing as he now has to do this alone, and grabs a dagger to finish off the screaming plant. The noise annoys him so much that he begins to scream too, successfully subduing that of the mandrake. At this point, he quickly cuts off the root, throws it into the air, and cuts off the stem. Finally, silence returns to the X. Moving on to the next episode, the veins on Coincidental's head begin to pulse as he screams at a passed-out Alicia to wake up. As his ear bleeds, he goes on about how he brought her to the farm, only for her to be absolutely useless. In turn, the totally dazed swordsman asks our hero if he slept well. He follows up by angrily questioning her if she wants to die. Soon enough, our boy cleans up his bleeding ear with a handkerchief, recalling how he wanted to continue harvesting mandrakes until he came across the silver ones, but now he feels like he'll collapse if he uproots another mandrake. At this point, someone calls out our hero's name and he turns abruptly to see who it is, leaving Alicia to follow suit as she perks up. Our boy is quite confused because he put up a no entry sign, only to realize that Mariette is the one visiting. He wonders aloud if she didn't have some tests scheduled at the testing facility that day, and the vampire doesn't deny this. Instead, she just admits that it was too noisy, so she jumped down from the facility. The window from which she jumped is still open and it's so high up that our hero wonders how she made it down from the 12th floor. Anyway, Mariette's smile gets tainted with malice, and soon enough, it's her entire aura. She asks what our hero is doing with Alicia, and her aura is so scary that it stuns the swordsman into silence. Coincidental, on the other hand, reminds her that he had mentioned harvesting mandrakes before. The vampire lightens up after this, and wonders if our boy plans to harvest the others as well. In turn, he replies positively, adding that they'll return later because they're tired at the moment. Mariette just brushes past our hero, announcing that she'll just do it for him. He's stunned once again and quickly tries to warn her that she can't cut mandrakes if she's not a knight. Before he can finish his statement, the vampire pulls out a silver mandrake and begins to commend its fascinating color. Our boy instantly freaks out, telling himself that it's too late because the girl already plucked it. He's now scared because if she hears the screams of the silver mandrake, she might actually die. In turn, the plant begins to vibrate in preparation to scream, and Mariette informs the other two that she has a mandrake farm at home, adding that she has harvested 30 of them in the past year alone. With a smile on her lips, she easily removes the stem before the mandrake can get a syllable out, and reiterates that it's easier than expected. Our hero thinks that's incredible, only to be interrupted by the vampire asking if he's planning to make a herbal decoction. She then offers to cook up a stew while he's at it. Meanwhile, she sends Alicia to go fetch some rabbit meat and potatoes, and the girl gives her an enthusiastic yes. While the swordsman runs off on her errand, our hero wonders what he's supposed to do. Mariette reiterates that there's nothing for him to do, adding that she'll do everything for him. Her cheeks are as red as scarlet as she stares at our hero with all the lust in the world. In turn, he beams with joy, laughing and admitting that he'd be grateful for that. In other news, there are two ways to consume a mandrake. One is the traditional way of eating the root directly, and the other way is by making it into a herbal decoction. Of course, the latter is the most effective. You add reed roots, silver vines, Chinese matrimony vine roots, and deer antlers. There are up to 28 more ingredients to be added before boiling everything for over 10 hours. If you do this, you can successfully create a mandrake decoction. Mariette had already gathered all the ingredients, and all that's left now is to boil them. She then turns around to ask our hero what he's doing. He pauses his scribbling on the soil to tell the vampire that he got bored waiting, so she covers the distance and crouches over his shoulder. She recognizes his scribbles to be rune characters, and our boy is surprised that she knows them. She soon opens up about not knowing what they mean, stating that she has only seen them before in her liberal arts class. Mariette is curious about where our hero learnt this stuff, seeing as rune characters are basically a dead language these days. He falls sober as he admits that his master taught him. Until a year ago, our boy learned about runes and spearmanship from his master. She had left behind martial arts and original runes, and our hero achieved methods to learn the former, but found the latter to be quite difficult. This was because knowing the letters didn't mean you could use them. You see, original runes were retrieved and engraved onto the body, mostly because it's a power that can only be wielded by one person. One of the final boss's goals was to retrieve and possess the original rune, and our boy's master passed away before she could pass them down to him. This was all because of their sworn enemy. Back to the present, Mariette wonders who our hero's master is, adding that she must be a member of the Mage Tower for her to know about runes. In turn, he claims that his master is just a normal person that can be found anywhere. He recalls her being normally kind, being a person who does her best. The vampire then points out that Corin Locke seems kind of affectionate and springs up to ask if he wants some potatoes. He signals that he won't mind some, quipping that he actually did not eat. After this, she states that she brought some and calls forth Diaku to bring them to her. The mention of this name worries our hero, seeing as it belongs to the highest form of familiars. The huge red dog from the initial battle against the vampire appears with a basket of potatoes, and it's none other than Diaku, the vampire's orb. Our boy stares up at the beast in wonderment, and after accepting the potatoes, he asks Mariette if she has fully bound the orb. She just laughs and claims that it's all thanks to our hero for sharing his blood with her. Because of him, she finally got a familiar, and now she asks him if he doesn't think Diaku is cute. The dog pants happily after the compliment from its master, and our boy has to play along as he claims that it looks cuter the more he stares at it. He then claims that since the orb is made mostly from his blood, it must mean he's Diaku's father. Mariette goes red in the cheeks once again, admitting that she never thought of it like that. Right on cue, our hero pets the beast and the vampire asks him to play with it. The request seems weird to him, so he points out that the orb is not a real dog, only for the beast to shrink into the size of a regular dog and roughly play with our boy. Mariette just stands by happily watching things almost go wrong. Apparently, the one-year-old vampire-type dog was too active and it had our hero rolling until his limits. Later on, he announces that the decoction looks good and immediately gulps some of it down. At this point, he looks rough-handled, so Alicia whispers into the vampire's ear, asking about what happened to him. In turn, she admits that it's because he played with Diaku. The swordsman doesn't know who that is, so she asks about it. Before she can get an answer, our hero's notification bar pops up and announces that he has consumed Mandrake's herbal decoction. His mana recovery ability greatly increases, and his max mana amount increases by 13-0. As this knowledge comes to him, he declares that he now has dignified name level stats. He's looking much better as he tells the girls to drink some decoction too, stating that drinking it more than once has no effects. The vampire is surprised by the offer and tries to confirm if it's really okay. It turns out that as strong as mandrake herbs are, the effect only applies once. Our hero imagines how happy Lark and Yule will be if he gives them what is left of the decoction after Mariette and Alicia drink from it. Now, all that's left to handle is the white silver mandrake, and seeing as our boy has to eat it by the roots, he stuffs it into his mouth as beads of sweat fall down his face. Instantly, his notification bar indicates that he has consumed the white silver mandrake and later adds that his aura core has been created. An aura core is a storage vessel for a knight's aura. To create it, one would have to train their aura to the extreme, but our hero already has one thanks to the silver mandrake. At this point, he literally begins to cackle with overflowing energy, thinking to himself that he can get more cores once his aura rank rises to a higher one. He has to announce that he now has an aura core because the swordsman and the vampire keep staring at him in awe. He admits that the silver mandrake has such an incredible effect, only for Alicia to tell him to hurry up and take the golden ones too. Corin Locke turns her down as he points out that he'll pluck and eat it later. The swordsman begs his pardon before stating that having too many good herbs at once is truly not good for anybody. A sinister smile revisits our boy's lips as he keeps his true reason to himself. Meanwhile, a board meeting of high-ranking Merkaba Academy officials is taking place, and Corin Locke, being Locke 5th rank knight, comes up. Professor Heyman declares that there's a need to remeasure his rank, and his colleague asks if our hero isn't still a first-year student. Another one of the higher-grade professors points out that the data seems underwhelming, so he wonders why they feel the need to reassess such a student. In turn, Professor Furmak announces that the upper-grade professors must not have seen the first-year midterms. He then goes on about how our hero faced off with Sword Master Lunia Arden in a battle lasting only 3 minutes. The sound of this perplexes the upper-grade professors and they shout that it makes no sense. One of them claims that she must have gone easy on him, and asks why the Sword Master would exert her full power in a children's midterm. Professor Heyman cannot believe his ears, so he questions his colleague's last statement. In response, said colleague puts out a consensus, asking the other professors if any of them believe that Lunia exerted her full strength. After waiting for some seconds, he notices that no one is raising their hands to support his theory. One of his colleagues still thinks it's a bit rash to raise our hero's rank based on the results from one midterm. She thinks that as long as there are no results, they cannot acknowledge a promotion according to the regulations. With his hand on his chin, Mr. Heyman, who opted for an increase in our boy's rank, suggests that they leave the decision to the association. He then adds that he thinks it would be enough to reassess him on the condition of issuing an official guardian certificate. His colleague makes it clear that this will involve dealing with our hero's academic schedule, and states that the professor in charge will have to leave. In addition, another colleague points a finger at Professor Heyman, announcing that he was the one who brought the whole thing up. For this reason, they ask him to take charge of the situation. In turn, Instructor Heyman admits that that's what he wanted all along. After the ruling on Corin Locke is complete, the board moves on to other matters, but Professor Firmak is stuck thinking about our hero. He thinks that him being a 5th rank seems excessive judging from his stats, but his battle against Lunia was undeniably remarkable. Not to mention his spear technique which, no matter how the professor looks at it, reminds him of an ancient hero. He adjusts his dark shades as he concludes that our boy needs to be remeasured. The next day, Alicia clasps her books to her chest as she says hi to Corin Locke. He returns the gesture and the girl points out that they're in the same class this time. She then takes a seat beside him, simultaneously asking if she can sit. In response, our boy wonders what the point of asking is if she has already sat down. He mentions that it's Jaeger's spot anyway and right on cue, the hunk appears behind Alicia. She stares up at him and instantly apologizes. Just as she offers to move, Jaeger skips the table to take the seat in front of our hero, telling the girl to just sit where she is. In turn, our boy quips that he is so gentle. The hunk doesn't like this, so he glares daggers at his friend, making Corin Locke uncomfortable enough to ask what the problem is. Apparently, Jaeger has been keeping track of how close our hero is to Senior Potato, the most famous person in the academy, Huaren, the super cute demon tribe girl, and now, the granddaughter of the Sword Emperor. He bursts into tears as he admits to himself how jealous this makes him. He even asks why our boy seems to be the only person filming a dating simulation game. He wonders why his youth is fleeing from him, and why the seats next to him are so cold and empty. Jaeger bows his head to curse and weep, while our hero and his seatmate wonder if the hunk is going through something. At this point, Professor Firmak steps into class looking flashy as usual. He asks if all the first-year students are ready and announces that they should begin class. He starts by sending everyone back to their seats and revisits the topic of group projects which he mentioned in his last class. Murmurs instantly emanate from the students as some of them lament about hating group projects. In turn, the professor tells them to wipe off their annoyed expressions and adds that the project will be helpful. As he proceeds to explain what it'll be about, Mr. Firmak snaps his fingers and declares that since they're in the night faculty, he won't assign difficult math or tasks like raising magical crops like they do in the magic faculty. The snap of his finger causes various pieces of paper to come together as though completing a wholesome puzzle. He asks the class to watch the papers and our boy stares intently as the professor declares that the topic of this group project is spearmanship. Right on cue, the papers reveal a man wielding a spear as he strikes a Zen pose. The sudden mention of spearmanship surprises the students, but Alicia just points out how easy it will be for Corin Locke. Meanwhile, our hero wonders what's going on, seeing as in his last life the project was about boxing. You see, Mr. Firmak is a boxer represented by range adjustment and dash, as well as shadow, which is his special technique. He's also a first-rank knight from the North's Virtute Academy and is famous for the rune magic engraved on his gauntlet. Our hero smiles mischievously as he questions why the professor is suddenly teaching spearmanship. He admits that he's quick-witted and stares him down as he asks if the man is trying to test him out. The instructor goes into detail as he claims that the project will be about choosing and researching a specific type of spearmanship with their groups. He then adds that a time will come when they'll demonstrate the different techniques of spearmanship that they studied. One of the students asks if this doesn't favor those who are already spear users, and Professor Firmak promises to take that into his evaluation by adjusting the assessment criteria and offering bonus points. He presents the class with a cup full of short sticks, announcing that each group will consist of 4 members assigned randomly. A group project is said to be a way to foster and evaluate student cooperation, but in reality, the hardest worker loses. It's a merciless game of chicken. In our hero's real life, he got texts from his group members, one about a member going to Apgujeong rather than coming to group meetings, another from a lazy teammate who just copied and pasted from Wikipedia, and the last group member lost a grandparent and couldn't come for meetings. Tears roll down his cheeks as he recalls the sort of useless teammates he had been stuck with during his 4 years of being an education major in the university and 3 years at the academy. A smile replaces his tears because this time, things turned out differently. On his team, he is Jaeger Hinchbetter, a 3rd-rank knight with physical abilities in the upper ranks. His judgment is on point and he's also good at doing what he's told. The hunk is so happy to be in the same group with our hero but does everything possible to hide it, including idle whistling. Then there's Alicia, who's an incredibly strong swordsmanship prodigy and will easily be able to learn anything physical. She's quite emotional at the moment, seeing as Dren offered only 20 pieces of silver to exchange groups. Anyway, the last member of our boys' group is Huaren. Even though her attitude is a tad bit rough, the girl is pretty hardworking. Watching her concentrate in class lately has been the source of our hero's smiles. Since his group members are all strong and hardworking people, our boy can say goodbye to his painful past. A dubious smile plays on his lips as he tells the others that he has made a reservation in the training room for 3 hours from now. In the meantime, he proceeds to teach about theories and attributes of spearmanship. Contrary to his thoughts, this group also has a problem. Dust is still thick in the air in the training room as Jaeger asks our boy if they've not been using the training room for about 2 months now. He confirms that they have, and the hunk wonders if the walls are made from high-density shock-absorbing material. Consequently, our hero confirms this one too, adding that they weren't cheap either. Jaeger trembles as he follows up by inquiring if such walls are something that could be destroyed. This is because at this point, Huron has already left multiple cracks in the floor, coupled with a ginormous hole in the wall, all resulting from a single punch. Her sparring partner, Alicia, shrieks when she realizes this. Apparently, our hero had asked her to have a light sparring session with the swordsman to work on spearmanship, and he's now left to wonder why she had to up and wreck everything. The worst part of it all is that Huron is completely oblivious to what she did wrong. Sooner than later, the whole group gets kicked out of the training room and our boy yells as he asks where they're supposed to use for practice. The next day happens to be Sunday, so the group meets each other in church. As the sunlight filters in through a nearby window, our hero declares that it's their first reflection session for the group assignment. He then opens the floor for the other members to share their thoughts openly, only for Jaeger and Alicia to stay quiet. After a few moments, the swordsman apologizes for the day before, explaining that she's not good at controlling her power. In response, our boy tells her that she did well and adds that it's a good thing that he has helped her practice all this time. The girl just bows her head as she praises Corin Locke's spearmanship and claims that just copying his movements make her feel like she has become a true spearman. Our hero just attributes this to her good eyesight. He goes on to question Jaeger about his progress and the hunk looks away, stuttering that it's been difficult to handle a long weapon. He asks if our boy was talking about the returning heaven technique, and adds that he's really struggling to execute such a unique spin. Unfortunately, he can't seem to find the right path, so our hero starts by commending his efforts. He then tells Jaeger that as long as he learns the 8 Bamu spear moves, the handling of his spear mace will get even more diversified. He abruptly spins around to ask Huron about her progress, but sees her approaching with some red wine and bread. She just presents it to them and tells them to eat. Our hero thinks this is happening because he selected several of Earth's religions and put them into the game, but gains solace in the fact that they have similar customs. Moving on, he asks if it's Holy Communion and Huron declares that it's the blood and flesh of the saintess. This makes our boy inquire whether she's doing it as voluntary work, but the Jiangxi proclaims that weekend services are mandatory. This helps him deduce that the girl is being forced to attend, and he exploits this fact, asking if she's training to be a nun with the Protestants. Huron averts her gaze in irritation and announces that she's not training because she wants to. Corin Locke thinks she should read the scripture though, adding that there's still something to learn from the stories of the saints and saintesses. He proclaims that the Catholic Church may have some outdated views, but Protestant teachings often talk about the same thing, and that thing is love. Our boy tells her to love herself, love those around her, and also to love her neighbors. Basically, he wishes for her to love and be loved. Alicia picks it up from here as she declares that love is a great thing to teach and that it's pretty important. None of this seems to get to Huron, who's still averting her gaze to prove her disinterest. The only thing that makes her look at them is when our hero asks if she knows the source of yesterday's failure. She then makes it clear that her teammates are all too weak. All 3 of them shoot questioning looks at the Jiangxi. This doesn't stop her from repeating how weak they all are. She thinks it's a problem because no matter how little the strength is that she puts into training, they break anyway. Basically, she feels that no matter the amount of training, the weak will be weak and the strong will be strong. Our boy gets on his feet, tapping on Alicia's shoulder as he tells Huron that she isn't wrong. He then looks her in the eyes as he proclaims that she made a sentiment that only the strong can express. She begs his pardon, so Corin Locke asks if she wants to make a bet. He proposes that he can make her kneel in 1 minute, and if he pulls this off, she has to pay for dinner that night. The Jiangxi has no problem with this, and doesn't even want anything in return for her victory, seeing as something breaking is enough. With this, they both find a suitable location for their duel. As they ready themselves for the duel, Corin Locke announces that they'll begin on Jaeger's signal. The hunk and Alicia are dumbfounded as they stay struggling to wrap their heads around how fast things escalated. Being left with no choice, Jaeger accepts his responsibility and signals to both parties to prepare. Huron glares daggers at our hero and he glares daggers right back. The moment their teammate gives the signal, our boy springs into action, keeping in mind that he'll use his highest ranking techniques from the very beginning. He unleashes his Calamity Serpent intent, only for his opponent to block it easily. The resulting reaction is enough to push our hero back and make him admit that Chwara is as good as she's known to be. The sleeves of her cloak are the only things that seem to be destroyed, but our hero doesn't relent. He leaps into the air and hits her with the tiger sweeping, second step. Unfortunately, his spear breaks in the process, surprising him more than he's ready for. His opponent stares down at him condescendingly as she points out that his hands are empty and his fists are naked. In turn, Corin Locke flashes a smile as he quips that she loves destroying things. He activates his playing tool from the 8 trigram steps and dodges every single punch that his opponent tries to deliver. As our hero gets her to chase after him in vain, he mocks her for not being able to land a single blow. In turn, Huron just gets so irritated that she declares through gritted teeth that he's annoying. She then tells him to dodge her next attack if he doesn't want to die, and proceeds to unleash a right fist. It's obvious to our hero that if he gets hit he'll spend the month in the hospital, but instead of dodging it, he decides to try and block it. He gathers a sort of blue essence between his palms and points it towards the incoming attack. He calls this one linking chains, and it's also from the 8 trigram steps. Our hero's face scrounges up as he puts his best into blocking this attack, and despite doing it absolutely well, he still feels like all his muscles are going to rupture. Huron is shocked that he didn't dodge, so much so that she loses focus afterwards. Our boy is quick enough to exploit this window and knocks her down by her knees. Alicia instantly asks how he managed to get behind his opponent so quickly, and Jaeger declares how incredible he is. Meanwhile, a sinister smile returns to his lips as he looks down on Huron, telling her that she kneeled. She turns abruptly to ask that they go for another round, but Corin Locke is quick to turn her down, asking why he should fight again when he already won. The Jiangxi repeats her request, but with an angrier tone this time, only for our hero to reiterate that he doesn't want to. He gets smug about it and mocks Huron for getting angry, adding that he can hear the sound of her trembling. She sucks her teeth in response and stares him down. A few days later, he gets a note from her, and admits to himself that he managed to apprehend his group members' revolt even though it took a bit. With this, he thought he could get to slowly teaching spearmanship in preparation for their presentation. Unfortunately, in the note, Huron claims that she's sick and asks him to train without her. He instantly concludes that she's lying and asks no one why she would be sick. He's so annoyed that he squeezes the note, asking himself if this is how she wants to do it. Now, he has no choice but to use his secret weapon, seeing as he's the troubleshooter of their group project. Later on, he and the Jiangxi meet up at a restaurant and he welcomes her emphatically. He then has them serve her a fish course, and points both hands at it as he tells her to dig into the meal. The mischievous grin doesn't leave his face as he tells her that he won't accept that she's sick if she eats. Huron stares lustfully at the banquet before her, saliva leaking via the corner of her mouth. Our hero continues to emphasize the meal as he asks if she thinks she can refuse. After a few moments of mulling it over, she grabs the fish with both hands and replies with a mouthful that she's not sick anymore. Our boy just laughs victoriously as he announces that it's no surprise. As his colleague continues to chow down, he asks her if she knows how long it takes a chef to work on one meal. She quips that it didn't even take 30 minutes, only for our hero to tell her that it takes 10 years, from finding good ingredients to dealing with those ingredients, down to prepping everything. He then declares that it apparently takes most chefs up to 10 years to show their cooking to customers. Huron wonders what he means by that, so he explains that it took him 3 years to get good enough at martial arts to make her kneel once. He then balls his fist as he adds that her favorite fish and his martial arts share similarities, from selecting the right ingredients to the posture he takes before striking. At this point, he remembers going at it with his teacher and tells his colleague that it all begins with the little details. Huron doesn't utter a word in response and just sits there holding her fish. Finally, our hero breaks the silence, leaning in to ask if they've made up. She just signals that they have and proceeds to slam a notebook in his face. He almost curses until he realizes what it says on the cover. Apparently, it contains the positions of spearmanship. The girl continues munching her fish while our hero wonders aloud if X isn't the research he gave her to do. He gets so excited that he pats her head for doing all of it, and even calls her a cutie. She instantly tells him to get off of her though. At this moment, he realizes that Jaeger and Alicia are also practicing their spearmanship diligently, and thanks to Huron, there's no need to worry about the research aspect. Now, they have enough to prepare for the presentation. Time flies right by and the team finds themselves in the middle of May, the first week of project presentations to be precise. Professor Firmak stands before the first group to present, wielding his notepad and staring them down. It turns out that the order of presentation was based on numbers, and the group that comes before Corin Locke's go ahead to present. As he and his friends watch patiently, the team before them announce that they're ready to present. The leader of Group 1, Palais, yells as he introduces himself, and adds that their topic is based on 5-star spearmanship. In turn, the professor asks for a demonstration. Group simultaneously showcases all that they've learned, so much so that Alicia admits that they all prepared quite well. Afterwards, Mr. Firmak tells a panting Palais that he did a good job. The boy thanks him in response, only for the professor to add that he'll now try to get through their formation. Sweat drips down the poor boy's face, seeing as he didn't expect this to be a part of the presentation. Meanwhile, Professor Firmak Damon, a distinguished graduate of Northern Guardian Academy Virtute, and the former El Lost Kingdom first-ranked knight, fires up his gauntlet. As a haunting essence surrounds him, he tells Palais and his team that if they last 10 seconds, he'll give them full marks for the project. Apparently, the real group project starts now. All of Group 1 just stare helplessly as their professor announces that they should block. He throws his notepad in the air and it's enough of a distraction for him to pick off the first group member, and then the second, third, and finally the fourth. He had used the southpaw boost combination to uphurl all the students within mere seconds. Jaeger is so moved that he exclaims that the professor is so fast. Our boy just thinks to himself that Firmak is really not holding back. In turn, the professor catches the notepad he threw as a distraction and announces that it's good they chose group spearmanship, adding that they may have lacked practice, but it wasn't terrible. He then grades them a B- and asks if they have any objections. Of course, all 4 students are still groaning on the floor as they announce that they have none. Up next is Group 2, and some other students are already having doubts about facing the professor. They even wonder if they should just give up from the start. The leader of Group 2 yells that they chose the deadly spearmanship of the North 9 deadly dragons because it looks like 9 dragons flying. In no time, Professor Firmak pummels Group 2 and tells them that their technique is not only uselessly elaborate, but they also haven't learnt it properly. For this reason, he grades them a C-. Next is Group 3, so he asks Corin Locke to step forward. With a smile on his lips, our hero asks his team if they're ready to go. They all step forward soon enough, and our boy declares that they'll be showcasing the 8 trigram spearmanship's Lan Naja. In turn, the professor asks them to demonstrate. Jaeger is the first up, so he demonstrates Lan, which is the deflection of incoming attacks. Alicia handles Na, which is the pushing down of an opponent's weapon. And finally, Huron demonstrates Sha, which is the stabbing of an unguarded opponent. Tears of pride roll down Corin Locke's cheeks as he declares that his team has done an incredible job. He's particularly proud that the Jiangxi worked harder than expected. Professor Firmak also thinks they did incredible work, and points out that they removed all redundancy. He thinks that the principles were excellent, but simple. As he scribbles into his notepad, our hero announces that he'll get the rest of his team to prepare for the second part of the evaluation. In response, the tutor tells him not to, adding that he only wants him. Our boy glances back in surprise, only for the professor to repeat that the real fight will be between only him and Corin Locke. He asks if there are any objections, but our hero just stays silent. A knowing smile comes to his lips as he realizes that Mr. Firmak planned this from the start. He then announces that he doesn't have any objections. Excitement escapes the professor's eyes as he declares that he'll be starting. Without wasting time, he launches himself towards our boy and attacks using a technique called Rado. All our boy can do is stare down at his opponent as his gauntlet powers up for his southpaw jet boost attack. Luckily, our hero recognizes this technique as the right hook that continues from the posture that one has in boxing arts, especially when they're about to punch. He deduces that he's supposed to block his right side in such a situation, but also realizes that the professor's body isn't moving with his right foot as the axis. Instead, it's his left foot. The advantage comes from our hero's knowledge about the professor being left-handed, and with this, he blocks his opponent's first strike using the second of the 6 steps of Lan Naja. Mr. Firmak is left in shock as he wonders how our boy predicted his movements. Meanwhile, one of the students who faced the professor already points out that his speed has increased, only for his colleague to express his awe towards our hero. Back to the duel. Each and every sped-up attack from the professor meets the body of our boy's spear as he blocks them. This does not dissuade the instructor from coming at him with all his might though. At this point the students are left wondering how our hero is keeping up with Mr. Firmak. Even the professor himself welcomes the thought of our boy having surpassed the level of a mere student. He wants to see it all, and not just the basics, so he packs quite the loaded punch and brings it Corin Locke's way, all in a bid to test how far his spearmanship has gone. Our hero watches the attack come at him, and to everyone else, he gets hit by the overwhelming force from Firmak's punch. The students worry on his behalf as dust rises into the air. In truth, the professor's bald fist stops mere inches from our hero's face and he still doesn't flinch. Firmak is all but confused and asks our boy why he's standing still. All he does is remind his tutor that he already survived 10 seconds and this stuns the man into silence. You see, our hero deduces that his professor must be suspicious, seeing as until now, he only dealt attacks using his right hand. He showed off that he's right-handed, but our boy's response was due to the fact that he already knew about the man's left-handedness. At this point, Firmak turns around and our hero asks him what this signifies. In turn, he asks him what he thinks, calling him his martial nephew. The professor goes on to address Group 3, telling them that when it comes to secret arts, many blindly choose only elaborate techniques when in truth, the basics are the true secret art. He calls forth Group 3 and declares that they get an A+. With this, the whole group begins to celebrate, well, except Huron, who probably expected to win from the beginning. Our hero prances around, raising his spear and announcing that he's a plus Corin Locke. Mid-celebration, Mr. Firmak asks to see him for a moment, and as he walks forward, he tells our hero not to feel too pressured because it's just a casual one-on-one meeting. They both find a secluded place to talk, only for the professor to ask our boy if he's truly a 5th-ranked knight. With his hands behind his back, he tells the tutor that he is. In turn, Firmak mentions that our hero must be aware that his abilities don't align with those of a 5th-ranked knight, and Corin Locke admits that he's pretty good. He adds that he can't sense spirit and can only catch them under special conditions. For this reason, he can't even subdue a 5th rank evil spirit. The professor pauses his speech, only to bring up how the night faculty recently met and debated about our hero. He continues to keep a straight face as the tutor announces that they've decided to reevaluate him. He then adds that our boy will be assigned several missions which will be used to reassess his rank. Apparently, the highest rank allowed will be a semi-first rank, and since our hero has showcased some results, they've come out unconventionally. In our boy's heart, he mulls things over, admitting to himself that an increase in rank can't hurt, especially because he'll be paid more, and even get more choices when it comes to missions. The fact that he will get to choose high-ranking mission puts a smile on his lips. Apparently, if he was a main character, this would be a right he could only get as a second-year student. He flashes the professor a smile as he agrees to the rank reassessment. He then follows up by inquiring about what he has to do. In turn, Fermac reads a note and it details how our hero must complete 2 missions involving semi-first rank monsters and evil spirits. He must do this on his own. Currently, there are 4 semi-first rank raid missions available at the Guardian Association. Luckily, there are 2 monster and 2 evil spirit missions. Once again, Corin Locke is left to mull things over. He folds his arms and realizes that they just want him to capture 1 monster and 1 evil spirit. The only problem our hero has with this is the timing. At this point, the professor stretches the mission list to him, urging him to choose. Instant pressure falls upon our hero and he starts to feel nervous. In the near future, our boy steps into the forest with instructor Heyman as his guide. The instructor quips that he came at the right time, and our hero bids him a good morning. He then adds that it's a bit gloomy to claim that the time is right. As they walk deeper into the woods, the instructor breaks into a story about how he would venture into the fog to find monster nests when he was younger. Our boy then urges the instructor to tell him heroic stories along the way to keep things from becoming boring. Mr. Heyman takes the bait, rubbing his hand on his chin as he proclaims that he childs tell stories about his time in the West. You see, listening to the old man's stories will greatly please him. At this point, our hero overhears the old man describing what his first hunt will be like. Apparently, it'll be for the twin-headed ogre, a semi-first rank monster located in the city's western mountains. This monster is slow but dangerous. Our boy admits that he chose the monster personally, but now wonders why a first-rank beast is being assessed under semi-first rank. In turn, Heyman reveals that the ogre isn't an adult yet, hence the reduction in rank. According to word on the street, the minister is raising some longhounds and a few hunting dogs as well. Upon hearing this, our boy deduces that a frontal assault will be a terrible idea. The old man agrees and points out that what the Guardians need isn't just simple strength. He then promises to evaluate everything about our hero. They arrive at the city western mountains soon enough, and amidst the fog, they head to the cave housing the twin-headed ogre. Old man Heyman alongside some other association staff also show up at the venue, but have all resolved not to help him pass. They'll only do something if the situation becomes truly dangerous, but that will also mean that our hero's test will be voided. Just then, the old man asks for our boy's analysis of the situation. He explains that judging by the surroundings, there are obvious signs of the twin-headed ogre alongside some longhounds. He concludes that the beasts are definitely cohabiting. Mr. Heyman would like to know the exact number of hounds, so our hero tells him 3. After this, the old man reminds Corin Locke that there were only the footsteps of 2 4-footed animals following those of the ogre. In response, he tells him that one god the hound seems to be female and pregnant. The instructor presumes that our hero already knows the answer but would like him to explain anyway, so he squats beside a trail in the soil and points out that other than the footsteps, there are traces of a beast being dragged. This means that the hunted beast wasn't eaten on the spot but dragged back to their base. Our hero clarifies that neither ogres nor longhounds have the concept to save food. With this, he concludes that they were thinking of one of their kind who couldn't move, so they brought them some food. Old man Heyman and the other associates stand in awe of our boy's extensive knowledge. As a follow-up, the instructor asks him how he plans to face the twin-headed ogre and the longhounds. Corin Locke claims that he'll first separate them from each other, and when asked how, he points out that they're beasts with animalistic senses towards dangerous things. He plans to use a strong weapon, something given to humanity. Mr. Heyman is confused by this statement, so our hero reveals that he has to use his head, adding that it's quite unfortunate for the beasts that he's an expert in that field. Even as humans expand their reach and navigate the world, there will always be threats lurking. There will always be demonic beings who impose their position in this world. The ruler of the Western Forest is one of them as well. Like a tyrant, the twin-headed ogre commands the forest, a place where very few humans dare to tread. This ginormous reddish beast wields its wooden club, accompanied by his longhounds. To him, the forest is his kingdom. Soon enough, these longhounds begin to bark loudly, indicating that something is off. They had noticed that the nest they created for their female who had given birth is now empty despite her inability to move easily. They bark some more as they follow the scent of this female, and they soon notice that an intruder had dragged her away. After the realization that his female longhound and her ex were kidnapped, the twin-headed ogre gives into his fury, and his furious scream makes the forest tremble. The other hounds continue their barking as the urge to chase down their kin becomes stronger. Their feet hit the soil in haste as they follow her scent, and without fail, the twin-headed ogre is right behind them. The scent slowly becomes stronger, so much so that they could even smell the intruder who took her. As usual, there's nothing that can hinder this ragtag team in the forest, and it's now time for the foolish intruder to pay the price for bothering the rulers of the forest. Right on cue, they find the female hound with her legs bound with some rope. She whines sadly and her kin empathize with her by rubbing their noses against each, just to confirm that she's safe. As they try to help the female out of there, they pull on the rope tying her legs and it unleashes a myriad of stakes that take her out immediately. Out of nowhere, a log swings into the picture and smashes one of the hounds against a nearby tree, leaving just one of them alive. Unfortunately, the log cuts the ropes loose and more stakes fall from above. The hound is left with no choice but to run for survival's sake. It notices an open field up front and runs towards it because there are no trees where it'll be used as traps. Little did it know that our hero had carved runes into all the rocks in the vicinity. In no time, a mighty inferno arises and consumes this hound. The two-headed ogre then emerges from the flames, only to witness the last of his hounds still burning to a crisp. He grits his teeth in anger for he had lost his loyal subordinates, and howls so loudly that it rings throughout the forest. At this point, the flames burn up the ropes holding back more logs, and they get unleashed on the tyrant. As the flaming logs make their way to him, he swipes them aside one after the other. Nothing can touch him, with the flames doing nothing but warming up his skin, and his eyes as red as scarlet. This creature is truly the ruler of the forest. Our hero lurks in the shadows, spear in hand, ready to take on this beast. Unfortunately, the twin-headed ogre has no idea that the hunt has just begun. The ruler of the forest, which is none other than the twin-headed ogre, is a natural-born hunter with his first head having good vision, and the second having an excellent sense of smell. Together, both heads work to avenge the death of his long hounds by chasing their trail. The beast comes upon footprints of the intruder. If anything, there are so many traces of him that it seems absurd. The ogre sees our hero as a bastard who can't even hide his footsteps or scent, and wonders how the long hounds lost to him. Unfortunately, throughout his first day of chasing this intruder, he ends up not finding him. The beast sits dejected, resting his back on a nearby tree trunk. You see, even though the traces were abundant and he chased them down diligently, this intruder always slipped away, leaving the impression of almost getting caught. Now tired, the ogre puts his unfortunate feelings aside and sets up camp for the night. Sadly, it's at this point that he gets ambushed by rocks with the rune Hagalars carved into them. This attack would have caught the beast off guard if one of the heads wasn't alert. The head had awakened to see hail raining down from the sky, and prompted his entire body to make a run for it. As the ogre navigates the forest, hail continues to cause destruction in its wake. Luckily, the beast ends up with a few grazes from pieces of hail, and at first sight, it seems like a coincidence. He soon realizes that it wasn't, because day after day, just as he's about to fall asleep, hail falls from the sky, leaving the monster frustrated. After some time, he decides to ignore the hail completely, seeing as he has no idea about its source. Unfortunately, things get worse. Rocks which had been set on fire fly near the ogre and begin to burn everything in sight. Come daybreak, a scarred and battered ogre trudges his feet along the forest. He realizes that despite his pursuit and all the chaos the intruder caused, his only plan was to leave ambiguous traces and not actually show himself. After 3 days of what seems like torment, the beast realizes that he's being hunted. The once furious look that graced his features melts into a wary one as it dawns on him that his role as a hunter has been reversed. At this point, he hears a voice behind him and turns to see that it's the source of all his frustration and torment. It's Corinlock casually yawning with his spear cradled on his shoulder. Our boy then asks that they put an end to things, mostly because he's tired of all the effort he has been putting into catching the beast. Right on cue, the ogre's fury returns and he roars as flames begin to emanate from his skin. He launches himself towards our hero soon enough while he calculatedly waits for the right time to move. A mere second later, he also charges towards the ogre and makes the beast expect a head-on battle. Suddenly, Corinlock leaps into the air and twirls his spear in preparation for his next attack. The poor monster never expected him to jump but quickly brushes off his shock as he plans to smash our boy into oblivion using a 2-meter-long birch tree club. The beast angrily wields his weapon of choice, waiting for our hero to land. Unfortunately, our boy attacks from above. He summons the pagoda tree intent and throws his spear with all his might using a macro hit technique. The spear goes where it's sent, piercing through the abdomen of the ogre with enough brute force to take out a chunk of his right side. The beast roars once again, finding it difficult to believe that such a small man is one-upping him. As he's still on his butt, our hero comes mere inches away from his mass, only to activate one of the 8 trigrams. He summons the primordial chaos palm and slams it into the chest of this beast. To the mere man, it seems as though his soul is leaving his body, and the sunken eyes alongside a hollow scream support this notion. And with that, the tyrant who once ruled the forest comes crashing down as he becomes Corinlock's prey. Our boy locates his spear and laments about filling his aura core and not getting to use it. He yawns as though he didn't just take down a beast twice his size and declares that he's done with the ogre. He then wonders if Mariette is doing okay. You see, 3 days ago, he had asked her about how much she trusted him. As he gulped down his soup, the vampire announced that she would trust him even if he said he was going to make kimchi out of potatoes. After pointing out that it's actually possible to make kimchi from potatoes, he asked his friend how far she was willing to go with him since she claimed to trust him. In turn, Mariette spilled blood from the pack all over herself, blushing as dirty questions escaped her lips. She instantly got on her feet to declare that she would follow him till the very end, making a show of it by swinging her hands for emphasis. Our hero simply handed her some cloth to wipe herself with and told her that he needed her help to fulfill his plan. This excited her so much that she repeated his words back to him. Our boy then went on about how he needed Mariette and Alicia to do something for him. After outlining the plan, the vampire gripped the bloodied rag even tighter as she asked why he would include the swordsman in their plan. Our hero didn't even know how to react. Later on, Mariette dumped her bloodied dress in a hamper and turned on the shower. Apparently, she's still a girl in her youth despite being a veteran guardian and a vampire who has been having an eventful life. Our boy's choice of words easily caused a misunderstanding, and in turn, it caused her heart to tremble. She got into the shower and admitted that our hero's plan was bigger trouble than she expected. She wasn't an idiot, although it seemed like Corin Locke was always one step ahead, planning and reacting before anything happened. As she washed her hair, she recalled the time he saved her, and even when he helped Alicia. The vampire wasn't ungrateful for his dedicated efforts, but was left wondering how much he knew. She was left with so many questions, but was already blinded by the love she has for him. In spite of her better judgment, she decided to listen to the request of her one-sided crush. Apparently, mages want to become professors at the academy not because of Merkaba's library of incredible books, but because of the huge research building at the academy's west end. This, coupled with the best of ingredients it wields, makes it every mage's dream. At this facility, room B306 to be precise, two professors converse about a wild boar. This is one of the special monsters that can't be killed, so it ended up getting sealed with enormous golden chains. Professor Dana tries to remind Mr. Firmack that he has seen such a wild boar in a textbook, adding that it's the same monster that ate an entire iron mine alongside the origins that were engraved deep inside it. In turn, the professor asks her if the research is based on the special entity's alpha characteristics. Dana admits that she wanted to write a thesis on the influence of the special demon tribe on low-rank entities and the unique alpha energy. Firmack wonders if all he has to do is engrave a rune on the special monster, and his colleague excitedly confirms this. She goes on to express how much of a relief it is to have Firmack because of how rare it is to find rune mages these days. In turn, the professor declares that such a thing is common with dead languages and adds that they're also difficult to use in real battles. He draws the rune in the air, only to overhear someone proclaiming that the only exception to his previous statement is when the mage is a knight with lots of mana, just like herself. Both professors spin their heads to see who it is, and Dana quips that it's obvious that their academy has more special monsters. She then goes on about never expecting a special vampire to volunteer to help with the experiment, and soon feels like she just spoke rudely. Mariette tells her professor that it's fine and pastes a smile on her face as she announces that Dana isn't exactly wrong. This becomes an encounter between two specials, the meeting of the first act's boss, Mariette Dunalev, and the second act's boss known as the King of the Iron Mountain. The moon is full and high in the sky as it marks the launch of the Haunted House mission, a simple mission that can be chosen during one's second semester in the original game. To defeat the first-rank evil spirit possessing this haunted house, one must navigate through attacks from several household items and destroy the hidden magic circle in the basement. As objects float within this house, it becomes apparent that the difficulty level of this mission is far beyond what one would expect. This mission has been used by players as a challenge to prove who is an expert. At this point, Corin Locke's notification bar pops up to remind him that he can't sense spirits, but this time, there's an exception. The Sabanchaduk who possessed Lark, or the spirit body in the training room that possessed magic tools, are both categorized under the Geist phenomenon. This phenomenon also occurs when possessing a building that's a home, and it means they have the ability to exert physical force. For this reason, it's even more difficult to ignore religious precepts like our boy's inability to see spirits. Anyway, he heads towards the haunted house confidently and begins to announce a certain strategy as he carries it out. He starts by jumping and attacking possessed roots as he cuts off their tops and stalks, and then stretches his spear forward as he proceeds. With a sinister smile on his lips, he uses the spear to shatter the window in the terrace, thus giving room for glass shards to fly towards him. He slides to dodge the shards and makes his way to the door. Upon entry, he cuts the clock to his right and does a jump and slice technique 3 times. The stairs are up next, so he destroys the nails popping up from them and heads down without taking a second look. Apparently, if you step once on the center carpet, you'll find yourself in the basement, so Corin Locke does this. Meanwhile, Instructor Heyman and some other association members put on 3D glasses and feast on popcorn as they watch our boy go. From how he cuts the table in the basement to how he scratches the magic circle to weaken its telekinetic power. He goes up and down the stairs, dodges some more furniture, and comes across a wall he can't move. At this point, all the runes engraved into the walls activate and glow with a golden hue until a mighty inferno emanates from them, leaving the house to burn on its own. Corin Locke smiles from ear to ear as he majestically makes his way out of the flames, looking forward the whole time because real men don't turn back during explosion scenes. He cradles his chin in his hand as a smug look is pasted on his features. He then declares that he pulled off the mission in 30 seconds. Old man Heyman's jaw literally drops, seeing as 2 second-rank mages couldn't do anything about the magic cave our hero just conquered. He wonders how he did it, but our boy just laughs maniacally as the flames rise behind him. Apparently, he used the last strategy that a legendary streamer had left behind, the same streamer who had shaken South Korea's internet streaming world. Soon enough, Old Man Heyman approaches our hero and grabs him by the shoulder as he congratulates him. He chuckles as he adds that our boy is definitely confirmed to be a semi-first rank. The instructor then mentions Sar, a port city nearby, and invites Corin Locke to join him for a meal at a very delicious restaurant in the city. Our hero inquires if it's a raw fish joint, keeping in mind that there's a restaurant with a special dish that made him choose to do an evil spirit raid in this region. The old man seems to know the place our boy is referring to, so he wraps his hand around him and asks if he likes raw fish. In turn, our hero quips that he loves it. As the instructor promises to show him to a nice raw fish place, our boy glances behind them, only to notice the Akgu lurking behind a tree. For some reason, he thinks to himself that it's nice that the orb is following them. In other news, something happened on the Dingle Peninsula located in the polar region of the northern continent. 88 years ago, this bitterly cold region harbored countless natural resources deep within its frozen expanse. Amidst these icy mountains laid a vast mine so rich in resources that it was called Iron Mountain. The miners who pioneered in this region to search for iron or gold witnessed something unbelievable. It was a massive boar greedily devouring the iron ore. It was Dingle Peninsula's demonic king, a beast also known as the King of Iron Mountain. This was the first sighting of him, and he stood meters upon meters taller than any of the miners. Present day, Alicia's feet hit the ground as though they're angry at it as she hurriedly makes her way to the Academy's research facility. She wonders why she slept in on a day like this and struggles to remember if our hero said the testing facility was on the 4th floor. She picks up her speed as she tells herself that she can't be late, mostly because it was what our boy asked of her. A few days ago, Alicia had met with Mariette on the 1st floor of the testing facility. She had slipped in too quietly, so the vampire admitted that she was startled. In turn, the swordsman apologized and asked if the experiment Mariette was so focused on is an important one. The vampire just laughed it off and told the girl that it's something she's trying out during the rest period. Alicia cut straight to the point as she asked why Diaku summoned her to the facility. The vampire laughed once again, explaining that she was going to pass on a message on Corin Locke's behalf. The swordsman blushed upon hearing this, only for Mariette to stretch her a vial, asking if she wanted to try it out before they start. In turn, she stared down at it and wondered if it was an elixir. The vampire only gave a vague reply to this, but Alicia took the entire vial and gulped it down. She happily chugged it because she thought it would be good for her body. Mariette tried to get her to slow down because of how hot the elixir was, and also because she wanted to check if it was safe. The swordsman had drunk too much of it before she heard the last statement, so she asked the vampire to repeat herself. Unfortunately, she began to react before she could get an answer, leaving Mariette to ask what the problem was. Alicia just lifted her head, abruptly announcing that the elixir is tasty and that it somehow tasted like home. Her eyes continued to glisten with excitement as she took in the entire experience. Meanwhile, the vampire checked off her list that the taste, safety, and toxicity of the elixir is good. Afterwards, the swordsman finally asked about what Corin Locke wanted her to know, and in turn, Mariette revealed that it was something that was going to happen soon. This piqued Alicia's interest even more, and she found out that it was about the King of Iron Mountain. Back to the present, the swordsman begs the pardon of multiple passersby as she weaves her way through foot traffic. She recalls the whole demonic pig warning and picks up her pace, telling herself that she has to go to the facility quickly despite not knowing why our hero chose her. Meanwhile, in the 4th floor basement, Professor Dana asks the vampire what she thinks distinguishes special demons from monsters. Mariette suggests that it's because they're strong, and in response, the professor declares that strength is a given among the specials, adding that one of their special abilities is the power of domination. Our girl doesn't understand what she means, so the professor opts to explain. At this point, Fermac is left wondering if his colleague was the one who summoned the vampire. Anyway, Dana goes on about how some demons emit a different energy than normal demons and stares that they're theoretically called alpha entities. She waves her finger around as she proclaims that these demons are stronger and give commands, unlike their normal kin. It turns out that they can easily dominate their kind of monsters, but their domination ability is ineffective against demons that are different from them. For some reason, it works for special demons. Mariette takes over the conversation from here, pointing out that special demons can command any demons weaker than them. The professor instantly concurs with her logic and asks if she has had any experience with the concept. This takes the vampire down memory lane, back to the time when ran away from the hunting ground. Crazed by her thirst, she controlled the monsters and had them bring her their blood. Back to the present, the girl tells her professor that she thinks the concept is a bit different from domination. They both fiddle with their chins as the vampire announces that she used the fear of monsters rather than dominating their minds back then. Dana then reveals that it's based on Mariette's species. She goes on about the existence of 3 types of demons: the monsters, the evil spirits, and the demihumans. She adds that these 3 types are simple but possess different influences of alpha traits. This is news to the vampire, so she wonders aloud whether it means that she can control other demihumans. In turn, the professor clarifies that they need to do more research on the subject and states that she doesn't think it's generally possible. Apparently, the intellects of demihumans are greater than that of humans, thus nullifying the effects of that kind of domination. With this, Professor Dana announces that they'll be stopping all talks about theory and getting into the real deal. She then instructs the lab attendants to bring in the fang boars, and right on cue, they roll in various cages containing these beasts. The professor declares that the core point of the experiment is to see how far the alpha traits of a special monster can go, to see if Mariette can freely use this alpha trait. This is because, according to theory, humanity should be able to control most monsters and evil spirits. The vampire discovers that the experiment is much bigger than she thought, and that it's also a topic that she has genuine interest in as a mage. It dawns on her that should this experiment succeed, humanity can preemptively block the dangers of demons. Suddenly, the professor whispers to her, asking if she succeeded in making the elixir to be as yummy as she wanted, adding that she's referring to what the girl asked her previously. In response, the vampire admits that it turned out deliciously, thanks to her. The professor heaves a sigh of relief and apologizes for the sudden curiosity. She moves past the topic just as easily, asking Mariette to try and dominate the fang boars. She just stares at these monsters as they growl from behind their cages and steadies herself. She then commands all of them to come out, and a sort of reddish hue spreads all over the place as these beasts calmly exit their cages. They take a few steps toward our girl before she commands them to stop. Right on cue, they all halt their movements as though they're under hypnosis. The vampire takes things a little further, raising her hand and commanding the fang boars to lie down. From her mouth to their ears, they all lie on their backs simultaneously. She's flustered because it wasn't the instruction she gave, and wonders why they're not listening. Professor Dana steps in at this point, explaining that this must be the limit of communication between a demi-human and a monster, seeing as lower-rank monsters lack the intelligence to understand the girl's command. She announces that they should check the effects of alpha traits in the same beasts, and asks Professor Firmak to release the seal binding the King of Iron Mountain. In turn, Firmak declares that he understands. He begins by scribbling the rune of banishment, telling everyone that he's only going to release the first seal. Upon doing this, the king growls so loudly that it emits waves, and these waves seem to turn the wills of the fang boars. To ease Mariette, Professor Dana yells that the 1st, 3rd, and 7th resistance circles have been activated. She then instructs her colleague to strengthen the 4th and 6th seals. The king growls with even more malicious intent, and the fang boars instantly replicate it. They even go as far as charging towards Mariette, and she screams at them to stop. The boar in front doesn't slow down, so the vampire slams it back into the herd with a sleight of her hand. Afterwards, the professor voices her concerns about losing control over the beasts too easily, and wonders if it's because they're all boars. Just as Mariette claps back about being able to apprehend the monsters, a loud bang is heard in the vicinity. An announcement then comes through, declaring a state of emergency over the monster in cage 107 escaping. Dana panics on the spot as a scaly beast slithers its way out of holding. It turns out to be a manticore, and this monster charges towards Mariette, baring all of his teeth. In turn, the vampire activates her blood spear technique, and literal spears of blood emanate from a magic circle to attack the manticore at full speed. Sadly, the beast is somehow faster than the blood spears. Upon noticing this, the second Urace sucks her teeth and calls forth Diakku, only for Professor Firmak to tell her to save her strength. He activates his gauntlet and sinks a punch directly into the face of the monster. The southpaw screw demolition is such a heavy punch that it causes the manticore to spin on its axis, but Firmak doesn't stop there. He delivers a follow-up punch using the left straight technique, and it sends the monster flying in the distance. At this point, he tells Dana that something is strange. Screeching and hissing become audible to everyone in the lab, only for one of the attendants to announce that the monsters are escaping from their cages and throwing themselves against the bars. The professor tries to get her other attendants to activate large-scale monster resistance circles and sealing magic, adding that she's resealing the King of Iron Mountain for now. As soon as she gives the word, she declares that safety takes priority even if they'll end up losing some research funds. She hypes herself up, only to hear from Group 2 that the magic circles are not activating. Similar news comes about the sealing magic circle, and Dana discovers that someone has destroyed all of them. She's not done worrying about the problem at hand when the King of Iron Mountain begins to break off his chains. Her jaw drops in shock, alongside those of the other attendants, as it becomes apparent that the beast has freed himself. The water glistens under the afternoon sun as more boats dock at the port city of Sar. This city now hosts our hero, Corin Locke, and his instructor, Old Man Heyman, in one of its finest restaurants. Our boy mentions how much more refreshing things would be if he could get a drink, but his instructor just laughs it off, telling him that he sure knows how to eat. An elaborate feast lies before our hero, and it's all thanks to Mr. Heyman, who brought him to a famous raw fish restaurant to celebrate his promotion to semi-first rank. At this point, our boy lets out a laugh of mischief as he suggests ordering a bottle of soju to his professor. In turn, the old man points out their standing in society. Our hero licks his lips as thoughts of alcohol fled his mind. As Corin Locke, he's a third year and a minor, so he seldom has the opportunity to drink. He's just frustrated that all the pubs around are so thorough about checking ID. Because of the current worldview, all he can think about is the sadness of not being able to have chicken and beer together, especially from Chef Yoon, who created seasoned chicken. He's even sadder because he came from the nation that consumed the most alcohol daily and still couldn't drink it. For this reason, our hero comes up with a plan. He baits the old man into believing that there's a saying in the East about alcohol being something one has to learn from an adult. He then adds that he would like the instructor to be the life teacher that teaches him about alcohol. Mr. Heyman actually mulls this over, and our boy can see the kindness in his eyes. He can see the absence of greed alongside the man's desire to have an honest conversation with him. Just then, the instructor throws caution to the wind and pours our hero a drink, only for him to stifle his laughter as he admits that the man fell for it. At this point, his happiness is cut short by the sound of barking. The other customers at the restaurant begin to wonder where the barking is coming from and ask if someone brought their dog. Our hero just stays trembling in his seat as he asks himself why such a thing would happen at this time. He soon bursts into tears as he catches a glimpse of Deoku standing right beside him with folded arms. Back at the testing facility in Merkaba Academy, the King of Iron Mountain has successfully broken free and is now staring down at all the puny humans with malice. Professor Firmek proclaims that they need to block the beast, and Mariette hurriedly concurs. She activates her crystal lance magic and a ginormous crystal forges right above her in accordance. In no time, she sends it flying towards the beast, only for it to shatter against his hide. The vampire is taken aback by the fact that it couldn't even leave a scratch on the monster, and her mouth stays open as she mulls it over. Mr. Firmek commends her effort as he activates his gauntlet and announces that he'll finish things. He tries to punch the monster but soon admits that he can't feel anything. The beast just exhales hard enough to raise a fog, and it dawns on the professor that his attack didn't do any damage whatsoever. In retaliation, the Iron King activates Duras's Fehu, a type of rune magic, and Firmek cannot believe his eyes. Soon enough, the beast slams him with so much force that he crashes into the wall. Dana instantly screams after this, yelling that the barrier system has been taken out because the wall was destroyed. Consequently, the other caged monsters begin to rattle the bars holding them back. They send out yet another emergency signal, announcing that all the monsters that were trapped within the cages have been freed. They flood the lab in their numbers, so the attendants activate Code Veronica, chanting that all workers should evacuate. They then call for the security team and instruct them to activate all magic circles and mobilize the spirit golems. In response, they unleash these green and brown robot-like entities and send them out to handle the overflow of monsters. The commander then instructs the golems to not let any monster escape the facility. A hissing sound becomes audible as it foretells incoming doom, and out of nowhere, a first-ranked demonic beast known as the Poisonous Dragon appears and crumbles so many golems like they are Legos. Up next, another first-ranked demonic beast known as the King Herent handles the remaining golems. Worse off, these mighty beasts, supported by the lesser monsters, continue to swarm towards the exit, leaving the attendants to request support. They add that they cannot block the higher-level monsters without a magic circle. Professor Dana is so panicked by the concept of these beasts leaving the academy that she authorizes consecutive lightning attacks in their shared area. At the back of her mind, she wonders if their funding will be okay. Anyway, while her attention is divided, a magic beast covers the distance and almost bites her head off. As she screams in horror, two overpowered swords dash into the atmosphere and bore holes in this magic beast. The mercenary then announces that Corin Locke's incite is getting scarier. Dana is left in shock, but manages to ask Rin why he's at the facility. In turn, the mercenary just claims that it's a field trip, and proceeds to call back his blades. On their way back, they take out their fair share of monsters. The King Herent is more pissed off than ever, so he gathers momentum and unleashes a mighty inferno to burn down anything in its path. This worries the mercenary, but he stands his ground. Right behind him, another mage charges up the broken rocks with debris fusion, bringing them together to forge a castle golem which is on eye level with this first-ranked demonic beast. Cranial takes out some time to celebrate the success and control of his recent spell, adding that the techniques our hero taught him really worked. Apparently, Corin Locke had told him a few days ago that stamina is power, and forced him to train before giving him some golem magic techniques. Our boy claimed that he found the techniques when he was reading in the library. He tossed the golem sorcerer the book, and all he asked for in exchange was for him to partake in today's field trip. Back to the present, and the junk golem is getting pushed back by the King Herent, making Cranial wonder if it's because the beast is a first rank. Suddenly, some vines begin to encroach all of the golem's body, and it turns out to be Yule applying her root supplementation technique to forge a junk wooden golem. The druid throws a question into the crowd, asking how our hero knew that this would happen in advance, or why he would teach her this exact method that would help the situation. While she's stuck thinking about it, Professor Dana panics over the poisonous dragon making its way up to the 3rd floor. At this point, Alicia comes leaping into the air and cutting down the beast at 3 different locations of its body. She sticks her landing as it falls to the ground and asks if they managed to defeat it. The professor shields herself from all the dust raised and admits that it's such perfect timing that every student that has appeared is at least a 2nd rank knight or mage. She has never been so thankful for students. Mere seconds later, she gets an epiphany, so she asks why they are at the testing facility. They all stare at her as they simultaneously chorus that they're there for a field trip. As they speak, they have no idea that Corin Locke, who isn't even at the academy, cooked up this plan, which is going splendidly. Mariette comes through with the Realm of Blood, mounting a giant reddish orb to encapsulate the Iron King. She declares that it's a good thing that they prepared the barrier beforehand, just like our hero said. Hopefully, this will make it harder for the Iron King to get to the ground. The vampire follows up with crystals big enough to keep the beast stuck in place. He looks so angry, but the inability to move keeps him still, while the lab attendants just watch in awe as Mariette does her thing. In turn, the girl screams that they shouldn't let their guard down, and then tells the Iron King that she's a special just like him. On the other hand, the King Herent is still a problem. This 1st-rank monster seems more like he would star in a monster movie rather than be a demonic beast. He roars so loudly that it shakes the foundation of the building, leaving Drin to lament about how it breaks everything in its axis just by moving. For this reason, Cranel yells at Yule to help him, and she asks if he really wants her to move the junk wood golem. Somehow, Cranel had managed to collect the bombs of the golems who had their bodies broken during the hunting ground practice and put their joints together using the magic techniques that our hero provided. All of this combined with Yule's mana powered the golem enough to unleash one hell of a punch against the King Herent. In retaliation, the beast roars and tries to swipe at the golem. Meanwhile, Cranel tells the druid to follow the plan and replenish the skin of the golem's fist. She wonders what the actual plan is, so the sorcerer explains that they'll explode 5 bombs absorbed by the spirit golem at once and spray out a large amount of mana in the process. In the legend of Arren, these two were known to be the duo in charge of a large number of monsters, the Dream Team, if you may. Cranel goes through a checklist for his golem as he confirms his control technique, his mana bias boost technique, and finally, he put on the designated target tracking radar. After all of this is done, he equips nature's weapon, the wooden fist. The arm of this golem cackles with green energy as the duo activates spirit bombs with 5 times the force. Upon getting the all clear from their notification bar, Cranel emphatically presses the activation button, and everything combined gets unleashed in a technique known as the elbow rocket. The punch is so heavy that it seems like propellers pushed it towards the face of the King Herent. The beast comes crashing into the ground and Cranel screams victoriously, referring to the golem as the Luden Warrior. Yule just stands there wondering when he had time to name it. Back to the port city of Sar, it turns out that our hero chose to do the haunted house in that vicinity for a reason that had nothing to do with its cuisine. He arrives at a chapel in town just as the big bell signifies the end of another hour. The continuous ringing of the bell makes Diaku scared, or maybe it was the idea of a chapel. Anyway, our boy tells the demon that he has something that he has to do. He knocks on the door of the chapel and an elderly nun answers. Our hero immediately pastes a fake smile on his features as he tells her that he's an academy student dispatched from abroad. He adds that he hasn't been able to attend mass due to his dispatch tasks, and asks if it's possible to use the chapel's prayer room. In turn, the nun sympathizes with him and agrees. Upon entry, our hero takes a seat and tries to remember the last known location of the marker, telling himself that he hopes the lady on the other side can come as soon as possible because of how dire the situation is. He locates the marker on a cross nearby and presses on it. Within mere minutes, a portal opens up behind him and Madame Josephine emanates from within it. Our boy smugly announces that her response is as quick as he expected, only for the sorceress to place her blade right beside his head in a threatening manner. She then asks him how he knows about the marker, adding that he should think well before answering. Our hero realizes that she may have many questions, but also that now is not the time. For this reason, he tells the sorceress that they have to deal with pressing matters. After Cranel celebrates the good work of the Luden Warrior, Alicia stares in awe and admits that she has never seen such a golem before. At this point, the poisonous dragon comes slithering in her direction, and it prompts her to not look away. As the first-rank beast hisses at her, she realizes that she has to face it alone, and recalls the time Mariette gave her a message from our hero to not use domain severance under any circumstances. She dodges the dragon's attack by flipping over it and chucks up our boy's instruction about domain severance to mean that he saw potential in her. The beast turns around for a second at its attack, while our girl is left thinking about whether or not she can defeat it. She suddenly hears a weird warping sound in the distance and wonders what it is. Soon enough, the air before her seems to pulse in the shape of an orb, and it continues to do so as cracks appear in it. In no time, the blood realm which Mariette had activated completely breaks down and the injured vampire falls to the ground. Alicia screams out her name as the girl continues to heavily pant on the floor. She then remembers that it's all happening just like Corin Locke had predicted. He had told her that she would probably not be able to defeat the demonic pig, and true to his words, she couldn't. This is a monster who turned into a demonic pig after consuming the oldest steel and is now in possession of an original rune. This same beast has 100% resistance to both magical and physical attacks. The demonic pig roars after its victory against Mariette, although temporary because the girl gets back on her feet to face him. You see, his 100% resistance is the biggest reason why countless heroes were murdered and still couldn't kill him, hence his having to be sealed. The vampire knows this and still doesn't give up. Instead, she grips her staff even tighter, seeing as this is what our hero asked of her. She proceeds into battle once again, escorted by her blood spears and a dwindling life force. Alicia is so worried about her that she gets distracted from the poisonous dragon once again. With this window, the first-rank beast snaps its jaws open in a bid to swallow her. The swordsman centers herself at the dying minute and tells herself that she also has no choice but to succeed. A blue essence then engulfs her entire blade as she readies herself for a destructive attack. Meanwhile, Professor Dana can do nothing but stand in awe of all that is taking place before her eyes. As for the demonic pig, he activates Thyrsa's Fehu once again. But Mariette counters it with a type of alchemy magic known as snow flower. Their attacks clash in a bright display of red and white. Surely, the King of Iron Mountain is being given a run for his money by the elder rank vampire. Although she seems to be struggling, the girl is definitely managing to hold her own against this beast. Dana, who seems to be the only witness aware that this would go down in history, can't seem to hide her emotions of wonder and fear. The demonic pig and Mariette ready themselves for yet another clash, so our girl gets the head start by firing the beast with multiple crystal lances. In turn, the monster easily dispels them. Of course, our girl doesn't give up. Instead, she activates a multilayer shield of blood and snow and attacks her opponent from both his right and left. Unfortunately, it's not enough to take him down, but just enough to keep him from unleashing an attack of his own. It's obvious to the blind that the students are fighting hard to prevent the demonic beasts from leveling the testing facilities. In all of this, every one of them can feel defeat drawing near. At this moment, the Iron King charges towards Mariette until he slams her into the wall of the facility. Or so he thought. A second glance at the rubble reveals that his prey is nowhere within or underneath it, and so he begins to twirl in search of her. As the dust settles, Dyaku comes forth cradling his master in his arms and her staff in his mouth. The first thing she does after seeing him is ask about Corin Locke, and a smile graces her features as she gets the assurance that he has finally arrived. Meanwhile, Alicia continues to battle it out with the poisonous dragon, racking her brain for a move that she can use to defeat it other than domain severance. She grits her teeth in the moment and tries to think about what our hero would do if he was in such a position. The dragon simply turns around to continue chasing after its prey, hissing and launching forward at incredible speed. The swordsman suddenly takes on a sense of calm, gripping her blade as she reminds herself that Corin Locke would not go for the high road. She leaps into the air to dodge immediate danger and recalls how strict our hero is about the basics. With this, she decides to cut and dodge, and erase every other thing from her head. She peels out her blade and hacks away at this beast like it hurt someone she loved dearly. She just keeps cutting and cutting as she applies Rising Heavens, an ardent first sword style. The beast screeches loudly as it falls to its defeat, leaving our girl to shield herself from the aftermath. She laments about the amount of dust raised and wipes it off of herself. She then declares that she succeeded without using domain severance. A certain voice concurs with her last statement, so Alicia quickly twirls around to see who it is. Apparently, it's our hero with his signature smile, folding his arms and telling everyone that they did a good job. At this point, even Cranel is celebrating his victory against the King Herent but gets so carried away that he announces that he neither needs Corin Locke nor his friends to defeat monsters. He then claims that all he needs is the Luden Warrior. You'll waste no time reminding him that the Luden Warrior wouldn't have been actualized without the help of our boy and his friends. Our hero acknowledges the defeat of the King Herent but wonders where the injured poisonous dragon has slithered to. Alicia brushes off his question with one of her own as she asks him how it's possible that he's here. It's not a competition, but our hero also answers her with a question, wanting to know the location of the demonic pig. She then reveals that Mariette is still blocking it and adds that she needs to go help her. Madame Josephine interrupts their conversation to ask our hero what the plan is, seeing as he must have something in mind since he dragged her all the way from the church. In turn, he boldly declares that he does have a plan, and mentions that all she needs to do is help him catch the demonic pig. She's surprised by this, and points out that there are other monsters besides the Iron King. In response, our hero hits the edge of his spear against the ground and as it resonates, he tells her not to worry. Apparently, there was something that he predicted must happen while he was telling Mariette his plan days ago, and that was to feed rocks engraved with runes to all the monsters in the testing facility. After feeding these rocks to them under the pretense of giving them food, he planned to sweep up all the monsters using the rune resonance activation function. He had made it so the resonance activation could be possible with his silver spear made of runestone. At this point, he bolts in the direction of the demonic pig and calls forth Alicia to join him. Post-resonance activation, only about 30 mid-upper rank monsters survived, with the special demonic pig standing among them. Our boy smiles mischievously as he declares that there's no cause for worry. He then calls for Drin to join them and the mercenary acknowledges the arrival of his boss. Up next, he calls for Cranel and Yule, telling them to stop acting intoxicated and join the team. Of course, the sorcerer is so full of himself that he screams about not needing our hero. Yule shuts him down on the spot, telling him to get a move on. With this, all the named characters of the heroic legends of Arhan gather, and these are the heroes that will save the world in the nearest future. Our boy asks Mariette if she's okay, and despite her rough outlook, she gives him a positive reply. Corin Locke then declares that they should start again, so everyone powers up their weapon of choice in anticipation of their counterattack. Our hero realizes that the dream team isn't just for luxury, but it actually flows. It's now obvious that the only reason why the team's members cannot still be confident is because their opponent is the King of Iron Mountain. This same beast has only dominated and never been ruled, pulverized and has never been subjugated, and has ravaged without an ounce of mercy. Mariette calls out to everyone, urging them to split up, because at this point, the tyrannical beast who consumes everything is charging towards them. Still drunk with power, Cranel commands his Luden warrior to take on the demonic pig. Our hero tries to warn him that they can't take the beast head-on, but the sorcerer doesn't care to listen. He just keeps hyping up the warrior, yelling that it's the strong castle warrior that defeated the King Herod. While a freaked-out Yule watches, Cranel points at the demonic pig like it's just another monster and orders the Luden warrior to apply 7 times the spirit nuke, alongside a forced explosion to deliver a flying knee kick. As expected, the leg of the golem shatters the second it makes contact with the hide of this beast. Cranel then screams in pain as he freaks out about the loss his warrior just took. In turn, Corin Locke refers to him as an idiot and asks him to just keep attacking the demonic pig no matter what. He then instructs everyone else to fan out, while Yule is to grow plants that will hold on to the beast one way or another. Cranel keeps sulking and lamenting that his warrior can't lose, but the druid thinks it's easier said than done. Anyway, she obeys our hero's instruction and summons mighty roots which emanate from beneath the beast and wrap themselves around him. As she asks if her technique worked, the demonic pig activates one of the original runes, and his hide takes on a reddish hue as he breaks free of Yule's roots. Cranel and Yule cannot believe their eyes, so much so that the druid wonders why the beast is so strong. Corin Locke, on the other hand, gets a move on it as he yells at Drin to flank the beast with 2 of his magic swords. The mercenary also makes his way to the Iron King and yells back that he knows what to do. In his mind, he pays our hero his respects for being a strategist who knows the right thing to do, and waits for the perfect timing to execute it. He realizes that there is no reason for a mercenary like himself to not listen to our boy. With this, he sends forth his flaming blade alongside the magic lightning blade. Apparently, these weapons were powered by the first-rank Mana Stone which he got as a reward from the Mariette incident. Anyway, one look at this beast and Drin is certain that he will be difficult to take down. He doesn't even move an inch as the 2 overpowered blades make their way to him. He just activates his rune magic instead. His eyes go red alongside the hue that covers his body, and by the time the blades come crashing into his hide, they have absolutely no effects on him. The mercenary refuses to believe it, but all he is left with are questions about how his blades did not deal any damage whatsoever. Just then, Mariette calls out to our hero and he signals her that he knows about Diakku. He then sends forth the beast to attack his fellow beast, and Diakku slams his full weight into the demonic pig, head first. The impact from this attack is so much that the Iron King gets taken off his 2 front legs. Corin Locke's sinister smile comes creeping back as he declares that in order to target the demonic pig, they need to split the physical and magic attacks half and half. Apparently, it is a fairly common attack method. You see, the original runes refer to the 8 texts needed to go to paradise, a paradox which existed but became something that did not. Through the original runes, these texts could give the demonic pig the power of an imperfect concept. Its red fur would deflect all physical attacks, and its blue fur would do the same for magic attacks. Together, they would forge absolute tolerance, not to mention its secret weapon, the gold fur. At this moment, our hero yells out instructions to Cranel and Yule, telling them to find a way to keep holding on to their opponent. He then tells Drin to keep coming at the beast from mid-distance, while himself and Alicia attack from the rear. Mariette interrupts our boy's instructing spree to ask for what she is supposed to do, and in turn, he tells her to leave all the attacking to Diakku. He then adds that she should only move according to his commands. As they continue to face off this monstrosity cackling with red-hot energy, our hero tells his team not to think about what'll happen afterwards, and declares that this battle is nothing more than a short-term one. He smiles at his team of named characters and yells at them that they'll definitely win if they pour everything they have into the battle. Our man was definite about victory against such a formidable foe. Said foe wastes no time charging towards them, galloping forward with a fury. Cranel and Yule are up first, so they get in the way of the beast. The druid wraps him with her thickest roots while the sorcerer uses the golem to block his path. Unfortunately, by activating his original runes, the fur of the demonic pig becomes more spiked and they rip apart the roots. He then follows up by knocking the golem off its feet. Drin goes next as he sends his blades of fire and lightning after the demonic pig once again. Unfortunately, they both bounce off his skin, and much like before, Diakku follows up by slamming his mass into the beast. This time, a more direct hit is made to the Iron King's head, while the druid's roots continue to wrap around his entire body. Cranial celebrates this small win, but before he can get too excited, he realizes that the beast isn't showing any signs of getting hit, and that Dyaku is barely on the surface of his fur. You see, the demonic king would have to switch between blue and red fur to have resistance to either magic or physical attacks, and the team soon realizes that the demonic pig never made that switch. He was faking the whole time. Also, he could attract Dyaku, his biggest threat. At this point, he activates Thuris's Fehu and hits Dyaku with his Titan rune known for destroying everything in its path. Mariette's underling is sent flying until he slams into the walls of the facilities with so much force that they crack from the after effects. Corin Locke has no time to waste, so he immediately tells the vampire to retrieve the orb and activate her blood spear spell. She concurs, and without hesitation, sends multiple blood spears flying towards the demonic pig. As expected, they all shatter as they make contact with his hide. At this moment, our hero smirks and rhetorically asks if she should get started. He then charges headfirst towards the beast and calls him a smurf to draw his attention. Just then, our boy powers up his spear, leaps into the air, and asks the demonic pig how he plans to dodge his attack. In turn, our hero utilizes the Pagoda Tree Intense macro hit and unleashes his spear on this beast with the same force that took out the twin-headed ogre. Unfortunately, the demonic pig is quick enough to dodge it, leaving Yule and Cranial shocked at how much damage the spear caused to the surroundings. Our boy touches down with regret, sucking his teeth as he realizes that his attack barely missed the target. He admits that the demonic pig has good reflexes, but immediately asks Mariette to use her blood spears once again. You see, if the Iron King manages to block the blood spears, which are magic attacks, there's no way he can make the switch in time to dodge our hero's spear, which is a physical one. The same rules apply vice versa. In turn, the vampire sends more blood spears flying towards the beast, while our hero goes behind him simultaneously, begging the question of how the beast will block both attacks at the same time. The Iron King just smiles as he pushes back our boy and shatters all of Mariette's blood spears. Cranial doesn't know how to react to this. Even Corin Locke is in awe of this new power that the beast has activated to block both physical and magical attacks at the same time. This power is none other than the indestructible gold fur. The beast has his lips upturned, seeing as he has finally played his trump card, which gives him 5 whole minutes of invincibility. In this state, no one can beat him, so he instantly charges towards his puny opponents. Our hero yells as he warns everyone about this, and then screams that they should run because no attacks will work on the beast for the next 5 minutes. At this point, Drin scrounges his face into a frown and points out that running is impossible, seeing as there's no place to run to. A quick look around reveals to our boy that the building's ruins have covered every possible exit, and he sucks his teeth as he realizes that the monster planned it all. Right on cue, the demonic pig smiles again because this time, he had successfully cornered his human opponents by ramming into the walls so many times. Left with no choice but to fight, Cranial leads the Luden warrior into battle, balling its fist for a punch and screaming that it is their time to shine. The beast easily flattens the Luden warrior, so Mariette activates her blood ice technique to slow him down. Sadly, he also flattens the demi-human's magic like it is nothing. All that's left is for the King of Iron Mountain to escape the prison that he has been confined in. Our hero stands still amidst the ruckus as he remembers how the final phase of the demonic king, and the 5-minute invincible pattern of the final boss of the second act, had led to despair for so many players of the game. He simply stares at the ground, concluding that there's nothing they can do. Just then, a smile creeps its way onto his lips as he remembers that they also have a trump card. Right on cue, Alicia releases the seal on her blade and fills the air above the beast with her blue essence. The demonic pig looks up as the swordsman prepares an attack with 100% penetration ability for both physical and magic defenses. She then seamlessly peels out her sword as she activates the Arden First Sword style, that which works best against all legendary opponents. The Iron King cannot stop staring up at her as she comes with unbelievable force and delivers her signature technique, the Demand Severance. As her attack continues to deal damage to the demonic pig, Alicia lands safely in the distance. She is in awe of her capabilities and just stares at the beast as it goes down. Her trance is broken when Corin Locke begins to sing her praises, chanting that a well-raised Alicia is better than 10 party members. Her cheeks gain extra color because of this and she screams as she asks him what he is saying. She then inquires about what will happen if the beast somehow gets back up. Our hero simply mentions that it is Madame Josephine's time to shine. In accordance, she activates an enormous magic circle which appears above the demonic pig and seals it in place. She just watches things ensue as the swordsman wonders how the professor managed to recalibrate such a huge magic circle in such a short amount of time. Meanwhile, our boy folds his arms as he recalls that as powerful as the beast's gold pattern is, once it is shattered, he can't use original runes for a while. It is basically a type of cool-down period. Just then, he gives Mariette the signal, and she declares that she is ready. The vampire goes on to gather all of her blood ice into a single enormous spear, making her other teammates run to safety. As they flee, Corin Locke pleads with Madame Josephine to shield them from the after effects herself. Even the professor stands in awe of Mariette's power. Back to the vampire. She just screams that she'll end things and unleashes a great blood technique called the Crimson Spear. And just like that, all of the blood eyes she had compiled impale the demonic pig with an unholy force. Consequently, the menace of 80 years, the hero murderer, meets his end, and the origin light that leaves his body as it disintegrates could not be missed by a spearman. As you know, or did not know, origin runes refer to the 8 texts needed to go to paradise. It was a remnant of the divine generation that couldn't be destroyed with any power, but its container, the rune stone, was sometimes destroyed. It turns out that 88 years ago, a boar on the Dingle Peninsula swallowed said rune stone and nobody dared trying to take it out because it granted the boar near immortal power. Present day, the same demonic pig whose seal was released, got defeated, and the rune stone inside him got shattered in the process. As for the present location of the original rune, it finds its way to the closest rune stone and spends some time before settling. It turns out that the nearest rune stone was in Professor Fermac's possession. 10 years ago, this man had entered the academy for this very reason and pretended to be a professor. Even after the Iron King's demise, the havoc doesn't stop. Mariette is busy trying to find out if the testing facility is fully evacuated. Drin mentions some monsters who still haven't been defeated, and Yule yells that they should try blocking the entrance. While all of this is going on, Mr. Fermac plots his way out of the academy with the weakened original rune that had been sealed for over 8 years. His plan is to sneak out of the city using secret tunnels, but he gets the shock of his life when he sees someone blocking his path. His spear is the first thing to come into focus as our hero asks how his martial brother, Baltazar, is doing, and refers to the faux professor as martial nephew Fermac. For dramatic effect, our hero took a seat and cradled his hand beneath his chin to show just how long he had been waiting for the traitor to arrive. The professor finds it weird that our boy called him his martial nephew, so Corin Locke explains that the traitor is a disciple to the disciple that his master renounced, and by that logic, he is Fermac's martial uncle. He even asks the traitor to come and show his respects. It takes some seconds, but our hero can tell that the man has realized who he is. In turn, he speculates that the traitor must have come to only one judgment after seeing that he uses the same spearmanship as his master. Basically, Mr. Fermac's sensei was the only person who achieved the title of martial master using the required 6-step spearmanship. So when the traitor saw our hero using the same spearmanship as his sensei, he must have concluded that they shared the same master. The only problem was that he never expected our boy to be at the academy where he infiltrated to carry out his secret mission. This must have left him suspicious and confused about Corin Locke. Anyway, the only safe option at the time was to ignore him, and this was what Fermac did. Later on, after witnessing our hero holding his own against Lunia Arden, the traitor sent him outside town under the pretense of rank reassessment, also that he could exclude our boy from his plan. After this, he had planned to successfully flee the academy and seek out our hero's true identity from his master, the king. Unfortunately, the wrench thrown into his plan was Corin Locke making use of Madame Josephine's marker to return via long-distance teleportation. Our boy flashes a sly smile as he tells the traitor that Professor Dana's experiments and Mariette's incident must have been good for him, seeing as he has been waiting for the perfect time to strike. For this reason, our hero declares that Fermac isn't going anywhere with the origin rune stone. The faux professor panics on the spot, announcing that what our boy just said isn't information that a mere student should know. He then wonders whether Madame Josephine told him, only to brush the thought aside almost immediately. The traitor proceeds to put on his gauntlets as he acknowledges the existence of a spearman that he was unaware of, one who blocked all of his plans and is standing in front of him. He takes his battle pose at this moment and declares that our hero is his enemy. As a purple-black essence leaks from the traitor, Corin Locke looks him in the eye, recalling how his opponent being a famous first-rank knight isn't the biggest thing about him. Apparently, Fermac is the mastermind behind the unsealing of the final boss of Act 2, the King of Iron Mountain, and also the one who will appear with the King of Paradise later on. As one of the 4 executives, this traitor's power is at least a semi-special rank. Same with Lunia Arden, and under the right conditions, he could easily become a special rank. At this point, the professor berates our hero for being arrogant just because he showed a little talent. In accordance, his shadow seems to be coming alive as it bubbles with a purple liquid. He then asks if our boy thinks he can face him, and proceeds to summon shadow servants. Right on cue, the purple liquid forges a replica of the traitor and he declares that he'll end things quickly. Corin Locke just smiles because he recognizes Fermac's ability to attack 2 times more effectively in places with shadows. It turns out that the location of their battle is not a thing of luck. Just then, our boy activates Sowillo, the rune of sun, and the rocks shine with enough light to displace the traitor's shadow and leave him with even more confusion. He glares daggers at our hero as he explains that the natural enemy of shadow types is light. You see, shadow type sorcery needs darkness to exist, just as water sorcery needs moisture, and fire sorcery needs air. The traitor charges forward in a bid to change his location and activate another shadow. Sadly, everywhere he goes, there's a rune of sun waiting. His eyebrows furrow as he realizes the situation he is in, and our boy stays seated as the entire lot lights up like a concert. In turn, he narrates how it was a lot of work to engrave the rune of sun throughout the entire lot, adding that it took him 20 days. He quips that it is mostly because he has a lot of mana to spare these days. Firmak knew that this desolate lot, which was secretly linked to the basement of the testing facilities, had limited access. But Corin Locke also knew this, and prepared for the finale before anyone else. The traitor seems more infuriated than ever as he grits his teeth and refers to our boy's methods as cowardly. This was a persistent and wicked counterattack made just for the professor. At this point, our hero just smiles smugly and tells his opponent to look at it like he is very prepared, rather than calling him a coward. Anyway, the traitor is mad, mostly because his Shadow Servant technique consumes a lot of mana, and is getting blocked by mere elementary level runes. He acknowledges our boy's perseverance, only to shoot himself forward in a burst of speed. He calls this technique Rado, and manages to catch our hero off guard with the instant 10-meter boost. In turn, Corin Locke slashes away with his spear, but only manages to cut an already fading Shadow Servant. While he is still distracted by the shadow, the real Firmak launches a southpaw jet boost straight at his face. Luckily, he activates one of the 8 trigrams known as playing body in time for him to dodge the attack by a hair's breadth. Sweat drips down his opponent's face, seeing as he did not expect our boy to evade that. The traitor's Rado technique is one that consecutively stabs at your blind spot, and our hero wonders why his opponent would think he couldn't dodge it. Anyway, he proceeds to use the 4th step known as returning heaven, and twirls his spear in preparation. In the blink of an eye, he applies the fullback technique, and unleashes multiple slashes on his opponent. Somehow, the traitor dodges all of them, and even commends our boy for applying a balance of technique gained through training and experience. Corin Locke keeps the attacks coming as he mocks Firmak for still pretending to be a professor. In turn, the traitor phases through the attacks and admits that it is an occupational hazard that accompanies 10 years of repetition. Our hero goes on to mock his opponent's speech pattern next and gets called a sassy brat for his troubles. The attacks take a very temporary pause as both contenders clash in the middle, spear against gauntlet. Our boy then yells that the traitor will die on the lot regardless of what he does. In turn, the faux professor quips that it is unfortunate that he won't be able to finish the battle on the lot, and adds that he'll make sure to kill the spearman when next they cross paths. This helps our boy realize that his opponent needs to leave the city as soon as possible, and in accordance, Firmak puts considerable distance between them. Apparently, the traitor also has to avoid the attention of those who still think he is dead, and if he decides to escape, he can even shake off Madame Josephine using space magic. At this point, the traitor scribbles the rune text known as Rai in the air, but our boy tries to interrupt him, announcing that they're still dueling. Firmak stares at Corin Locke as he stretches his spear and declares that he cannot let him use the rune. In turn, the professor tells him that he lacks the loyalty to partake in a duel with someone like him. Just then, the spearman reminds him of the commandment that imprisons him and adds that he should probably agree. A sinister smile revisits our hero's lips as his opponent calls him a bastard. According to the method of the great warriors of the Shadow Paradise, accepting a duel is one of the conditions that is both high risk and high return, and would ultimately give you enormous power. Firmak's commandment to not refuse duels has been sealed, and refusal to cooperate will lead to dire consequences. This leaves him with no choice but to accept duels. The traitor wonders aloud if that is the reason Corin Locke tracked him down alone, only for our hero to state with a lifeless expression that the duel has to be one-on-one, seeing as it is fair and sacred that way. They both ready themselves for the one-on-one per the imprisonment limitation of the duel. Firmak lifts his gauntlet-covered arms, because as long as our hero is alone and the rune of duels has activated, the traitor has no choice but to give in. He introduces himself formally as Fernectamon, ordinary warrior of Tata's Valtazar, king of paradise, and our hero does the same, introducing himself as Corin Locke, first spear of Arandanua, queen of paradise. With this, both parties have officially adhered to the sacred rules. They both overflow with essence, and in the blink of an eye, they take off from opposite sides of the lot and clash in the middle with overwhelming power. Having reached a pivotal point in the plot, our hero's notification bar pops up as it reveals a system backup alongside a review of the commandments. The first commandment being duty, and having a relevance of a plus, is to never turn a blind eye to the misfortune of others. The second commandment being restraint, and coming with additional damage of 50%, is the inability to see spirits. Finally, the third commandment being oath, holds our hero bound to saving the world. Firmactamon happens to be a relevance omission, so the system grants our hero a 100% rise in status. Basically, all his skills including aura, mana, strength, agility, and stamina all double in quantity, not to mention the 100% rise in his persistent warrior regeneration, pain tolerance, and domain comprehension. Finally, his aura core reaches a storage amount of 3,500, and the system urges our hero to take the first step in defeating the traitor and saving the world. It rounds up by wishing him luck, and the notification bar disappears once again. A blinding light escorts the first clash of overwhelming power between both duelers, leaving the ground shattered after their impact. The battle between a spearman and a fist fighter is one of distance. While fist fighters like Firmak use acceleration runes to cover distance, spearmen like Corin Locke will not let them get so close. The battle gets heated after the opening clash, with the traitor phasing through most of our hero's attacks in a bid to sink a punch where it'll hurt. In turn, our boy seeks to use the Calamity Serpent intent and smiles slyly as he utilizes the Slithering Serpent to unleash nothing less than 7 quick stabs consecutively, keeping his opponent farther away. Fernek keeps an eye out for the exact moment when our boy retrieves his spear and launches himself towards him with a burst of speed. All of this to cover the distance previously created. Unfortunately, it's pointless. Our hero had seen through this tactic and used his spear as a pole to leap into the air, dodging the traitor's attack simultaneously. Apparently, the fist fighter sees this as an act of weakness and spins around in a bid to catch our hero the moment his feet touch the ground. Once again, Corin Locke already thought of this. Mid-air, he utilizes the infinite returning heavens technique, the Chaos Spear to be exact, and strikes the traitor multiple times before he lands. All Fermek can do is block, and he admits that his opponent is quick. He still doesn't miss the moment our boy touches down though. Instead, he utilizes his burst of speed once again and appears behind him before he knows it. Our hero tries utilizing the second technique from returning heavens known as the demonic spear, and this allows him to slash his opponent's arm. This doesn't stop a determined Fermek. The traitor just works through the pain and sinks a marvelous punch into Corin Locke's cheek. As he bleeds out, our hero is sent flying. The only problem is that the professor runs after him while he's still being pushed back. He's determined to work through the pain just so he can keep the distance between them to a minimum. Our hero seems to be on the passenger's seat of everything, because all he does is suck his teeth and wonder if his opponent doesn't feel pain. Anyway, the professor unleashes a myriad of punches at this point, and they're so quickly that it's all our hero can do to block them. Amidst the meaningless punches, Fermek sneaks in a meteor strike which our boy recognizes as the punch packed with all of his opponent's strength. He wields his spear with both hands, keeping in mind that if he can just block this attack, he'll have a chance to return the favor. Suddenly, our boy's eyes catch a shift in the traitor's movement, and he watches as he swiftly opens his fist. Instead of sinking a punch, the professor grabs hold of our hero's spear, making him realize that his initial attack was just a fake-out. Consequently, Fermek scribbles the rune text known as Rado on the spear and throws it into a wall nearby. Now unarmed, our hero staggers a few steps backwards, and his opponent asks him what he's going to do next. The traitor wastes no time landing a left hook as he asks what a spearman with no spear can do. Corin Locke tries to shield his vital organs with both hands, but the punch is so heavy that it knocks some wind out of his mouth. He's barely done coughing when the entirety of the punch sends him flying in the distance. To break his fall, our hero screeches to a halt on all fours as sweat drenched his features. He then readies himself for a counterattack, yelling at his opponent to come at him, and keeping in mind that he'll be fine as long as he can retrieve his spear. He tries to repossess it using the return rune already engraved on it, but soon realizes that it's lodged too deep into the wall for it to respond. With his usual burst of speed, Fermek appeared behind our boy once again. He becomes aware of his presence last minute but quick enough to evade the southpaw flicker jab. The new plan is to weaponize his limbs. Our boy tells his opponent that he's still a martial artist with or without his weapon, adding that a spearman, even one trained in martial arts, would stick to the fundamentals. With this, he utilizes the raised palm technique from the 8 trigrams and sinks multiple hefty slaps into the upper body of the traitor. He then stares him in the eyes, whispering that the basics of a martial artist is physical combat. Without wasting time, he preps for a follow-up attack, summoning the 3 piercing palm technique from the 8 trigrams. This entails him practically putting all his strength into one hand and knocking the wind out of his opponent's chest. Unfortunately, this doesn't seem to do anything to Fermek. The traitor even expresses his lack of surprise, and this perplexes our hero. In turn, the purple-black essence returns to his opponent as he tells our boy that his boxing isn't as good as his spearmanship. He seems to be towering over him at this point, while Corin Locke is still in shock over his attacks not leaving a scratch on his opponent. Anyway, Fermek uses the opportunity to deliver a southpaw liver shot and our hero almost loses consciousness. He admits to himself that his opponent's 8 trigrams technique was incredible, but he had missed one thing, and that was the fact that he trained both his spearmanship and physical combat, while Fermek polished only his physical combat. Soon enough, the traitor sinks another punch in Corin Locke's chin and his head forcefully tilts backwards. This is followed by another southpaw flicker jab where Fermek delivers multiple successive blows to our hero. At this point, he's left coughing up some blood, despite his attempt to block with both hands. From nowhere comes the southpaw jet straight punch, and then another liver shot, followed closely by a southpaw elbow, all layered side by side as they deal damage and push our boy back. The traitor comes mere inches from his face, just to check if he still has the will to fight after getting hit so many times, and promises to end things immediately. With his powered-up gauntlet, the professor preps the ultimate punch and brings it towards our hero's chest, only for the boy to block it with his spear. Fermek is just as confused, seeing as he vividly remembers throwing his opponent's spear away. The spearman reveals a sinister smile as he admits that the fist fighter is a pretty formidable opponent. It then dawns on him that our hero had only been taking hit after hit just to get to the location where his spear got stuck. Corin Locke interrupts his thoughts with a slash of his spear, giving the traitor almost no time to dodge. He then grips his weapon once again and preps for a dilapidating attack. In turn, he utilizes the slithering serpent technique and unleashes multiple quick stabs in the direction of the fist fighter. Having lost his balance from the shock of seeing our boy with his spear, he fails to dodge this one and is sent bleeding out from several locations in his abdomen. He then hits the professor with a finishing move strong enough to push him back. Of course, the fist fighter screeches to a halt despite his fresh injuries and admits that he finds our boy's composure quite impressive. From how he dealt with the period he didn't have his spear, down to the period when his physical combat skills didn't work. The traitor then peels off his jacket as he grades our hero's performance to be a standard close to the correct answer. Anyway, he realizes that he's at a disadvantage once again, only for the spearman to point out that the traitor is still acting like a professor even after getting beat up. He asks him if he can stop, but Fermac just removes his glasses and repeats our hero's question. All he says after this is that he really needs to end things now. He raises his gauntlet-covered arms to his face and weigh his own blood. He scribbles 3 rune texts on his arm, Tiwaz, Othalia, and Ingwaz. Suddenly, the Sewillow Sun runes begin to disintegrate from all the rocks in the lot as the fist fighter summons a world where the sun does not exist. He summons a part of paradise that has been neglected, and the skies become dark almost immediately. He calls this the Shadow Citadel, and within it, the traitor oozes with unbelievable power. This is as a result of his third commandment, an oath to always serve the shadows. The professor balls his fist as he commends his opponent's effort to erase his shadows using the sun rune, only to summon more beastly shadows, and announce that with our boy's petty ability, he won't be able to dispel these ones. Apparently, this domain is a place only allowed for great warriors of the Shadow Paradise. Seeing as the traitor now has the backup of his shadow army, he's certain that our hero will lose. He gives him 2 options, to either be torn by the demonic beasts of paradise, or get beaten to a pulp by fists. With this, Fermac launches his attack and the shadows follow suit. For some reason, Corin Locke remains unfazed. He even flashes a smile, telling the traitor that he thought they were having a one-on-one battle. In turn, the fist fighter shoots questioning looks at our boy and gets infuriated when he's called cheap. At this point, our hero announces that he expected his opponent to pull the Shadow Paradise card if he got rushed, and pulls out a golden mandrake to match. Before the traitor can gather his bearings, the mandrake begins to scream and doesn't stop. Its scream reverberates throughout the lot with so much intensity that it bleeds our hero's ears and blows away Fermac. You see, a golden mandrake is one of a kind, and has 7 times the volume of a normal mandrake. This is something that cannot be blocked by any magic abilities. Even the shadow demonic beasts bear the brunt of the mandrake's scream as they wither into thin air. The traitor's features scrounge into a frown as our boy asks him if he thought he couldn't survive with a pretty truck like Shadow Paradise. Despite his bleeding ears, our hero just laughs and stretches forth the golden mandrake as he reiterates that Fermac Damon will definitely die on the spot. Patches of purple flames fill the lot as what's left of the shadow demonic beast sizzle in the background. Meanwhile, the traitor jams his palms against his ears in a bid to block the screaming, only for our hero to yell at him, asking what he's going to do now. He then adds that his opponent's shadows are mine and that the mandrake will keep screaming. With a smile on his face, our hero announces that he has these abilities called regeneration and pain tolerance, so the longer the screaming goes on, the more he'll get used to it. He rounds up by asking the fist fighter how long he thinks he can put up with it. In response, Fermac grits his teeth and calls our hero a coward. He suddenly summons 12 more shadow servants, and yells that the moment our boy walked into the Shadow Paradise, his chances of defeating him dropped to 0. Per instruction, the shadow servants charge towards Corin Locke while their master hangs back. Our hero returns to using his spear as he dodges a jab from the first shadow and successively slashes it in half. Suddenly, another shadow sneaks up from behind and holds both his hands captive, leaving our boy shocked. Luckily, he's quick enough to apply his returning spear technique to take out his enemy without even looking back. He's still preoccupied with his shadow enemy when the real Fermac uses his rune text Rado to attack from behind. Our hero only catches a glimpse of him via the side of his eye, but the traitor successfully utilizes his X-Jet screw combination to blow both our hero and spear into the distance. The force is so great that Corin Locke ends up shattering the wall he slams into. Unfortunately, the professor doesn't end there. He and his shadow servants charge towards our hero without wasting time. In turn, he grabs a hold of his shirt and announces that he can't deal with the situation anymore. He proceeds to ask if the fist fighter is even listening to him, only for a bright light to suddenly emanate from our hero's skin. It's so bright that it destroys all of Fermac's shadow servants, and makes the fist fighter lift his hands to preserve his sight. At this moment, our boy flashes the biggest smile in life as he jumps from TG's shatter wall to the ground, yelling that this is going to be the best one-on-one fight the traitor has ever seen. In no time, he covers the distance between them, leaving the professor with just enough time to realize that our hero had engraved the rune of sun all over his body, making it impossible for the shadow servants to do anything to him. His eyes pop open as he realizes that our hero may be suicidal, and he concludes that the boy must be an idiot to be ready to have his entire body go up in flames. While he's still trying to shield his eyes, Corin Locke uses the slithering serpent technique, and as usual, unleashes a myriad of stabs on his opponent. Afterwards, they resume battle poses, and our hero suggests that they stop with the petty little tricks, adding that they should see the fight through to the end with pure combat. His eyebrows furrowed into a frown as he yells at his opponent to stop saving his energy, and urges him to attack with everything he's got. At this moment, the traitor instinctively senses that the warrior before him is an arch-nemesis. For this reason, he resolves to risk his life to take him down, and screams as he powers up. The purple essence surrounding him takes on a much brighter glow as he utilizes the 6 steps of Sura. This is a self-destructive skill that burns through the aura core for mana and speed, a skill special to the great warriors of paradise. In response, our hero gets just as hyped up, with fire evident in his eyes. He screams that this is what Firmak should have done from the beginning and adds that they should get to it. Our boy puts the 6th step of the 6 steps of spearmanship, and backs it up with Sura to even things out. As both parties burn through their aura core, they charge towards each other from opposite sides of the lot. It's like deja vu, but this time, things are way more serious because they plan on going all out. Our hero is the first to strike, and he stabs at the traitor's shoulder. Firmak easily blocks this and instantly follows up as he punches his opponent in the chin. Too much blood sprays out of our boy's mouth as a result of this, but he just shakes it off and goes low as he successfully cuts the traitor's shoulder this time. This infuriates Firmak even more, so he tries punching the life out of our boy from above. Luckily, Corin Locke is swift enough to evade it, and delivers a deep cut to the traitor's chest as he makes his way back to a standing position. The fist fighter's essence begins to dim almost immediately, with our hero's spear still dripping with his blood. He then drops to his knees as it takes everything in him to breathe. Literal steam exudes his body and beads of sweat drip down his features. In all of this, our hero is still standing strong. All Firmak can do is watch in horror, and while he's still knelt down, our boy drives a spear through his heart, spraying too much blood from the exit wound. He finally exhales and tells the traitor that he has won. Corin Locke closes his eyes, but he can still hear the screams of people begging him for help in his past life. They never wanted to die, and all they could do was beg our boy to help them out. This was during his last battle with Firmak Damon when they battled after losing to him in Act 2. They had found themselves stuck in a nightmarish realm, a hell known as paradise. So many innocents lost their lives that day, thanks to the fist fighter's shadow servants. Unfortunately, our boy lost a lot of friends in that battle too. Back to the present, the spearman just stares down at the body of Firmak Damon, one of the 4 heavenly kings, and the king's confidant who's trying to introduce that hell into this world. You see, Tadas Valtazar, king of paradise, is revered only for his ex, with rune tattoos pasted on his arm and immense power to match. Our hero continues to look at his now dead opponent as he promises that things will be different this time. He proceeds to rummage through the fist fighter's pockets and isn't surprised that the treasure he was searching for isn't on his person. Apparently, our boy was searching for one of the 4 treasures protected by the druids, Leophale, Phalia's Stone of Fate. If this polychromatic were in his possession for having returned the original rune, our hero's chance of winning would have decreased significantly. After rummaging some more, he pulls out the original rune and gains solace in the fact that he could at least retrieve that. It turns out that Tadas Valtazar is working hard to gather the 8 original runes just so he can bring the Shadow Paradise into this world. This original rune is the one thing that our hero cannot let Valtazar have. With blood still smeared all over his person, our boy balls up the rune in his palm and wonders what's so important about the Shadow Paradise that Firmak killed all those people. He acknowledges that their anger and resentment towards the world is justified, but he feels like the way they're taking it out is wrong. He lays on his back and exhales loudly, thinking to himself that he did some crazy things. His left eardrum is busted because he went around holding a golden mandrake. His right eardrum isn't fine either. Then there's the issue of all the burns to his upper torso caused by the Rune of Sun despite his reliance on regeneration to heal him. Apparently, our boy is tough enough to bear the pain, but Firmak left him with a bunch of injuries. The fist fighter had pierced our hero's liver, fractured his right collarbone, crushed the bones in his sternum, and twisted his organs in the process. Corin Locke tries to move his body and realizes that his left arm and leg are barely responding. But these are as a result of the 6-step Sura. He heaves multiple sighs as he realizes that he isn't as used to pain as he thought, and even as his eyes close he tells himself that he can't afford to lose consciousness. At this point, his notification bar pops up and announces that he has defeated Firmak Damon, and adds that the commandment rewards are currently being distributed. As his eyes continue to close, he just whispers that the rewards don't matter, seeing as he's more worried about the rune and the gold mandrake. This doesn't stop the system from shooting him more notifications though. It showcases that first commandment once again, the one holding him bound to not turning a blind eye to the misfortune of others, and announces that he gets 60 points equally distributed for conquering a difficulty level mission. For defeating a great evil, the system grants our hero an extra reward. They hand him a map called Find His Son, and it's supposed to lead him to the 4 secret treasures. Our boy dips in and out of consciousness, but the next glimpse he takes reveals a brown ponytail. This is enough for him to decipher that Alicia is the one carrying him, so he struggles to call out her name. In turn, she just keeps hurrying as she mentions that he's awake. Corin Locke asks about the cleanup, so the swordsman reveals that Professor Dana is on it, Drin already left, and that Yule and the others were the ones that found him. Our boy manages to curse Drin, quipping that the mercenary doesn't know what loyalty is. Alicia comes to his defense, reiterating how Drin made it clear that their relationship is strictly business. Worse off, he gave them until next week to pay for his services. Before the hero can ask his next question, the swordsman announces that they already secured the original rune and the golden mandrake. This surprises Corin Locke, and he asks how she knew what he was going to ask when she's not that smart. Poor Alicia then reminds him that she's the one carrying him, and then jokes about just dropping him. In turn, our hero pleads with her, adding that he might just die if she does that. They find a park bench soon enough, and our hero lies down as Alicia cradles his head on her lap. He thanks her for saving him, and she tells him not to mention it. He then brings up demand severance, which piques the girl's interest immediately. She just tells him that she would have defeated the King of Iron Mountain without his help, only for our hero to point out that he didn't even do much. The swordsman then quips that the results are just as important. At this point, she begins to remember their group assignments and mandrake potion making exercises, and how Corin Locke was always drawing runes in the lot. It then dawns on her that he was preparing for this battle ahead of time. Still wounded, our hero confirms this, but before he can ask how she knew, Alicia questions his decision to fight alone. She becomes emotional as she tells our boy that there's nothing wrong with fighting together. He just stares up at her, stunned into temporary silence. He then laughs as he quips that it's even better when less people die. They stare at the sunset as the swordsman wonders why everyone is so insensitive, and brushes it aside just as quickly. She later stares at our hero and tells him that he did a great job. After this, they just lounge on the park bench and enjoy the sunset. The next day, Lark and Jaeger walk the halls of Merkaba Academy as the former brings up Corin Locke being admitted to the hospital. In turn, Jaeger points out that the hero's ribs are broken and that he didn't ask them for help because what he did was very dangerous. With this, they resolve to pay him a visit, and Lark points out that they're the only ones who would visit him anyway. They arrive at the hospital soon enough and barge into our boy's room, asking if he's okay and announcing that they brought him some snacks because they know he'll be lonely. Contrary to what they thought, Corin Locke is surrounded by 3 girls. Mariette asks him if she should cut some peaches for him. Huron has brought him a big flatfish, and Alicia offers to feed him some dessert. It takes some time, but the hero finally notices the 2 boys by the entrance and says hey to them with food still in his mouth. He asks why they brought him snacks when he's already full, and both boys get so angry that they destroy the snacks on the spot. A bunch of food lies on the table before Corin Locke, with Mariette urging him to try the apples, and Alicia urging him to try the sweets. Our boy tastes the apple first, so the vampire stresses him with questions about whether or not he feels like it's filling him with vitamins. The swordsman leans closer, telling our boy that she heard about sweets helping people recover. The only thing Huron says is that flounder is good too. In all of this, Lark and Jaeger sit by the side, shedding tears and cussing out the hero. Lark even regrets showing up. Just then, the swordsman points out that they don't gather in the same place this often, and suggests that they play a game to pass the time. Mariette thinks it's a good idea and even wonders if they should invite the other boys to join in. Upon hearing this, Lark and Jaeger instantly turn their frowns upside down and thank their stars that they dropped by. The whole room goes silent as they hear someone knocking on the door. Hinchbitter wonders if there is someone else who was supposed to drop by. He opens the door and is taken aback when he sees Madame Josephine. The hero and his vampire friend both stare at the entrance as Jaeger asks why the professor came. Little did he know that Corin Locke already predicted their coming. Apparently, Director Cassar escorted the space sorceress to the hospital and is now asking about our boy's health. Worse off, it turns out that he's actually a lady and is publicly acknowledged as the chairman of Merkaba Academy. Our hero says hello to the chairman, keeping in mind that it's about time he started to reveal his cards a bit. To top this off, he refers to Cassar as his teacher. In turn, she has the other students leave the room and apologizes to our boy for it, adding that the nature of their next conversation calls for such confidentiality. Immediately, Corin Locke claims that he understands. The director makes it clear that unlike the Mariette case, they have many questions for him this time. Still sitting up in bed, the hero wonders if these people are still feeling him out, and for this reason, he feels like he needs to move the conversation further along. Our boy begins by revealing that Professor Fermac was a spy, and this instantly sparks some sort of confusion between the director and Madame Josephine because they talk in incomplete sentences. The hero soon realizes that confusion doesn't equate to surprise, and deduces that they must have drawn their own conclusions after seeing the markings on Fermac's body. In all of this, our boy is certain that there's a truth that these 2 officials have no idea about. He mentions Tatas Valtazar, and Chairman Cassar is surprised once again, even more so when the hero adds that the traitor was a disciple of Valtazar. The space sorceress interrupts as she yells that it's impossible, stating that the King of Paradise had died off 80 years ago. In turn, Corin Locke just mentions the 6-step spearmanship, infinity, and commandment techniques, pointing out that these were things that the chairman taught Balthazar. To clarify things, he adds that he was also taught these techniques. Madame Josephine doesn't take his claim well and even readies her weapon to do something about it. Pink essence surrounds her as she tries to decipher if our hero is also a disciple of Balthazar, King of Paradise. In response, Corin Locke just gets out of bed and tells the sorceress that there's no need to be wary of him, especially because she wouldn't kill anyone without proof. He announces that the information he just gave isn't for them to act on right away, and asks Director Kassar if her body that's in the hospital isn't just a spare. He then points out that the chairman's main body should be at the main castle, and isn't probably in good condition to come out. The chairman is left in shock, but she does everything in her power to hide it, only asking how our boy knows about her body. Anyway, the hero brushes past this as he reveals that Balthazar is very much alive and has become very strong too. To worsen things, the Paradise King is no longer alone like he was before, and our boy blames this on the chairman's indecision 80 years ago. Director Kassar continues to hide her shock, so Corin Locke continues to divulge information. He goes on about how the origin runes were split across the world due to the betrayal of a disciple that the chairman trusted, and adds that she could only recover 2 of them. He covers the distance between them as he makes it clear that they would have also lost both runes if he wasn't there to safeguard them. At this point, he brings out the origin rune and tells the chairman that Balthazar probably has the 4 secret treasures of Manhwa, including Leofail, the Stone of Fate. He then adds that if the coronation should take place, the King of Paradise will no longer be viewed as a usurper. The hero gives the chairman a chance to guess what will happen after this, and refers to her as Erin Danua. She's even more taken aback by this, but does everything possible to maintain composure. She just stares at our boy's outstretched hand as he keeps in mind that everything is beginning to come into the light. From the reason why Professor Josephine never became a chairman despite her 80 years of tenure, to why Iryu Kassar, the rising star that suddenly appeared, became chairman instead. You see, 80 years ago, she was Chairman Byron, 50 years ago she was Chairman Weig, and now she's Chairman Kassar. The truth is that all of these people were just bodies made of rune stones by none other than Erin Danua, Queen of Paradise. She collects the origin rune from the hero and simply asks him what he plans to do now. He stays quiet for some seconds and then begins to take off his shirt as he proclaims that he and the chairman have the same plan. He reveals the commandments branded into his skin and tells Erin that he'll gladly become her first spear. She shoots him questioning looks as she wonders aloud what he means. In turn, our boy takes a knee and asks to be used to protect the world, adding that the Queen of Paradise can even use him like a dog if she wants to. At this point, she recalls when she had declared that she has a duty to protect children like him first because she's an adult. He stares up with eyes filled with sadness as he proclaims that he still hasn't forgotten Erin's warm act of sacrifice, and then resolves that it's now his turn to save her. Once again, she stays silent as she mulls things over. Later on, Madame Josephine tracks down the real body of Erin Danua to the main castle and calls out to her, announcing that she's against using Corin Locke. The Paradise Queen sits weakened on her throne, hair glistening with a bright gray as she expresses her surprise over Tata's Balthazar being alive. She then asks the sorceress if they can trust the hero. The madam can't seem to answer the question, so Erin makes it clear that she knows not to trust people easily, and requests that they at least watch our boy since they can't be sure of him yet. In turn, Madame Josephine quips that she understands. Meanwhile, the Paradise Queen gets lost in thought, wondering how easy it could be for all that the hero said to be lies. She also realizes that she can't make split decisions so easily because she's a person who holds great responsibility. The only thing that is still tugging on her heartstrings is why our boy looked at her with such sad eyes, and like everyone else, she's left wondering just who Corin Locke is. Much later, Merkaba Academy hosts a summer break ceremony where there'll be reassignment of ranks based on the performance of students. The hall is dimly lit with yellow lights as the students sit in descending chairs. You see, the rank reassignment ceremony also has a special meaning. Take for example, a student receives a temporary rank upon entrance into the academy. This rank given by the Guardian Association is much more official. At this point, the public address system goes live as the compere tells all the students that they've worked hard, and adds that their growth during the semester has brought great pride to the school. All the students are now munching on steamed potatoes whilst the hero reiterates how getting an official high rank could grant the student a chance to exercise rights equal to that of guardians. Seated close to the front, the spearman asks Mariette why she brought so many potatoes, and in turn, she happily quips that it's the day of the summer break ceremony. While her subordinates go about sharing more steamed potatoes, she goes on about how it will be best to hand out all the potatoes in storage so that they won't rot when everyone goes home for the break. The hero just stares at her with this deadpan expression, wondering why there is a storage for potatoes, and admitting to himself that it's kind of amazing. Just then, the public address blares with news of ensuing announcements about the students who will have their rankings changed. Corin Locke asks the vampire if they should get going, pointing towards the stage while he's at it. Fortunately, Mariette is the first to be announced as she gets tagged the second-year magic class valedictorian. In turn, she just gulps down saliva and stares at the multitude of students. The compere continues announcing how the vampire showed strong will despite facing unfortunate accidents, and proved herself by making great contributions to preventing a huge incident at the testing ward. Our hero instantly remembers how furious she became when going up against the king, how reddish essence exuded her body, and her claws made their way out. Anyway, it could be said that she didn't make any progress this semester since she wasn't able to leave the city after turning into a vampire. Despite all of that, she bagged some achievements by working with Professor Dana on her research, and a huge factor was also her mana increasing exponentially after turning into a vampire. It was impossible not to raise her rank after such an increase in power, not to mention her indisputable efforts in holding back the King of Iron Mountain, which greatly reduced casualties. Hiryu Kasar, chairman of Merkaba Academy, is the one to bestow Mariette with her honors. She declares that with her recommendation, and that of Southern Guardian's chairman, Dina Grandia, our girl will be promoted to the semi-special rank. She then hands her a plaque with a smile on her face, and all the students burst into tears in response, acknowledging that Mariette will become the youngest semi-special rank guardian ever. Some others munch on their potatoes while they feel honored to have witnessed such a legendary occasion. The public address blares once again as the compere announces that he'll be calling out some students who, like Mariette, have made great contributions to stopping the incident that took place in the test ward. Murmurs begin to emerge from the crowd as students wonder if more people were involved in the incident, seeing as they never heard anything about that. Apparently, the incident with the Iron King was widely known, but the details weren't spread much due to the beast still being held in the test ward. The happenings at the facility have been kept secret, and that includes the existence of the demonic pig and the betrayal of Professor Fermac. The compere calls forth Cranial Ludin, Yule, Alicia Arden, Drinworski, and lastly, Corin Locke. The golem sorcerer sheds a tear as he gives tribute to the Ludin warrior, while the druid tries her best to stop being nervous. The swordsman and the mercenary remain unfazed, but our hero smiles from ear to ear upon hearing his name. The chairman appears once again to promote Yule, Cranial, Alicia, and Drin to the semi-first rank for their achievements in the test ward, and then moves on to our boy, pointing out that he's still a 5th rank. Anyway, as a result of his brilliance in class and exceptional achievements, he got recommendations from the chairman, Madame Josephine, and Old Man Heyman to be promoted to the role of 1st rank guardian. The whole crowd goes wild after this. They can't believe that someone who entered the academy as a 5th rank is being promoted to a 1st rank after just one semester. They try to find the sense in this but fail woefully. The hero mounts his hands behind his back and portrays perfect posture as he gets bestowed his 1st rank. You see, he already received this unofficially after discussing things with the Guardian Association behind the scenes. Although his skills are unquestionable, the main reason why the hero is being given a rank higher than the semi-first one is the upper echelon's way of making sure he keeps quiet about Fermac's betrayal. That aside, our boy is more interested in the special rights that accompany a 1st rank knight, especially the right to take in guardians directly. The hero flashes a smile of mischief as he acknowledges that his plan is finally starting. Consequently, if this was the game, it would be the 3rd year, and even in his past life, he barely achieved 1st rank by the 2nd year. The change in this version of things will make a huge difference in what our boy does from now on. He plans to enlist all the aces under him and stares at them like they're his prey. Only Cranial can sense that something is off though. Our hero plans to use his newfound strengths and rights as a yardstick to do more things. A few days pass and summer break finally arrives. Corin Locke asks his teammates what they're planning on doing. Sodrin quips that he plans to make money. Jaeger plans to head home, and Lark applied for an internship at the Magic Tower. Yule, on the other hand, has plans to visit places where other druids reside, seeing as there are some druids in the west that she has already had contact with. Cranial plans to head west too, but because of an old castle being torn down there, he thinks it'll be a good chance to create a new core. As for Alicia, she expresses her sadness over having to return to her family, seeing as her grandfather, the Sword Emperor, is personally asking her to come. The hero simply wishes her a safe trip, and in turn, she asks what he plans to do, wanting to know if he'll head home too. He instantly replies in the negative, and this is because he has tried going back home before, at least, the place the Corin Locke character of the game had in his memories. Unfortunately, he met it empty, so he lies to Alicia that his family decided to take a trip without him. The swordsman drags her response, making the hero stare at her in a questioning manner. She then summons enough courage to yell out a request for him to follow her home if he likes. Her cheeks go red instantly, only for our boy to repeat her question back to her. She then admits that she's scared to go by herself. Our boy mulls it over and chucks it up to be a side effect of the swordsman's personality. He racks his brain for any problems that occurred when she went home in the game, but can't find any. For this reason, he concludes that she'll probably be fine. He then tells Alicia that he'll have to join her next time, adding that he did want to see the East. In turn, she brushes her rejection aside and announces that they'll go together next time for sure. Apparently, our boy has somewhere he needs to be during this break, and right on cue, Mariette comes waving. She then calls out his name and covers the distance between them. All the hero can think about is having to leave the academy at that moment, keeping in mind that he still has some time before Act 3. He has to leave, because if he doesn't go now, he won't be able to make it to his expected destination. Soon enough, the train out of Merkaba chimes as they move at full throttle to the south, and with various majestic cars attached, it maintains its track. On the inside, people of various calibers talk with their companions, or simply mind their business, but some passengers don't mean well. One of them opens what seems like a suitcase to reveal different weapons. He keeps in mind that the train is currently riding through an endless field with nothing less than 9 hours to reach the southern continent. He's hooded as he shares the weapons to his fellow hooded bandits, and they confirm that their preparations are in effect. Just then, their leader peels back his hood, raises his sword, and yells at all the passengers to put their hands up and give him everything they have. At this moment, his fellow bandits point their crossbows at the passengers to enforce good behavior. The helpless people scream and then lift their hands up in obedience as the leader of the bandits encourages them to cooperate. His craziness leaks from his eyes as he threatens the passengers to either cooperate or face a semi-first rank like himself. While he's smiling and cradling his blade on his shoulder, Corin, Locke, and Mariette walk into the car being robbed, only for our boy to point out that they may have walked into the wrong room. Anyway, the bandit leader catches wind of them and yells as he asks for their identities. He even asks if they can't read the room and stretches his blade as he threatens them to raise their hands if they value their lives. With the blade against his neck, the hero keeps his calm. He then demonstrates raising his hands, only to unleash a devastating uppercut on the bandit leader. The punch packs so much oomph that the bandit gets stuck halfway into the roof of the car, sending shivers down the spines of the other bandits. Our first-rank hero just leaves his hand in the air victoriously as Mariette stares at him in awe. Back when Corin Locke visited the secret library at Merkaba Academy, he had picked one of 3 grimoires, the one that bore the persistent warrior's regeneration, and spoke with Duke Sabancha in the process. The Duke had mentioned seeing a warrior who was dying in a battlefield that reeked only of blood. He had met this man tied to a boulder with his own intestines but remained standing nonetheless. Wielding his blade, Sabancha asked the warrior if he should put him out of his misery by slitting his throat, but all this man did in return was to graciously ask for some water to quench his thirst. Respecting this tough warrior, the Duke used his palms to fetch him some water from a nearby lake and helped him quench his thirst. At that point, something miraculous happened. The warrior began to glow and continued to do so until all his wounds healed up. Present day, our boy asks himself why the story was so intense, remembering how the warrior was tied by his own intestines. He just thinks to himself that his posture must have been as good as that of General Yi Sun-sin, the famous Korean general who saved his people from the Japanese imperial forces. Back on memory lane, he recalls the Duke possessing Lark and asking if his castle in the south is still standing. In turn, our boy told him that it is. The Duke then instructed him to look in his office if he was to ever visit the castle, adding that a certain object might still be there. Our hero wondered aloud about what it could be, seeing as he didn't find anything there in his past life. Sabancha went on to insist that Corin Locke searches for this object by himself, referring to him as a rune sorcerer. He hoped that our boy possessed the same ability and courage that the warrior he met by the lake possessed, adding that if he possesses such courage, there'll be nothing he cannot do. The Duke made it clear that it was a humble man who swore to save the world, not a hero or a sage. He also pointed out that our boy had the option of running away. It was at this point that he exited Lark's body and extended his respect towards the spearman for choosing not to run. As he began to disintegrate, he thanked our hero for telling him about his wife and daughter. Back to the present, the train docks at the intermediate platforms by the entrance of the southern plains. Our hero gives Mariette a hand as she tries to disembark, and reminds himself that he's in the south because he followed the words of the Duke. Better still, he decided to come with the vampire because she's a southerner. Just then, the captain thanks our boy and his companion, adding that he would have been in trouble if it wasn't for them. Meanwhile, all the bandits lay beaten and tied up as Corin Locke tells the captain that it was nothing much. As a show of gratitude, the man hands our boy a bag of coins, and of course, he accepts it with arms wide open and lips full of patronization. To top things off, his notification bar pops up and declares that he gets 2 points equally distributed for not turning a blind eye to the misfortune of others. Our hero can't stop laughing after this, telling himself that people need to live kindly. He then asks Mariette if they should eat first and she quips that she can recommend some places. He wonders if she knows the area well and she just claims that she has visited quite often. While the train captain watches them go, our boy declares that his companion need only say the word and he'll buy all the food they need. The captain stays thinking of them as kind students who are so happy after doing such a good deed. The entrance of the southern plains is beautiful to say the least, and is characterized by carriages that all go to Left City after stopping there. Left City is a big city further south and unfortunately, you have to take the carriage for 8 hours to get there. Upon hearing this, Corin Locke jokes about just being killed instead, only for Mariette to point out that there's a transfer station nearby that she often patronizes. With this, both parties visit the Wyvern landing zone where these winged creatures of various sizes lounge around. Our hero recalls using this mode of transportation a few times in his last life, and also recalls that it's much more comfortable and faster than carriages. The downside is that it's so expensive that even Park Se-who didn't like it. For this reason, our boy asks the vampire if one wyvern ride will cost them 30 silver coins, but she just quips that her family sent her one that is a bit different. This surprises the spearman, so he asks about it. Soon enough, the ever-majestic Hreesvelgr passenger arrives. The Hreesvelgr, being a majestic giant eagle, heads towards the Dunelif mansion soon enough. The ground hands instantly begin to communicate among themselves as they clear a space for its landing on the outskirts of the mansion. This giant eagle is the boss vehicle in the heroic legend of Arhan, and it costs 12 times the price of a wyvern. Controller Mac reaches out to command, and in turn, Duff replies, announcing that they'll clear a site for landing immediately. He then asks for confirmation of visual reference at 200 feet in the air. Just as quickly, Duff gets told that Miss Dunelif is expected to arrive in 10 minutes and adds that they'll slowly lower her altitude. After clearing the site, two guards stare up at the eagle as the wind from its wings almost blows them away. The first guard wonders what the Dunelifs are up to, so his colleague explains that Merkaba Academy is on vacation. With this, the first guard concludes that the princess is returning. Their boss gives them the heads up when Mariette is mere moments away from arrival and instructs them to prepare to give her a fierce welcome. Right on cue, the Hreesvelgr slowly lowers its altitude into the landing site. The moment the front door bursts open, all of the family's staff bow their heads and chorus a fierce welcome to the princess, congratulating her on her break, and also for the semi-special rank promotion. Our boy's eyebrows shoot up as it dawns on him that their location is Left City, not to mention Duna City in the east. Just to confirm, he asks Mariette about her family's farming business and just how big it is. She vaguely tells him that it's about 2 million, so our hero concludes that she means 2 million pyong, which is equivalent to about 7 million square feet. She instantly corrects him about the unit of measurement and clarifies that she actually meant 2 million hectares. The smile on her face doesn't soften the blow on Corin Locke. She even asks him why he wanted to know, but all he does is leave his mouth open in shock. He does the math and discovers that the Dunelif farm covers about 6 billion pyong in land, which is equivalent to 20 billion square meters. The vampire just stares back at him with a soft smile across her lips, and our hero deduces that her family are icons in the south. The Dunelifs own many properties, including a salon, a grocery store, a post office, an agricultural cooperative, and a professional wrestling association, among others. All the signs the hero sees on the carriage ride back to the main residence proves this. He even asks what a pro wrestling association is. Upon arriving at the Dunelif Great Residence, the two of them disembark from their carriage. Corin Locke wastes no time asking the vampire why she never mentioned how rich she is. In turn, she just quips that her parents are the rich ones, not her. Our boy thinks this is what rich people say though. Just then, they come across Paul, the butler of the Dunelif household, holding a napkin across his arm and laughing as he overhears the princess's conversation. He jokes about her inheriting everything, seeing as she's the firstborn daughter of the Dunelif family. The butler's sudden intrusion leaves our hero with questions, especially about where he came from. Mariette simply refers to him as Grandpa Paul and jokingly cautions him about surprising the guest. In turn, the butler asks to handle all of the princess's luggage and asks for the spearman's identity. With her usual smile, she admits that Corin Locke is one of her juniors, but Paul reads a different meaning to this. He instantly covers the distance between him and our boy, whispering about how the family has had a son-in-law living with them for generations, and adding that the Dunelifs provided the family of said son-in-law with tremendous support. They even gave them a place in the family business. The hero lifts both his arms as he begs the butler's pardon, but Paul only continues to divulge unnecessary information. He goes on and on about the vampire being the flower of the South, and how the number of marriage proposals she got can fill up a potato warehouse. The butler was speaking so quickly that our hero just nodded in agreement. Soon enough, he inquires from Mariette if she has any news about the castle he mentioned earlier. She perks up upon hearing this and tells our boy that she heard about someone buying the Duke Castle. He's very interested in knowing who it is, only for Paul, who's still too close to him, to mention that a certain Count Cassius bought it. The hero glances at the butler through the side of his eye, recalling that the Duke Castle was owned by someone else in his last life. He vaguely remembers the person being a trader from an archipelago at the southern end of town. Apparently, this trader was an awful man, who, upon hearing that our hero and Park Se-who were guardians, asked them to catch him the sea serpent before thinking of visiting his castle. In order to receive this man's permission, both guardians spent all day and night fighting the great sea serpent. All they had was a canoe to navigate the unfriendly waves that this beast caused. Anyway, after indescribable hardships, they finally got to enter the castle. Present day, our hero buries his face in his hand as he asks himself if he will have to go through such suffering again. At this point, Mariette steps in and announces that she has spoken to Count Cassius beforehand, and suggests that our boy escorts her to the castle. Corin Locke is so surprised that he asks her to repeat her statement. Instead, she points out that he seemed to want to enter the castle, so she just told the Count about it in advance. Apparently, he readily agreed and told the princess to stop by anytime. He had even invited her to an upcoming party that Friday, and she would like our hero to be her +1. He freezes in place after hearing this, and then bursts into tears as he realizes that this mission could have been carried out this easily. He gets extra emotional thinking about how he went through such a dog show to gain access to the castle in his past life. He asks himself if Mariette is a god, and she just might be, because soon enough, she asks if he would like to go shopping the next day. She points out that they don't have outfits for the Count's party and adds that they should shop since they're bored. Of course, Corin Locke accepts her offer with open arms. They stop by Mariette Street and our hero gets a suit worth 3 gold coins, 6 gold coins worth of necklace and shoes, and about 4 gold coins worth of everyday clothes. He is left wondering if shopping is supposed to be like this, and this doesn't include the watch and other utilities she paid for using a blank check. With shopping bags hanging from both his shoulders, the hero realizes that the stuff she bought him are all named brands, and that she had spent enough money to make anyone rich in real estate if they were in Seoul. Beads of sweat drip down our boy's face as he wonders if the vampire will make him sign a slave contract after this. Meanwhile, Mariette is cheerful as ever, skipping her feet as they arrive at the location she has been wanting to show him. A very wary Corin Locke hangs back as he admits that she's scaring him, and pleads with her to stop buying him stuff. Anyway, they arrive at the blacksmith soon enough and the store owner welcomes the vampire. He then asks if she stopped by for the commissioned item and she replies in the positive. Afterwards, she carries a closed wooden crate, hands it to our hero, and explains that it contains the same minerals that were used in Alicia's sword, Odachi. It turns out that this is the same item that our boy couldn't get his hands on before, because even Merkaba Academy didn't have it. It's none other than the unbreakable stone. The hero wields the ore in his palm as he acknowledges that the unbreakable stone can withstand the effects of domain, unlike refined silver. If anything, the stone has proven to have stronger power in domains. He lifts it to his eye level, happily inspecting it as he asks how she got her hands on the stone. He adds that there shouldn't even be a market for such a rare item and admits that the stone is making him happier than all the presents he already received. You see, the unbreakable stone was also used for the Sword Emperor Garand Arden's hidden blade. Mariette goes red in the cheeks, averting her gaze to the ground as she tells our hero that if he coats his spear with the ore, he'll be able to easily use it even in tough domains. The moment our boy confirms this, the vampire smiles ear to ear and declares that it's her last present. Apparently, seeing him happy makes her happy too. He just stares down at her and expresses his sincere gratitude. Come nightfall, lights filter through the windows of the Dunelif mansion. Our boy is shown the way to the main dining room and clears his throat as he bids everyone hello. He's dressed in a dashing tux and comes across a table so long that Jesus and his 12 disciples would have a field day with it. At the extreme of the table sits Mr. Dunelif and by his side, his beautiful bride and Mariette's mother. It's common courtesy to dine with the family when visiting a friend's home. Upon entry, the vampire instantly waves at our hero, signaling him to come sit by her. Meanwhile, Mrs. Dunelif admits that he's handsome and also encourages him to take a seat. In turn, he bows his head and places a hand on his chest as he agrees with her. Just as he takes strides to sit at the table, he hears a voice telling him to wait. The same voice goes on about having one question for our hero before they eat, adding that he may not be able to sit at their table depending on his answer. The voice belongs to Mariette's father, Duke Mard Dunelif, who intertwines his arms as he asks Corin Locke if he's a virgin. Our boy is so dumbfounded by this question that he scratches his head and begs the man's pardon. Just then, Mrs. Dunelif bursts into a frenzy, slapping her husband's back and yelling at him for asking a question like that. The vampire also yells out the man's name and then calmly tells our hero to ignore her father. The Duke doesn't give up. Instead, he doubles down by declaring that the hero must be a virgin if he is to become a son-in-law in the Dunelif family. As the bickering continues, our boy realizes that the dinner will not go smoothly. He's mostly worried about the whole son-in-law bit though. Mr. Mard makes it clear that his daughter is off limits, adding that his little girl promised to marry him. Before he can finish declaring his disapproval, Mariette attacks him, slamming his head against the table in a mocking manner. All he can do is groan and ask when she became this strong. The Duke tries telling her that she resembles her mother when she behaves like this, but Mariette insists that he just stops talking. To make things worse, she literally drags him across the room, leaving her father to ask why she's acting like this when all he wanted to do was protect her. Still ashamed, the vampire repeatedly begs the man to just stop talking. Everyone watches them go, only for Mrs. Dunelif to apologize to our hero. In turn, he just laughs it off and tells her that it's okay. Consequently, the lady brings up how she has been learning about our boy from Mariette's letters, and how it made her really want to meet him and say hi. Our hero's eyes shoot up at this moment and he questions the Duchess as he watches her get on her feet. She just goes on to bow her head in gratitude for everything that he has done for her daughter. Of course, Corin Locke has no idea how to react, so this becomes a burdensome situation. He tries explaining that he just helped the vampire because he could and adds that the girl deserves happiness above everything else. The Duchess is really impressed upon hearing this and covers her lips as her cheeks stain red. She then asks if our hero means what he said, and points out that she thought her daughter was looking through rose-tinted glasses when she read the letter she sent. The Duchess almost refers to him as her son-in-law once again, only for Mr. Mard to pop out of the corner, pointing an accusing finger at our hero and yelling that he's only going to allow up to hand-holding. The Duchess calls him out on the spot, but he only goes on about our hero maintaining his virginity. Once again, he doesn't get to finish his sentence because Mariette instantly jumps him, and this time, her mother joins her. While the vampire keeps begging her dad to stop talking, the Duchess laughs and welcomes our boy, adding that she's quite liberal compared to her husband. Mariette doesn't know whether she should be worried about her mother too, but Corin Locke just laughs a little and admits that he walked into quite the merry family. The next day, they both visit Duke Sabanch's castle, which is now a smooth blend of beige and blue, majestic in every way and appealing to the eyes. Just then, the gates push open and Mariette says hello to Count Cassius. In turn, he comes running and welcomes her by her carriage. The Count beams with joy as he acknowledges that the princess has visited just like she promised, and officially welcomes her on behalf of the Blandria family. Our hero instantly recognizes the Count as the same awful man from his past life and wonders if he's really the same person who sent them off to chase a sea serpent before he opened his castle gates. The butler announces the arrival of the vampire and her companion, and they both elegantly make their way into the castle as golden confetti ushers them in. Our hero tied his hair up to look more formal and is now smiling softly as he admits how proud he is of saving Mariette. This is because if he hadn't saved her, he never would have seen her in all her glory like he is seeing her now. All the princess has to do to glow is smile softly under the light, and she looks nothing short of an angel. Our hero wonders how her people would have coped with losing their beloved princess, only to overhear some other girls gossiping. One of them alerts the other that Mariette really came, and her colleague whispers that the rumors about the Blandria family being worth their salt must be true. You see, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that the Dunelef family's influence is absolute in the south, and it's really more beneficial to the Count to have Mariette show her face, rather than catching a sea serpent. Corin Locke just watches as all the attention in the room diverts to the vampire as more and more attendees draw closer to her. At this point, he calls out to her, suggesting that they enjoy the party a bit before heading to Sabanch's office. The vampire happily agrees. Apparently, they had both brought their equipment, planning to speak to the Count, get their gear, and go to the office when the party's at its peak. Just then, some man introduces himself to Mariette as the Garly of the Rendinium family, admitting that he has always admired her. He goes on to take a knee as he humbly requests for her first dance. The vampire is taken aback by this, only for a bunch of other suitors to ask for her first dance too. They all converge in front of her, and begin to overwhelm the poor girl with all their outstretched arms. She breaks into a nervous sweat soon enough, and doesn't have the slightest idea what to do. Just then, our hero takes elegant strides in her direction, calmly calls out her name, and takes a knee. He stares up at her with soft eyes as she twirls to notice that he's the one. The other suitors instantly become envious of him, so they ask for his identity among themselves. Our hero just acknowledges that despite how energetic they are, they're all lacking in manners. He goes on to plant a kiss on the back of Mariette's hand and then inquires if she would grant him the honor of being her first dance. Our boy knew that it's basic etiquette at balls to have your first dance with your partner, seeing as his master had told him that it's the etiquette of a gentleman to kiss the hand of a beautiful lady standing before him, and then ask for a dance. Seeing as he got scolded for bad etiquette in his previous life, he doesn't forget to correct it in this one. Meanwhile, Mariette blushes so hard that she has to cover her face with her free hand as she agrees to the dance. The musicians waste no time supplying sweet tunes to serenade the party, and in turn, the hero grabs hold of his new dance partner. He mentions how popular she is and she just concurs. He then apologizes if his recklessness made her feel bad, but she quickly dissuades him from thinking like that. As they sway to the music, he can't help but feel like he was abandoning his savior who gave him a free pass up until this point. This was why he had to return the favor. You see, he had received so many of them since he came to the south, but is now getting a little hot and bothered as he stares at his dance partner. In his defense, Mariette is so elegant in that dress that anyone can tell that he's in a dangerous situation. Our hero even goes red in the cheeks as he admits to himself that he's getting embarrassed. All his embarrassment leaves when the princess steps on his foot though. It's instantly replaced by suppressed pain, so she apologizes profusely and admits that she's a really bad dancer. Amidst the pain, our boy struggles to tell her that it's okay and thinks about leading the dance soon enough. He leans in and whispers into Mariette's ear, telling her to put his left foot on his so they can dance like that. She doesn't quite get what he means, but he explains that he doesn't care if his foot gets dirty or the dance seems a little bit awkward. He declares that she needn't worry about the gazes of others and smiles as he encourages her to only concentrate on him, her partner. Corin Locke makes Mariette understand that all she has to do is enjoy the dance, and with this, they begin to sway to the music. Our boy instructs her to put her foot on his and follow his movement, to look at his feet while she reads the push and pull of his steps. She does a good job at this, so he compliments her for having good eyes. As they continue to sway, our hero remembers something he learned in his past life, a way to get the one with shaking eyes to gain stability by gazing into the partner's eyes. Soon enough, they both burst into laughter, having rid themselves of all nervousness. The musicians play like it's their last rendition, giving the guests something worthwhile to dance to. And dance they did. With this, our boy and his favorite vampire share a dreamlike moment. After the first rendition rounds up, the other suitors waste no time fighting for a second chance. Unfortunately, the princess tells them all that she's quite tired, adding that she would like to take a brief recess. Consequently, our hero takes her hand and offers to escort her to the lounge. She admits that she'd be grateful if he could, and walks away, leaving a host of suitors to stew in their jealousy towards Corin Locke. On the other hand, the gossiping ladies continue their conversation after the dance. This time, one of them points out how romantic it was when our boy had Mariette's feet on top of his during the dance, and her colleague thinks he was a cool gentleman who portrayed a clumsy but impressive dance. In turn, her friend reminds the circle of how widely the princess was smiling, and they all conclude that the hero must be her suitor. Moving on, our boy slides in the key to Sabancha's office and opens up the matching room. He and his vampire friend then step into the spacious office, and she shows how impressed she is almost immediately. She goes on to inquire about what they're searching for, only for the spearman to say that it doesn't matter. Apparently, all they need is any sign of Duke Sabancha. As they navigate the room, the hero comes across the book wielding the Duke's story and brings it down. You see, things like this are traces of the Sabancha's wife and daughter that one must find in the game while a player is on the Duke's quest. Normally, giving the book to Sabancha should end the quest. But in the game and our boy's past life, he never heard any instructions to look through the office. He just swipes through the pages as he wonders why Sabancha would call him to his office. They continue to search for the next hour, but they both come up empty. As a result, they take a break on the couch just to lament about how unproductive their search has been. Mariette inquires if there's no evidence, adding that she expected to find some sort of hidden space or something. Our hero stays quiet because there's no good answer to her speculation. Anyway, she also announces that she's hungry, so the spearman asks if she didn't eat in the banquet hall. Apparently, the princess didn't have time and tries to remind her partner about it. The vampire's eyes glisten as she stares at our hero like he's food waiting to be unwrapped. She then points out that his jawline and collarbones are quite pretty. Of course, their previous dynamic already prepared him for what she's trying to imply, so Mariette gets on his lap, warning him that she must sweat and advising him to resist a bit. In turn, the spearman quips that it's even better that way. True to her words, she begins to sweat at the sight of his jugular and then gives him a heads up as she digs her teeth into his neck. She feeds on him for the next couple of seconds and exhales loudly as she retracts her teeth afterwards. Our hero asks if she's all done and she concurs, wanting to know if it hurts. It turns out that Corin Locke couldn't feel anything and blames it on his persistent warrior's tolerance. This comes as a shock to the vampire, and she stutters as she tries to explain that she also doesn't feel anything for him. At this point, our hero remembers that he definitely received persistent warrior's tolerance alongside the soul dust. As Corin Locke remembers receiving the soul dust from Sabancha, the grimoire comes to mind. This is the same book that the Duke's soul was sealed in, and it wields different abilities and spells. Better still, reading this grimoire can grant the reader a chance to learn these abilities. His brain engines begin to churn as he compares both grimoires' wielding abilities and spells to Sabancha's soul and body. To test out his theory, he asks the vampire to summon Diaku, and she perks up as she wonders why. She summons the familiar anyway, and Diaku appears, taking a knee before his mistress. With his hand to his chin, our hero asks the vampire to try summoning her familiar in such a way that he's a little hazy, adding that he would like to see Diaku in the state before his body fully materializes. Mariette repeats his request back to him just to confirm that she got it right, and then proceeds to instruct her familiar. In turn, Diaku wimps at the thought of being sent away, making our hero conclude that the familiar whines a lot. He then realizes that the state they're putting him through is similar to what one would feel when their body is getting destroyed. This is reason enough for the familiar to not like it. Soon enough, Diaku almost becomes transparent, and our hero acknowledges his near disappearance, keeping in mind that the only reason he can't see the familiar is because he can't perceive spirits. Suddenly, some sort of foul presence fills the air, and our boy instantly turns in his seat to object against it. He can feel a certain chill, and it gets so bad that he yells out Mariette's name, telling her to prepare. In no time, our hero is wielding his spear again, and the entire office seems to be shrouded in a reddish cloud. He then calms himself as he realizes that it's the Duke's doing. All he asks now is for Sabancha to have at least given him a heads up. You see, what was sealed in the Great Library's grimoire was the Duke's spirit. He had made a split decision when he was facing death and fighting his desire for blood. This was the separation of his body from his soul, and this begs the question, where did Duke Sabancha's body go? At this point, our hero discovers that it's right in front of him. A certain voice bellows from amidst the reddish cloud, asking how it's possible that a random person like Corin Locke has come to visit him with remnants of his soul evident on his person. The Duke cradles a blade on his shoulder and makes it clear that he's talking to our boy. He then follows up by asking him what he's looking for in his castle. First thing the hero does is confirm that he's talking to Duke Sabancha, and after this, he reiterates that he's the man's distant junior. In turn, the Duke admits that our boy's appearance isn't that bad, stating that he's just normal. For this reason, the spearman reiterates that Sabancha's assessment is much better now than it was in the library. This provokes the Duke into asking if our boy has come in contact with his soul. Corinlock replies in the positive and instantly follows up with a question about how the Duke is normal if he separated his body from his soul. Sabancha doesn't seem taken by this question, so he tells the hero to stop. He then stretches his sword towards him and announces that he'll be the one asking the questions, while our boy does the answering. This makes him unsheath his spear as he quips that he thought things were going too well. He then lodges it on his shoulder with this new fire in his eyes and a devious smile on his lips. In no time, our boy declares that Sabancha never had a present for him after all. 800 years ago, there was a great general who commanded the south, and he's none other than the fearless Sabancha Duke. The world not only spoke of him as the strangest of his time, but as the strongest of all time. His blade meets our hero's spear in an unprecedented show of force, and the Duke realizes that his opponent mentioned coming from meeting with his soul. He then asks if our boy killed it. Just as Corinlock dodges a swing of his opponent's blade, he makes it clear that all he did was grant the soul peace and help it ascend. Apparently, our hero expected something other than the grimoire this time. They continue to clash weapons as the Duke screams that our boy wouldn't have brought a vampire to his office if his soul truly led him there. He then asks if the spearman thinks he'll fall for his lies. A heavy swing of his sword accompanies this question, but the hero is quick enough to evade as he poses a question of his own. He thinks Sabancha doesn't know what he's saying, so he inquires how a body is even moving without a soul attached. Of course, this doesn't slow down the Duke's attacks. He brings down his sword with the force of multiple men, but Corinlock's reinforced spear easily deflects it. In turn, the Duke proclaims that his body, being that of a vampire, only needed a small piece of his soul to be trapped in the castle. He adds that this was to ensure he wouldn't become a beast like the one our boy invited into his office. Having been pushed back, the spearman screeches to a halt and wastes no time running to Mariette's defense. He makes it clear to the Duke that she's different and beseeches him to believe that she's keeping her vampire powers in check. Sabancha digs his blade into the ground, annoyed by our boy's request for him to believe his words. The Duke buries his face in his hand as he proclaims what he had to do to keep his bloodlust in check 800 years ago. Apparently, he has lost his soul, senses, and emotions, but declares that there's one thing that hasn't disappeared. Our hero stares at his opponent in horror as he realizes that he sewed his mouth shut. The Duke then announces that his taste for blood hasn't diminished, adding that it's the one impulse that vampires cannot resist. He claims to have been like Mariette too, but now he reiterates that he cannot believe Corinlock worse off. He claims not to trust anything he cannot check himself. With his hands still covering his face, he makes it clear that should his opponent plan on stopping him, he'll do everything in his power to make sure that he's not safe. At this point, a dreadful essence escapes from the Duke's body and sends waves of terror into our boy's person. He grits his teeth as he admits to himself that he never expected things to take this turn. He then regrets bringing Mariette along at that moment. Sabancha Duke was a known hero who had his body locked up because of his hatred of vampires, and now said body has been completely destroyed. Our hero realizes that if the Duke was the strongest of all time 800 years ago, he must be a semi-special rank in this age. With this, he grips his spear tighter than ever as he activates the sixth of the 6 steps of spearmanship, Sura. This was the same ability that he and Firmak Damon fought each other with in the traitor's last moments, but our hero is activating it from the very beginning because of how powerful this opponent is. He utilizes a technique from Calamity Serpent Ultimate Essence called the Rising Serpent Skies, and within this technique, he uses the poisonous dragon head charge. In all of this, Sabancha just seems to be standing and waiting. Suddenly, the Duke swings his sword so quickly that it cuts through our hero's attack, leaving him all but dumbfounded. He then tells the spearman to take a look at the power of creation as he lifts his blade and encapsulates it in a bright purple essence. He declares that he gained this power from slaying a dragon in his youth and proceeds to bring down his blade with an unholy force. This direct hit on Corinlock is known as the final demonic sword, Dragon Murder. As the spearman makes his way to the ground, it dawns on him that Sabancha is much stronger than a special rank monster. At this point, the Duke is left to talk with Mariette, and the first thing he does is refer to her as a petty beast. He covers the distance between them, asking her how she hopes for a human life. The girl tries to argue her case, but he shuts her up by asking if she doesn't consider herself to be a beast. As he speaks, he remembers when he lost control 800 years ago and fed on his loyal servant. He then asks the princess if she's positive that she can overcome her bloodlust with just her will. His question even provokes the memory of her feeding on Isabel, a close friend, and then that of her feeding on Corinlock when he points out that she will end up coveting her lover's blood. As the Duke relives the pain of taking his servant's life, he tells Mariette that she will kill those she cares for. With this rage, he yells that she should disappear and follows up by attacking her instantly. She dodges his blade by a hair's breadth and yells that she won't go anywhere. She thinks about defending herself once again, but just calls forth Dyaku instead. The familiar appears right behind Sabancha and he twirls his head to catch a glimpse of him. The Duke only utters 2 words after this binding trigram. With this, multiple chains emanate from thin air and hold Dyaku in place. He admits that the beast is fast, even faster than when he was in his prime. Unfortunately, he also thinks that the familiar lacks strategy. As he points this out, he lifts his blade right above Dyaku and doesn't hesitate to stab him as he calls him a foolish beast that only relies on strength. Mariette quickly calls back her familiar with a scream, only to watch in horror as she gets no response. Just then, Sabancha activates his Romanian sealing sword technique and his blade shines a bright blue. Apparently, this sealing sword is made specially for sealing immortal beings. He sends forth multiple versions of the blade as he declares that the immortality of the princess's party is meaningless in front of his sword. About 3 of these blades hit her point blank and send her falling to the ground. The Duke springs in her direction with a burst of speed, telling her to hurry up and die. He goes one step further and proclaims that he'll end her feeble life. He comes mere inches away from her face, stares her in the eyes, and tells her that a beast is always a beast. Even amidst her pain, Mariette refuses to believe that. She recalls when Corin Locke cradled her head as she first fed on him, and how he told her that she hasn't changed. She holds on to his words as they give her fresh determination. With blood still smeared all over her person, she begins to remove the blades Sabancha had stuck in her. As the Duke tells her to die once again, our hero's body emanates right before her eyes. Weakened and passed out, he just lies on the floor in front of the Duke, drawing the princess's attention immediately. Despite Sabancha's speech about death being her best option, Mariette can't help but worry about our hero. She struggles her way to him almost immediately, and stands between him and the Duke with her hands still trembling. She goes on to check on our boy, feeling him up and screaming his name in hopes that he'll respond. Unfortunately, he just keeps losing blood as a puddle of it forms beneath his body. Amidst heavy breaths, Mariette seems to be staring at the boy's jugular, and soon enough, her fangs pop up. She even begins to salivate, leaving Sabancha to stare at her in a condescending manner. He just lifts his blade, concluding once again that vampires shouldn't get to live. He's disgusted because even in the midst of her loved one, the princess can't seem to suppress her true nature. In turn, Mariette bites her lips so much that they begin to bleed, and this puts some hesitation in Sabancha's step. He then witnesses as she plants a kiss on Corin Locke's lips with tears rolling down her cheeks. The Duke begins to question himself, wondering if the princess wasn't going for the spearman's blood in the first place. He then realizes that she's only using her blood as a healing elixir and injecting it into our hero via a kiss. The fact that she's the one giving blood rather than taking it leaves the Duke in shock. He soon admits that the princess has overcome her limits in this situation, seeing as she shouldn't have the rationality to suppress her urges. Anyway, he walks up to the 2 of them and overhears Mariette begging our hero as tears continue staining her cheeks. Sabancha fills with dread towards himself and confesses that he has failed. Back in his day, he couldn't save anyone. Instead, he knelt in the face of desire. He watches as the princess continues to beg our hero to wake up, and looks up in shame as he tells himself that he couldn't judge everything. At this point, the Duke's blade switches from blue to a lighter shade of crimson, and he lifts it in a bid to stab our boy. In turn, he plunges the blade into Corin Locke's chest, only for Mariette to panic immediately. She yells out the hero's name as a certain form of energy seems to circulate his body. She then faces the Duke, yelling at him as she asks how far he is willing to go. All she wants is for Sabancha to not take her favorite person from her, and she begs him with gushing eyes. The Duke remains stoic through all of this, only for a bright light to spread from their location outwards. Sooner than later, all of the theatrics begin to die down, and our hero grabs the princess by the shoulder, telling her that he's fine. He then sits up as he proclaims that he's there for her. In turn, Mariette twirls in shock, bursting into more tears as she wonders if he's really okay. The spearman just feels up his chest and then questions Sabancha about why he saved him. The realization comes as an even bigger shock to the princess. The Duke emphatically throws his blade aside and both of them watch it fall to the ground. He then reveals that he has transferred his aura core to our hero, and he listens attentively as the Duke adds that he now understands why his soul led him to the office. He goes on about seeing the qualities of a hero in Corin Locke and feels like our boy lacks the greed, but has the beliefs and pride that those who seek power often do not have. To top it all up, he proclaims that our hero has changed what he couldn't, and believes that he has the right to change the world. He then begs our boy to correct the mistakes he made through his 800 years. As he pleads with the spearman, he slowly disintegrates from reality, and the 2 of them watch him go. Soon enough, there's nothing left of Sabancha Duke and the reddish cloud disappears with him too. Still seated on the floor, our hero feels for his heart, keeping in mind that he never expected the Duke to gift him his aura core. His thoughts get interrupted when Mariette dives in for a hug, so he tries to remind her that his body isn't 100% yet. She shuts him up as she expresses how scared she was. The girl had thought that he actually died. She presses her body against his as she asks him to promise to never die without her permission. Our boy just flashes a soft smile, thinking to himself that things ended well regardless. He then agrees to the princess's terms, telling himself that this is reward enough. Just then, his notification bar pops up, signifying that he has obtained the aura core of Sabancha Duke. His aura rank has increased, and that his core ability has been formed. The hero now possesses Duke's demonic nature and gains the dual core ability. You see, if there's one thing Corin Locke hopes for, it's for the Duke's body and soul that were in pain for 800 years to finally find rest. The hero is still trying to catch his breath as he goes through his stats. Meanwhile, Mariette is already asleep on his lap, and the new scar on his chest is undeniable. He realizes that his aura rank increased and now has a second core that came with a special ability of its own. The only strange thing is that Sabancha never gave this power to the main character in our boy's previous life, or even in the game. This raises more questions and leaves the spearman wishing the Duke was this nice from the beginning, rather than making him suffer so much. He takes a glance at Mariette's blood-drenched clothes and keeps in mind that he'll have to help her wash them despite how long they'll take to dry. Just then, a maid barges into the room and instantly apologizes for not knowing that there was a guest inside. She cuts her apology midway as she notices a half-naked Mariette fast asleep on the hero's lap. Our boy tries to explain that it's not what she thinks, but the sweat and heavy breathing doesn't help his case at all. That doesn't stop him from trying to explain to this maid that it's just a misunderstanding. All of his words are like water on a duck's back, seeing as the maid is more concentrated on the sweat, muscles, and hot air. She goes red in the cheeks and almost dies from embarrassment. Corin Locke doesn't give up trying to explain things, only for the girl to scream an apology and tell him to enjoy his time. She slams the door behind her before the Jiro can say anything, and he begins to freak out as he wonders what she meant by enjoy your time. The world becomes gloomy to him, so he stares down at a still sleeping Mariette, thinking to himself that something has gone very wrong. Right on cue, the whole household can hear her father screaming as he calls our boy a bastard. He accuses him of touching his daughter and promises to kill him. It took about 20 days for this misunderstanding to clear up, and during this time, the spearman hid in the mountains. The guards rode wyverns in search of him, wondering where he found the audacity to touch their dear princess. He also used that time to train his aura, and somehow, the misunderstanding got cleared up. Present day, our boy and Mariette are on a carriage leaving town, and laughs as he realizes that he almost became the #1 enemy of the South. As they ride away, the princess points out that they'll be starting the second semester by the time they arrive at school, and our hero adds that it'll be festival season 2. This makes the vampire ask if the business they invested in is doing well. In turn, the spearman assures her that she'll get several times what she invested. Consequently, the festival will attract a large number of tourists, and that will cause a rise in the value of the lodging industry. This is when our hero plans to sell that land he acquired, make it big, and get a stupendous amount of money. He can only imagine that the money will multiply, and a big smile comes to his lips as he thinks of this. He even believes that he's invincible and admits that the festival is the best. The hero's good mood gets ruined when a strong wind begins to fan the area, bringing leaves to his face. He wonders what could be going on, but soon realizes that they're up against a typhoon. Our boy begins to panic because something like this never happened in his past life. At this moment, Mariette points out that the typhoon is sure to cause a problem in opening the festival. She then adds that it's okay to fail at least once when a man is trying to do something big. This doesn't stop her from creeping onto his shoulders and asking if they should write an IO. She stares at him lustfully, making it clear that he will grant her one condition that she wants if he cannot repay her, adding that all he has to do is sign the IO. Our hero is downtrodden, not to mention the suspicious offer that the vampire is making. He's left thinking that there must be another way out of this situation. Soon enough, they arrive at the special dormitory at Merkaba Academy while it's still pouring heavily outside. Director Kassar welcomes them back as she points out that the journey must have been difficult because of the typhoon. She proceeds to hand both parties hand towels to dry themselves, only for our hero to ask after Madame Josephine. In turn, the chairman reveals that she's returning with Huron, seeing as they both spent the break at the Xian Chapel. The chairman insists that they spend the night at the special dormitory, and our hero asks if that's really okay. She tells him that he's no longer an outsider, and adds that she's thinking of letting him stay there starting from the second semester. As our boy continues to dry himself, he deduces that the offer is probably to surveil him, seeing as the sorceress and Aaron need a way to watch him because they don't completely trust him yet. Corin Locke conveniently changes the topic as he asks about the typhoon, and Mariette instantly bites as she declares that it must have done quite the damage on the city. She wonders if the city will be fine, so the chairman educates her about the main city not taking any major damages currently. She thinks the outer areas will be more damaged by the time the typhoon is done. The vampire continues to contest this logic, and she indicates that the moving typhoon will hit the city directly. Once again, the chairman disagrees, pointing out that the natural disaster won't move because it's in fact not natural. It turns out that it's the work of a monster. The chairman narrates how everything began at an important sea route of a southern archipelago going upstream along the Aegina Strait. At some point, the monster got entangled in the strait, the lone emperor of the ocean, also known as the sea serpent. This lone emperor went wild without a care for the economic situation of humans and began sinking trade ships that invaded his territory. On the other hand, there was one man who wanted to become a hero and set out to defeat the sea serpent. His father had tried to dissuade him from leaving, but the young man was determined to defeat a first-rank monster so that he can be promoted to the position of first-rank knight. This was none other than Levent Bladria, son of Count Cassius Blandria, the same count that sent our hero in Park Seu to catch the sea serpent in his previous life. Levent Blandria strongly believes that getting promoted to first-rank knight will prevent what happened at the dance from repeating itself. You see, he was the first gentleman to take a knee and ask Mariette to dance with him, only for Corin Locke to swoop in and take the girl. In Levent's mind, he could only envision our hero mocking him for being low rank. He believes that the spearman is a scammer and that he'll be able to get the princess back from him. Levent balls his fist as he declares that he will defeat the sea serpent and return peace to the strait. With one man's fiery heart, a raid group battled the Emperor of the Sea for 5 nights and 6 days. After the fierce battle, the sea serpent sought asylum by escaping the strait. The members of Levent's crew then celebrated his victory over the beast, leaving the Count's son to dedicate his victory to Mariette. They had successfully brought back the peace of Aegina Strait. Unfortunately, their mission went uncompleted, seeing as they chased but couldn't capture the sea serpent. This same serpent that got away ended up causing the loss of innocent lives. Apparently, there are some animals called alvins and they're also known as typhoon bats. These bats become the cores of typhoons and protect themselves from enemies in order to breed. 2 of these bats were breeding in the distant islands when the sea serpent suddenly grabbed one of them out of the typhoon. These animals are nicknamed the golden bats because everything about them is an elixir, so much so that even other animals want them. This is why the sea serpent couldn't just swim past the alvin nest without nabbing one for itself. At that moment, the female alvin made a decision for the child in her womb. She began to fly towards the north and continued flying until she felt safe enough to have her baby. This is how she and her typhoon got to the outskirts of Merkaba Academy. Sadly, the typhoon is now taking out most of our hero's construction, leaving him to panic as he watches his plans go to ruin. He never would have guessed that a typhoon bat would come into play, mostly because they're such a rare species. He recalls them to be animals that couldn't even be seen on the continent in the summer. This is because they lived on small stone islands in the archipelago. The spearman keeps asking himself why such a beast would come to his plot, but just as quickly realizes that it has to be his fault. He chucks it up to something he changed in the game coming back to bite him, and puts on the most desolate expression to match his mood. To make things worse, the construction workers put on their raincoats and backpacks and announce that they're evacuating the site. Our boy tries to get them to stay, claiming that they're almost done. Even as he literally grabs the hem of their garments, the workers reiterate that the typhoon is only getting bigger and add that they'll die if they continue to work. Our hero calls out to his workers amidst the pouring rain, but they just keep walking away. One of them even tells him to give up, announcing that things like this happen in life. It's easier said than done really. Still kneeling, the spearman realizes that his plans for the festival are done for if the typhoon continues to rip apart his construction. The only sure thing is that his ends will go flying if the disaster persists for a week. Corin Locke had spent 280 gold coins to purchase the land. Another 330 coins went into buying raw materials and paying for labor and construction. All he can do is stare at the dilapidating building as he remembers that all he has left to invest is just 220 gold coins. Worse off, he owns only 110 of the total cost, and borrowed the rest. The realization of having to cough up 720 gold coins when it all fails drives our hero close to madness. He just pastes a maniacal smile on his lips and stares at the dark clouds up above. Some time passes and the Merkaba Academy holds an emergency meeting to talk about how to handle the typhoon. They all sit in a round table with the highest-ranking guardians of the Academy present, including Corin Locke and Mariette Dunelef. The chairman puts in the first word, intertwining her fingers as she announces that everyone is present. She goes on about the reasons she invited them to the meeting and makes it clear that it's about the typhoon bat, Alvin. Old man Heyman Welsh, a tenured professor of the night faculty, doesn't look so happy about this. Even Professor Dana Arian is worried. She just asks the council if they'll have to subjugate the bat, keeping in mind that they could easily recover all the funds they lost in the demonic pig debacle if they do. The old man instantly loses his temper as he slams his fist on the table and yells that they have to subjugate the bat, only for the red-headed professor next to him to oppose. This is none other than Magic Professor Edgar Linton, and he believes that since the typhoon will stop in a month, they shouldn't bother taking any risks to subjugate the bat. Alchemy Professor Lauralamas feels the need to add her 2 cents, so she asks Edgar in a soft voice to provide proof for his opinion. In turn, the redhead breaks into an explanation about how alvins breed from June to September and are popular for repeating the short-term fertilization and pregnancy process. For this reason, Professor Edgar believes that the typhoon will stop in a month even with external variables involved. Old man Heyman just stares at Edgar with folded arms and a reserved opinion. At this point, Laurala just smiles and agrees with the redhead's take on not having to risk anything. She then votes that they maintain the status quo. Just then, the new professor at the night faculty, Ojin Rentry, raises his hand in protest, adding that he thinks it's important to try subjugating the bad at least once. He announces that it will not only push back the resumption of students but also disrupt the festival plans. Above all, he thinks that others will view the academy as people who are playing it safe and sparing themselves. Some other professor speaks up, telling Ojin that their academy is an educational institution, adding that subjugation of monsters is a job for the association in the first place. More opinions arise around the table, with more professors leaning towards Edgar's idea. All this while, Corin Locke has been quiet, stewing in a broth of his own thoughts until he can't take it anymore. He rises to his feet with the vigor of a wrestler on steroids, and slams the desk with so much force that it instantly draws everyone's attention to him. He then yells that he wants to be heard despite the obvious fact that he lacks knowledge. Passionately, he breaks into a speech about how everyone present swore to be brave and realize kindness and justice. He reminds them that they all swore not to go against their creed even in death, and that they swore to protect the weak and defeat evil. Our hero takes the passion up a notch, screaming as he reiterates that they're all guardians and protectors of humanity. He then looks them in their eyes as he makes it clear that they just have to subjugate the Alvin. Professor Edgar interrupts at this point, telling the boy that he understands his fervor, but still thinks it'll be beneficial not to subjugate. The spearman loses it after this, calling his professor by his first name and asking him how he could say something like that. Tears begin to gush down our boy's cheeks as he asks if Edgar cannot see the victims who have lost their houses due to the typhoon. In truth, our hero cannot stop hoping that the professors will buy his act, lest he turns into a beggar, seeing as he hasn't achieved his desired result. Corin Locke throws his hands wide open, wailing and looking at the ceiling for dramatic effect. He goes on yelling as he asks everyone if they cannot see that people have been forced out on the street, that many have lost their jobs, and that kids have been left without homes and made to starve. He passionately points out that one cannot calculate lives with money and asks the council if they plan to abandon all these people. Professor Edgar falls silent with shame and tries to explain that that wasn't what he meant. The other professors begin to murmur among themselves about never knowing our boy was this sincere. Some even call him a model of chivalry. In turn, the hero calms down, places a balled fist on his chest and announces that it isn't about chivalry or the oath of a guardian. He adds that with a typhoon as big as that, all he wants to do is save people. The stream of tears that follow his final statements glisten under the rays of sunlight filtering into the conference room. He then rounds up by mentioning the inn, only to quickly correct himself by yelling that they should go save some people. This is all the motivation that Old Man Heyman needed, seeing as he yells about having a good eye for people, and announces that our hero is right. He now thinks of our boy as a knight much too passionate for his age. Anyway, some other professor admits that the speech was touching, but brings up the inn he mentioned at the end, only for his colleague to reply that there are precious lives in inns as well. An overexcited Ojin stands on his feet and proposes that they form a subjugation squad immediately. He then swears on the name of the Guardians that he will protect the people. Meanwhile, Dana just sits there all giddy about the prospects of getting more research funding. After this, the chairman gets on her feet to declare that they have reached a conclusion. Thanks to our hero's passionate acting, all the professors and students actively agreed to the subjugation. In little to no time, the squad was formed and they all headed straight towards the disaster. Still deadly as ever, the typhoon spews water all over its surroundings as lightning cackles from amidst it. Corin Locke and the rest of the squad stand at the foot of the problem as Professor Edgar announces that he has finished talking with the support group. All they need to do now is to time things well. The spearman heaves a loud sigh of relief, loud enough to draw Professor Ojin's attention and make him ask if our boy is that emotional. The professor thinks the way he wants to save people is so sincere, and our hero quips that it's such a relief. On the outside, he lets everyone believe that he's doing it for the people, but on the inside, he can't stop smiling that he can finally avoid his debt of 720 gold coins. You see, the spearman has everything riding on this mission. The team had a simple plan in place to capture the golden bat. Alvin, the support squad, is supposed to create a crack in the typhoon using crystals big enough to disrupt the centrifugal force. Peradventure the support squad succeeds. The entry squad would go in and defeat the Alvin. Unfortunately, reality happened. It turns out that countless monsters were already caught in the typhoon after attempting to eat the Alvin for its nourishment. Now, these beasts are hungry and properly pissed. Our hero's brows furrow as he wonders what to do. He then calms down as he realizes the squad that he's with. The first Cyclops that shows up has the misfortune of going against Old Man Heyman and receives multiple packed punches within mere seconds. In his prime, the semi-first rank knight was called Stronghand Heyman. The next monster gets cut down by the semi-first rank knight, Professor Ojin. This legend wields a 2-meter-long axe as if it's a toothpick. Then there's the all-powerful mage, who's defeating monsters with a swipe of his finger and having a cigarette while he's at it. He's the first-rank mage and current party leader, Professor Edgar. It turns out that he isn't burning a cigarette, but a mana stick which can also be used as a weapon. Above all is the frightening crazed warrior, Berjecker. He's a second-year student and a first-rank knight like Corin Locke. He's also a member of the North Island Savage tribe. With a squad packed with so many powerful people, it would be strange if they can't defeat some monsters. Our hero pokes some fun at Berserker's height, asking if he's a half-giant. In turn, the warrior tells him to mind his business and focus on the monster behind him. Right on cue, our boy cuts down the beast and then yells to Berserker that he's nicer than he looks. Despite all of the distractions, the goal of the squad remains to capture the Alvin, and as it stands, they still need to enter the eye of the typhoon before the damage becomes too widespread. All our hero can actually think about is the damage it can cause to his inn, and this infuriates him so much that he balls his fists as he declares that he's coming for the Alvin. Soon enough, the party leader declares that they're entering the typhoon soon, and tells everyone to prepare themselves. In turn, they all run towards the disaster after giving verbal confirmation. As they pull close, Professor Edgar stops in his tracks because he comes across something that he never expected. Apparently, there's a smaller typhoon within the actual one, and the professor announces that he has never seen such a thing before. He thinks the female Alvin must have noticed the presence of intruders and used the last of her strength to create a smaller typhoon. Old Man Heyman stares in awe and then asks Edgar if the Alvin has always been such a capable animal. In turn, the party leader reveals that it's possible only because of her maternal instincts, adding that it's an incredible animal nonetheless. He looks to his left as he asks Professor Ojin if he thinks they can get through. The professor thinks they can do it, but only if they're ready to endure wounds all over their bodies. Taking this into consideration, Edgar quips that there's no need for them to overexert themselves since their side will have a lot of losses too. He then pulls out a flare gun and announces that they'll leave the breaking through to the support squad. With this, he pulls the trigger and a green flare flies into the sky in accordance. Professor Dana is instantly alerted about the call for support and she laughs as the opportunity to show her power for the first time in a while presents itself. With a lifting of her hands, reddish essence begins to surround the sorceress, and soon enough, red lightning emanates from her and shoots into the sky. One of the party members quickly asks Professor Edgar if the spell isn't a little too dangerous, and a quick glance at the sky makes the party leader confess that Dana might be trying to kill them. In turn, he quickly puts up a shield as her spell intensifies, and tells all of his squad members to get behind him. Afterwards, he laments about Dana's use of excessive force when all they need is a way to break into the typhoon. Soon enough, her spell gets ripe enough for attack, so Professor Dana screams as she unleashes Red Sprite, a spell that sends so much lightning falling from the sky that the waves exuding it is enough to blow everyone away. The ground suffers the brunt as meters upon meters get destroyed in the crossfire. Professor Edgar's shield was barely enough to protect the party, leaving them to find their way out of the rubble of Dana's attack. Old Man Heyman is so pissed and he doesn't bother to hide it. He even proclaims hatred for mages and accuses them of killing knights. The party leader is back on his feet in no time, and announces that at least things were resolved well. He feels that with this amount of lightning, the disaster will definitely be brought down. He gets the shock of his life as he realizes that not a single twirl of this typhoon was stopped. He and Old Man Heyman break into a cold sweat as Edgar points out that even a semi-first rank monster would find it difficult to survive such an attack. At this point, the old man is certain that something is weird, and upon closer inspection, notices that the Alvin keeps getting bigger. They just stare up at this phenomenon, leaving no one the wiser about what is going on. Only Corin Locke proclaims that the Alvin is evolving. As the evolving beast roars amidst the typhoon, our hero recalls that the development of demons is a unique phenomenon that occurs during the accumulation of experience and life. It simply isn't the situation where the alpha sublimates, but the stage where the vessel of the species itself sublimates. Corin Locke then mentions that such a creature, having survived a typhoon of this size, must have a certain tolerance to lightning. The hero's brow furrow once again as he realizes that they can no longer consider this Alvin to be a weak creature. The beast has successfully evolved into the King of Thunder Clouds. With this, she makes the typhoon even bigger and sweeps up some party members in the process, including the old man, who's now telling everyone to be careful. He yells at the support mages, asking them if there isn't a method to get them out of there. Professor Edgar then tells him that even if they request him from the support squad, it'll only make the Alvin stronger. While everyone is worried about what to do, our hero just laughs and tells himself that it's time for him to step up. With his spear dug into the ground, he attempts to utilize the Calamity Serpent intent, but soon realizes that he can't do it because he literally has no ground to stand on. At the moment, all that's keeping our boy grounded is his spear, and he holds onto it like his life depends on it. All he can do is think about how much he hates not being able to do anything, and while the heavy wind almost blows him away, he prays for a chance. In desperation, he yells at Berserker to do something, but the warrior is in a dilemma similar to that of our hero, so he tells him to shut up. Apparently, both spearmen with 2 cores and 2-meter-tall giants are weaklings while in the air. At this point, our boy grits his teeth, grips his spear even tighter, and remembers that he has 720 gold coins on the line depending on whether or not he defeats the Alvin. After this, he yells out Berserker's name once again, and this annoys the warrior because our boy has been calling out to him since the beginning of the mission. Just then, the hero retrieves his spear from the ground and apologizes as he uses the warrior's head as a boost. He tells himself that just because he's in the air doesn't mean he doesn't have anything to step on. Having made his way up, he thanks Berjecker and gets called a crazy bastard for his troubles. He refuses to give up, so he jumps on Professor Ojen's back for his next boost, and then Old Man Heyman's head, before finally jumping off Edgar's back. Our hero just refuses to surrender to a monster and screams that he'll kill the beast as he bolts through the typhoon. It becomes a clash between a man fueled by vengeance and a monster who wants to protect her child. Both of their lives depend on this moment. With the fury of the gods, this Alvin screeches at the incoming threat, and our hero remains unfazed. Unfortunately, the next object he uses to boost himself seems a little too soft, and in no time, he begins to sink into it. It turns out that our hero had stepped on a slime and is now covered up to his armpits in it. All he can do is ask what such a monster is doing in a typhoon. But despite the disadvantage, he refuses to accept that it's over. He screams at the top of his lungs as he prepares the pagoda tree mountain intent, and throws his spear using the macro hit. The Alvin just watches our boy's weapon approaching like a toothpick, and easily stops it with some lightning emanating from the typhoon. Just then, gravity gets a hold of our hero, alongside the lack of solid ground to properly do anything as a martial artist. All he does is struggle to stay afloat in the slime, but gives in soon enough. With a smile on his face, he asks himself if this is the end for him and begins to accept the fact that it's all over. The skies are still lined with multiple lightning strikes as Corin Locke gradually shuts his eyes. He acknowledges that he shouldn't have invested all that money and bursts into tears, thinking that he should have just bought something yummy with it. He curses under his breath as his world falls apart within the typhoon. Just then, a silhouette bursts into the not-so-natural disaster and instantly delivers a flying kick to the Alvin. The sound is so loud that our boy can hear it amidst the typhoon. It dawns on him that someone is currently battling the beast, so he opens his eyes in shock, trying to figure out who that could be. Of course, only a monster like Huron can take on another monster. She spends a few seconds powering up her right fist until it glows the red of Dana's lightning, and then sinks it into the head of her opponent. That singular punch sends the Alvin bursting through the first typhoon, and then the second typhoon consecutively. A light so bright emanates from the dissolution of the twirling disaster, and our hero shields his eyes so he doesn't go blind. Just like that, what was once a strong wind scatters into a gentle breeze, and all of the party members it had swallowed up begin to fall to the ground. Professor Ojen still doesn't know the people behind it, so he's left wondering who has that much power. The shadows of Huron and Madame Josephine come into view, and they seem so glorious that Ojen and Corin Locke are transfixed by the sight of them. Our hero keeps staring as he quotes Psalm 23, verse 4, "Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I shall fear no evil, for the Lord is with me." His eyes go wet with tears, and as the Alvin lies defeated, Huron asks our hero what he's doing. He just drops to his knees as he acknowledges that before he will be buried by a debt of 720 gold coins, a rescue squad will come. He then clasps both palms above his head in gratitude to Jiangxi and Madame Josephine. Luckily, the commotion caused by the typhoon only left a few damages, and thanks to early suppression, only the highway bore the brunt of the disaster. It's a bright and sunny day in Merkaba, and although there are a few civilian casualties, they're promised to recover soon. The students of Merkaba Academy set up a stand near the disaster in a bid to do some community outreach. Nariette asks the next civilian she sees to get some food, adding that the menu for the day is potato and onion soup. You see, the academy is funded by taxes, so their heroic image and symbolism is pretty important. The vampire puts on her brightest smile as she advises the queued-up civilians on how to go about collecting their meals. Anyway, volunteer work is part of maintaining the school's image, especially for guardians attending it. The next man on the food line kindly requests for an extra potato, only for Huron to reply with all the malice she can muster, telling him to eat what she has given him. Out of fear for his life, the man accepts his fate. At this point, Corin Locke glances to his side and tells her that she's just too mean. He then asks if she knows when humanity began to form civilization. Huron just stares at the meals before her and urges our hero not to talk like a professor. This doesn't work though. He instantly breaks into some sort of lecture, lifting his index as he explains the concept of civilization. He begins by warning her that he has only heard about it, and then goes on about how the beginning of civilization was when a leg bone that seemed broken similarly showed signs of healing. Apparently, anyone with a broken leg will die in the wilderness, but a broken leg with obvious signs of being patched back to health means that someone helped them until they were healed. Huron's facial expression doesn't change, but she pays close attention as the hero explains that helping people out when they're in trouble is the beginning of civilization. At this point, she just walks away from a still cheerful Corin Locke, telling him that they need help because all humans are weak. Our boy just watches her walk away and proclaim that the concept is meaningless to her because there's no human who would help her. She's stopped in her tracks when our hero offers to help her, smiling and asking if it won't mean anything then. Huron simply takes a deep breath and exhales loudly before telling him that a weak person should not jabber. This leaves our hero no choice but to shut up about the matter. As for the nun, she thinks to herself that she's a living Jiangxi, a being created by using a human that's close to a monster. She feels like our hero won't feel the same way if he knew her past, and begins to recall a young boy crying and telling her that she's a monster. She thinks that when the spearman comes to know about her essence, he won't trust her enough to turn her back. She just stares at him as he goes about the outreach and calls him an idiot under her breath. Just then, she freezes in place as a voice from within whispers that she should return something. Her hand meets her head in a bid to shut the voice up, only for a separate consciousness to request that she gives her body back. Hyorin tells her to shut up as she reinforces that the body belongs to her. In truth, she knows the body doesn't belong to her, but promises never to give it back. As she struggles with this dilemma, she wonders if the spearman will still help this version of her. In other news, Merkaba City has been rumored to be the safest place in the world, and this is because it's where the Guardian Academy is located. Anyway, the truth is a bit different. A crescent moon graces the sky that night, and in the back alleys below it lies a treacherous group leading these lawless areas. They're none other than the Black Star faction. The main sources of income for this group range from slavery to selling bootleg liquor illegally, but to solidify themselves in the area, they have special businesses. They're also known for dealing with bad customers in a certain way, so our hero crashes a bar under the pretense of being drunk. He grabs the maid with his cheeks all red and yells that they serve him some more alcohol. The waiter almost loses his mind, seeing as he doesn't know how to handle such a situation. It even gets worse when they actually serve the spearman some liquor and he accuses the waiter for serving him rubbish. He points at the poor man angrily and asks to speak to the manager immediately. Right on cue, a man with short hair barges in with his escorts, screaming as he asks for the bastard acting up in his bar. Our boy instantly recognizes them to be the faction, and just lazily glances back at them as he recalls that they sell bootleg liquor to the tavern and also collect protection tax. He then acknowledges that he's in the best place to actually meet a member of the Black Star faction. The so-called manager calls out our hero for being an academy student and asks him what a minor is doing in his bar. Keeping up with his act, Corin Locke grips his cup, hiccuping as he struggles to get a complete sentence out. The manager then offers to pay for our boy's drink if only he'll leave quietly when he's done. Unfortunately, that's not his mission, so he picks up his cup and pours his liquor all over the manager as he goes on to rant. His guards instantly call out to him, ready to take on Corin Locke, but the manager signals them to stop with a swipe of his hand. They hand him a napkin and as he collects it, he breaks into a small speech about meeting a lot of kids like our hero. He thinks he's acting up just because he's a guardian and mentions that he has seen a lot of kids dive in fearlessly because they think they're the best. Just then, he summons his men, telling them to teach our boy a lesson. Right on cue, they attack the spearman mercilessly, jumping in with weapons and brute force. Still in the back, the manager brags about his men, referring to them as the crazy hunting dogs who ran wild in the north. Apparently, they were renowned slave hunters who were called the Red Insane Dogs, and the manager really wanted Corin Locke to know this. In turn, the hero just stares at his opponent with nonchalance written all over his face, and then punches the life out of the first man to attack him. The second man catches a left hook and all that can be heard from outside the drinking establishment are sounds of bandits getting their butts kicked. Our boy drops the last bandit right in front of the manager, leaving him to scream in shock. After all is said and done, the hero stands victorious while his opponents lie in pools of their own blood, some bruised beyond recognition. Beads of sweat fall down the manager's face as he wonders who our hero is, and in turn, the spearman declares that he's the dogman who catches insane dogs. At this point, a sinister smile creeps onto his lips and he punches the manager square in the face. That day, the Black Star faction disappeared. In other news, our boy has been more interested in another matter unrelated to a gang faction, and that's the people the faction sold and bought like slaves. He pushes open the door leading to their secret operation in a bid to free the demihumans, only to meet all of them in separate cages. This immediately saddens the hero, mostly because the faction truly treated these people like their animals. Sadly, demihumans are the target of stigmatization in this world, and in several ways, they're far from ordinary. This makes it easy for them to be avoided in human society. The spearman proceeds to open up the cages, leaving the demihumans to make their way out. He then puts some distance between himself and their cages before announcing that there will be a carriage provided by the Dunalef family once they go outside. He points in the opposite direction and tells them whoever has come out can go there. He did this in a bid to get them to trust him more, and it works. Some of the demihumans burst into tears at the prospect of their long-lost freedom coming back. Anyway, our hero approaches a druid-looking demihuman and asks her if she has seen any siblings named Ren and Rom. In turn, the druid points to her right, so our boy follows her directions until he comes across a locked cage. He's surprised upon seeing them, mostly because they're much smaller than he remembers. The female sibling instantly guards her little brother as Corin Locke comes into view, but all he's worried about is how different they look from when he saw them in his past life. Back then, they were in their 20s and now, our boy blames the fact that where humans grow physically in accordance with their mental development. Even with this in mind, our boy still thinks they're too small. Since he already made the trip, he squats to say hello to the siblings, but they're still too jumpy. So much so that the girl screams that Corin Locke shouldn't hit her brother and wraps her arms around the boy in accordance. It becomes obvious that she's the older sister, Ren. The hero had heard about the were-human gene awakening the moment they're born, and that it's the reason why many of them can be sold at a young age. Just then, the former image of Ren comes to our boy's mind, an image of a gruff and heavily muscled demi-human threatening to kill him. He finds it hard to believe that the scrawny girl before him will transform into that in just 1 year. You see, in our hero's past life, the siblings were the demihumans working as villains for the Catholic Church. These were fundamentalists and radical demon segregationists, who, in trying to promote public opinion, committed all sorts of atrocities with enslaved werehumans. This led to the political confrontation of both the first and second princesses. The siblings were not easy enemies, so Park Se-woo killed them off. Back to the present. Our hero pries open their cage and confesses that they're much different from what he thought. This doesn't stop him from stretching a helping hand and urging them to leave with him. Apparently, he finds it noble to save the unfortunate villains who later turn into mid-level bosses. In response, Ren slaps away his hand and screams that he should leave them alone, leaving our boy to urge them to follow him obediently. Unfortunately, his words don't appeal to the demihuman. He ends up catching the hand she sought to strike him with, and tells her that she'll get hurt. She tries to wiggle her way out, but our boy just reassures them that it's okay. He then pulls both siblings in for a hug and assures them that no will hurt them anymore. The moment he affirms that they're now safe, Ren practically bursts into tears. It turns out that kids who have not received the protection of adults, but have been persecuted by them, will always be on edge. He proceeds to ask the siblings for their names and Ron and Ren introduce themselves. Our boy then returns the gesture by telling them his name. And soon enough, Ren asks if he's a guardian. The moment he affirms that he is, she falls on his body and sleeps off. Our hero concludes that she must have relaxed, only to realize that her brother has done the same thing. As he cradles both kids, he heaves a sigh of relief for having calmed them down. All that he can think about now is whether or not he really has to hand them over to the guardians. He heads back out to the bar where Lenya, a bar employee who's actually the manager of an information guild, asks him what he's thinking about. She stares down Corin Locke with folded arms, but our hero is thinking about how he expected Ren and Ron to be mid-level bosses, and not just kids. He groans as his plan to use them to keep this act's enemies in check comes crashing down. In turn, he tells Lenya in a desolate tone to take the siblings to his inn and get them some food. She wonders if he was a philanthropist, but our boy is too tired to give her an answer, so he tells her to think what she wants. He exhales loudly and ruffles his hair as he's left with the dilemma of saving Huron by himself. The next day, in the Flying Beast landing zone of Merkaba City, a huge one-legged eagle from the eastern platform village lands. In turn, the attendant refers to the passengers on the bird, welcoming them and mentioning that they must be from the east. He proceeds to request for their registration, only for 3 guests to make their way down from the bird, 2 men and a woman. The first man flashes a badge with an eagle on it, and the attendant acknowledges him to be an official from Boreme Academy. In turn, he introduces himself as Senior Professor Kang Ryan and explains that the kids with him are his disciples. The boy claims to be Jin Hyuk, and the girl quips that she's Kang Yuwa, the student council president. The attendant welcomes them all on behalf of Allah's kingdom and directs them towards a carriage awaiting them in the opposite direction. The carriage is majestic to say the least, basically top-of-the-line treatment worthy of royalty. Anyway, Jin Hyuk is the first to proclaim that the treatment is awesome, only for the council president to stretch her sheathed sword towards his neck, correcting him for sitting form when their master hasn't. In turn, he tells her to calm down, joking about him not being strong. Professor Kang takes his seat and rebukes Jin Hyuk for saying such a thing when he's a first rank. He then stops the tiff and tells them to sit down and quit the useless talk. At this point, Jin Hyuk calls out to his master, wondering aloud whether he's sure that they'll see their target. Without mincing words, he confirms this statement, adding that the chairman is in custody of said target and that the emperor guaranteed the information. The boy gets so pissed off that his murderous intent begins to leak, leaving their master to urge him to put in more effort to hide it. Apparently, they need to forget about the source of their anger for the moment. Jin Hyuk finds this pretty difficult, so he questions his master's orders and recalls the time when he was younger. He had watched their target burn down their home and incinerate almost everyone they knew until they barely had flesh on their bones. Their target is none other than Hyorin, and Jin Hyuk can only refer to her as a damn thing. A month has passed since the Typhoon Bat incident, and now, the Academy is mostly abuzz because of the upcoming festival. This festival is far from what the name suggests, and is actually a type of Academy exchange war. One could call it an event where students from the 4 academies in all 4 regions battle in their strive for mastery. Jaeger is particularly excited about the festival and flexes his muscles as he asks if they won't need to form teams soon. Lark is also excited, so he perks up to answer his friend. He explains that they first have to choose between individual, doubles, and group matches. Just then, Alicia wonders which of them our hero will be participating in, only for him to nonchalantly announce that he'll be partaking in the doubles match and bringing the swordsman with him. Lark and Jaeger would like to do individual, group, and doubles matches respectively, but neither our boy nor the swordsman pay any attention to them. This is because Alicia is busy groaning about being chosen, and our hero is busy making it clear that they're a fixed team no matter how much she complains. In turn, the swordsman leans forward as she asks what he'll do about the group match, and Corin Locke explains that the teams for the matches are chosen randomly. In all of this, he still hopes to get her on his team. She groans once again, and this time, our boy asks why. In response, Alicia goes on about the doubles team distribution being random too, and proclaims that him being on her team doesn't mean anything. The spearman just lets a sly smile fly as he informs her about an incoming announcement. Apparently, anyone who's second rank or higher will get a chance to participate. The swordsman drops her head on her desk in desolation, lamenting about Corin Locke using her as a slave again and being forced to labor during a supposedly fun festival. Our hero shoots her a questioning look, but it only makes Alicia ask why he's not pairing with Mariette. She then points out that the vampire is honestly the strongest person available. In turn, our hero reiterates the vampire's plans to participate in the individual match. A mage in an individual match sticks out to the swordsman, so she drills our boy about it, only for him to announce that Mariette wants the grand prize of the match for herself. Just as she's about to bring up another issue, their conversation is interrupted by other students pointing out some people in the distance. Upon hearing this, the spearman perks up to check it out. He then overhears his mate mentioning that the outfits of the visitors indicate that they are from the east. This piques his interest even more, and while others argue about whether or not the guests are putting on Taoist clothes or not, he acknowledges that they are finally here. Apparently, he has been awaiting the arrival of the immortal Taoist, Kang Ryan, the fighting hound, Sa Jin Hyuk, and the swordmaster, Kang Yuwa. A glance in their direction makes him recall that they're the protagonists of the third act, Heavenly Yaksha. Professor Kang heads for Madame Josbehine's office immediately, asking for the transfer of one of their students to Boreme Academy. In turn, the sorceress declares that she cannot accept that, only for her guest to claim that they're making a simple request as the rightful blood relatives of the Jiangxi. Apparently, they faced a tragic accident 1 year ago, and sadly, Huron, who's Professor Kang's niece, was the center of that accident. Madame Josephine quips that she already knows this, and averts her gaze as her guest accuses her of taking his niece while the castle was burning. He then proclaims that since they have found her, it's only natural that they take her back. After mulling it over for some seconds, the sorceress stares at him and states that Huron is a special case. She expected him to know this already, but in her heart, she acknowledges that this man rushed all the way to her office because of the Jiangxi, rather than for his role as a judge in upcoming matches. The immortal Taoist glares daggers at Madame Josephine as he points out that a beast resides in his niece's body, and then proclaims that he just wants to retrieve her from said beast. It becomes a battle of wits as the sorceress rebuttals that Huron's body is only alive because of the child that this man is calling a beast, and adds that it was the will of Director Kassar and Kang Yu, the student's father. With an undermining tone, the guest announces that his people will take care of things on their own, and asks her whether she thinks she can socialize such a beast in the first place. Madame Josephine wastes no time pointing out that the Jiangxi actually spent the whole of first semester without any problems. Upon hearing this, Kang Ryan declares that he'll like her to prove it, only for a third party to interrupt their conversation. He's a dispatched bishop of the Catholic Church named Lai Jinyang, and he refuses to believe that such a wicked demon can socialize. He ends up asking if they're sure it's not all part of her wicked plan. At this point, the sorceress implores the bishop to refrain from speaking further. He blatantly refuses, claiming that true believers cannot take only empty words as proof. When asked what he's trying to say, the bishop demands that they send Huron out during the festival. His malicious intent cannot hide itself as he calls the Jiangxi a wicked thing that murdered countless sheep, and announces that her true nature will be revealed in the heat of violence. Just to be certain, Madame Josephine asks if they really want her to send Huron out to the festival, only to get a look of conviction from the bishop. It becomes clear that although these men spew groundless words, there's also no assurance that they can be convinced logically. Another reason for this is that Josephine, who's a witch, can also end up being burned at the stake when it comes to matters of faith. She averts her gaze to the ground as she continues to think things through. The bishop's idea seems like a good opportunity to show how demons can socialize and show intellect. This way, future problems can be curbed. She finally speaks up in agreement and promises to suggest to the others that Huron partakes in the individual match. She then makes it clear that wherever the girl will stay will be decided by the girl herself. The sorceress points out that she may not know how things are done in the East, but in Merkaba, Huron's legal guardians are the chairman, herself, and the Xi'an Cathedral's great saintess. Professor Kang clasps his lips with his hand and overhears Madame Josephine declaring that they're done talking. She then sends him and the bishop on their way, and in turn, they thank her for her time. The moment they cross her doorstep, the sorceress heaves a loud sigh and fetches herself some tea as she acknowledges that everything really went the way Corin Locke said it would. He had told her that Balthazar's lapdogs will be hidden during the upcoming festival. She was so shocked by the revelation that she slammed her table as she drilled him about the what, where, and who. In turn, our hero admitted to only knowing that something was going to happen, and told her that he didn't know any details. He went on to guess that either the Catholic Church or Boreme has something to do with it and speculated that it could even be both. Our hero didn't tell Madame Josephine, but he was already sure that both establishments will have something to do with the ruckus. You see, the Catholic Church has been facing a decline, so they're searching for ways to expand their influence. Meanwhile, Boreme's spirit mage, alongside some of their students, are participating in this expansion. The key to this entire operation is none other than the heavenly yaksha, also known as Huron. The approaching third act is a very important incident that decides the fate of a main character, and marks the turning point in a main scenario. It also decides the overall direction of the whole of Allah's kingdom, a kingdom with beautiful aesthetics and a flourishing economy to say the least. Our hero just chomped down more chips as he told the sorceress that he would like her to keep an eye on the Catholic Church, only for her to imply that she would also keep an eye on him. This did not sway him from mentioning the inns constructed on the outer regions of the academy, and suggesting that she put the Boreme students there for easy monitoring. Unfortunately, he said all of this with his mouth full. Madame Josephine seemed to be both mad and worried at the same time, and suddenly looked Corin Locke in the eyes, asking how he expected her to trust him. This left our boy wondering if she still thought of him as a disciple of Balthazar. To prove himself, he began to peel off his shirt, announcing to his professor that she should actually continue to suspect him because it's the right mindset to have. Soon enough, he revealed the runes engraved into his body and declared that no matter what she does, his goal does not change. This is because he is bound by oath to save the world, and his deadpan expression showed how serious he was about it. The sorceress just adjusted her glasses and exhaled loudly, tired of all the back and forth that came with the student sitting before her. Anyway, our hero felt that her suspicion should be lessened, mostly because she knows what the oath of a shadow warrior entails. After mulling things over for some seconds, she stared at our boy, reiterating that she heard about the new inns being constructed with student investments. In turn, our hero waved her off, lying that it had nothing to do with him. She then pointed out that information reaching her revealed that he is the student in charge of these investments, and once again, the spearman feigned ignorance. To make things worse, Madame Josephine added the fact that Mariette recently moved her ingredients to the inns and was already setting up a street stall. This one made our boy sweat a bit, but he powered through and held his ground about the whole thing not being related to him. In truth, our hero had successfully secured 100 long-term guests alongside daily necessities, food, carriage round trips, among others. The entirety of the outskirts brim with life, seeing as these profit-making projects were planned with an equally wide vision in mind. As the sorceress tried to put our boy under duress, he just averted his gaze, smiling mischievously as he claimed that people need a little helping hand sometimes. Some time passes and the preliminary round of the festival group match comes around. The ever-towering buildings of Merkaba absorb the sunlight on this beautiful day, and below it, Lark and Jaeger are busy freaking out. Beads of sweat cannot stop falling from their faces as Jaeger asks his friend if they will be able to survive. The open field is packed with more students than the eye can count, seeing as people trooped in from all 4 regions, and it is worse because only 16 of them will make it through. The hunk yells as he wonders why there are so many people, only for Lark to reveal that even their seniors are participating. The whole time, Corin Locke just lodges his hand beneath his chin as he realizes that Huron is the only named character that is not present at the moment. He then chucks it up to her, applying for only the individual match. Just then, he wonders where Alicia is, and soon sees her struggling to make her way through the crowd. The poor girl waves with everything in her, trying to get our hero to notice her, but is so frustrated that tears leak from her eyes. At this point, someone steps onto the stage and quips that it's nice to see all the students. Accordingly, they all turn to see who it is, and realize that it's Professor Kang Ryan. With his hands behind him, he introduces himself to the students and informs them that he is going to be the one judging their trials. He then adds that they're about to embark on a preliminary round that will reveal the 16 guardians capable of competing in the group match. After wishing everyone the best of luck, Lark continues panicking over the difficulty of the incoming trial. Jaeger, on the other hand, just wonders who Kang Ryan is. The professor begins announcements about the rules, mentioning that any student who gets their armband ripped off will be eliminated. He goes on to introduce the most important part of the trial, and that is to prove that, as guardians, they can save the civilians. At this point, he activates a spell that causes blocks to shoot out of the ground and tower above him and all the students participating. Some of them fall into instant panic while others just watch in awe of the professor's power. He uses the 8-array formation, 8-gate array, and this spell successfully creates a giant stone maze for all the participants to navigate. As usual, Jaeger goes back to panicking as he asks his companion if the situation even makes sense. Also panicking, Lark manages to reveal that Professor Kang Ryan is the Eastern Continent's best formation sorcerer. The hinchbetter is still perplexed by how big the maze is, but is more worried about what the professor meant when he asked them to save the civilians. Even Lark is unsure, so he speculates that Kang Ryan must be referring to the stone structures just mere yards away. Apparently, there are 3 rules to the match. The first one gives them permission to command the civilians after touching them. The second one states that each person gains 1 extra point if they manage to guide all the civilians to the safe zone. And finally, the third one states that each student will lose 2 points if they unnecessarily destroy any civilians. With this, it becomes clear that these stone structures will serve as civilians in this preliminary round. Jaeger is the first to touch them, just to test if they will move upon contact. He finds it quite fun, but Lark is ever so cautious. Core and Locke just smiles as he notices how excited they are, and it dawns on him once again that they're really kids. Meanwhile, a longhound attacks Alicia and her team, but she easily cuts it down with one swing of her sword. The other students begin to sing her praises, claiming that it's such an honor to be on the same team with her. In turn, the swordsman just stands there, smugly soaking it all in. She then tells them to trust and follow her as what's left of the longhound disintegrates. The civilian guard task gives the Guardians a chance to demonstrate their ability to protect non-combatants in a land invaded by monsters. The rules entail that they must transport as many civilians as possible to the safe zone. With this, Alicia makes her way forward, followed closely by her teammates and a host of civilian stone structures. One of the teammates points out that some stone dolls are close by and the swordsman concurs. At this moment, she is feeling quite accomplished, and her teammate mentions that they will have 10 civilians if they save the one in front of them. In turn, Alicia smiles and tells him that it'll be nice to start searching for the safe zone soon. The boy offers to send out his familiar to scout the area, adding that there'll be a safe zone nearby since it's an 8 gates array. Just then, the ground begins to tremble, sending panic into the midst of Alicia and her team. They twirl their heads in search of the source of such a sudden occurrence, and the swordsman laments about the ground shaking. They're left wondering if it's the sound of drums, but Alicia quickly realizes that the ruckus is coming from behind her teammate. After warning him, they both check it out, only to witness a multitude of stone dolls marching towards their position. At the very top of the civilian mountain lies the silhouette of a young spearman, declaring that he will let go of their weapons if they lay down their lives. Alicia is so confused that sweat drips down her features as she wonders if what is before her is a trolley. She then yells when it dawns on her, announcing that the spearman and his crew tied up multiple stone dolls to forge a trolley. Jaeger is having the time of his life. He puts on some eyeliner and even strings a harp like his guitar. The hunk then yells that his opponents should kneel before them because they're the Mandrake Bandits. Lark just tags along as usual, throwing his hands in the air like he just doesn't care. Anyway, this pisses the swordsman off, so she takes it on Jaeger, asking him what he thinks he is doing. At this point, Core and Locke burst into maniacal laughter as the lipstick smeared on his lips almost touches his ears. He finds it outrageous that the judges want more than 1,000 students to chase after a limited number of stone civilians just to gain points. As Alicia points an accusing finger at him, he asks why he would partake in such an annoying task. The swordsman calls out the hero's name, but he just spreads out his arms to let his makeshift cape flap in the wind. He then announces that he does not know anyone called Core and Locke. Apparently, his name is now the almighty immortal Locke, and a wide smile comes to his lips as he tells Alicia that he would rather eliminate other participants than rag for stone civilians. The multitude of people immortal Locke now runs with started with just 3 people, himself, Jaeger, and Lark. The other 2 had sung his praises, yelling about how they always expected such foresight from their boss. The hero just laughed like a mad scientist while they went at it. Soon enough, he absorbed the surrounding students into his crew under the pretext of joining forces to clear the preliminary match. Together, they went on to eliminate as many students as they could find, seeing as only 16 people could make the cut. This was also why they never searched for the safe zone and used civilian stone dolls as shields instead. They had come across some enemies who planned to sweep them away using magic, but one of them pointed out that destroying the civilians would cost them some points. Unfortunately, our hero was seated on a throne made from stone civilians, and these made his enemies refer to him as a cheap bastard. They ended up wondering how they could win against our boy if he was hiding behind so many stone dolls. Anyway, said enemies ended up being crushed, leaving immortal Locke and his crew to celebrate. The stone dolls were the perfect shield because transporting them to the safe zone is worth 1 point and destroying them would cost you 2. Our boy just kept terrorizing the other students as he laughed and asked them to try their best. He kept taunting them about being scared, and all they could do was slam their fists against the ground whilst calling him a cheap bastard. From their pain came determination, so they announced that he left them no choice, and promised to fight it out using hand-to-hand combat. They charged towards the spearman with the intention of dragging him down from the tower of stone civilians, only for Lark to step up with immense fire in his eyes. He chuckled like a menace and asked the hero if he could stop holding back and go all out. In turn, our boy ruffled his hair and gave him full permission. Lark wasted no time going berserk, unleashing a fire spell big enough to send their enemies scattering across the battlefield. The obvious difference between our boy's team and the other participants of the preliminary match is that he increased their number early and obtained the majority of stone civilians, while the other players were slow to group up and search for a safe zone whenever they came across stone dolls. The spearman couldn't hide the fact that he was having so much fun carrying out his twisted plan. He had even instructed his teammates to take out anyone bigger than a wheel. He was still laughing unnecessarily when they took out a total of 30 other participants. It was at this point that they came across Alicia and her accusatory finger. After introducing himself as immortal Locke, he pastes his ever-creepy smile on his face and gives the swordsman a chance to join the Mandrake Bandits. In turn, she wonders what he means while gripping the hilt of her sword in case she will need to spring into action. Our boy goes straight to the point, asking the poor girl to fetch him the armbands of her colleagues in exchange for the position of vice captain on his team. Still gripping her sword, she tries to turn him down, only for our boy to cut her off and declare that he needs her. He stares her straight in the eyes as he proclaims that his team is expanding their offensive. Without wasting time, he puts a hit out on the swordsman, announcing that whoever brings him her armband will be accepted into the Mandrake Bandits. With this, all of Alicia's colleagues instantly turn against her and peel out their weapons to take her down. She tries to negotiate with them, but they just apologize as they continue to attack. Apparently, they think it'll be easier to take the swordsman down because she's a semi-first rank rather than going against a first-rank knight like the Immortal Locke. Tears pour out of her eyes as she screams that they're so mean. It hurts her mostly because she took these men as her comrades, and now they're coming at her with blades drawn. From his mountain of stone civilians, our hero just smiles, acknowledging the cruelty of human society. Unfortunately, society appears to be civilized during times of peace, but the moment their safety is at risk, they turn into squids trapped in a wash basin, devouring each other without hesitation. As for Alicia, the girl had no choice but to defend herself, so she ended up taking out all 4 of her teammates and leaving them unconscious around her. She proceeds to take heavy breaths to regain her stamina, and grumbles that she never needed any of her teammates anyway. Seeing as the people she wanted to protect turned against her, she promises not to hold herself back anymore. With tears in her eyes, Alicia switches to the other side and takes up her rightful position as the vice boss of the Mandrake Bandits. Unfortunately, everyone is subject to the same basis of forming teams, including Mariette Dunelif, the second-year ace. She had forged her team on the basis of friendship and they were doing great at gathering stone civilians. The way they laughed and communicated among themselves made her feel confident that their friendship could overcome anything. Well, that's until they come across Immortal Locke and his team of Mandrake Bandits. She's so surprised by what she is witnessing that she calls out to the hero, only for Isabel to step in front of her to fiercely guard her from him. She then tells the vampire not to worry because even though their team lacks numbers, their overall average rank is higher than that of the opposition. Unfortunately, all of Isabel's words do nothing to sway a love-struck Mariette. All the vampire can do is stare at our hero lustfully as he calls out her name in a soft tone. He then asks if she is going to hit him and lets out some tears for dramatic effect. Of course, it works, and Mariette bleeds from her nose in response. She begins to tremble soon enough, leaving her bespectacled friend with the most confused look on the planet. Poor Isabel couldn't figure out that her 2-year friendship with the vampire meant nothing compared to the love she had for our boy. She finds out soon enough, seeing as Mariette raises her staff to the heavens and chants the name of Immortal Locke with her nose plugged to stop the bleeding. Sadly, it does not stop there. The vampire takes things up a notch and jumps in a bid to take out her teammates, leaving the girl even more confused. She tries calling out to her friend, but gets knocked out before she can finish her sentence. All Isabel can do is watch in horror as Mariette turns against everyone on their team. Beads of sweat can't stop falling down her cheeks as she fears the inevitability of also being attacked. At this point, our hero and his team cheer her on, with Jaeger calling her their new recruit and telling her that she's doing a great job. All Lark cares for is that she destroys everyone in her path, and she does exactly that. After defeating everyone on her team, she raises her staff once again and begins to chant the name of Immortal Locke. Soon enough, the other members of the Mandrake Bandits join in while our boy places both hands on his hips to take in all of the glory. Just then, he lets himself go as his maniacal laughter echoes through the battlefield. He then declares having others hunt for him is awesome. All this while, Professor Kang Ryan and Madame Joss behind have been watching our hero's tyranny via a magic communication screen. The guest judge is so taken aback that he asks the sorceress about the identity of Immortal Locke. In turn, she adjusts her glasses and pretends like she has no idea. You see, it wasn't hidden that our boy is a brilliant strategist, but it's also not news that he is quite loathsome. For this reason, the sorceress tries to hide her nervousness, asking her colleague if they ever had a student like the spearman. She then claims that he's not from Merkaba Academy, thus cutting ties with him as quickly as possible. With this, the hero's team gained a loathsome image, but they passed the group match with excellent results. After rewards, the festival moves on to the preliminary round of the doubles match. There, the Chen siblings show off their skills, seeing as they're the second-ranked Boreme twins. The male twin wields a sword and the female uses talismans. Miss Chen wastes no time throwing a couple of talismans at our hero, but he easily dodges them with a swing of his head. Arrogantly, he sends Alicia forth to body slam their opponent, and she is so surprised that she repeats his instructions to him just to confirm that he means it. Having no other choice, the swordsman grumbles and laments about our hero bringing her into the match just so he can exploit her. She goes on to apply her annoyance to the fight, and in one swing of her blade, she cuts down both Chen siblings, causing the boys' blades to fall to the ground and the girls' talismans to fly in every direction. After this, our boy simply gives Alicia a thumbs up, telling her how nice it is that they easily won the doubles match. In turn, she yells at him for leaving only her to fight, and complains about being tired. Corin Locke defends himself by claiming to have cheered her on, but this just annoys the swordsman even more. At this point, Seo Jin-hyuk and Kang Yua sit within earshot of the two of them. Jin-hyuk then claims that Alicia is nothing special despite what he heard about her being the Sword Emperor's granddaughter. In response, Yua quips that she gets the impression that the girl's foundations are just lacking. She is more worried about who the spearman is, and stares at him from amidst the crowd. Even Jin-hyuk confirms that our hero is the real deal, and the council president adds that she heard about him being a 5th-ranked knight until just recently. Apparently, before their arrival at Merkaba Academy, they had kept two people in mind as their hardest enemies, Berjecker, the crazed warrior, and Mariette Dunalef, the semi-special rank vampire. Corin Locke, on the other hand, was never in the running, but witnessing how he easily dodged the attacks from the Borame twins changed their perspective about him. Yua is certain the Chen siblings are nowhere near weak. In fact, she is certain that they are among the strongest within Borame. She acknowledges that she can feel the hero's strength through his breathing, his senses, and even his gaze. To top things off, she can tell that he is strong through his obvious experience, and keeps in mind that he is currently the strongest first-ranked knight in the first-year class. Jin-hyuk rests his head on both his palms as he laments about how annoying it'll be to meet our hero in the group match, seeing as guys like him shine in such matches because they use their brain. He then hopes that the spearman does not get in their way when the time comes for them to use their special formation. Just then, someone pulls Jin-hyuk's attention in the crowd and he turns to get a proper look. Immediately he confirms who it is, his gaze becomes malicious. While everyone cheers and has a good time at the festival, Hyorin is busy taking a walk all by her lonesome. She blames the fact that everyone is gathered at the festival venue for the emptiness plaguing the other parts of the academy. Unfortunately, the silence in places where there are usually loud noises reminds her of a dreadful day in her past. In turn, Hyorin shuts her eyes as she recalls the day she became a yaksha, standing amidst the flames as a little voice whispered to her, pushing her to kill everything she could see. The memory of standing atop a mountain of burnt corpses is still fresh on her mind. But this walk down memory lane gets rudely interrupted soon enough. Her eyes shoot open from caution, and she instantly realizes that she is being ambushed. Luckily, she is fast enough to evade the first attack, only to discover that no one actually attacked her. All of it was just a result of killing intent, and she's quite impressed when she sees that it's emanating from Seo Jin-hyuk, who's still a few ways from her. In turn, the fighting hound points out that most people don't even realize his killing intent and just collapse from it instead. Hyorin does not utter a word in response, but her eyes stay peeled for any danger, mostly because someone having such a strong killing intent that she mistook it for an attack is cause for alarm. She felt as though he was reaching out from the flames, yelling that he was going to definitely kill her. Hyorin glares in his direction and asks him point blank if he knows her, only for Jin-hyuk to repeat her question. He proclaims that he has never seen her before, and then calls her a nun in the most menacing tone. Seo Jin-hyuk switches up his outlook as he apologizes for the mix-up. He claims that he thought she was someone familiar, and blames that for his lame attempt to joke around. Hyorin stays quiet as she mulls things over, but she cannot shake the feeling that the fighting hound looks familiar. It is just unfortunate that she cannot pinpoint where she knows him from. She concludes that it is not important, and turns around to leave. She tells Jin-hyuk to be careful, and in response, he flashes her a smile and promises to watch carefully before pouncing next time. He grits his teeth in an attempt to hold back his anger, and soon enough, Yua steps onto the scene. She then announces that it was a reckless attempt, adding that Jin-hyuk didn't need to confront the Jiangxi in such an open place. All he says in return is that he has been able to confirm that their master's 8-gate array works on Hyorin. They only see her as an adamant monster, a masterpiece put together by necromancers, and they think that to seal her and save the girl trapped within her, the 8 gates array, utter annihilation technique, has to be perfect. Yua advises her colleague to wait for the right moment if he wants to provoke the yaksha, adding that he should hold his breath and wait for now. A visibly trembling Jin-hyuk balls his fist in anger, promising to kill our girl the moment everything goes according to plan. Calm as ever, the student council president breaks everything down, explaining that from Ran meaning orchid, they will extract the HWA meaning fire. In essence, they want to remove our girl from the body of their loved one. She then announces that after they're done with that, the rest will be up to Jin-hyuk. The fighting hound is still trying to suppress his anger, so he promises Yua that he is not going to go too crazy. On the other hand, the venue for the second round of the group match is none other than Nazria City, located in central El-Las. The city is as lively as ever, with couples walking hand in hand, and kids waving themselves goodbye. Meanwhile, in a secluded bar, a bunch of students from the preliminaries alongside some indigenes of the city just lounge around. Corin Locke is particularly bored, so he lodges his chin on his hand and taps the table to pass the time. He never expected that they would come so far from the academy for the third act, and was surprised when he heard the news from Madame Josephine. She had come to him claiming that Professor Kang Ryan changed the stage for the group match, and then mentioned some complaints from Borame. Apparently, their supplies were stolen by bandits and the sorceress wanted to know if our hero was behind it. In turn, he instantly feigned shock and announced that he didn't steal anything. The professor couldn't trust him, so she looked him straight in the eyes, only for the jerk to avert his gaze immediately. In truth, he stole some goods, but they were supplies belonging to the Catholic Church. It turned out that Kang Ryan was secretly smuggling items through the Catholic Church, consisting of the things they needed to secretly set up beforehand, the things they needed to control Huron with the 8 Gates array, utter annihilation. For this reason, our hero led a small group of men and they ambushed the carriage smuggling these items. Professor Kang Ryan and Lee Jin-young could not come out with the truth, so they fabricated a story about Boreme's supplies being stolen, all in a bid to buy the time needed to retrieve the items that they needed for their secret mission. Our hero can only see these men as the cunning bastards that they are. Back to the present, the guest judge walks into the Nazarene bar with 2 other men. Alicia has no idea about this, so she just lifts her hand in a bid to order something to eat. She asks our boy if he would like anything for himself, only for him to interrogate her for not reading the precautions of the match. Apparently, it was stated that the participants were not supposed to eat anything from the bar. The swordsman wonders why that is, but is soon cut off when Professor Ryan makes his presence known. He goes on with announcements as he calls forth Boreme Academy's red, blue, green, and yellow teams comprising 16 members. He then calls forth Merkaba Academy's A, B, C, and D teams, also comprising 16 members total. This is when it dawns on Alicia that everyone the professor mentioned is actually in the bar. Just then, the guest judge declares that they're 58 minutes into the hour before midnight, and by 59 minutes, the occupants of the bar seem to be unfazed by the countdown. By 59 minutes and 30 seconds, all the participants of the group match begin to peel out their weapons, and with 5 seconds left to midnight, Corin Locke peels out his spear. Alicia, on the other hand, has no idea about what is going on, so she twirls her head every which way as she tries to gather information. By midnight, Professor Kang Ryan pulls out a talisman that he had set ablaze and declares that the match has begun. Our hero wastes no time piercing his spear into the head of the nearest person to him, almost shocking Alicia to death. While she is trying to question him about what he's doing, Mariette uses a crystal spell to bore a hole into the head of the man in front of her. It becomes a total bloodbath as the other participants go about beheading the civilians among them, spilling blood on the walls and freaking out the swordsmen while they are at it. Afterwards, they all quietly clean up their weapons while the corpses of the slain people lay lifeless on the floor. Alicia goes blue in the cheeks as she struggles to gather her bearings. She cannot stop trembling and asks for the umpteenth time to know what everyone is doing. Just then, our hero draws her attention to the corpses and she decides to give them a look. She then realizes that there is barely any flesh on the corpse close to her and announces that it is decomposed. Our boy falls deep into thought, scratching his chin as he wonders why the guest judge had to use Nazria for the match. You see, for 300 years, the city has been stuck in time, with the people living their ordinary lives during the day, and upon nightfall, all 1.2 million indigenes transform into undead. For this reason, Nazria is known as the land of the undead, and right outside, a multitude of them drag their feet as they scour the town aimlessly. At this point, the professor confirms that everyone understands the situation and goes on about how the group match will begin soon. He declares that he will let everyone know the division of teams and adds that each team has to retrieve the moonstone. According to the rules, they have 3 nights and 4 days to complete their mission, and also reserve the right to give up halfway through. After this, teams were announced, a brief explanation was given, and backpacks containing essential items were handed out. That aside, our hero got assigned to Group D alongside Alicia Arden, Jaeger Hinchbetter, and Lark Bugman. All 4 of them then get sent outside where over 1 million undead are still swarming. To move to the next round, they will have to come out among the top 4 teams. Our hero is filled with determination, seeing as they need to make it to the 3rd round at all costs in order to save Huron. Until then, he plans to go along with this absurd festival. The plan is simple. Outside the center of the city lies the most dangerous guys, and in order to avoid them, our hero plans to target the low-level zones on the outskirts of the city occupied by undead of appropriate difficulties. Obviously, his spear will clear the needed path by taking out the opposition. Up next, they locate higher ground and peek down at all of their potential opponents from the outskirts steeple. The plan is to target the Shining Moonstone undead, seeing as this beast has already swallowed the moonstone that their team is supposed to retrieve. Now at the top of the watchtower, Lark is on all fours as he asks our boy about the undead who is shining for some reason. In turn, he explains that it is the stage boss, and adds that they need to defeat him because quality is better than quantity. Jaeger then lifts his hand above his eyes in an attempt to check out what Lark is seeing. Anyway, Corin Locke tells his bespectacled friend to just perform his flying magic on the team and leave the rest to them. Lark admits that the team is pretty trustworthy and stares down the tower as he offers to check things out using telescope magic. Unfortunately, he notices that something is wrong. He is certain that he hasn't used his telescope magic, but for some reason, the Moonstone undead seems to be drawing closer to them. This undead is also known as the Revenant Titan, and it towers above the others like the twin-headed ogre did to our hero in the past. Anyway, Corin Locke is too busy freaking out and yells that they all need to make a run for it. Lark wonders why, and even asks if it is dangerous. This just perplexes our hero some more, so much so that he alerts them that the Revenant Titan is the central stage boss. He tries to hurry Lark along in a bid to get him to use his flying magic on the team. For some reason, a sad smile comes to the bespectacled boy's lips and the spearman soon realizes that a geist has just taken place. This refers to a weird phenomenon in which a spirit possesses an object, much like the haunted house test our hero had to undergo for his rank reassessment. Anyway, Lark is unfortunate enough to be knocked off the watchtower by a possessed bell and screams as he makes his way down. At this point, the notification bar pops up and announces that he has been eliminated. It turns out that anyone who receives a significant amount of impact will be eliminated and transported instantly. Just like that, the bespectacled sorcerer blinks out of the watchtower, leaving our hero to panic over losing the prospects of using any flying magic whatsoever. He quickly regains his composure as he remembers that he still has Alicia and Jaeger to take care of. He proceeds to avert his gaze to the Revenant Titan pulling a ginormous sword and covering the distance between them. The Titan roars as loud as it can and throws his sword with all the strength he can muster. In turn, the blade lodges into the tower and causes significant damages. It begins to collapse almost immediately, leaving the lesser undead to scamper. Amidst the ruckus, Locke directs the remaining 2 members of his team to climb to the top of the tower and run in the opposite direction when it falls. Of course, they both obey, but Jaeger is left wondering why such bad things happen when he's with the spearman. In no time, the watchtower crumbles to the ground, raising a considerable amount of dust while it is at it. After the dust settles, our boy struggles with a huge rock until he fishes his way out of the rubble. He yells in a bid to find out if everyone is okay, only for Alicia to also fish her way out from beneath the crumbled building. She also quips that she experiences all sorts of things when she is with our hero, and he tells her to look at him like that one fun friend. He is still lamenting about how messed up their first day is when Jaeger surfaces from beneath the rubble. This does not stop Locke from complaining about the loss of Lark, or the fact that they've been tagged by the Revenant Titan. All he suggests that they do now is to run and hide until it is daybreak. At this point, huge talons suddenly grab Jaeger by the shoulders and lift him into the sky. As the henchbearer screams for his life, our hero recognizes this flying beast to be an abyss shrieker. They are not done panicking about the appearance of this beast when Alicia draws our boy's attention to yet another monster. His entire face turns blue from all the craziness of the night, and it is even worse because all he dreaded is happening right before his eyes. Anyway, this new monster is none other than the White King. This is a beast made entirely of bones encapsulated by blue flames. He wields a lance as his weapon of choice and rides around atop a unicorn also made entirely of bones. Our hero breaks into a cold sweat as his reality sets in. A Revenant Titan, an Abyss Shrieker, and a White King, which are all 3 of Nazria's bosses, are now gathered in one place, and they are all first-rank monsters at least. As they surround him and Alicia, the girl asks if it is over for them. In turn, our boy admits that the situation is driving him nuts. He lifts his spear with caution and yells that the beasts are coming, making the swordsman grip the hilt of her blade in preparation. Our hero can only grit his teeth and curse under his breath as he recalls that he wanted to avoid getting eliminated. He then asks himself if this is how he is going to be kicked out of the group match. Out of the blue, a bright light comes falling from the sky and it piques our boy's interest immediately. His gaze follows this light until it crashes into the ground and takes out the Abyss Shrieker while it is at it. It is also bright enough to push back the White King and the Revenant Titan. Our hero quickly raises his hands to shield his eyes from this bright light and struggles to locate the source of it soon enough. He ends up realizing that it is emanating from a spear nearby, but before he can regain his bearings, the owner of the spear picks it up. She is covered head to toe in a hood, but is also our boy's last hope of escape. This strange saber then brushes past him and asks that he follows her. At this point, Alicia struggles to catch her breath. She then asks if the spearman is okay and announces how worried she is about Jaeger. In turn, our hero just stays quiet to think about his next line of action. Afterwards, he urges the swordsman to escape with him for the meantime, and together they make a run for it. After making a couple of turns, they come across a secluded alleyway. Our hero leans on a nearby pillar in a bid to catch his breath, and with her back turned, the strange hooded woman asks if he is hurt. She then mentions that it is a relief that they are safe. After taking a few more seconds to catch his breath, Locke thanks her for helping them, and points out that there was something unique about the spearmanship she just displayed. It turns out that the strange lady is just as curious about him, so she peels back the hood of her cloak and asks our hero how he knows about her spearmanship. Our boy's eyes widen as he gazes upon this lady, and Alicia is just as surprised that he seems to know her. Apparently, he had initially thought the voice sounded familiar, and now he knows why. The strange lady takes soundless steps as she comes close to the spearman, and stares at him with eyes as blue as pure water. She proceeds to ask if Locke is her disciple from a far future, and flashes a soft smile as she awaits his answer. The hero is nothing if not starstruck, so he gazes upon the glorious sight of his master, Danua. Afterwards, it takes everything in him to ask how she's doing. In Locke's previous life, he had met up with Park Sihu during his second-year winter break. The psychopath was waiting in front of the chairman's office as he hurried our boy along. Upon arrival, our hero pointed an accusatory finger at him and announced that his biggest problem was his habit of speaking disrespectfully to his elders. He then asked why Seiyu called him to the chairman's office, only for the psychopath to instantly knock on the door. Our boy freaked out on the spot as he tried to point out whose door Seiyu was knocking on. In no time, he pushed the door open, reminding Koren Locke that he had mentioned wanting to get stronger. With sweat dripping from his features, our hero was way too scared to even peek into the chairman's office. Anyway, Seiyu wasted no time stepping inside and offered to introduce our boy to the master that will make him stronger. She sat behind a large desk with more than a sliver of sunlight flowing in. She then flashed her usual soft smile and welcomed our hero to her office. Just like the present, the spearman was also starstruck back then. This was his first encounter with his master, and it was thanks to Park Seo-hoo's connection as the main character. Present day, the multitude of undead still swarm aimlessly in central Nezria, but they cannot seem to step into a house warded with multiple talismans. Apparently, this is Miss Erin's doing, and she assures Alicia and the spearman that most undead won't enter the building. In turn, the swordsman thanks her for her help and offers her some of her already opened chocolate bar. Erin thanks her for the offer, but goes on to remind her not to eat food from another time. You see, Nezria is a place where time flows from 300 years ago, and if anyone should consume food from that time, two things are bound to happen. It is either the food will adjust according to the time that has passed, or whoever consumes the food will be trapped in the past. None of this stops Alicia from munching on her chocolate bar though. After listing possible reactions, Erin also makes it clear that she hasn't tested the opposite. She is just certain that there will be some effects. All our boy does is cradle his chin on his hand and watch the swordsman devour her chocolate bar. He then points out that she sure can eat well. The moment Erin takes a seat, he asks her what she's doing in Nezria, only for her to wonder why he isn't calling her his master. Our hero simply remains silent as he awaits a suitable response. Upon noticing this, Erin clears her throat and accepts her fate. At this point, Alicia cuts in, excitedly mentioning that Koren Locke's master is from the past, seeing as she has been in Nezria City since the incident 300 years ago. Our hero stays silent only because he's a bit confused about a few things. He begins to wonder how Erin Danwa is maintaining her rationality so perfectly if everything from 300 years ago is actually repeating itself. Right on cue, his master calmly sips some tea and then reveals that she has made friends with the Grim Reaper. It is almost like she was reading our hero's mind, so he begs her pardon after her last statement. Just then, Erin walks towards the window, telling both her guests that Nezria is a poisonous city that births the undead. She then adds that she was preventing the birth of the immortal king and announces that he'll be born in the center of the city soon. Upon hearing this, Alicia's jaw literally drops, but our hero seems like he expected to come across news like this. Consequently, he uses his knees as a pivot to get back on his feet and declares that they better get going, only for Erin to glance in his direction and remind him that it is her job, not his. A sly smile graces his lips as he tells her that she needs some assistance, and his master falls silent because of how true our hero's statement is. She then admits that he sure is sharp. Soon enough, they all head into the streets just as our boy predicted. He also knew that she didn't have the option of rejecting this quest in the first place. This is because it is Nezria Field's main quest. Weapons in hand, all three warriors race towards the center of the city. The main quest entails the main character and the Grim Reaper assisting the unknown spearman to prevent the birth of Nezria's immortal king. Alicia is the first to see a monster and she wastes no time pointing it out to Koren Locke. It turns out that our hero also has no reason to turn down this quest, seeing as he'll have to defeat 3 undead bosses just to weaken the immortal king. At this moment, the Revenant Titan roars, having accumulated more scars than before. He instantly swings the full weight of his sword in a bid to cut down the spearman, but our boy is nimble enough to evade the attack. He and Erin then stand back to back, both wielding spears and preparing to fight back. Together, they activate the Tiger Sweeping Wind, Whirlwind of the Great Magic Spear. This coordinates both their attacks in such a way that both spears rotate and cause an unbelievable wind to emanate. The lesser undead fall to the ground as a result of this, and it takes everything for the Revenant Titan to stay standing. He roars once again, swinging his blade in Koren Locke's direction. In turn, our hero blocks it with his spear, thus creating a big enough window for Erin to draw closer to the beast. After covering a considerable distance, she stabs him in the chest, but it is not enough to defeat an undead. With this in mind, the spearman yells out Alicia's name in an attempt to signal her. In response, she peels out the Odachi, bolts towards the Revenant Titan, and cuts off his head with 2 strikes. As she gracefully sticks her landing, the body of the beast begins to wobble, and in no time, it slams against the ground with enough force to emit a ripple effect. Our hero then approaches the corpse and retrieves the moonstone. It is so big that he has to admit how crazy it is as he lifts it above his head. Alicia just hangs back, asking him if she did well. Koren Locke acknowledges that they only have one more enemy to defeat and admits that he never expected such a difficult mission to become so easy. He just stares at his master and tells himself that she must be the reason why. In turn, Erin tells the other two that they did good work and suggests that they end things for the day. She also mentions that it'll be dawn soon and advises that they return later that night. True to Erin's words, the sun peeks out soon enough, quietly lighting up the city with its warm yellow glow. Normally, one would sleep after setting up camp at night, but that's only the case if you're carrying out job assignments outside. In Nazria, it's the exact opposite, seeing as it's a contradictory battlefield where night is dangerous and day is safe. Meanwhile, Alicia gets some shut-eye, spreading herself and snoring like she doesn't have a care in the world. Erin asks our hero if the swordsman is still asleep and he simply replies in the positive. It turns out that they're both sitting on the steps with our boy constantly avoiding locking eyes with his master. Anyway, she tells him to try and get some sleep too, adding that children need to go to bed on time to wake up on time. In response, Corinlock asks her if he seems like a child to her, and his master wastes no time telling him that he does. She then inquires if he's supposed to be something else, only to smile as she points out that she seems to have taught him everything. Still averting his gaze, our boy mentions that she taught him 6-step spearmanship, infinity, and even origin magic. He then quips that it's quite surprising. Erin agrees with him, only because she never expected to take on a successor, much less an ordinary child like our hero. During this time, the spearman recalls that his master chose Balthazar before him, but regretted the decision for well over 80 years. He just tells himself that there's no need to burden this version of Erin that's stuck in a 300-year time flow, only for her to distract our boy's thoughts by poking his face. After drawing his attention, she stares down at him with clear blue eyes, just to inquire about what he's so afraid of. She goes on about how she's the most lucky woman to be so loved by her disciple. As she chuckles, our hero wonders what she's doing. In response, Erin proclaims that her future doesn't seem to be very bright, and when Corinlock confirms that it's not, she asks him if he knows who she is. He recalls her history as an adult who has faced off against great evil like Balthazar and his disciple, Firmak Damon. Back then, she had sent the hero away from the gory scene under the pretext of buying time. He was so pissed that he questioned his master about doing such a thing. Just as he was about to offer himself in her place, she told him that she was the adult, and added that as long as she was one, it was her priority to protect him, the child. Her words had broken our hero's spirit. She was a master who had taught him, led him, and even changed him. At that point, she glanced in his direction, her usual smile pasted on her face as she assured him that everything would be okay. Unfortunately, she lost her life protecting our boy, and he can't stop blaming himself for not catching on to Park Sihu's gimmicks earlier. He welcomed the possibility of saving his master's life, but despite knowing the future, he failed to protect her countless times. Worse off, each time he tried to fix things, he saw the adverse effects a single flap of a bat's wing could cause. He had participated in this festival with the mission of saving Huron, but for some twisted reason, he ended up in Nazria, not to mention meeting a version of his master stuck in a 300-year time loop. None of these were part of our hero's plan. When changes like these occur without Corinlock's expectation, things tend to get futile, and it makes him wonder if he'll fail this time too. Still deep in thought, our boy just concludes that he can't sleep with so much on his mind, only for Erin to knock him out of it by pinching his nose shut. While our hero flails his arms in protest, she cheerfully tells him that he'll fail. He questions her actions quite loudly before she lets go of his nose. She then offers him a few words of advice about how a person who dwells on the failures of another is foolish, but the one who dwells on his own failures is wise. She wastes no time telling our hero that he falls into the latter, but he remains unfazed and asks if she can speak so freely if she's the one who fails. To prove her point, Erin confesses that she is a failure who has failed countless times and will continue to do so. She proceeds to put her arms around the spearman and admits that the fact that she chose him to be her successor seems to be the one thing she didn't fail at. Her words bring light back into his life and his eyes shoot open as he tries to take it all in. Still hugging him from behind, his master announces that she'll bless his future using her standing as the Queen of Paradise, but for now, she wants him to get some rest and assures him that everything will be okay. This gets him thinking if it really will be, if he'll be able to save Huron. Meanwhile, the Jiangxi stands in the arena set out to host the individual match between Borime and Merkaba academies respectively. The ascending seats are scantily filled, and at the very top, some student wonders what type of match he's witnessing. In the arena, Huron's opponent almost shed tears from the frustration of all his attacks just bouncing off of her. Madame Josephine had warned her not to take her opponents seriously, so she took things to the next level. Her opponent literally climbs her in an attempt to get her to at least move a step. Unfortunately, Huron remains stoic as ever, leaving the opponent to struggle in futility. Madame Josephine had also told the Jiangxi that most people in the world are weaker than her and begged her to handle them like she would handle a young branch. Back to the duel. Huron's opponent is now trying to cut her head, and gets even more frustrated when he discovers that not even a strand of her hair is giving way. The sorceress had mentioned how so many people find fault with Huron's existence, so she pleaded with the girl to cooperate and let the festival pass quietly. After trying everything humanly possible, the Jiangxi's opponent falls to the ground, crying and admitting utter defeat. In response, she just stares down at him and declares that the match was boring. At this point, a training session she had with Corinlock comes to mind. He had told her to start with the small things, but all she can remember is that the punching lessons she had with him were much more enjoyable than this god-forsaken festival. Hyorin had even asked Madame Josephine if any of the festival contenders are stronger than our hero. In turn, the sorceress admitted that she won't find anyone who can compare to him. Back to the present, she readies her fist for a punch, keeping in mind that she can definitely recreate all of the lessons she took because she practiced every day and memorized it. She balls her fist as she asks herself if she's preparing for a punch the right way. Soon enough, she backs it up with her descending dragon's destructive strike, courtesy of the 8 poles technique. This technique exudes a reddish essence around her fist in the form of a dragon, and a simple swing of her hand sends the essence flying in the direction of her opponent. He begins to sweat buckets, thinking it'll take him down, but the attack only consumes his weapon and ends up exploding in the sky. A bright red light shines across the whole arena, and while her opponent continues to sweat, Hyorin just stares at the light in awe. Soon enough, the contender realizes that the head of his axe is gone and begins to freak out once again. So much so that he calls the net a monster. In turn, she just stays quiet, having been called a monster so much that it no longer angers her. Now, it only makes the pit of her stomach churn. She keeps staring into the abyss as she tries to collect her thoughts, and in no time, the 8th round of the individual match arrives. Hyorin will be fighting the final match in Group C, and her opponent happens to be a student from Borime Academy. As her clothes get caught in the wind, the new contender steps into the arena. The Junxi doesn't feel anything different about him, so her expression remains stoic as he says hi to her. It turns out to be Sa Jinhyuk, and he has on such a sinister smile as he tells Hyorin that they're meeting again. Jinhyuk gets into battle mode instantly, delivering a sky wind kick, instantaneous arrow, fighting hound combatant, and deathly full moon hit, all in succession. Despite putting the utmost speed and weight behind these attacks, Hyorin still doesn't move an inch. This annoys the fighting hound so much that the veins on his head almost burst. Anyway, he gathers himself to deliver yet another attack as a mighty blue essence escorts his movements. The Junxi is left with no choice but to admit how strong he is, and the other fighters in the crowd declare that Jinhyuk's aura core is much different than those of the other contenders that Hyorin has gone up against. After collecting enough momentum, Jinhyuk leaps into the air and unleashes a roundhouse kick straight to the head of the Junxi. The impact is so forceful that a blue explosion escorts it, almost blinding anyone who has the tenacity to stare right into it. The fighting hound stares into the blue flames, but is shocked to his marrow by what he sees, an uninjured Hyorin with the most bored expression on her face. In turn, she wonders aloud if Jinhyuk is done with his attacks, seeing as her adamant body and ultimate defense attributed to a heavenly yaksha makes any attack pointless. As the dust begins to settle, she tells her opponent to just give up, adding how meaningless it is to continue. Jinhyuk lets out a nervous laugh as he admits that the Junxi really is a monster. He then asks why she's acting kindly, adding that it's too late for her to show any mercy or generosity. His words pique her interest, so she asks what he's talking about, only for him to scream that she should have shown the same mercy when she was killing his family. At this point, the fighting hound can no longer hide his rage. He grits his teeth, his frown deepens, and his murderous intent reveals itself in dangerously high levels. Memories of the night Hyorin burned his family comes to mind, and he remembers how he cried his eyes out and promised to kill her. He had knelt on the floor to cradle the corpses of his siblings, and even more tears poured from his eyes as he saw the other people he loved burned to a crisp. Hyorin finally breaks the first sweat since the festival began, and it's because she also remembers this dreaded night that her opponent is talking about. On the other hand, there's a workshop in Nizria occupied by a somewhat crazy alchemist. As the sun filters into his lab home, he realizes that something weird happened and is left doubting his calculations. This is none other than the black mage known as Jerorg. Jerorg bears alien-like features, with light purple skin and a missing tooth for his troubles. Anyway, he stares at his calculations and takes heavy breaths as he tells himself that the timing for his last ritual was nothing short of perfect. Even the opportunity he got to carry it out was so close to a miracle that it couldn't be anything else. He begins to wonder whether the ritual was successful or not, and whether the magic circle he made was activated or not. To poke more holes in the success of his ritual, Jerorg stares outside his window to take a look at the effects it has on the city, only to notice that the whole place is still as peaceful as ever. This leaves him with even more questions as he asks himself who could have intervened, or what said person could have done to ruin things. Upon closer introspection, the black mage realizes that it could only be the witch. He screams her name like he just learned to pronounce it and keeps screaming it as he makes his way to his door. He also calls her a damned spearman alongside a silver-haired, blue-eyed monster rune sorceress. After cursing her to his heart's content, Jerorg runs out with his hood covering his head, wondering how it's possible for her to be behind everything. Worse off, he wonders how she managed to make the same 3 days repeat themselves for the last 300 years. Upon reaching the middle of his yard, he stares up at the huge magic circle he had initiated. He had engraved this magic circle onto the city after drawing substantial mana from the moon, and it was pure mana that possessed power much stronger than any other great magic in history. Sadly, it took the Black Mage less time than expected to discover that a foreign occurrence had been inscribed into his grand magic. This was the language of beginning, also known as an origin rune. The rune uses a special letter that had begun to decline and be forgotten, seeing as it's from 300 years ago. It's none other than the origin rune N. Just then, Georg overhears someone calling his name and is shocked to his marrow at first. He quickly regains himself as he lets the witch know that he has figured out her secret. In turn, she just stands in front of him, also hooded. With menacing eyes, he yells that she was the one responsible for making time repeat itself. For some reason, his tooth, which had previously fallen out, falls out once again. In all of this, Danua stays calm. She then refers to Georg as the Immortal King, telling him to be faithful to the role that has been given to him. She then watches as he begins to make strange noises and his body begins to swell in different places all at once. Soon enough, the Black Mage can barely speak and tears just pour down his swollen cheeks. Nightfall arrives once again, making it our hero's second night in the dreaded city of Nazria. As the moon rests full and high in the sky, Alicia calls out to Corin Locke beneath it and they both agree to go about business as usual. In no time, the swordsman manages to cut down the Abyss Shrieker while our boy eliminates the White King. Although both of them aren't on the level of normal students, their opponents were still first-rank undead bosses. After their victory, our hero sits on an undead corpse to catch his breath while Alicia lifts a moonstone to show him just how big it is. You see, the fact that they could easily hunt down these undead bosses in a city full of undead people is entirely thanks to Danua. In turn, our hero's master tells them that they did a good job and announces that all they have to do now is take down the Immortal King. This gets the spearman thinking about the way Erin was able to easily defeat her foes. It was almost as though she had fought against them hundreds, no, thousands of times before. Her guidance was clever, not to mention how she had the perfect plan. By the third night, all three of them stand before the menacing Black Mage as he exudes so much dark energy that it makes the air foul. Erin declares that they've finally gotten to Georg and adds that they have to stop him from awakening into the Immortal King. In turn, the Black Mage stares at them with piercing purple eyes, ready to unleash havoc. Apparently, he had raised the immortal army in Nazria 300 years ago and had sought out to become the immortal king of the undead. Alicia is quite doubtful about the story, so she points at Georg and asks if he's really the immortal king. Erin confirms it and wonders why the swordsman asked, only for her to claim that the Black Mage is uglier than she expected. In her defense, Georg does possess swollen purple flesh with mangled facial features to match. At this point, our boy glances back at his master, asking if the Black Mage is fully lichified. Her hand makes its way to her chin as she mulls it over, only for her to tell him that she's not completely certain. She goes on about how his soul extraction isn't complete as liches usually are, and adds that he lacks the clear intellect that mages usually possess. With this, Corin Locke tells his master to step aside, catching her by surprise. He then announces that he'll take care of the situation alone, and bursts into action before any of the girls can stop him. Erin yells as she warns him about the Black Mage being a special rank despite how he looks. This does nothing to stop our determined hero. He mulls over what his master had said about Georg being an incomplete lick, and concludes that he's still the undead king born from a grand ritual. Apparently, his strength even surpasses that of Mariette Dunalef, and it would be fair to categorize him as a special rank. In no time, he comes close enough to his opponent to say hi, and the moment Georg realizes this, he unleashes a doom bolt on our boy. This attack is so wide in range that he has to leap high into the air just to escape it. It ends up crashing into a wall nearby and destroying it completely. Mid-air, our hero laments about how strong the Black Mage is and heaves a sigh of relief after dodging his attack. As he somersaults to safety, he admits that his opponent is no joke, and this pisses off Georg even more, making him growl as he sets his sights on Corin Locke. He goes on to activate a time curse, and even a death wind, lifting both his hands as these spells manifest. He follows up with a spell named Apocalypse, and this one is so brutal that it consumes multiple houses whole, and shatters them into nothingness. Once again, our boy is left to lament, so he calls out the Black Mage for using so many devastating spells back to back. Alicia does her best to shield herself, but she's more worried about our hero. She tries yelling at him to find out if he's okay, but all she can hear is the menacing laughter of the Immortal King. Suddenly, Georg receives multiple slashes to his entire being, and his laughter turns into an unpleasant surprise. Our hero follows up with an infinite returning heavens technique and chops the Black Mage into pieces. A sly smile visits his lips as he points out that his opponent can't see in front of himself after delivering so many large-scale attacks. With this, he grips his spear and finishes the Immortal King using the Naja demonic technique. All that's left of Georg is a black mass, and our boy reiterates that those who rely solely on extreme powers are actually easier to hunt. If the hunter can overwhelm them with technique, they become flimsy opponents to be easily controlled. Our hero then stares down at what's left of the Black Mage, keeping in mind that Nazria is a repeat quest and that he has defeated this same opponent thousands of times. Meanwhile, Alicia is shocked at how easy it was for Corinlock to defeat the immortal king, and laments that he seems to be growing stronger with each passing day. In turn, he denies this and points out that the swordsman could have defeated him much quicker than he did. He proceeds to inquire why she's by herself, and only then does she notice that Aaron is gone. She frantically turns to search for her, trying to explain that our boy's master was just by her side a moment ago. This makes him grow suspicious, so he cradles his spear on his shoulder and announces that he's going to search for her. He then instructs the swordsman to block any undead that show up, and she agrees. Just then, she hears sounds in the distance and calls out Aaron's name, thinking she must be the one. The town is still emitting smoke from all the destruction that Gerorg set on it, and our hero catches his master gazing upon the ruins. He points out that it's not a pleasant view to be watching, but Aaron tells him that there's not much else to see. Soon enough, he covers the distance between them until they stand side by side. He then confirms whether or not it's the first rebirth of the immortal king. Without looking at him, his master admits that he's right and wonders how many times the Black Mage has been reborn. In truth, it's been 36,539 times, seeing as Nazria resets after a period of 3 days. It turns out that the day Gerorg used the lunar eclipse to turn the entire city into undead people was 300 years, 3 months, and 27 days ago. So, for 1.2 million undead people to suddenly appear and disappear alongside the immortal king, Aaron Manhwa has had to repeat this process 36,539 times. Our hero leans on the railing in front of him as he reiterates how it took his master 3 days to defeat the Black Mage, and speculates about the reason why it is so. In response, Aaron reveals her usual soft smile, and admits that she made the city the way it is. Aaron had trapped Nazria in a loop for fear of the 1.2 million undead flooding outside the city. She feared that if they left Nazria, it would only be a matter of time before the whole world collapsed. This was why she used the origin rune to keep this semblance of paradise going, and to interfere with Gerorg's magic. Our hero is shocked beyond measure, and mentions the adverse effects of even reversing 1.2 million deaths. At this point, an ominous voice announces that the spearman is a quick thinker. He instantly glances to the direction of the voice, only to see that it's the Death God, popularly known as the Grim Reaper. He towers over both humans as he declares that he has been watching. He then refers to Corinlock as a man who deceived Death. This makes our hero wonder if Death knew about him going back 3 years, but the obvious grin on the god's face doesn't clarify anything. You see, the Grim Reaper exists with the system window as one who harvests dead souls, and his goal is to purify these souls so they can be reborn. This is the major reason why the undead, who are continually revived, are the greatest problem for the Death God. Not to mention that it has been a recurring problem in Nazria for the past 300 years. Aaron averts her gaze as she reiterates that the repetition of the 3 days is her fault, and adds that it's also why the Grim Reaper paid Nazria a visit. The original rune that she used to alter Gerorg's spell defies death, so the god came by to destroy it. To stop him from doing that, Aaron decided to make a deal with him. She pointed out that undead people create more undead people and explained the adverse effects of having so many of them leave the city, especially the fact that all of humanity will ultimately become undead, leaving the Reaper with no souls to purify. The Death God had to choose between losing the opportunity to purify 1.2 million souls, or having to end up purifying the entire world. After mulling it over, he chose to make a contract with Aaron. This contract came with 3 conditions. Firstly, the Death God will overlook the repeating 3 days. Secondly, every time Aaron defeats the immortal king, his memories will reset to 3 days prior. And lastly, the Aaron Manhwa who leaves Nazria City and the one who stays will be divided. After this, she was left to keep defeating the Revenant Titan, the Abyss Shrieker, and the White King. On the 3rd night, she'd have to always defeat the immortal King Gerorg. This never-ending 3-day loop has been repeated for 300 years, and now Aaron admits that it's slowly getting harder. Apparently, after the 20,000th time, Gerorg began to notice that the 3 days were repeating themselves. Our hero cuts off his master as he yells at her, asking how many more times she plans to repeat such an experience. He's worried about her mental state and wonders how many more times she'll have to kill Gerorg. His anger seems to keep increasing because the octave of his voice continues to climb. He stares his master straight in her eyes as he asks her how much longer she plans to keep up with this nonsense. She simply smiles and admits that she'll keep it up for as long as possible. She goes on about vaguely knowing why Corinlock came to Nazria, adding that there's someone he wants to save. She points out that he'll still get a chance to save many more people, and tells him to leave town. Apparently, Aaron believes that sacrifices are necessary to save the world, so she drags her hood over her head and seeks to return to her routine. Our boy can't stop thinking about the 2 different Aaron Manhwas and how the one outside the city has no idea about her double. He realizes that no one will reward her for her sacrifice, but she continues to do it anyway. Our hero can vouch for her self-sacrifice firsthand, seeing as he experienced a future where she risked her life just to save children. This version of her gains so much respect in Corinlock's book, and for this reason, he refuses to give up on her. He calls out to the Grim Reaper, drawing his attention almost immediately. This makes Eren spin in an attempt to stop whatever it is our boy plans to do. In turn, the spearman stretches his hand towards the death god and asks him to make a contract. The moment they shake on it, a bright light emanates and our hero gets transported to where he and the Reaper can discuss terms. Meanwhile, Eren is left yelling at him to wait while simultaneously trying to shield her eyes from the light. The god readies the scales as he proclaims that Corin Locke, the deceiver, is quite amusing. He's mostly amused by the concept of a man who deceived death wanting to make a contract with it, and stares down at our boy as the mighty scales of judgment hover in the space above them. He grants the hero a chance to speak, and only then does our boy propose that the Reaper destroys the contract he made with Eren Danua. In addition, he wants an advance on the treasure of the Netherworld, preferably something ranked between level 10 and level 19. All the Death God wants to know is the price our hero is willing to pay, and after taking a few seconds to think it through, Corin Locke declares that he'll purify Nazria City in 6 months. The celestial being is taken aback by our boy's proclamation, so much so that he quips that it's impossible. In turn, the hero tells him that he's not the judge of that, and urges the Reaper to put the weight of his promise on the scales of judgment. After some time, he queries the Death God to know if his contract is fair, only to get told that it's not enough. Apparently, the price our hero will receive for purifying 1.2 million souls is not enough, so the Reaper asks him to choose a Netherworld treasure ranking in the single digits. Only then will there be a semblance of equality. This surprises the spearman more than he can hide. He furrows his brows as he recalls that the single digits contain the 10 highest epic items, including one that he has been searching for ages. With this, our hero replies to the Death God and chooses an item within the single digits. Afterwards, he reappears in the land of the living via a portal to meet Eren still waiting for him on the rooftop. She instantly bursts into scolding him, and yells as she asks what he has done. He just quietly acknowledges that she waited for him and goes on to reveal the terms of his contract. He explains that he has to purify Nazria in 6 months and adds that if he succeeds, his master's contract will be nullified. This doesn't stop her from yelling at him. In fact, she concludes that he must be one crazy bastard. She can't help but remind him that failure will result in total annihilation of his soul, and the deletion every chance he has at purification or even reincarnation. Calmly, he reiterates that he learned it from her, and then grabs her by her shoulders as she wonders what he's going on about. Our hero explains how he first looked at this world as just a game, but ended up meeting a real adult and a hero when he was most afraid. This hero had protected him, but he couldn't do the same for her, so, this time, he decided to save her. Tears gather in Eren's eyes as she hears this, only for her disciple to go on promising not to fail this time. He makes it clear that he's much stronger now and adds that even if it's not something as grand as saving the world, he's just doing this as a return gesture. He then follows up with a smile so bright it could soften Pharaoh's heart. A while later, Eren comes face to face with Georg for the umpteenth time. He screams as he accuses her of being a witch and powers up his skull staff to attack her, just like he has been doing repeatedly for the last 300 years. As usual, the witch defeats him in one fell swoop and goes ahead as he explodes into pieces. She peels back her hood and exhales loudly as she stares down the hellish pandemonium that is Nazria City. Having fought this dreadful life time and time again, it becomes obvious that she's nothing short of a hero, the last example of a deity in Nazria, a paradise which has turned into the exact opposite. Eren has now gained the right to be called the Queen of the Shadow Kingdom. You see, she has always been aware that she was a special human, so she accepted it as her obvious duty to live as a hero. Now, she admits that something has changed. She recalls our hero telling her that he wanted to save her this time, and because she has always been the hero, she thought it was only natural for her to be the one doing the saving. This is because one usually neglects their own needs when living the life of a hero. As she reminisces on the rooftop, Corin Locke's bright smile revisits her mind alongside his promise to give back. She quickly draws her hood over her head once again, trying to hide her face. Our boy had rekindled something she had forgotten in her long years of solitude. He had promised to stay by her side. Her cheeks stain red as she bites down on her index. All she can think about now is him, and how he's the first person who has cherished her. Meanwhile, the Grim Reaper checks on his old friend from a distance and refers to her as a hero who has fallen in love for the first time. He also proclaims that it's not bad, seeing as he likes this version of the hero he has spent the last 300 years with. He soon gets distracted by the thought of Corin Locke, so he cradles his bony chin as he wonders why the spearman would choose a treasure so absurd when he had the opportunity to make other choices. It turns out that our boy had chosen the Death God's orb with the ability to always hit whatever mark the wielder chooses, separate the body of anyone from their spirit, and ignore any defense power whatsoever. It's an absolute and deadly weapon because it demonstrates the attributes of the Grim Reaper's scythe when equipped on any weapon. However, this is only effective when used by a Death God. In the hands of a human, it's average at best, and for our hero, who can't even see spirits, it's practically the worst choice. Despite all of this, the scales of judgment did not tip when he chose the orb, which signifies that it was a fitting reward for our hero. Now, all the Grim Reaper can do is speculate about what our boy has in mind to change. Back at the Nazarian entrance, the students are gathered at Kana Inn. Intertwining his arms, Professor Kang Ryan quips that the match is slowly coming to an end. Currently, there are 8 teams comprising 32 people across Boreme and Merkaba academies respectively. Of these 8 teams, only 4 can move on to the next group match. With 6 minutes and 50 seconds left on the clock, the group head comprising of Kang Yuwa and her team are leading with 558 points. The runner-up is the first group led by Mariette Dunalef with 449 points. Her teammates are busy drilling her about using magic that was top strong, and in response, she apologizes for destroying a moonstone. Other than these two other Boreme teams are set to advance to the next round. Groups Hip and Shoulders, both with points below 200. This makes some of the students from Merkaba Academy confess that there's no way they can make it through. Some of them even think they only got this far by luck and crazy actions. Lark practically bursts into tears when he overhears someone asking if the Mandrake Bandits have come to an end. But Jaeger just wears a frown as he recalls the rumors about the immortal Lock Bandits being strong in gang fights but being weak individually. This made it harder to expect good results from them in the first place. At this point, 2 of Boreme's students discuss right behind the guest judge, and the first knight tells his colleague that there's no hope for Merkaba Academy without Mariette or Corin Locke's help. In turn, his mate reveals that 2 people from the heroes team were eliminated on the first day, making them completely hopeless. Professor Kang Ryan then clears his throat as a sinister smile sneaks onto his features. He thinks to himself that it will be 3 Boreme teams and 1 Merkaba team that make it to the finals, only for the bar's door to push open. Alicia bids everyone hello and good morning while our hero points out that they're a bit late. He had left the swordsman to carry the moonstones and upon entry, she reiterates that they really cut it close with a minute left on the clock. Our boy literally swipes this away, announcing that it's all good since they made it in time. The guest judge interrupts their little chit-chat in a bid to scold them for coming late, and Alicia instantly laments that she warned our hero to let them eat after the event. He arrogantly claps back that it'll take forever to leave the city for some food, and asks who has the time for that. Once again, Professor Kang Ryan is left to break them up as he announces that they should submit their moonstone for scoring. He already concluded that Corin Locke will be eliminated. But it doesn't stop Alicia from confirming if all they have to do is place the stone on the measuring tool. She proceeds to drop it on the tool as the professor declares that the score will be low anyway. He doesn't get to finish his sentence before the measuring tool reveals that they attain 250 points. The other students are shocked by this, but the professor maintains his composure. He then announces that Group D came in 3rd place. Our hero quickly objects to this, smiling as he tells the judge that that's not all they brought. They go on to measure the moonstones of the Revenant Titan, Abyss Shrieker, and the White King, leaving their mates to wonder just how far they went. Some of them speculate that Corin Locke must have defeated all 3 bosses by heading for the center of Nazria, only for him to cheerfully peel out 1 more moonstone. This one belonged to Gerorg and it brings their points to an even 1,000. The professor begins to sweat buckets as he calls out the score with the biggest shock since the festival began, only to realize that there's more. The measurement tool rounds up the final score to be 1,768 points, and our hero flashes the judge a thumbs up. In turn, the immortal Taoist proclaims that none of it makes any sense. After rearranging the scoreboard, the spearman and his team take their rightful place as number 1. They take a carriage back to the academy later on, and Alicia tells our hero that the match was quite eventful. His reply is quite unexciting, so the swordsman deduces that he'll be returning to Nazria. This draws his attention, so after averting his gaze, he replies positively, wondering how she figured out that he was going back to save his master. In turn, the swordsman announces that she and Mariette can go with him, adding that they'll be helpful despite not knowing what he has planned. She lets out a nervous laugh and then encourages our hero to stop being so down because it's making her anxious as well. This makes him feel guilty, so he calls himself an idiot for worrying his friend. He then thanks her and advocates that they get some rest, mostly because it's too tiring to keep working after everything they've been through. As he closes his eyes for a nap, he resolves to find a way to use the power he gained from the Death God, seeing as he gained a netherworld treasure in a much different way than he imagined. Now, there's the possibility that if he does well with this item, it could be the key to cracking the 3rd act wide open. He remembers Huron at this moment, and how she had claimed that there's no human who has helped her. Our hero cracks a devious smile because his netherworld treasure might just help someone as arrogant as the Jiangxi. Upon getting back to the academy, he heads to Madame Josephine's office to check on Huron's progress. Unfortunately, he gets told that she got arrested. We'll soon find out what exactly is going on in the academy, but first, let us dial back to a story of the past. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Ran who was loved by everybody. She had been apart from her father and her big cousin Yuwa, so their reunion was nothing short of emotional. You see, Ran was also unlucky in health, seeing as her body housed a chronic illness that never gave her a chance to step outside on her own. This illness was the Taiyin-Kai blockage disease, an internal composition spoken of only in legends. Anyone with this disease possesses excess yin energy, so much so that it suppresses the yang energy, thus making it a self-destructive curse that disrupts the body's harmony. Unfortunately, Ran was born with this curse. Her father, Kang Yu, sought out every possible method to treat his daughter but never could resolve her Kai blockage. She became bedridden soon enough, holding onto her papa's hand as he watched life seep out of her. Their once harmonious family was plagued with two misfortunes. The first was Rand's chronic illness, and the other was her father's genius. He had sworn to do anything possible to save his little girl, and squeezed her hand as a desperate look plagued his features. Kang Yu just so happened to be the best necromancer of his time and had been researching for something with a strong enough yang energy to break through the accumulation of yin energy in his daughter. Sadly, the barrier of Tei and Kai blockage disease could not be overcome by human effort alone. He had tried everything from rare plants to ancient texts, but nothing worked, so he began searching for an alternative route. The fact was that Rand didn't possess enough yang energy to contain the yin, so her father thought there could be another way to exhaust her excess yin energy. With this in mind, he began to etch a forbidden spell on his daughter's flesh, turning her into a being naturally born with yin, one most suited to a necromancer, one who guides lost souls back to their homes. Kang Yu had turned his daughter into a Jiangxi while she was still alive, and so, Jiangxi Hua was born. Back to the present, Sa Jinhyuk is still mad as hell over Huron not showing her so-called mercifulness to his family before she killed them. As he recalls the death of his loved ones and how he held onto their bodies in their last moments, even more tears put down his cheek. The Jiangxi finally remembers the scenario Jinhyuk is going on about, but the most vivid memory is one where Professor Kang Ryan sent her off to kill all the people in a certain land. He was even adamant about not leaving a single person alive. Her short trip down memory lane is cut short when Jinhyuk accuses her of being a monster with no humanity. He then adds that seeing her pretend to be human disgusts him so much that it makes him want to vomit. At this point, Huron starts to get overwhelmed, so she tries to get her opponent to stop speaking. Unfortunately, he goes on about how she's not Ran and accuses her of only being a monster who stole Ran's body. The Jiangxi begins to sweat profusely as the night of the fire becomes more and more vivid in her memory. She denies everything that Jinhyuk is saying and tries getting herself to believe that the body she's in is actually hers. Consequently, her visions start to get too vivid. The hand of a burned corpse rises from the flame beneath and grabs her leg. The corpse begins to call her a monster and refuses to be shaken off no matter how much Huron tries. It goes on to beg her to take her own life, reiterating that she ripped the limbs off of her father and killed him. For this reason, the corpse announces that the royal family will kill her, and the real Rand proceeds to strangle the Jiangxi with both hands. As she's getting asphyxiated, Rand declares that the yaksha is something that should never have been born. She then screams at Huron to give her body back. And in turn, our girl yells that the body is hers. She keeps chanting these same words as if she's trying to get herself to believe it, and when Rand's voice gets too loud, she screams at her to shut up. Unfortunately, the outburst leads to one of her seals burning off and an unimaginable amount of power leaks from her person. It's so much that Sa Jinhyuk has to shield himself the best he can. This does nothing to stop the ground beneath her from getting shattered. Just then, the sealing chains on her body activate and begin to wrap themselves around her. They bind her hands first and then her feet as she affirms that she has the right to receive the body she's dwelling in. She's soon brought to her knees but still swears that she won't lose her body by any means. Right on cue, about 5 to 6 knights flood the crater she's kneeling in a bid to subdue her. Afterwards, Madame Josephine narrates the entire experience to our hero and explains that it's the reason why Huron got arrested. Apparently, he had expected something like to happen, but never expected things to escalate this quickly. He then asks the sorceress if Huron was arrested because of the seals. The sorceress adjusts her glasses before pointing out that he seems to already have a clue about what's going on. She goes on about Huron being restricted by 2 seals, the Chains of Zion, and the Talisman of the East. Unfortunately, the talisman got burned in her scuffle with Jinhyuk, and for this reason, Bishop Lai Jinyang criticized it as a demonstration of the Jiangxi's violence. To make things worse, Huron was moved to the east under Kang Ryan's leadership after they decided to create a new talisman for her. Our hero thinks it's unfair to make such a forceful decision just because one of 2 seals got burned, and it's obvious to him that these men just want to blame the Academy for being unable to maintain Huron's stability. Just then, Chairman Kasser steps into the office and calls out to our hero as she wonders how much he knows. Corin Locke easily realizes that certain things have become clear to the chairman. Among these things is the fact that the Catholic Church and Boreme's Kang Ryan are planning something sinister. Our hero glances back at the director as he proclaims how sure he is that they don't want to hand Huron over to those people. For this reason, he offers to handle the rest, adding that they should just trust him even if they're a bit suspicious of him. He then declares that he needs everyone's help to achieve the result he wants, and makes it clear that no one can abandon their role. You see, in the heroic legend of Arhin, the boss of the 3rd act is the Heavenly Yaksha, and she has a slightly different background than all the other bosses that have appeared up until now. While Madame Josephine and director Kassar mull things over, our hero recalls that the forthcoming major decision hinges upon favorability with the character and the narrative you build. This decision will either be to save Hua or to save Ran. In truth, the simplest way to go about it is to do as Park Seo did in Our Boy's past life and just choose one regardless of who it is. Corin Locke, on the other hand, is not interested in doing things that way. He just stands quietly, thinking about his next move so seriously that brows furrow. He then promises to save everyone. At that moment, a notification pops up revealing the main quest titled Hua Ran. This quest is of a high difficulty, and our hero will fail if either Hua or Ran dies. Meanwhile, the Jiangxi is chained up in a stone dungeon, and is having an identity crisis while she's at it. She keeps chanting that the body is hers, only for Kang Ryan and his mischievous presence to step into the dungeon. He then declares that he's the uncle of Kang Ran, the owner of the body she possessed. With beads of sweat dripping down her face, she makes it clear that she's not giving the body back, and repeats that it's now hers. The immortal Taoist doesn't argue with her. In fact, he points out that she's misunderstanding him and asks her if she truly wants to take over Ran's body completely. His words only remind her of the time he used her to kill a bunch of people, but now, he's the only one offering to help her achieve her goal. Kang Ryan flashes a poisonous smile, making it obvious that he has something evil planned. Unfortunately, it's a deal much too sweet for Hua to turn down. Her eyes shoot open as the consciousness of Ran emanates behind her uncle in a bid to change the Jiangxi's mind, but her voice doesn't reach her target at all. All Hua can focus on is Kang Ryan's promise to give her total control of her body. 2 days after their return from the group match, the students are given some free time. This was out of consideration for the students that returned from Nezria. In the meantime, Corin Locke and Mariette take a walk through a couple of festival stands, seeing as our hero has a couple of things to prepare before Borame starts moving. As they feast on some beef sticks, the sight of other stalls reminds our boy of the one he had Mariette set up in front of their inns. He asks her for an update, and she reveals that she received the overall report just the day before. The spearman is very interested in how many sales they got, so he bends his head as the vampire whispers their progress in his ear. Apparently, the ingredients used for the stall were delivered by the Danilov family, and they sold their products at 3 times the original cost after putting some sauce on it. Our hero can't hide his excitement, and his mind instantly goes to a scenario where it's raining gold. He keeps declaring that the day for him to be rich has finally come, and Mariette is just happy that he's happy. He then mocks Borame Academy, announcing that he knows the best way to price tourist attractions. Soon enough, the vampire's attention gets drawn to a mana stone throwing stall, and the vendor takes advantage of her interest to invite her to come throw some stones. Little did he know that Corin Locke was actually searching for him. The vendor goes on to explain how the mana stones were assessed to be faulty at the mines, leaving him no choice but to break them apart. He points out that they're squishy upon touch, and Mariette confirms this as she picks one up and stretches it. She wonders if stones are supposed to be that squishy, so the vendor tells her that they're not normally like that. It turns out that mana stones absorb mana well, thus making it easy for their attributes to change. This is why they're often used in magic staffs. Our hero interrupts their conversation as he reveals that such a squishy mana stone is prone to exploding quickly. He then collects the one with Mariette, telling her that he'll throw it. The spearman plans to use the tricks he learned during spear throwing and stone throwing practice to make his accuracy off the charts. He takes his arm back to gather momentum and unleashes the mana stone in the direction of the target. Our boy easily hit the mark, leaving the vendor to stutter as he declares that he got 95 points. The vampire seems very excited by this, but all the vendor can do is sweat buckets. You see, the greater the accuracy, the narrower the diffusion range of these festival-used effective mana stones, and it's the opposite when the accuracy is very low. Our hero had 0% accuracy when he used various debuffing equipment and magic in the game. With this, he could increase the diffusion range by up to 100 meters. This gives the spearman an idea, so he offers the vendor twice what he paid for the mana stones, offering to buy everything he has on sale. The store owner can't help but ask what our hero plans to use them for, but Corin Locke just smiles mischievously. He had come to the festival for a special skill that veteran players use, and of course, he got his way. Our hero crouches nearby as he imagines giving the mana stones to Fergus, the same blacksmith that made his new spear, and soon enough, he begins to laugh like a crazy scientist. Mariette just munches on her beefstick as she quips that her friend is laughing in an evil way. He then calls out to her, asking if her family has a subsidiary company in charge of the transportation carriages. All he needs from her is the carriage schedule, but the vampire wonders what he's planning to do this time. A sinister smile revisits our boy's lips as he announces that it's time for Immortal Locke to make a comeback. On the other hand, Professor Kang Ryan is transporting Huron via a carriage, and Yuwa and Jin-hyuk tag along for the ride. The council president grabs hold of our girl and force feeds her a wooden tile made from a peach tree, explaining that it's a natural enemy for Jiangxis. In no time, Huron begins to groan and gets so nauseous that she can't stay upright. As she slams against the floor of the carriage, Yuwa tells her not to try anything foolish until they arrive. Jin-hyuk is convinced that it's enough, so he laments that all the wooden tile will do is induce a fever. The sword master, on the other hand, believes that a fever is just enough, and clarifies that their goal is to remove this wicked being from Rand's body. Even from the floor, the Jiangxi remains as fierce as ever, screaming as she demands to know what they're talking about. In response, the council president repeats their mission to exorcise Hua. Our girl tries to outline the adverse effects of doing that, but Hua cuts her off as she points out that the Jiangxi is the one who will die or become an evil spirit after losing her host body. She then squats as she announces for the umpteenth time that it doesn't belong to Hua, and all the tied-up Jiangxi can do is stare at this girl with utmost malice. While she's gritting her teeth to subdue her anger, the carriage rider gets distracted by the weird sound of drums. He wonders where it's coming from, only to see Immortal Locke riding atop a bulldozer and heading towards the carriage at full speed. It's much too late for the rider to divert the carriage, so the bulldozer makes impact in little to no time. This sends the entire carriage somersaulting across the street until it crashes by the roadside. The rider is barely conscious after the ambush and has no idea who the bastards that did this to him are. As the dust settles, the immortal Taoist softly lands on his feet and instantly asks if his disciples are okay. Yu quips that they're fine, while Jinhyuk is more worried about who attacked them. In turn, Professor Kang quips that he's not sure who it is. He's soon interrupted by a red crystal which expands into Mariette's popular realm of blood. The fighting hound begins to panic, seeing as this formation is far from familiar to him. At the same time, their attackers rain praises on their boss and then ask for the next step in his plan. He first bursts out laughing before telling them to take anything that can fetch them money. They notice Huron chained up amidst the rubble and waste no time catcalling her. Their boss is excited by how pretty she is and proclaims that they've hit the jackpot. The Jiangxi scowls at them, but their boss only smiles in return. He then instructs his men to fetch her as he declares that Huron is being taken by the immortal Locke. Chaos ensues at Merkaba Academy as news of an abduction spreads like a wildfire. One of the professors rushes to Madame Josephine's office to report the incident and explains that just a few minutes ago, some bandits of unknown identity raided the carriage carrying Boreme's honored guests. The sorceress seems to be maintaining her composure, but when she hears that Huron got kidnapped, her teacup falls from her hand. The madam hasn't sworn in 35 years, but this news hits her so much that she swears at the top of her voice. Meanwhile, our hero makes his way towards the outskirts of town on horseback, riding out with a bunch of men who have on the same outfit he does. Huron asks what he thinks he's doing, so he tells her that he heard about the incident she caused while he was gone, and adds that he came to save her. All she does is call him useless, but he still tells her that he wouldn't get to see her if she had gotten dragged off. The Jiangxi tries to tell him that it's none of his business, but our boy insists that it is, seeing as they live under one roof. In his heart, he's just relieved that he's not too late. If Kang Ryan had successfully dragged her off, the poor girl would have her soul forcefully separated from her body, and that would lead to either Hua or Rand disappearing forever. Soon enough, our boy and his decoys arrive at an agreed-upon location in the woods. He then announces that they'll have to leave as many clues as they can to distract pursuers and buy some time. The decoys thank him for the money, referring to him only as Mr. Immortal. After this, they ride into the woods while our hero continues on foot. He yells that they should live well so he won't come and find them again. Just then, Huron almost drops to the ground, and this makes our boy worry about how sick she has been looking since they rescued her. She quips that they fed her something, but this is a big enough clue for our hero to deduce that it's a wooden tile. He's sure that it'll only give her a fever, but welcomes the possibility that she'll be down for a couple of days. For this reason, he lifts her off the ground and carries her like a princess, making Huron freak out on the spot. As our boy runs with her in his arms, she keeps yelling that he should put her down, and even claims that she can run. In turn, he tells her to stop acting tough and reminds her how hard it is for her to even walk. He continues speeding through the woods, assuring her that she has nothing to worry about because of how light she is. The Jiangxi has never been so embarrassed, so she asks to be put down once again. The response: the spearman just tells her to charge it to his account, leaving her to almost curl up in shame. Back to Kang Ryan and his disciples. They're still caught up in Mariette's realm of blood while she stares down at them from a rooftop nearby. After concluding that the blood barrier is enough to hold them, she plans to keep it that way for the next hour, just as our hero asked of her. Suddenly, she notices a disturbance in the realm, only for Professor Kang Ryan to unleash a spell using two spirit animals to break through the barrier. He signals Yuwa and she understands that her duty is to chase down the abductor and the abducted. Before the realm can close up, the council president slips out, leaving Mariette more worried about tying up the other two. She's still in shock, seeing as she has never come across anyone who could break through her realm so easily. She then hopes that our boy will be careful. The rain pours down mercilessly as our hero races through the woods. Unfortunately, Huron's condition seems to be getting worse as she coughs repeatedly in his arms. This, alongside the fact that he has come a long way from his trail, urges Corin Locke to find a place to rest. At the same time, he notices the silhouette of a pursuer in the distance. It's none other than a pissed-off Yua wielding 3 shurikens and announcing that she's disappointed at how slow our boy runs. He's still in shock about how she could possibly come this far or even defeat Mariette's realm, but this doesn't stop her from throwing the shurikens at him. He manages to dodge 2 of them, but the third one gets him in the shoulder. He continues running with Hyorin, and the Jiangxi struggles to ask if he's okay. He just tells her that it's nothing, seeing as he knows Yua didn't poison the dagger. Soon enough, he cradles her against a tree and tells her to wait there. She then wonders what he's going to do, only for our hero to glance back at the council president and declare that he has no choice but to fight. Yua comes at him with her blade, but Corin Locke is quick enough to block it. She becomes intrigued that he refuses to flee, but our boy tells her that he's not one to make a choice with a low possibility of victory. With this, he unleashes his rotating demonic spear technique, only for Yua to block it with the sheath of her sword. She finds it quite absurd that our hero thinks he has a higher chance of defeating her, and slams his spear with her blade in retaliation. The resulting force is so much that it sends the spearman flying into the distance. He somehow screeches to a halt and admits to himself that his opponent must have an incredible amount of aura. Yua, also known as the Sword Master or the Sword Fairy, is Borime's strongest knight, and is known to possess so much aura that it is tangibly visible to anyone who cares to look. She covers the distance between her and our hero, yelling at him to come at her with full force, and announcing that she knows he must have an aura core too. She admits that it's something she acquired through tricks and proceeds to give our hero a hard time as they continue to clash weapons. You see, Corin Locke has resolved to keep his aura core a secret until the very last moment, seeing as the core he obtained from Sabancha is more of a burden. In truth, our hero can't fully control it yet, and he likens it to a dam where a massive amount of aura keeps accumulating with its release mechanism stuck. Yua is now pissed that our boy wants to conserve his power, so she promises to force him into using it. With this, she moves at a speed so fast, one would think she teleported, and as a counter, the spearman takes a battle pose. Soon enough, she utilizes the second technique from the slaughtered dragon sword known as the True Dragon Strike. This makes her move as fast as lightning with just as much power packed into a single strike. For his defense, our hero utilizes the Slithering Serpent technique from Calamity Serpent Intent and charges headfirst towards his opponent. The collision of both their attacks brightens the entire forest as a myriad of colors dance beneath the rain. Afterwards, the spearman has to stay on his knee to support his weight, but is well enough to joke about how brutal his opponent is. He stares up at her as she balances on a tree branch and asks if she doesn't think she's going a bit overboard. Yua remains silent on the outside, but her heart is plagued by the fact that her lethal move didn't even leave a scratch on our boy. She wonders who he is, and goes on to inquire about his reason for going to such lengths to protect Hyorin. He just shrugs it off as he jests about abducting the Jiangxi. Yua doesn't appreciate it, but introduces herself as Ran's older cousin. She then proclaims with utmost malice that our girl isn't a human but a monster and a cruel yaksha, and asks our hero if he hasn't heard of the tragedy of Moonlight Castle. Once again, he shrugs her off, explaining that the tragedy was someone else's doing, but they have their underlings doing all the fighting. The Swordmaster falls silent after this revelation, and our hero uses the chance to warn her about how brutal the dojos in Merkaba are, adding that they go about challenging other dojos. Right on cue, Alicia applies her rapid severance technique and cuts down the branch Yua is standing on. The council president is agile enough to jump to safety, and immediately recognizes the swordsman to be the dreaded Alicia Arden. She wastes no time asking if she plans to openly challenge her, and the swordsman follows up by screaming an official challenge at the top of her voice. She seems as nervous as they come, but our hero just plays along, mentioning that people of the sword truly think differently. He goes on about how passionate they must be to request a duel in such a remote location, and Alicia picks up where he left off. She then tells Yua that she has the utmost respect for her and would like her to teach her some things. This catches the Swordmaster by surprise, but Alicia goes on to attack her anyway. She tries to complain about how absurd their plan is, and wonders if they think such a distraction will work. Well, the swordsman doesn't hear any of it, seeing as she's busy signaling our hero to get a move on. In turn, he grabs Hyorin once again, wishes both swordsmen good luck, and makes a run for it. Yua tries to get him to stop but ends up yelling his name in vain. After getting away from her, Corin Locke camps in the dug-in section of a large tree. He squeezes his bloodied shirt, and wonders if he chose a bad or good day to carry out this rescue. On the other hand, the only thing the heavy rain is good for is interrupting the sharp senses that will help the guards and night chase down our hero. He just sits there, legs folded, as he acknowledges that the manhunt will definitely be delayed. He then glances back at Hyorin, who he had laid to sleep, asking her if she's okay. The Jiangxi doesn't respond, and this lets him know that she's in worse shape. He places his hand on her head to check her temperature and realizes soon enough that she has a high fever. After this, he cradles her on his lap and pulls out a potion for her to drink. He urges her to drink up because he thinks it'll make her feel a bit better. In truth, he has no idea if it'll do anything to improve her situation, but he feeds her Mariette's premium elixir anyway. Afterwards, she asks him for their current location, only for our hero to reveal that they're in an owlbear's habitat. It turns out that when they can't find any suitable caves, owlbears dig up big trees in order to build nests. The spearman stares down at Hyorin once again, but she seems even worse as she continues to sweat profusely and groan under her breath. He wonders if the elixir takes a moment to kick in, But after some time, he drops her on the ground again, admitting to himself that the elixir won't be enough. The Jiangxi notices this, so she wants to know where he's going. In turn, he quips that he wants to catch a bear. Apparently, he wants to hunt one down so he can use its fur to cover up Huron in the hopes that it'll help her get better. At this point, there's a thunder strike, and the Jiangxi rushes to grab the helm of our hero's trousers. He turns to look at her on impulse, but she just keeps panting. She finally gathers enough strength to look up, and all she does is tell the spearman not to go. Just as Huron had requested, our hero went nowhere. He just sits cross-legged a few yards from her resting place while she takes a trip down memory lane. It turns out that the first sight the Jiangxi beheld was that of her so-called father, crying and expressing his joy over the fact that she had woken up. Kang Yu had called her his daughter, and went as far as even calling her Ran, the name he gave to his daughter. This made the newly born Jiangxi understand that she was the one being referred to, so she called him her father in response, not even understanding the meaning of the word. She just knew that it made her master very happy, so much so that he pulled her in for a hug. It was at this moment that she realized she would have to act as Ran for the rest of her life, seeing as it seemed like her master would abandon her if he discovered the truth. Hyo was scared that he would go in search of Ran once again, having envisioned a future where she would have to return her body to its original owner. Unfortunately, it didn't take long for her false life to collapse due to a very small incident. She had tried to reach for Kang Yu, only for him to tell her that she wasn't his daughter. She ended up seeing blood for the first time after that incident, and it was under the pretext of destroying a sea beast that had appeared in the city. She literally dragged its huge corpse with one hand, smearing its blood across the street, seeing as her father, per the Lord's request, ordered her to kill the beast. When his brother, the immortal Taoist known as Kang Ryan, discovered that she could easily kill a first-class monster, he came by under the pretext of helping to heal her. The dubiousness was obvious in his smiles, and he was the one who first referred to her as Hyo because he, too, could tell that she was different. His gaze was full of greed, nothing like that of her father's when he realized that she wasn't his kid. Sadly, this led to her being used by the castle lord, the imperial family, and even the ascetics for killing monsters, ghosts, and humans alike. These killings became charcoal in the fragments of her incomplete memory, and so, Hyo got treated as though she had taken over Ran's body after eliminating the weak original. And this was how the heavenly Yaksha was born. Back to the present, Korin Lok engraves the rune of Sun, Soillo, on a piece of rock and activates it to keep the Jiangxi warm. She tries to object to it, but he cuts her off as he asks if she's a child of darkness. Our hero then tells her to grab some sunlight and use a blanket. The moment he tries to cover her up, she turns feral, claiming that she doesn't need his help. In protest, the spearman lifts his hands, telling her to take what he gives to her lest she complains about being cold later. He then leaves her with the blanket and turns around once again, adding that he'll wake her up when the sun rises. Hyo stays quiet for some moments, only to suddenly ask our hero what he wants from her. He steals a glance in her direction, but all she can think about is how everybody she has met until now wanted something from her. Kang Yu wanted his lost daughter, Yu wanted her healthy cousin back, and Kang Ryan wanted a weapon he could use for massacres. Still glancing at her, he brings up the time they first met, and the Jiangxi shoots him questioning looks. It turns out that our boy wants her to remember how she accused him of not being the owner of his body and how she called him a robber with no rights. He then repeats the same response he gave her back then, quipping that there's no sin in being born. Like clockwork, it annoys Hyo all over again. And despite being sick, she musters the strength to yell at our hero as she tells him that what he said is irresponsible. She goes on about how dangerous it is to speak so recklessly while letting a monster roam free, and adds that Madame Josephine and director Cassiu understand this. Unable to calm down, the Jiangxi continues to raise her voice as she asks Korin Lok if he thinks she'll stop being a monster because of his slick words, or if the world will suddenly change. In response, our boy just scratches his chin and quips that nobody knows. Worse off, even he doesn't know if the world will change, or whether or not Hyo will stop being a monster. All he's certain of is that he wants to save the people in front of him, and he says this with the warmest smile. This is because he is the only player who can help the people who are living fixed misfortunes, the likes of Mariette and Alicia. He then asks the Jiangxi if that isn't reason enough to claim that there's nothing wrong with being born. She falls silent after this, unable to muster any more of the anger that once seemed unending, and goes on to admit that she's scared. She opens up about the obvious fact that her body doesn't belong to her and reiterates that everyone tells her that she has to return it. Hyo then pulls the blanket closer to herself as she confesses that she's aware of the need to return the body. The only problem is what happens to her afterwards. Korin Lok calmly watches her speak until she yells at him for an answer to whether or not she has to give it back. In turn, our hero looks her straight in the eyes and tells her that she has to. This makes Hyo shut her eyes as she concludes that he's just like everyone else, but before she can complete her sentence, he points out that she needs to talk with Ran before giving up the body. He lightheartedly explains that she can just speak to Ran like she's asking her boss for an opportunity to live together in one house, with the added bonus of her paying rent and putting down a deposit. Our hero smiles as he poses this idea, but the Jiangxi immediately revolts against it, screaming that it's the kind of conversation that normal people have, and pointing out that there's nothing normal about her. In turn, Corinlock quips that it's unimportant, seeing as there are multiple humans who are even worse than monsters, not to mention the evil people who pretend to be heroes on the outside while committing massacres behind the scenes. He then rounds up by telling her that her decisions and actions are the only things that are important, not her nature. With this, he lies down beside her and uses both his hands as a makeshift pillow, promising to help her until she can make a decision. Our hero goes on to encourage the Jiangxi, telling her not to worry about anything unnecessary and urging her to get some sleep. Since she doesn't respond, he simply rolls over and announces that he'll be getting some sleep for himself. Hua stays seated as her thoughts continue to plague her. She knew from the start that she couldn't yield to Ran. Nor could she tell this to Corinlock honestly. This is because coming clean would mean losing the only hand outstretched to her, and she couldn't let that happen. She hugs her knees at this point and her heart begins to ache. She could neither grasp nor reject our hero's hand. The next day, the sun seems happy to have gotten rid of the rain, seeing as it casts a warm glow over the greenery of the forest. The spearman and his sick companion are already making headway when the latter asks him where they're going. In response, he quips that they're almost there. True to his words, they arrive almost immediately, and he begins to feel up a tree as he wonders why it burned up so much. As he announces that they'll only be able to get one useful piece of the tree, Hua inquires about it. It turns out that it is a jujube tree that has been struck by lightning, and all our hero needs is a viable piece of it. He carves out the piece and stretches it out to our girl, quipping that he thought they would need it since they are already in the forest where it grows. Anyway, he gets her to agree that she's a Jiangxi after this and points out that her kind have a few weaknesses due to their overflowing yin energy. Hua wonders what he's going on about, so our hero explains that jujube wood is filled with a tremendous amount of yang energy and adds that it's usually used to ward off ghosts. He then buries the piece within our girl's palm, simultaneously telling her that her yang and yin energies will balance out if she ingests it. The only catch is that her traits as a Jiangxi will temporarily be neutralized. She tries to wrap her head around what Corinlock is saying but still doesn't get it, so for clarity's sake, he simplifies that she'll lose control of her body if she eats the piece of wood. Hua is immediately mortified upon hearing this, and throws the wood away as she asks why he's giving her such a thing. In turn, our hero calmly picks it back up, acknowledging to himself that she needs to decide because she can't monopolize everything and reap the benefits without taking responsibility. At this point, Park Se-who comes to mind as a prime example of what people who've stood on the extremes of greed are like. Our hero didn't want his friend to become like that. He wanted to help her decide and take responsibility. He goes on to cup her palm around the piece of wood once again, gently telling her that she knows what to do. While she's still stuttering her response, a voice emanates from a small distance, expressing surprise over the kind of place he located the Jiangxi. They both turn their attention to him, only to discover that it's the fighting hound, also known as Sa Jin-hyuk, and his overflowing malicious intent. He calls Hua a monster and commends her for being quite capable, adding that she even managed to find someone to stick with during the entire time she was running from them. Without wasting time, Corinlock pushes the Jiangxi behind himself as he tells her to stand aside. She asks what he plans to do, and he implies that he's obviously going to fight because no matter how far they run, either Jin-hyuk or Hua will always chase them down. With this, he launches himself at his opponent and announces that they need to tie up loose ends. Jin-hyuk easily blocks the first attack, so they continue to clash, with the fighting hound calling our hero Corinlock, and our hero correcting him that he's Immortal Lock. In turn, he asks if the spearman has lost his conscience alongside his shabby disguise, and proceeds to activate his stormy wheel attack from the strong liberation technique. This powers up his right prosthetic foot to an unbelievable extent, and he uses it to kick the spearman as hard as he can. Luckily, our hero is strong enough to withstand the effects, but it's so obvious that he felt it that Jin-hyuk asks him if he found the attack impressive. Just as he's done giving credit to the Jiangxi, the spearman admits that the stormy wheel is quite nice, mostly because he realized that the fighting hound could pull it off without using an alchemy circle. He then dares Jin-hyuk to prove that he can actually use alchemy, and unleashes a myriad of spear jabs at him at unbelievable speed. It takes everything for his opponent to dodge these jabs, so much so that he begins to sweat as he admits to himself that Corinlock's speed may even be faster than that of Hua. He finds a little window and immediately activates his stormy wheel attack once again, leaving our hero to block it with his spear. He then taunts Jin-hyuk about attacking too recklessly and spins his spear as he points out that his opponent is leaving himself wide open. The fighting hound quickly guards himself by crossing both his hands in front, only for a strange voice to announce that they've played enough. Corinlock becomes wary of his surroundings, but before he can move, talismans begin to fall from above, pinning him to the ground while they're at it. It's at this point that Professor Kang Ryan reveals himself and tells our boy that there's no point in struggling. Apparently, he had activated talismans with the 8 array formation on them, thus blocking the signals that guide the spearman's thoughts, muscles, and even the flow of his inner strength. Unfortunately, this means that nothing will work the way he wants it to. Still struggling on the floor, Locke musters enough strength to curse the professor, but this does nothing to sway the man from his real mission. Our hero tries yelling at Hyorin, telling her to run, but it's too late because she's already trapped between a tree trunk and Kang Ryan. Sadly, he pastes the talisman on her forehead before she can finish screaming in protest. This instantly strips her of her consciousness and makes her head drop in complacency. Yu appears just in time to question her master about the talisman, and soon discovers that it has the ability to seal Hua's consciousness. This would in turn lead to her soul being lost forever through total annihilation. A soft smile comes to Yu's lips after hearing this, and she quips that they can finally recover Ran. On the other hand, our pinned-down hero continues to curse Kang Ryan, but all the professor says is that Locke needs to pay the price for all his futile dreams. With this, all three of them walk away with a now docile Hyorin, and the professor tells our hero that he'll serve as good food for the monsters of the forest. In response, he yells out Kang Ryan's name and continues yelling as he asks what happened to Alicia. He seems to be visibly going through so much pain, screaming and declaring that he cannot let Hyorin go like this. He calls out to her one more time, but neither she nor any other opponent spares him a second glance. Our hero balls his fist in frustration and falls suspiciously quiet afterwards. Soon enough, he begins to chuckle quite slowly, and a chuckle turns into full-blown maniacal laughter as he reveals that everything is going according to plan. Shortly after everyone else clears out, some short hounds begin to step out of various bushes until they surround Locke. While they're still looking for a way to infiltrate the talismans around him, some golden wolves make their way into the midst of the hounds. Of course, the lesser creatures paved a way for the golden wolves after heeding them growl, but these ones were not enemies. In no time, they tear apart all the talismans, keeping our boy down, and while on his knees, he smiles and asks if Kang Ryan is gone. With this, he gets on his feet, stretches his arms, and laments about being so stiff. He then asks the golden wolves if everything went well, only for them to actually respond. One of them claims that our hero is a really good actor, and the other quips that it was even overkill. He refers to them as Ren and Ron, wondering if they did what he asked them to. In turn, both demi-humans transform into their humanoid forms, and Ron reveals that Lenya promised to take care of everything. Ren, being the youngest and most uninformed, bugs our hero about what he asked for, so Locke simply tells him that it's nothing much. A sly smile revisits his lips at this point, and he follows up by asking if the youngster has heard about the corruption in the defense industry. On the other hand, Yu and Bishop Lai Jinyang meet up in a secluded church where she drills him about still not discovering the culprits behind their missing items, or even finding suitable replacements for said items. In response, the bishop laughs nervously as he urges her to have a little more patience. He then points out that they don't have as much influence in Merkaba as Yu and her people do, only for her to continue drilling him about attracting too much attention to himself to say such a thing. This really pisses off Jinyang, but he can only backbite in his mind as he claims that pagans like Yu wouldn't dare speak to a bishop of the order like this if these were the old days. On the outside, he just reveals that the men he sent are mere shadows and that they're not the type to show themselves easily. He keeps in mind that he must not offend her, seeing as the order is declining and they need the strength of Yu and her people. In turn, the council president stares down at him as he proclaims that he has found a merchant group that can provide substitute items. Apparently, they're traders who have been doing business with the eastern continent for quite some time. He then declares that these same merchants will deliver the necessary items before day's end. Yu would like to know the name of the merchant group, so Bishop Lai reveals that they're called the Mandrake Merchants. The council president is certain that the name sounds familiar and just says it back to herself in a bid to rack her memory. Later on, the public address system goes live in Merkaba as an announcement about the highlight of the festival comes through. Apparently, it's already time for the final round of the group match and everyone is wondering who will emerge as the winner. At the same time, Professor Kang Ryan secretly meets up with the Mandrake merchants and asks for the supposed item. The moment they show it to him, he comments on how good it is, adding that Hyorin is also in good condition. Through all of this, our girl refuses to let go of the piece of jujube wood that Locke gave to her. Soon enough, an announcement comes through, inviting the finalists into the arena. The crowd cannot contain their excitement and it's evident in the way they stand up and cheer on the players. Group Head and Hip led by Kang Yu make their entry first, followed shortly by Group A led by Mariette. As for Group D, the announcer proclaims that they have a disqualified member, adding that the match will mostly not hold because Locke, who's their leader, went missing and didn't show up for the doubles competition. Just then, a new development takes place, making the MC announce that he can see someone familiar making his way into the arena. This person's spear makes an entrance before him as he proclaims that the moment of victory has come, and adds that his people will run with him and shine like eternal chrome. To round things off, he declares that he will lead all his men to the gates of Valhalla himself, and while they continue to cheer him on, Yu is quite annoyed that he was crazy enough to survive. This is none other than the immortal Locke, and the moment he raises his spear, his numerous followers begin to chant his name at the tops of their voices. With this, he tells his professor to start the match, seeing as all the players are now complete. Kang Ryan has no choice but to play along, keeping in mind that he can't deny our hero's extraordinary presence no matter how annoying he is. The professor activates his formation spell, which raises a stone maze, and announces that he will now begin the test. He goes on about how the rules of the match are simple and explains that the 8 doors of his formation will continually transform to mislead those who will get trapped inside. There's a golden dragon sign at the center of the stone maze, and whoever can find the correct path to reach it will be declared the winner of this match. This is the beauty, or complication, of the utter annihilation 8 gates transformation technique. The first set of students immediately begin to complain when they realize that they're stuck in a maze, with one of them cursing as he admits that he's already confused. As it turns out, the deployed formation transforms the venue, thus separating the participants. Meanwhile, Kang Ryan covers his sinister expression with a hand fan as he tells himself that the completion of Huron's poison can no longer be stopped, even if he has no idea what Corin Locke is planning. The entire event was supposed to be broadcasted via various screens mounted above the maze, but now the MC is left to complain about them freezing up. With this, Madame Josephine's assistant makes his way to the box to inform him that the overflowing mana from Kang Ryan's formation spell is interfering with the transmission. This makes the MC curse out loud and ask how they could make such a mistake. The professor sees this as the perfect time to begin the ceremony to separate Hua from Ran, so he glances back at his subordinates and tells them to guard the Black Tortoise of the North. Almost immediately, Yu and Jinhyuk head out, leaving their master to tell them that as long as they protect the Black Tortoise, it doesn't matter if everything else is destroyed. The council president then calls out to her uncle, pleading with him to take good care of Ran. In turn, the man tells her not to worry. As for our hero, he simply laughs while others around him bring up their theories and questions. One of them wonders the location of the 9 cardinal directions, and another tells his mates to find the entrance of the formation. Meanwhile, another participant simply pleads with Corin Locke to wipe off his makeup, seeing as it makes the student want to refer to him as his boss. In all of this, the spearman knows what to do, but remains quiet as he recalls that from the olden days, it has always been the Black Tortoise, controller of the North, that has protected the Emperor in the center. This is because the tortoise stands right behind the Emperor in a location where he can either protect said Emperor, or suddenly attack him. Just then, Jinhyuk alerts his sister about an incoming threat and she looks in the direction he's referring to. Meanwhile, our hero had discovered that when attacking a formation with 4 symbols as its base, aiming for the Black Tortoise is the best way to go. This makes him and Alicia waste no time in attacking Jinhyuk and Yu respectively. Of course, they both block the attack, the former with his leg and the latter with her blade. Corin Locke goes on to mock the fighting hound and his prosthetic leg, claiming that it hasn't been long since they last saw each other. In turn, his opponent is left wondering just how much the spearman knows, seeing as he came to the Black Tortoise without any confusion. Alicia can't help but worry, so she asks Corin Locke if he's sure the 2 of them will be enough to take down their opponents. In turn, our hero just cracks a smile and quips that they'll do better than Mariette, who will have to destroy 3 opponents on her own. The swordsman is her opponent, but Yu can't stop thinking about our boy and how he got past the 8 gates deception to come straight for the northern gate. She refuses to believe that her uncle's deception has already been seen through. Apparently, the 8 gates transformation has a total of 365 alterations, and this includes stone soldiers, fog, and even maze-like paths. As the other students continue to struggle with one alteration or the other, Yu tells herself that even the most genius formation sorcerer cannot escape the 8 gates once trapped. Our hero interrupts her train of thought to let her know that he can hear her gears turning. In addition, he reminds her that her people recently bought some items and that he tracked them down using a rune inscribed on one of them. The sound of this perplexes the council president and she asks how our boy would know about it. She retires to her mind once again, recalling how the items in question were stolen by a group of bandits and how they had no choice but to buy new items from the Mandrake merchants. Realization washes over her at this point, and Corin Locke reveals everything from how he stole the items to how he sold them again. A sinister smile then crawls onto his lips as he announces that he's the one in charge of both the Mandrake bandits and the Mandrake merchants. As he laughs dubiously, Yu grits her teeth and hurls curses at him. She yells that it changes nothing and follows up by attacking Alicia once again, adding that they'd be dumb to think that the 2 of them can defeat her. The swordsman gets pushed back by Yu, and the moment she slides to our hero's side, he urges her to get revenge. He goes on to remind her about how she lost her last duel against Yu, and Alicia wails, reminding him that she lost because he asked her to do so on purpose. As she complains about how difficult it was to pretend, Jinhyuk smirks and tells his sister that the swordsman was going easy on her. The council president instantly tells her brother to shut up and powers up her blade in a bid to end things quickly. She then announces that they should go at full blast, and it turns out to be what Jinhyuk wanted too. With this, they both push forward with a burst of speed and all the rage they can muster. Gripping his spear, our hero lets his opponents know that he's also busy and urges Alicia to join him as he goes full throttle. Jinhyuk applies the annihilation fighting technique, while his sister uses the 7th form light dragon slice. Corin Locke, on the other hand, activates his poisonous dragon exit, and Alicia, her domain severance. All four of them clash in a colossal show of power, and the essence from their techniques is enough to blind the layman. Our hero and the fighting hound compare the strength of their techniques, while Yuyua and the swordsman do the same. Our boy's spear clips off Jinhyuk's prosthetic leg, leaving him to watch it fall off in awe. As for Alicia, of course her domain severance comes out so victorious that it cuts right through Yuhua's blade. After the dust settles, the Kang siblings measure their losses, only for the council president to grow all the more pissed. She then tells her brother that they can't lose like this, and Fighting Hound agrees immediately. With fresh determination, they begin to cackle with overflowing power. They launch themselves at our hero and his partner, the boy yelling that Hua must be eliminated and the girl yelling that Ran must be saved. Before they can even reach our hero, he throws his spear at the black tortoise, screaming that he will show his sincerity. For some strange reason, both siblings halt after hearing this, and their faces can't hide their surprise at what they see next. Corin Locke reveals a strange beast, glowing red with a tiger's canines and a boar's face. The Kang siblings immediately recognize it to be Taudi of the Four Perils, which are evil beings representing destruction and chaos. They're also in complete opposition with the four symbols, which represent order and protection. A mortified Yuyua asks how Taudi ended up on the black tortoise's shell, and retires to her mind to continue the monologue. She welcomes the possibility that our hero must have snuck it on, but quickly brushes this aside on the grounds that her uncle, who's a necromancer, would have noticed. At this point, our boy speaks up, pointing out that the Kang siblings must have thought the annihilation ceremony was to remove Hua from Ran's body, and then makes it clear that it's quite the opposite. From the very beginning, Kang Ryan had no real interest in Ran, seeing as he always wanted a weapon of his own. At this same time, the Jiangxi has been laid down in the middle of a huge magic circle, and Kang Ryan stands over her in quite the excited mood. Playfully, he tells Ran not to hate him too much, smiling as he adds that small sacrifices must be made for the greater good. It's now abundantly clear that what he wanted was always Hua, and the ceremony being held at the moment is meant to destroy Ran forever, leaving Hua in total control of the body. It's been 3 years since Kang Yu turned his daughter into an abomination, but every minute since she was created, Kang Ryan has been mesmerized by her power. His brother never knew that control of Hua would come into his hands eventually, seeing as all he wanted to do was to save his daughter. Sadly, he ended up being accused as the main culprit for the Moonlight Castle tragedy, and his limbs got torn apart by the Imperial Army. Of course, Kang Ryan found joy in this, given that his brother took the brunt of his role as the main culprit in the tragedy. Not to mention the part about creating a monster like Hua, the Heavenly Yaksha. The only thing he didn't foresee was Kang Yu pleading with the chairman of Merkaba Academy to take care of Huaren. This was beyond the influence of the immortal Taoist, despite him being the best formation sorcerer and Borieme's senior professor. This was because Merkaba was in another continent entirely. The professor went into despair after Huaren was taken away, and this was when he came face to face with a figure from 80 years ago. This was none other than Tata's Valtazar, the legendary spear star. All this man wanted from him was one thing: to go wild. He told Kang Ryan to kill as many people as possible and to destroy Erin Danua's shell so that she'll have no choice but to leave the castle. Unfortunately, this offer was too mouth-watering for the professor to pass up, given that acquiring the afterlife is worth destroying a single city. Right about now, he reiterates his plan to shatter the chains of Zion, a holy relic of the Western Protestants which have been draining Huaren's boundless power. The chains have successfully kept the Jiangxi in her human form, but if they're broken, Ran's soul would get completely destroyed. After this, the immortal Taoist plans to feed Hua the 10,000 flesh pill that Balthazar gave to him, thus transcending the girl into the afterlife. As she lays down amidst the magic circle, Kang Ryan can't help but think about Huaren awakening as a true Yaksha. This brings him so much joy that he begins to laugh out loud like some demented soldier. Sadly, his joy is short-lived because our hero interrupts it by telling him that his plans will fail. The annoyed professor barely turns around to see Corin Locke, but it doesn't stop our hero from claiming that it would be no fun if everything goes according to plan. He even came through with the Kang siblings and Alicia, and the siblings don't look so happy. Proof of this comes when Yu yells at the man before he can't even finish his first sentence. She reveals that our boy told her something unbelievable and yells that her uncle must explain. At the top of her voice, she asks if the ceremony is truly to get rid of Ran and follows up by wondering why the items of 4 perils are being used instead of the 4 symbols. As though that wasn't enough, Yu would like to know if the incident at Moonlight Castle, caused by Huaren losing control, was not by his orders. In response, Kang Ryan refers to his niece and nephew as fools, scolding them for not being able to carry out simple instructions. He quips that their usefulness has come to an end, and begins to power his blood magic as he tells them not to worry. After this, he manipulates the magic using his fan and activates the law of fresh blood. The professor then stares into the sky, yelling that in 10 minutes, everything living within the formation will melt and become one, and that he'll use them to create the pill that'll transcend the Heavenly Yaksha. Kang Ryan brings up the Golden Bat Alvin and how it's a second-rank monster at best. He then reminds everyone of the amount of power it unlocked after sacrificing its life, pointing out that even parties of semi-first rank and first-rank guardians couldn't stand a chance against it. Worse off, he makes clear the threat a special rank monster like Huron would pose if she transcended and announces that no one would be able to stop her. Corin Locke keeps smiling through all of this and taps his spear against the magic circle, telling the professor not to forget that the deep-rooted corruption in their community cannot be defeated. Kang Ryan's eyes widen as he witnesses his fresh blood magic circle disappear, and instantly yells as he questions how such a thing is even possible. This is when our boy lets him in on a fun fact. He starts by revealing that he's the one who stole the items Kang Ryan was smuggling through the Catholic Church, not to mention how he introduced the merchants who could quickly source replacements. The icing on this dubious cake was how he successfully resold the items and engraved runes on all of them. Boldly, he declares that he's responsible for all of it and cusses out the professor for good measure. Corin Locke's glorious moment continues as he asks the immortal Taoist for what he plans to do when Marriott is done destroying the other 3 or 4 items of perils, pointing out that it's obvious Huron's transcension will never happen. The professor screams as he calls our hero a bastard and activates his blood magic in a rage. He quips that it's not over yet and throws his magic-infused fan towards the chains of Zion wrapped around Huron. They shatter upon impact, leaving everyone else to panic about the seal being broken. Our hero can't help but stew in his rage, and his opponent yells that he can always do the ceremony another time as long as he kills the obstacles in his way. With this, he instructs Huron to kill her friends and she instantly sits up on the altar. In no time, the Junxi powers up and launches herself at our boy. Jinhak becomes perplexed as he realizes that his uncle is really controlling Huron. In addition, it serves as proof that he was the one behind the Moonlight Castle tragedy. Yuhua tells her brother to calm down, but he doesn't listen, seeing as he believes that they have to catch and torture their uncle. In turn, his sister points out that he has lost his prosthetic leg and she has lost her sword. For this reason, she believes there's nothing they can do and suggests that they leave things to our hero and his partner. Apparently, there's still something left for them to do, but Jinhak has no idea what it is. As for Corin Locke, he pushes Alicia behind him the moment Huron launches her attack, telling her that this is nothing like the King of Iron Mountain. He promises to stall for time while she prepares to finish things with her domain severance. Their collision is so mighty that it results in 2 separate bursts of energy, raising dust and smoke while it's at it. The swordsman is transfixed by this sight, so much so that she forgets she has to prepare her domain severance. Our hero is nothing short of magnificent, seeing as he is enveloped by a fiery essence courtesy of the status amplification that accompanies one of his sworn commandments. On top of this, he maxes out his aura core, thus granting him the ability to breach the atmosphere just like a meteor would. Still in awe, Alicia admits to herself that she wouldn't last 30 seconds if she went up against Corin in his current state. She welcomes the possibility that no human could stand a chance against him right now. Unfortunately, the swordsman was completely wrong. For Huron, what seemed like a meteor to others felt like a simple full-body sauna. She easily clashes with our hero and proves herself to be a woeful opponent within the first minute and 20 seconds. It takes everything in Corin Locke to keep up with her, and even though he burned everything in a fierce attack, Huron doesn't even flinch. Instead, she summons a ball of energy within her palm and calls it the demonic Kai, poisonous claw. The moment she unleashes it, an outburst of energy follows, leaving our hero no choice but to jump to his left as he dodges. Alicia, who had been looking from the outskirts, yells out our boy's name for fear of him getting hit. He doesn't know this, so Huron's leg drops with immense force, kicking the hell out of our hero on its way down. The impact sends him flying in the distance and crashing into the wall nearby. He tells himself that he has to do better, given that everything about his opponent is on a different level. Struggling to catch his breath, our boy admits that keeping up with Huron's movement alone is destroying his body from the inside out. Sadly, this doesn't buy him a break from the Jiangxi, and as he looks up, he can see her covering the distance between them, her essence rage red. Corin Locke instantly curses under his breath as he realizes that he has reached his limit. Worse off, his regeneration has worn out and he stands the chance of being wiped out by this next hit. Upon covering the distance, Huron leaps into the air with her hand balled into a fist and her relentless prey well in sight. At this point, our hero makes peace with whatever the outcome will be and plans to at least go down swinging. Luckily, he doesn't have to do that, seeing as Alicia activates her domain severance in time for it to counter Huron's attack. With a sizzling blade, the swordsman can barely stay standing, causing our boy to yell at her for doing something like that. In response, an injured Alicia explains that she understood his plan but moved because she thought he was going to die. Due to the premature strike, the girl had to take dozens of steps within the domain, and this means a burden even greater than receiving Huron's attack is currently crushing her body. None of this sways the Jiangxi, so she uses the opportunity to launch another poisonous claw attack. Alicia still wields her blade to defend her friend, and said friend calls her an idiot as he tries to grab her. Huron's attack leaves a rippling effect on the terrain, crumbling the ground beneath it and raising enough dust to create a good cover. After this, she tries to see through the dust but her opponents are nowhere to be found. In truth, our hero had successfully pulled Alicia into another part of the maze, using the walls as cover. He calls her a fool this time, adding that she should be taking care of herself and asking why she would push so hard. Now resting on our boy's body, she admits that her body moved first. He instructs her to open her mouth, so the swordsman obeys without even looking. In turn, Corin Locke feeds her the special elixir made from Mariette's blood, seeing as she'll either be paralyzed or die from blood loss if he doesn't heal her immediately. With the little strength she can muster, the swordsman admits to thinking she was going to die, thus pushing our hero to silence. The initial plan was to wait until Mariette took out the 4 items of perils, thus creating a brief opening for Alicia to use her domain severance. She would deal 100% penetration damage to the enemy, and our boy would follow up by revealing his trump card. This has been the plan since he returned from Nezria, but 2 variables changed everything. The first was the undoing of Huren's seal, which revealed her unimaginable strength, and the second was Alicia getting injured just because she wanted in order to save him. Despite handling the immediate crisis, the swordsman can no longer fight because she took dozens of steps within the domain. Corin exhales loudly as he wonders if he can hold out until Mariette is done. It's at this point that his friend apologizes, and while she struggles to even out her breathing, our boy realizes that there's no way he can blame her for breaking the plan. It was obvious that he would have died if he took that attack, regeneration be damned. He finally asks what she has to be sorry about and thanks her for saving him. After this, the princess carries her to a safer spot and lays her down to rest. She then asks if he's okay, only for our hero to admit that he's not. It turns out that he has used up all the aura stored in his aura core, not to mention all that was left in his body. He had used up too much aura between his fights with Jinhak and Huren, and is left wondering if he should use the core that Sabancha left him. Our boy realizes that he can pull it off if he forces himself to, but the core holds a power that his body struggles to withstand. Even with his commandments backing him up, Corin Locke is still not certain that he will endure it. Alicia interrupts his train of thought by calling out his name and pointing out that Huren hasn't used her right hand throughout the fight. She suggests that it's because the Jiangxi had been holding something in it the whole time, and this brings a smile to our hero's lips. He recalls the time he handed Huren the jujube wood, and it becomes clear that she's still bearing the heavy burden of what choice to make. Upon staring into the reddish hollows of her eyes, our boy wonders if his friend is still in there. He stands under the cover of the dust and powers up his weapon after staring at Huren for a while, quipping that he has no choice. Back when Huren was still finding it difficult to accept the jujube wood, our hero picked it up every time she threw it away and handed it back to her. He knew that she had to decide, seeing as it's impossible to monopolize everything and still reap its benefits without taking responsibility. Knowing full well what people like Sihu and others who are greedy are like, our boy didn't want his friend to become like them. He wanted her to make a decision and take responsibility. Still under Kang Ryan's influence, Jiangxi does not hear when our hero asks if she's still in control of her body. For this reason, Corin Locke lifts his spear into the air, and with a look of determination plastered on his face, resolves to remember the Sabancha Duke's swordsmanship he witnessed in the castle. Given that the Duke's demon energy has been passed on to our hero, he devises a means to recreate the myth that is the 800-year-old hero. Dark energy begins to surround him, from the tip of his spear to the soles of his feet, rhetorically asking the Jiangxi if she waited a long time. Huren doesn't utter a word in response. Instead, she balls her left hand into a fist, ready for a fight. With this, our boy activates Black Mystery technique from the first demonic spear and outs it up against Huren's demonic Kai. Both parties collide in a beautiful explosion of pure power, pulling chunks of the earth apart just from the impact. The collision between the power of a heavenly Yaksha and Sabancha Duke proves to even out each other, causing Kang Ryan's jaw to drop as he refuses to believe his eyes. He wonders how someone like our boy is even capable of holding his own against a heavenly Yaksha, and then yells at Huren to kill him. Upon hearing this, she readies her fist, radiating with an aura of about a husband, and to counter this, our hero prepares his demonic spear ominous serpent technique, backing it up with 1,000 aura as well. You see, even though the Jiangxi possesses 100,000 aura, each attack can only bear 1,000. For this reason, Corin Locke believes he can face Huren if he can just offset her attack using the same amount of power. He manages to strike back and a fierce battle ensues. With each counter our hero puts forth, he can feel his breaking in real time. This is the adverse effect of borrowing the Duke's aura, not to mention how enough pain will traverse our boy's body until he can no longer hold a spear. Worse off, all the tendons in his body could break and lose their function, but none of this sways his mind from facing off against Huren. With a bloodied face, he tells himself that he can't stop and catches a glimpse of the Jiangxi still holding onto the jujube wood. It's accompanied by an incoming punch, but our boy takes it as a gesture. He proceeds to power up to the max, unleashing his 8 trigrams extreme fist. This grants him the ability to block Huren's punch, so she switches to her leg in an attempt to kick him like she did before. Fortunately, our boy is strong enough to block it without moving an inch this time. There's barely any distance between him and his shocked opponent, so he sets up for the ultimate move by planting his right foot like Mount Tai and pulling his balled fist back like a javelin. Kang Ryan's jaw can't seem to close after witnessing this display of power, but Corin Locke simply resumes his preparations. He takes a half-step movement as he sinks his consciousness, breathing, and muscles into a single fissure that will only be allowed once. Hyorin sees it coming but can't avoid it because our hero doesn't miss his moment. He merges the 8 trigrams extreme fists with primordial palm and sinks an unbelievable punch into the Jiangxi's gut. The after effects alone send waves of wind all around the area, forcing Hyorin to slide a few ways backwards. Sadly, our boy's body gives in at this point, so he gets on all 4 as he struggles to catch his breath. The Jiangxi is the most surprised, seeing as she coughs up blood for the first time in a fight. Perplexed, she states that the blood that had poured into her palm when it did not matter that our hero had broken through her ultimate defense. She begins to take slow steps towards him in a bid to return the favor, and it dawns on him that he couldn't completely subdue her. After seeing how powerful Hyorin still is after his ultimate attack, our hero concludes that death is closing in on him. Kang Ryan bursts out laughing as he mocks Corin Locke for not being strong enough to do anything and declares that he's going to die at this very moment. Unfortunately, the Jiangxi is on standby to fulfill his wishes, so she prepares a furious fist as she stands over our crouched hero. He barely looks her in the eyes, but Hyorin seems to be frozen in place. She doesn't move to attack, rather, she parts her lips in an attempt to talk to him. Sooner than later, chunks of the earth rise into the air, clearing the path necessary for the chains of Zion to take their place around the Jiangxi. The moment she's wrapped by these chains, our hero gets on his feet and flashes a billion-dollar smile. He can't help but feel fulfilled, seeing as the reason he has been stalling for time finally paid off. Apparently, Mariette, Yuhua, and Jinhak joined forces to take out the remaining items of peril within the formation. Cold sweat pours down the face of Kang Ryan as he tries to figure out how such a thing can happen. He doesn't even get a chance to move before Madame Josephine shows up and places her blade by his neck, threatening to take his life if he doesn't stay still. On the other hand, our boy rubs the back of his neck as he gains solace in the fact that the Kang Ryan problem has been dealt with. All that's left now is his friend Hyorin, who still has the puppet talisman attached to her face and is down on her knees. Our injured hero then makes his way to her side and peels off the talisman, acknowledging that it's such a hideous item. The moment it's removed, the Jiangxi feels like she's taking a breath of fresh air and our boy catches her before she falls backwards. Her glowing red eyes return to normal, but Corin Locke is nothing but a voice and a blurring image at the beginning. Soon enough, her sight clears up and she sees him in all of his martyred glory. As a follow-up, she can only ask why he did so much for her, and in turn, Corin Locke reminds her about his promise to help her until she's ready to decide. Her eyes grow wide upon hearing this, only for our hero to smile warmly as he tells her to make a decision she'll be proud of, one that she'll not regret. His acts of kindness get through to the Jiangxi and she resolves to repay him just to prove that she's not a monster. Sadly, the jujube wood disintegrated in her grip, leaving her to stare at her now empty hand in shock. All that's left of the wood is its dust, so Hyorin begins to panic as she wonders what to do now. It feels meaningless to her now, given that the result must not be what she wants even if she makes a decision. The only thing she's certain of is the fact that she wants to repay Corin Locke's trust in her. None of the shenanigans changes our boy's mind though. He just teases his friend for being strong enough to turn jujube wood to dust and quips that there are many other methods. After this, he falls into her embrace and thanks her for repaying his trust. In turn, Hyorin announces that she's a monster who hurt him, not to mention how she killed people and even stole Rand's body. She then asks if there's a way for her to be forgiven for all her sins. Still smiling warmly, our hero quips that he's not sure, and then pulls her closer to himself as he tells her that they should find out together. This pushes the Jiangxi to uncontrollable tears and she just remains in his embrace. After Kang Ryan's transcension ceremony failed, he was thrown into a dungeon with his hands bound. Master Aaron Danua and Madame Josephine already had plans to handle the aftermath of the professor's actions. They plan to cover everything up, and if this works out, it'll save everyone, including Hyorin, a lot of trouble. If news got out about Kang Ryan, a professor of Boreme, causing such a ruckus, it would raise many eyebrows. In addition, the transcension ceremony which involved Hyorin would draw more attention to her if people heard about it. This would lead to those who feared her denouncing her and those mesmerized by her power seeking her out. In the infirmary, Madame Josephine pays our hero a visit to talk about the matter. She reveals that they're planning on making it sound like Kang Ryan returned to Boreme first and suffered an unfortunate accident along the way. Apparently, they've spoken to the chairman of Boreme about it and he's on board. In turn, our boy quips that it's good that the conversation went smoothly, only to get told that this is an incredible consideration being given to Boreme. He claps back by asking if Madame Josephine requested compensation for the damages, but she tells him that Chairman Aaron tried to avoid it. Luckily, it's standard procedure to pay recompense. In response, Corin Locke points out that the chairman is a bit of a pushover and adds that he's too nice. The madam just keeps both her hands behind her back as she makes it clear that they are in a position where they can't trust anyone thoughtlessly. Despite the aforementioned condition, she tells our boy that he did a good job. This brings a smile to his face and he quips that he just did what had to be done. After this, he hopes that Madame Josephine will one day come to trust him. She simply adjusts her glasses and tells him that it would be nice. She then urges the spearman to take care of himself and heads for the exit, adding that the festival is still ongoing. She shuts the door behind her, but a hand pops out to stop it from closing all the way. The hand belongs to a very excited Mariette who wastes no time calling out to our hero and throwing herself on him. Afterwards, she bombards him with questions about his well-being, wanting to know if he's okay and whether he's hurting anywhere. She notices that he lost his fingernails and can't help but ask more questions. In turn, our boy reveals that he was wondering why his hands felt empty beneath the bandages. Mariette begins to spiral as she scolds Corin Locke for always pushing himself too far and getting hospitalized afterwards. Our hero gets surprised when he takes a look at Mariette and asks why she's crying, adding that it's hurting his heart. She wipes her own tears and reveals that she's crying so he can feel hurt. In turn, our boy asks if she's sure she's not hurt anywhere, pointing out that she had to take out all those stone soldiers and items by herself. Mariette then reminds him that Yuhua and Jinhak helped break one of them. This proves to Corin Locke that they left for that reason, and he keeps in mind that they're the reason why he wasn't too late and barely survived. The vampire is a bit pissed at his point of view, so our hero tells her not to be like that and points out that the siblings are not bad people at heart. He sees them as being in a difficult situation, seeing as Jinhak just wanted to avenge his family and Yuhua only wanted her cousin back. From his point of view, they were just desperate in their own ways, and the real villain is Kang Ryan, who exploited their desperation. He then advises her not to direct her hatred towards the wrong people. In response, Mariette quips that our hero is always so mature, even though she's older than him. He just smiles and tells her to call him Appa, an affectionate way to refer to an older male. Anyway, the vampire claps back as she exposes him for always bringing up the topic and even accuses him of being obsessed with it. She brushes it aside and moves on to hoping that he won't get hurt, but barely believes that he'll stay out of trouble. Corin Locke keeps quiet after this, neither confirming nor denying that he won't get hurt again. Unfortunately, he has been tasked with saving the world and is nothing compared to the main character. His painful reality of only being a sub-player dawns on him, not to mention the part about him having nothing to rely on but his spearmanship. Obviously, his body will suffer. Mariette interrupts the silence as she points out that he's not even denying that he'll get hurt. She then declares that our hero is living in a world she can't even see, but promises to fight with him. This piques his interest, so he turns to look at her and finds the vampire smiling and reiterating that she'll always be there to help him regardless of who they're up against. Her words are so soothing to our boy's ears that he admits how grateful he is. Our hero resolves to face those with evil desires and mistaken beliefs, and all the great enemies who seek to destroy the world, enemies like Tatas Voltazar. He realizes that the only way to take these people down is with the help of others, so he and Mariette fist bump as they agree to do it together. After this, the vampire reveals that she's going to apply as a guardian earlier than usual, and when asked why, she explains that Harvest Day is close, and the holidays are fast approaching. There's a possibility of everyone being on break if she doesn't do it now, so our boy just thanks her for her foresight. In turn, she reveals that she's going to apply as the vice leader and our boy will be the leader. Mariette asks him if he has anyone else in mind, so the spearman lifts his hand to his chin as he mulls things over. Just then, a weak voice calls out to him from behind the vampire, and they soon realize that it belongs to Alicia. They welcome her, but it's just unfortunate that the swordsman had to be rolled in on a wheelchair, thanks to all the bandaging her body had to undergo. Corin Locke can't help but point out that she looks like a mummy and Alicia immediately asks whose fault that is. This reminds our boy of the time she faced off against Huron for his sake, and he proceeds to apologize. After this, he flashes her a big smile and thanks her for all her help. The swordsman falls shy and quickly averts her gaze as she accepts his thanks. As a result of Mariette's elixir, Alicia's bones are intact, but even with the best medical care, she needs an estimated 2 weeks of rest. With 1 week left until the end of the festival, it's obvious that she won't make it to the campfire at the closing ceremony. Corin Locke announces that he'll be getting discharged soon and urges her to rest some more before leaving. Tears pour down the swordsman's face as she quips that she really wanted to go to the campfire, leaving our boy to encourage her with the incoming winter ball. She brushes this aside on the grounds that they're not the same and our hero grows silent as he admits to himself that she's speaking the truth. His hand returns to his chin as he recalls the many experiences from his past life and realizes that this would be the first time Alicia actually made it this far in the game. For this reason, he tells her that he'll buy her a Jeskier dress for the winter ball and this causes Mariette to stew in her rage. Meanwhile, Alicia seems really excited, seeing as Jeskier is a really expensive luxury brand. In addition, the spearman brags about having a lot of money and tells her to just say the word about whatever she wants. He tries to get her to call him Appa, but Alicia just tells him to shut up and points out that they're the same age. She then segues into talk of the inn, asking if he earned a lot of money. In response, our hero chuckles and reveals that he earned enough to buy his favorite investor a dress. This pushes Mariette over the edge, and she calls out to him with bloodshot eyes, reminding him that she asked about the identities of other members of the Guardians. Corin Locke tries to laugh off her rage and starts by introducing Alicia as a member of the Guardians. He then makes mention of Lenya Claire, but all the vampire is interested in is the fact that she's a girl. Our stupid hero even calls her a pretty lady as he points out that she works in intelligence, and of course, Mariette only hears the pretty part. He quickly moves on to Ren and Ron, and when asked who they are, he reveals that they're Wolfman siblings, advising her to remember that Ren is a girl. He goes on about how he wanted to recruit Yule, but is unsure because of her ambiguity. He just covers it up by claiming that she'll join because of how close they are. Mariette has out her pen and notepad to jot down the names, and is interested in knowing how close our boy is with the druid. The oblivious spearman then reveals that they're close enough to joke around and grab a meal together now and then. Even Alicia flinches when she hears this, given that cracks begin to appear on Mariette's pen. To make things worse, our boy mentions that Huron will be the last person on the list, adding that the vampire should write her down in advance. This is the last straw. The pen shatters in her grip, leaving Alicia all the more wary. Our oblivious hero doesn't notice this, so he goes on about gaining permission from Madame Josephine and adds that it'll be fine. It's at this point that he realizes something is off with the vampire. He cuts off his sentence to call out her name, only to be mortified when she looks him in the eyes. Mariette asks him if he wants her to lose her mind and pastes this ominous expression on her face that would keep children awake for days. On the other hand, there's the Huron situation. So many people fear her, with many more being wary of her, and others blaming her. They wish that she never should have been born and stoned her as they called her a monster. The Junxie can't help but remember how Corin Locke was injured because of her and compares it to the time she hurt all those people at the Moonlight Castle. Her mind replays an image of our hero promising to help her until she can decide. But she can't stop thinking that her strength is all she's worth. It was her excuse for holding on to Rand's body after pushing the original owner aside, and is why she thinks she can't depend on anyone for help. War memories of our boy flood her mind, from how he promised to help her, to the time he urged her to make a decision she won't regret. They had promised to figure things out together, but Huron finds herself wondering what she's supposed to do now. She grips her chest as she admits that the warmth she feels hurts, not to mention how Corin Locke's care and concern felt like a sharp knife. The Junxie then claims to hate him, telling herself that he makes her hurt. You see, Kira has always been alone and had only lived a life of being used. This is why she never allowed anyone inside her walls, but now, things seem to have changed. While she's sitting alone in her room, someone pushes aside the curtains to her window as he says hey to her. It turns out to be Corin Locke, and he just leans on the window pane as she points out that he's better. He asks if she was worried, and the Junxie instantly replies in the negative. Before our boy can finish his next statement, she tells him to hurry up, leaving him quite confused. In turn, she glances at him via the side of her eye and asks if there's another way to change back to Ren. Our hero stares at the ground and then reaches out to touch her as he acknowledges her kindness. She grabs his hand midair, telling him to wait and pointing out that she would like to eat some fish. Hua can't stop shaking, and it dawns on our hero that she must be scared. For this reason, he pats her head and encourages her as the sunlight filters into the room, promising to buy her some fish after the procedure is done. With this, they both step outside and Hua remains afloat to give Corin Locke a chance to work his magic. He brings forth his spear and the Junxie takes a nervous gulp of her own saliva. It turns out that our boy plans to use the Death God's orb, capable of always hitting its mark, separating body and spirit, and ignoring any defense power. It would be most effective in the hands of the Soul Reaper, but when a human uses it, its accuracy rate drops significantly, making it practically useless. Our hero discovers a workaround, given that if he throws it on the basis that he cannot perceive spirits, the accuracy rate will be 0. As expected, the spear deflects off of Hua's body and gets stuck in the ground below her. This is where the faulty festival mana stones come into play. Although the Junxie seems worried, our hero tells her to calm down and reveals that he'll use some magic. You see, these faulty mana stones were made in such a way that their accuracy rate decreases the more their diffusion range increases, thus making it difficult to win the minigames. As per this system, it has a maximum range of 100 meters, and a minimum of a meter when the accuracy rate is low. Our hero discovers that he can exponentially increase the diffusion range if he uses it, seeing as he has an accuracy rate of 0. This would mean he hit the jackpot. At this point, the effects of the Death God's orb diffuses through an infinite range, ignoring the fact that our hero cannot perceive spirits. Huron gets caught in this range and the orb activates, registering as an attack from the Mana Stone, rather than one from Corin Locke. Her eyes roll into the back of her head as the orb gets to separating both parties, and soon enough our hero realizes that she'll fall. This pushes him to rush to the spot beneath her, and luckily, he makes it in time to catch the Junxie. Afterwards, he opens up about inserting a bit of mana and asks her how she's feeling. In turn, her eyes flutter open and she bids our hero hello. Her eyes then turn blue, and a quaint smile graces her face, but the weirdest thing remains her calling Corin Locke Appa. As Rand calls him Appa, our boy remembers all the other times people didn't want to do it, from how Mariette accused him of being obsessed down to Alicia telling him that they're the same age. He even remembers being called an uncle, so he bursts into tears as he acknowledges that he has finally escaped such a title. He then announces that Ran has the best first impression ever. As he puts her down, she asks if he's really liking it, only for our hero to claim that he's been told he looks older. In turn, she reiterates that it makes sense, since he always seemed like he wanted Hua to call him Appa. This helps our boy realize that she has been watching everything despite being trapped in her own body for 3 years. Ran gets to dust herself off and Corinlock takes the chance to ask if she doesn't hate Hua for stealing her body for that long. She stays quiet at first, only to suddenly scream excitedly as she realizes that she can run. She draws our boy's attention to it and lets him know that it's her first time running since she got sick. In addition, she feels like it's all thanks to Hua and all the energy the Jiangxi has accumulated in their body. Our hero gets worried, so he yells at her that she's not used to her body yet and urges her not to overdo it. In turn, she breaks into a tale of how she initially resented Hua and even screamed at her to give their body back. Unfortunately, her voice never reached Jiangxi. She goes on about how Hua would talk to herself, not because she was turning away from Ran, but because she was trying to deal with her own guilt. Ran squats to dip her finger in a puddle of water and explains that she understands how hard it is to win against that sort of fear and anxiety. They did share a body after all. The girl then announces that she doesn't hate Hua anymore, seeing as the Jiangxi was brave enough to return her body. Our hero sees this as admittance and forgiveness, and acknowledges that the same girl, who had her body stolen from her for 3 years, has easily pulled Hua in for an embrace. For this reason, he smiles and points out that she's quite mature and Ran easily agrees, adding that she may have stopped at age 14. But Hua is just 3. This way, she gets to have the younger sister she always wanted. Corinlock thinks to himself that they're basically sisters who share the same body. Ran interrupts his thoughts as she asks if he'll save her just like he did last time, and our hero quips that all she has to do is say the word. Her cheeks stain red and she quips that she thought as much, adding that she finds it cool. With this, she calls out to him abruptly, making him tilt his head in response. She then tells him that she also likes sushi and covers the distance as she explains that she and Hua have the same taste in everything. They like the same food, music, books, and Ran pulls close enough to Corinlock's ear as she adds that they even like the same men. It's our hero's turn to blush, but his confusion is barely resolved when the girl begins to rub his chest and go on about him becoming her husband. She points out that if he does marry her, he'll legally have 2 wives. Our hero tries to stop her, but she stares at him with so much admiration and tells him to give her an answer. Our boy wonders if she wants the answer immediately and begins to sweat buckets soon enough. His words slur as he tries to say something to her, and it takes all the courage he can muster to push her away. He then yells that she can't just go around teasing him like that, leaving Ran to laugh at him. She reveals that it's not a joke, adding that girls in her hometown have already done what needs to be done by her age. With more slurring words, he wonders if she shouldn't ask Hua's opinion on dating since they're sharing a body, but all she does is thank him and plant a kiss on his cheek. Still surprised, Corinlock wonders what she's talking about, only for Ran's eyes to switch back to red, thus handing the reins to Hua. In turn, the Jiangxi yells at our hero, telling him not to misunderstand and making it clear that Ran was talking nonsense. After this, both inhabitants of the body go to the side to quarrel with each other, leaving our boy to admit that they can switch quite easily. Mere moments later, Huron tells him that they'll have dinner by 7 at their usual place, and adds that he should be there. Our hero just complies because he sees this as Huron's form of an apology, and considers an apology through food to be the way that kids behave. Just then, flashes of the time Ran mentioned their taste in men comes to mind, and he smacks himself as he wonders if that's really how kids behave. In the middle of nowhere, the leader of a charged squad and his men lay defeated on the floor. He can't help but complain about how screwed he is, seeing as he failed the mission given to him by Lai Jinyang and the Catholic Church. He goes on about how the incredible amount of money the church has invested into the Merkaba festival, and how he thought they would be able to take down the Protestant princess by the end of everything. Unfortunately, it was a total failure. For this reason, the leader wonders who the guy with the spear was, and shows he knew all of their plans ahead of time. The leader had only gathered 100 cross-charged squad members per Lai Jinyang's orders and led them through the 100-year-old tunnel they now lay defeated in. The plan was to induce Huron's anger, so they took the incredible risk. Sadly, the spearmen interfered and ruined everything. Corinlock had blocked them with a smile plastered on his lips, telling them that they should have sent the chapel knights of the church was really going to risk it all. In turn, the leader yelled at him, pointing and asking for the kind of backing our hero has to be acting like he's invincible. Just as he's threatening Corin about not surviving after his stunt, our boy hit him and all his teammates square in their faces with the blunt part of his spear. Instantly, the cross-squad member fell to the ground, joining the rest of his team. Madame Josephine then pointed out that she could have handled him, only for our hero to summon his spear and quip that he wanted to try out a new technique. The sorceress wondered if he was talking about the singular attack that took out the entire team and didn't wait for a response before announcing that he did some good work despite not being in perfect health. With this, she turned around and declared that they would take care of arresting the squad. Just then, Corin Locke pointed at her and warned her to take out the suicide-use poison capsules in their right molars in advance. She stayed quiet, but her mind was riddled with questions about whether he knew there was a 100-year-old underground invasion route set up by the Catholic Church, or even why he asked her to keep an eye on the church in the first place. The sorceress just brushed this aside for the meantime, glad that our hero was her ally as she went about restraining the soldiers. Back to the present, beautiful rays of sunlight lace the ever-beautiful Merkaba sky, spilling onto their tall buildings while they're at it. In one of the rooms, Huron lays awake in bed. Given that she was someone born with strength and a body that can't be injured by anything, her vital functions were programmed to be slower than others. In other words, she's lazy as hell. Proof of this is her twirling side to side in bed even though it's past the time to start her day. At this point, Rand speaks up, telling her that they should get up. But the Jiangxi just shuts her ears with her palms and tells her to shut up. In response, Rand scolds her for talking to her older sister like that and urges her to get them some food. This still doesn't motivate Hua, but she hears some snoring emanating from a distance, so she sits up in bed. Soon enough, her curiosity gets the best of her, so she gets up, making sure to let Rand know that she's not the reason. She then makes her way down some stairs as she notices Corin Locke sleeping like a log in the middle of the living room. Hua wonders why that is so, but Rand is just happy to see her appa. For this reason, she pushes the Jiangxi to wake him up, but she asks why would do that. In turn, Rand explains that our boy's mouth will get twisted if he sleeps like that. She then hurries Hua along until she begins to poke the spearman's face. While this is going on, Rand asks her double if she likes Corin Locke, only for Hua to claim that she doesn't know. She goes on about how our boy does as he pleases, doing things for her that she didn't ask him for. Basically, she doesn't understand him. Drawing from this, Rand asks if the Jiangxi hates our hero, and Hua quips that she doesn't. The former then inquires if she likes him, only to be told the exact opposite. Despite all the poking, our boy continues his slumber, and soon enough, Mariette shows up, crouching with a smile on her face. She quips that Huron woke up early, so the Jiangxi explains that it was noisy. With this, the vampire summons Diaku and instructs him to lift our hero onto her bed, adding that they can't have Huron not getting her sleep because of Corin. She then walks away, telling the Jiangxi that she can go back to bed if she's still feeling sleepy. In response, Hua mentions the sofa, pointing out that it would be better to leave him there. Mariette keeps up her smile as she points out that there are no blankets on the sofa, so our hero may freeze from the cold. This shuts the Jiangxi up, mostly because the vampire is right, and said vampire goes on about having steamed some potatoes in the kitchen. She urges Huron to eat some before announcing that she'll be eating with Corin Locke. A taunting smile graces her lips as she says this, and she follows up by walking away cheerily, leaving the Jiangxi to wonder what she meant by grouping herself with our hero. Classes continue despite the festival not ending, so the professor stands before her students, telling them how to pull something off using just the materials in their surroundings. Having heard all of this in his past life, the spearman decides to focus on something else, his new triple core and demonic Kai release abilities. He realizes that he has now surpassed the stats that Alicia started the game with, not to mention the new abilities. With his aura core ranking in the lower high, our hero realizes that it's where a normal knight would be upon obtaining their first core. In all of this, he recalls that he's in possession of the core he gained via the Silver Mandrake and the one he gained courtesy of Sabancha Duke. Basically, while others were scrambling to gain one core, Corin Locke already possessed 3. Alicia comes to mind at this point, and our boy remembers that she also gained her first core in the course of the last battle. This was as a result of the multiple steps she was forced to take within the domain. In addition, her aura rank had risen from the upper middle she started with to lower high, making it so that she developed half a year faster than she normally should. Moving on, Corin Locke can't hide how excited he is to explore the demonic Kai release, seeing as it draws out his inner power and accumulates it in high pressures. It's obvious that it's an incredible skill, but our boy can only release 20% of it at the moment. His current aura amount is about 8,130, putting 20% at about 1,600. Our hero realizes that this will make for an absurd amount of instantaneous power, but the major problem is that he couldn't get a feel for it when he tried activating the power earlier. Massaging his tempo warily, our boy welcomes the possibility that he'll be able to do something similar to what Sabancha Duke did with his final demonic sword. Doubt creeps in at this moment, making Corin Locke wonder if he'll really be able to split the skies and cut down dragons using only his spear. The voice of the lecturer slowly seeps into our hero's consciousness as she announces that she'll check everyone's notes 5 minutes before the end of the class, and when he realizes this, he begins to panic. Our boy wonders why the professor is doing something she has never done before and deduces that it could be because everyone is dozing off in her class. It turns out that Professor Lorala is the type to keep her friendly demeanor while dealing out punishments such as making everyone clean the classroom. This sounds easy, but said classroom is the exclusive property of the alchemy faculty, so the amount of ingrained sort from various experiments is incredible. Bowing his head, our MC overhears his classmates scurrying around in search of notes to copy from. All this while, he can only think of his initial plan to enjoy the festival after this class is over, but reality trumps fantasy as he hurries to find something to write. He swipes his arm to the right, only to touch a hand much more slender than his. This comes as a surprise to him, seeing as he can only recall Jaeger who's sitting on his left. The moment he lifts his gaze, he realizes that the hand belongs to Hyorin, so he tries to quickly retrieve his, only to have it snatched back. The Jiangxi goes a bit further as she intertwines her fingers with his, pushing our boy to blush way too much. He instantly recognizes this to be a move only Ran can make, and she wastes no time confirming it. She then flashes a warm smile, asking if he wants to see hers and calling him Appa as the icing on this heartfelt cake. Corin Locke is flustered to say the least. He has no idea if she meant he should look at her notes or something else. In turn, the girl clarifies that it's what she meant, and tells him that he can start from there. She then asks if he'd like to eat lunch together, only for him to instantly agree and claim that he'll get her something delicious. Two of his classmates sitting behind him begin to gossip. They ask what Corin Locke's problem is and why he's always hanging around Hyorin. To make things worse, Dyaku is seated right behind these two boys, spying on our hero like his life depends on it. Later on, the spearman asks Ran about her double, and she reveals that Hua was dozing off so she switched them out. In fact, she's certain that the Jiangxi won't wake up for a while. As they walk down the hallway, our boy changes the topic to Jinhyuk and Yuhua, asking if Ran met with them. Well, the girl thinks the two of them bear quite the responsibility in the most recent incident, and although they were used, Ran finds it ambiguous that they didn't take any responsibility at all. As for Professor Kang Ryan, word came that he will be secretly executed by the royal family. With him gone, Kang Yuhua is now the lord of the Kang family. This comes as a surprise to Corin Locke, so he tries to get some clarity about Yuhua's duties. In response, Ran explains that the new lord will be in charge of everything from small household work to the marriages in the family. This is why Ran got permission to marry him. She presses herself against his chest at this point and looks into his eyes as she calls him her husband. Our boy instantly begins to sweat buckets, and all he can hope for is that Hua wakes up to save him from her double. On the other hand, Mariette is not taking Dyaku's report lightly. She even yells at him to tell her everything that happened from the beginning to the end. Dyaku goes on to bark multiple times, speaking a language only his master can understand, and the vampire who's busy preparing a meal for our hero is all but perplexed. She begins to rationalize things, recalling that she and Corin Locke are not dating and claiming that she's on the reasonable side. Her actions may seem more about food than affection, but she thinks it should be obvious that the amount of times she has done it has a special meaning. Things get worse as Dyaku reveals the marriage conversation between Ran and our hero, adding the part about her calling him Appa and telling him that he'll basically have two wives. This infuriates Mariette beyond her own understanding, and she ends up breaking the spatula she's cooking with. She then resolves to take special measures to make things work for her. The vampire is left wondering if she should go on with potato farming and diamond mining, or whether she should be bold about our boy. She quickly swipes the last thought away, telling herself that she can't be any bolder than she already is. The dilemma keeps getting to her and flames surround her as a result. Poor Dyaku just stands there watching in horror until his master asks if he knows what it means to like a male. Sadly, the only thing the overpowered dog is interested in is bones. Later on, Mariette gets Corin Locke to sit with her for a meal, explaining that she spent a long time doing her research just so she could prepare the meal for him. When asked what she made, the vampire only reveals that it's a dish that her ranch workers often make, special ox blood soup. She hopes our boy will like it, and it turns out that he loves it. His face practically lights up upon seeing the contents of his plate, and he wastes no time gulping them down. Meanwhile, his friend quips that she doesn't know if he'll like it, seeing as it was made by solidifying blood. Amidst his gulping, Corin Locke tells her that the meal is a must-have, adding that the chunks she put inside make it all the more delicious. This gets her excited, but she'd like him to talk more about the taste. The spearman drops his now empty plate on the table, reiterating how refreshing and delicious it was. Suddenly, he gets notifications about consuming a special blood elixir and about earning superhuman strength. Apparently, the soup increased his strength by 30 points. This makes our boy call out to the vampire, and her face is all red and sweaty as she pays him attention. In turn, he wonders aloud if she used pigs or cows for the ox blood soup. He hasn't even gotten an answer when another notification pops up about his strength increasing by 200%. And not overlapping with other buffs. The spearman begins to curse from all the excitement and grabs Mariette's face as he tells her that he loves her. Of course, he only said it out of excitement, but the vampire is still grateful that she did as Dyaku advised. At the same time, Hugh approaches Madame Josephine with a dilemma of her own, claiming that she has questions to ask on behalf of her friend. Apparently, when this friend is with a certain person, her heart pounds, and the sorceress already has an idea about who she's referring to. This doesn't stop Hua from explaining that her friend also feels soft in this person's presence, like she's floating on clouds. When they hug, her friend's heart can't stop pounding, and it's so bad that she feels like she's trapped in a swamp. As the girl stares at the ground, it becomes obvious that she came to the sorceress for love advice. Madame Josephine adjusts her glasses on the outside, but on the inside, she admits that Huron is not only a demi-human but also a child experiencing her first love. She's also certain that the mystery person she loves is Corin Locke, the boy with unbelievable luck with women. Seeing as there are no other men Hyorin comes in contact with, the sorceress concludes that although he's hardworking, he's also a natural-born playboy. It's so bad that reports have come from second-year female students about him being a sly swindler. Madame Josephine looks at Hyorin as a chickling in the game, and likens Corin Locke to the game's hard mode. She finally opens her mouth to advise the girl, but starts by pointing out that the person her friend loves must have other girls surrounding him. Hugh only nods in response before the sorceress lets her know that a boy with so many girls around him doesn't see the need to make the first move, seeing as other girls come to him. You see, about 100 years ago, Josephine was a newbie witch. She had read a popular romance novel called 101 Ways to Make That Man Fall in Love with You. It was textbook romance bacon in the day, and it's what the sorceress is using to advise her subordinate. Present day, Madame Josephine tells Hugh that her actions must be bold, passionate, and determined, adding that she cannot attain love otherwise. She then stares down at Hugh with all seriousness and tells her to get rid of anyone who stands in her way. The worst part of this situation is the fact that young girls who know nothing about love are getting advice from a 117-year-old unmarried witch with romance knowledge she found in a 100-year-old book. The sorceress offers to drop off Hua, and the girl has no problem with this. You see, neither of the doubles have any love experience, so they decided to accept Madame Josephine's lame advice. The sorceress drops her off at Corin Locke's place as promised and quips that she'll be back to pick her up before dinner. With this, she bids the Jiangxi good luck and goes on her way. The first thing Hua sees is Diaku setting a fire outside the window, but inside lies a silhouette of two people touching up on each other. A closer look reveals that it's Mariette and Corin Locke, and the vampire pushes his shirt aside as she digs into the veins in his neck. This is their usual arrangement, but Hua doesn't know that, so watching the two of them being that close begins to infuriate her. She balls her fist as thoughts of the spearman run through her mind. Hua was well aware that she wasn't the only one that our hero was kind to, seeing as his kindness also spread to the vampire girl. The Jiangxi grips her chest because despite this knowledge, seeing it still hurts. She began to feel like she was arrogant for thinking she was special, and the more she looked at the two of them going at it, the more her heart ached. While still sucking on Corin Locke's neck, Mariette averts her gaze at Hua and playfully licks her bite marks. The Jiangxi concludes that the vampire's gaze is not just one between a senior and a junior, but she can't seem to look away. It's at this point that Rand pops up again, telling her double to leave everything else to her. She takes control of their body and promises to get rid of those that get in their way. Later on, a bunch of students sit around for a meal and Alicia stuffs her mouth with way too much food. She tries the chocolate mousse and instantly screams that it's no joke. Others at the table include Lark, Jaeger, Mariette, Ran, and of course, our main character who expects that the swordsman had the chocolate mousse in the east. In response, she cracks a wide smile and clarifies that they basically live in the countryside. Worse off, her neighborhood didn't have a dessert store, so they had to make it themselves in the kitchen. Our hero just smiles on the outside, but on the inside, he can't help but wonder how remote Alicia's home could be. He had gone to the east a couple of times for quests, but they didn't have anything to do with the main scenario. Now, he just came to rest in preparation for the upcoming break and had stopped by the restaurant to have some dessert. Unfortunately, the swordsman, Lark, and Jaeger all met him on his way to the restaurant, and Ran and Mariette followed him out. He never expected this many people though. Just then, the vampire calls out to him in hopes of getting him to try out her cake. But before she can get the sentence out, Ran cuts her off and offers Corin Locke her crepe instead. Our hero absent-mindedly goes for the crepe and then turns to ask what Mariette was talking about. She quietly drops her cake and claims that it was nothing, only for Rand to ask her for some of the strawberry cake. This takes the vampire by surprise, but because of our boy's presence she agrees to share her cake. Things take a heated turn as Rand claims that she can't reach the cake and asks our hero to get it for her. As usual, Corin is oblivious to the plot and digs a fork into Mariette's cake while she's frowning like she has some bowel discomfort. The Jiangxi goes a step further as she opens her mouth for our boy to feed her, and the only thing he does is mock her for still being a kid. Before he can feed it to her, Mariette slams the rest of the cake on her face, surprising everyone else in the process. She passive-aggressively asks Ran if the cake is tasty, faking a smile as she adds that it's pretty famous around these parts. The Jiangxi doesn't react badly. Instead, she claims that the cake is indeed delicious and refers to Mariette as Unnai, meaning big sister. In turn, the vampire asks Ran if she wants more cake, calling her Dongxing while she's at it. That means younger sister. The tension begins to get to our hero and he's left wondering why the atmosphere is suddenly so scary. This doesn't do anything to dial it down, so Ran attacks Mariette's potato farm, asking if they're cakes. Her fake smile is right on point, even as the vampire tells her that potatoes can be baked after putting them in a pan. Ran thinks it's a bit tricky to call it a cake, and the passive aggression continues as Mariette points out that if you call it a cake, it is a cake. She segues into asking if the Jiangxi wants more strawberry, only to get a negative answer. Even Jaeger can tell that something is terribly wrong, but he only speaks to Corin Locke using his eyes. He asks if our hero did anything wrong, and the sweating spearman signals that he doesn't know, adding how scary he finds the situation. After this, he stands to his feet, clears his throat, and claims that he needs to use the little boy's room. Lark and Jaeger instantly take this opportunity to also excuse themselves. As the three of them walk away, our hero asks if the two girls had a fight, only for Jaeger to blame him for everything. Lark supports this notion and they all abandon Alicia in the middle of the tension. The poor girl pretends to be eating as she overhears Mariette and Rand mocking each other's hometowns. It's obvious that their smiles are fake, so the swordsman keeps her face buried in her plate. Just then, the vampire brags about Corin Locke following her home this winter, adding that our boy needs to wash away his fatigue in one of her hot spring inns. In response, Rand brags about wanting to invite him to visit the Xian chapel, seeing as he can be blessed by the saintess if he comes there rather than going to a musty-smelling hot spring. Alicia nervously interrupts them, asking if they've not heard that Corin plans to visit her place this time. While our hero and his buddies are taking a leak, both girls scream in unison. The spearman then looks back in surprise, sensing a powerful killing intent. This catches us up to speed with the latest chapters of this manhwa, which is only getting more and more intense with each chapter. I know I had to leave it at a slight cliffhanger, but I assure you that I'll be making the next part as soon as more chapters are available. In the meantime, please be sure to leave a like on the video if you've enjoyed it, and consider subscribing to the channel for more content if you're new. Until next time.